I've never been much of an outdoor person, but the summer after my second year in college, one of my roommates convinced me to go tent camping with him. It was only over the weekends, and I wasn't doing anything anyway, so I said I'd go with him. For the sake of privacy, I'll call him Jake. Now, Jake would go all out. He had a 2014 Jeep Wrangler, the entire back seat filled almost completely with different camping gear. He didn't like to reserve spots at actual campsites, but instead find his own spots, which he said made it more fun. We drove up into the Rocky Mountains for a while until we found a break in the trees with enough space to fit the Jeep through. We then drove off-road between trees until I pointed out a good spot. We set up a fire pit, chairs, and the tent we'd be staying in for the night. It was already around 7 p.m. and the sun was starting to set. Jake went to the car and pulled out a bag of hot dogs for us to cook over the fire. Real original, I know, but they were an easy meal, and plus Jake wanted to give me the true camping experience, seeing it was my first time. He even brought stuff for s'mores. Although, we never got that far. As we were cooking the hot dogs, this extremely loud female screaming from maybe 300 or 400 feet away echoed out throughout the trees. I looked up and saw Jake's head turn around behind him towards the direction of the screams. At first, there weren't any words we could make out, but then there was a help, a please, and a no, all of them sounding more desperate than the last. Then the loudest, most terrifying scream was abruptly cut off mid-scream. Jake looked back in my direction. The look on his face was pure horror. As far as we knew, the closest man-made structure was the road, and even that was far away. No one should have been out here. Whatever it was that we just heard didn't even matter. We knew we needed to leave as fast as possible. We started frantically throwing things in the back of the Jeep. We stuffed the still fully made tent inside as we closed the door. I tried calling 911 as we started driving back to the road. I had practically no service out there, but somehow still managed to get on the line with an operator. I did my best to explain what we heard, and they said they'd send out a trooper as soon as possible. It probably took us twice as long to get back to the road, just because this time we couldn't see anything. Finally, we saw the pavement, and stopped for a second. We didn't know if we should wait for the cops or not. That's when we saw a figure walking out from the trees in front of us. He was wearing jeans with an all-black sweatshirt, the hood covering his face. He was dragging something behind him in a heavy sheet or some kind of bag. His head was down, laying almost limp as he walked. He looked over in our direction when blue and red police lights revealed themselves down the road. The man turned his head and started sprinting back into the forest, letting go of the bag. The police saw this and started chasing after him. The bag he was dragging turned out to contain the remains of a 34-year-old woman. We don't know if he was ever caught.
When I was in 3rd grade, my history class took a field trip to an old mansion. I don't even remember exactly why we were there, but it was kind of in the city, and I think it was like 200 years old. We got inside, and we were given a tour first. When I say it was a mansion, I really mean it was a mansion. It had 2 floors, a basement and an attic, with about 10 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. It also had lots of other rooms, like a library, several offices and living rooms, and a large kitchen. There was about 15 of us in the class, and after the tour, they let us look around on the main floor. They weren't watching us that closely, however, and I wanted to see the upstairs again, so I just walked up there by myself when no one was looking. Once I got upstairs, I noticed the smell that old buildings have oftentimes. I began looking at the bedrooms. I enjoyed history, and the house was actually very interesting to me. After looking at several bedrooms upstairs, I entered one on the end. I walked over to the window to see the view, but when I did, I heard a noise coming from the closet. I was a little confused and looked over at the closet. It was a really old closet, and I didn't know what would be making the noise, so I started to open it, but then I really got the creeps, and I decided to leave the room. I began to walk back out of the hall, and when I did, I heard footsteps coming from the room. I turned around, and what I saw was a man standing in the doorway of the room, staring at me. He was wearing a black shirt, gray pants, and just stood in the doorway and gave me a creepy smile. I turned and ran as fast as I could down the hall, downstairs, and back to the group. I don't know who that man was, but I really don't want to know.
After my first semester of university, at the beginning of May, I decided to reward myself by getting tickets for a band I wanted to see. They weren't playing in my hometown, unfortunately, and the nearest venue that they were playing was in a small town 6 hours away by train. I had a friend who attended the university in the town who agreed to let me stay with her, so I figured that I would be fine to go up. I had never been to this town before, but having lived in larger cities my entire life, I often associate small town with safety. I declined my friend's offer to drive me to the concert, considering she was studying for finals, and I enjoy a good walk. The town was divided by a river, and to cross that river you had to go over one bridge, then walk through a park on an island, then cross a second bridge to get back into town. To get to the first bridge from my friend's university, you had to walk down a nature trail. All this was perfectly lovely, as I did it at sunset. I had just emerged from my first winter in a rather harsher environment than I had grown up in, and the whole nature trail park combo was filled with joggers and children playing, and squirrels and everything that I had missed. This is only noteworthy in that I felt completely at ease with my route, but I was pretty distracted and didn't pay a whole lot of attention to exactly which path I had taken. The concert didn't let out until probably slightly past midnight. I got to the first bridge, crossed, and proceeded across the island to the second bridge. It was a nice night out, and I was actually sort of enjoying myself in the warm spring air. That is, until I got to a hill I didn't remember walking over on the way there. I stopped at the base of it, feeling that something was off, but eventually attributing it to the fact that I had somehow forgotten an entire hill. How funny, I thought as I walked up the mystery hill. All my thoughts ceased as I got to the top and found myself looking down the path into an empty carnival, and beyond that, the second bridge. Walking over a hill, I didn't see an entire carnival, and I don't remember it, and this definitely left me on edge. But I didn't really see any way around it. Literally, there was forest on either side, plus the bridge was right there, and besides, the carnival looked abandoned. So I start off down the other side of the hill into the creepy carnival, maintaining a quick pace, definitely on high alert. I kept my focus mainly on the bridge I was aiming for. I was most of the way through when I saw the people. I saw them from far enough away that I didn't jump, but I did stop dead in my tracks. They seemed pretty normal looking by their clothes, and I was too far away to see their faces. They were sitting in whatever was available. Lemonade stands, immobile roller coasters, covered picnic tables. I didn't really know what to do about it, and I'm not sure that there was much a better option available. But in the moment, feeling I had to do something, I started to walk forwards again. And as I did, I made eye contact with the first one of them I saw, and held it as I walked through them. The man I had chosen to look at I remember very vividly, looking a lot like I imagined death would look like. A gaunt, drawn-out face with no expression of any type on it, sunken eyes that followed me as the rest of his body stayed still. From what I could tell, the rest did the same. I was terrified out of my wits, and for some reason, making eye contact with this zombie of a man was the only thing that I felt was keeping me safe. I never broke eye contact with him until I reached the second bridge, so far as to opt to walk backwards down the trail. I turned and crossed the bridge at a sprint, and someone shouted behind me, which only prompted me to run faster. Now, I mentioned that the route from the university to the bridge was a nature trail. This meant that it had no lights on it and was as black as the void, trees covering up the moon and making it impossible to see anything. I didn't care. I ran down the trail, tripping over who knows what, anything to put distance between me and the creepy carnival people. Eventually, I reached a patch of light at the edge of the university and stopped. There wasn't any noise anymore except for crickets and my own frantic breathing. If any had followed me, they hadn't done so for long. I managed to gather myself together and remember that I did in fact have a cell phone, which at that point I used to call my friend to have her meet me at a well-lit spot on campus, populated by studying students. I told her what had happened, and her eyes got really wide. As it turned out, unbeknownst to me, there were 2 trails through the park on the island, a north and a south one. I had taken the north one on the way there and accidentally taken the south one on the way back. She told me that people never, ever passed through the carnival at night, as it was where the local meth addicts and gang members would hang out. They were unpredictable at best, and at their worst, well, muggings were the least of it. I'd gotten off extremely lucky. So everything ended up being explainable, but somehow that made it even worse. I didn't sleep well that night, and when my friend offered to drive me to the train station across the river the following evening, I accepted.
My friend Josh and we have been saving up some extra money on the side so that we can book a weekend at this Airbnb that we had been looking at for well over 6 months. It was in Portland, Oregon, and it was ridiculously expensive, but we thought it would be worth every penny. After all, it was exactly what we needed. It was a perfect getaway. We could finally be away from work, away from all the unnecessary drama, away from everything, just us 2 best friends, in a cabin in the woods off some back roads with access to a private lake, and a whole lot of privacy, or so we thought. We traveled in my van, and man, did we bring everything we could fit. I mean it. Like, we probably would not have been able to fit another box in there if we tried. Anyways, it was a nice road trip. I love road trips, and it was only an hour and 30-ish minutes or so of a drive as well, so not too bad. When we got there, it was just heading into the afternoon, so we unpacked everything real quick and had lunch. Just a couple sandwiches and chips. We were trying to decide what we wanted to do for the day. I told Josh I was really looking forward to going out on the boat so we could cruise, and probably go fishing as well. We brought the camp chairs out and sat down for a little while outside in the small porch area that we had. We were just letting everything soak in, relaxing. It was so nice. I remember how happy and excited I was. A little while later, we grabbed our drinks, hopped into our bathing suits, brought some snacks, our fishing gear, and a few other things so we could enjoy our day out in the water. We actually both caught a bass, and we were pretty happy with that, so we decided it was time to cruise. We spent about 20 minutes maybe just speeding through the lake. We wanted to get back home soon though, so we could get ready for dinner and figure out what else we wanted to do while we still had some daylight left. Now keep in mind, the cabin we were staying in, there were no other cabins or people or anything of that nature for at least a mile radius that we knew of. So we had all the freedom to do what we wanted, as loud as we wanted. It was literally so beautiful. We were surrounded by trees and nature. It was just pure bliss. Right in front of our cabin was a long trail that led to a lake. The scenery is something out of a movie. Anyways, it was getting late. After we ate dinner, we decided to hang out by the fire for a bit. We stayed out there for a few hours, having a few beers and such. It was a long day though, so we were beat by like 11 o'clock. We both woke up really early that morning, and we had a long drive, and we had been in the sun all day. Plus I only got a few hours of sleep the night prior, so we both ventured off to bed. We were just cleaning things up real quick outside before we were heading in for the night. And that's right when I saw something. I saw a tall, shadowy figure out of the corner of my eye. What the? I thought to myself. I rubbed my eyes in hopes I could see a bit clearer, but it was gone when I opened my eyes. That was very strange, but we're in the woods, so I just played it off as it could be anything and that it probably wasn't anything harmful. I had a bad feeling though, I'm not going to lie. I didn't tell Josh about it though, because I didn't want to seem like I was scared or crazy, you know? But maybe I should have, and I wish I would have got a better look the first time, because maybe we would have been able to do something sooner, rather than be awoken to an ominous light tapping noise on the front door. Josh was out cold, but I heard it right away. At least I assumed, because I'm a light sleeper and I was very on edge. Josh, dude, wake up. He was in a dreamlike state for a moment, but he awoke fairly quickly. Dude, there's someone at our door. What? He quickly went over to the door like he was about to open it. Dude, are you kidding me? Don't open the door, what are you, nuts? I whispered. Also guys, like I said, please understand that this was a huge red flag. We were literally a mile into the woods on private property. I explained that to him and reiterated it multiple times before he realized too that something was wrong. The knocking continued, except louder this time. "Hello?" the man said from behind the door. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a good look at him through the window from anywhere in the cabin because of where he was standing. He was like sort of in a blind spot. He started banging on the door profusely, no words though, but very aggressively nonetheless. "Dude, get out of here, right now. Leave. I don't care what you want or who you are. Leave now. Do not make me tell you again." Josh was practically yelling at this point. This was really strange because he only kept knocking and he didn't say anything. I don't know, but that sounds like some serial killer shit to me. I didn't know at the time, but apparently Josh had a concealed weapons permit, meaning he could carry legally. He pulled it out and opened the door slowly. He didn't have his gun drawn at him yet though. We both stepped back a few steps as he opened the door. The man was standing and staring, looking directly at us. He had a black ski mask on and an all camo outfit and gloves on. He was probably like 6'4" or 6'5". The man saw that Josh had a gun and he took off running. Josh kind of followed after him a bit and yelled at him not to come back, or next time you won't be able to run away, he yelled. I kind of started having a panic attack a little. Dude, that guy was absolutely nuts. What the hell even was that? We couldn't believe that just happened. I'm not sure if he was trying to prey on someone who he thought was alone, or if he was just trying to rob us, or if he was only just trying to scare us, or who knew what he wanted. But we ended up staying the rest of our time there at the Airbnb because we already paid for it and we didn't want to let some jerk ruin it for us. We didn't think he was coming back anyways. I mean, it wouldn't be very smart of him to do so. We enjoyed the rest of our time there, a little bit more on edge than usual, but he never came back.
When I was a senior in high school, I was in a class called Lifetime Fitness. It was a really easy class where we basically just played games like golf, tennis, and basketball. One day, we had a planned field trip to go canoeing and fishing at a lake. I wasn't much of a fisher, and I really didn't like to swim, but it got me out of 2 other classes because it was a 3-hour field trip. So overall, I was glad to go. It was about a 30-minute drive to get there, and once we did, we had the options to go fishing or canoeing. The lake was pretty big and had a park area with a dock and a large woods around it. I went fishing with my friend Sean for a little while. I had no interest in canoeing, so we decided to go for a walk on a path in the woods after we were done fishing. I didn't think we were supposed to be leaving the area where we were, but we were high school kids and we knew when to be back and where. We walked for about 15 minutes talking about school and sports, and then Sean had to pee, so he walked a couple of feet into the woods. When he came back, he said he noticed a bright green color coming from the woods. The woods was fairly thick, but when we went in and looked closer, we could see the green that appeared to be a tent. We didn't know who would be in a tent out there, but we were curious, so we decided to investigate. As we approached the tent, we saw some blankets next to it, and then we peeked inside. There were more blankets, some food, and even cleaning supplies. It appeared that somebody was living in there. Then we saw the drugs. There were many bottles of alcohol and various other drugs in the corner, partially under a blanket. We debated going back and reporting it. Just then, we heard noises of something in the woods coming from the path. We turned and ran a little farther into the woods, and then looked back to see a very skinny and dirty-looking man walking to the tent. He approached the tent, and then he saw that it was open. We heard him shout an expletive and then look around. Sean had already took off running. I followed, and it didn't take long for the man to see us and begin to run after us. We ran as fast as we could, getting hit with many tree branches and plants. Eventually, we reached the lake. We chose to run along the edge of it, and after a couple minutes, we couldn't see the man anymore or hear him. We were now lost, though. We tried to walk quietly and make our way back to the path or out of the woods somehow. We walked and walked for what felt like forever. Then, we came across the man again. He saw us and began to chase us again. We took off running, but this time we split up. Sean went one direction and I went the other. The man ended up chasing after me. I saw him pick up a stick and run with it. I knew I was faster than him, but with all the trees, it was hard to get around, and I also didn't know where I was. After about a minute, I had gotten far enough away from the man, and then I saw him trip over a log and fall over. I kept running, and before long, I had lost him. About 10 minutes later, I was able to get back on the path. I then texted Sean, and eventually he made it out. We walked back to the dock with about 20 minutes to spare before our field trip was over.
As a cashier at Little Caesars, the late-night shifts are usually uneventful, with the hum of the oven and the occasional ring of the doorbell breaking the monotony. It was just past 10 p.m. when he walked in, a disheveled man in his mid-50s, with a look of impatience etched on his face. He demanded a pepperoni pizza. I glanced at the timer. 10 minutes. "Sir, it will be about 10 minutes for your pizza," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. His eyes darkened.
10 minutes? That's too long.
He grumbled but stepped outside, muttering something under his breath. I went back to my tasks, the uneasy feeling in my stomach growing. I had dealt with irate customers before, but there was something off about him. I shook off the feeling and focused on getting the pizzas out. Minutes later, the doorbell chimed again. He was back, and this time, he was not alone. In his hands was an AK-47, the cold metal glinting under the fluorescent lights. My heart stopped.
"Where's my pizza?"
He roared, pointing the weapon at me. The few customers in the store froze, their faces masks of terror. "Please, sir, it's almost ready," I stammered, my mind racing. The pizza wasn't worth this. Nothing was worth this.
"I want it now."
He swung the gun around, aiming it at my coworkers, at the customers, before settling back on me. A man in the back, holding his own pepperoni pizza, slowly stepped forward, his hands trembling.
"Here, take mine,"
he said, offering the box. The gunman snatched it from him, eyes wild. He backed toward the door, his weapon still trained on us.
"Next time, don't make me wait."
He snarled before disappearing into the night. The silence that followed was suffocating. Slowly, everyone started to move, to breathe again. The police arrived shortly after, taking statements, but I was numb. The reality of what happened hit me like a freight train. I never saw the man again, but the image of him, the terror in that moment, has stayed with me. Every time the doorbell rings, I feel a pang of fear, a reminder of how quickly the ordinary can become a nightmare. The story involves a man named Charles Doty Jr. who, in November 2021, brought an AK-47 into a Little Caesars in Knoxville, Tennessee, after being told his pizza would take 10 minutes to be ready. He demanded the pizza immediately and even pointed the weapon at employees. Another customer eventually gave him a pizza to defuse the situation. Doty was charged and has since pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated assault, with his sentencing scheduled for later this year.
One man allegedly went too far when he was told his Little Caesars pizza was not hot and ready, pulling an AK-47 on employees and demanding his food ASAP. Customer, identified by police as 53-year-old Charles Doty Jr., reportedly became upset when he was told he would have to wait 10 minutes for a pepperoni pizza. Morrell says he left the store, went to his car, and came back with the weapon.
Disbelief.
It was a rainy Thursday evening, the kind of night where the sky seemed to press down on the world, and the streets were slick with a constant drizzle. I had just finished a grueling day at work and was craving the comfort of a Little Caesars pizza. I swung by the familiar location, expecting the usual quick in-and-out transaction. As I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed only one other car, a beat-up, old sedan that looked like it had seen better days. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed, casting a harsh glow on the empty tables. I shrugged off the eerie feeling and walked in, the bell above the door chiming to announce my arrival. Behind the counter stood a man I hadn't seen before. He was large, very large, with a stained apron barely covering his ample girth. His face was sweaty, and his eyes seemed to glisten in the artificial light. Despite his imposing appearance, he greeted me with a surprisingly friendly smile.
Evening. What can I get for you?
His voice was deep, but there was a strange, almost desperate eagerness to it. Just a large pepperoni, please. I replied, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling gnawing at my stomach. As he prepared my pizza, I couldn't help but notice how methodical he was. Each motion was precise, almost ritualistic. The way he sprinkled the cheese and placed the pepperoni slices seemed oddly deliberate. There was an unsettling silence, broken only by the hum of the ovens and the rhythmic tap of the man's movements. I tried to make small talk to ease the tension. So, been working here long? He glanced up, his eyes meeting mine for a brief moment before returning to the pizza.
A few months. Just trying to get by, you know?
I nodded, though I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his story. Something about him seemed off, like he was hiding something. But I dismissed my suspicions as paranoia brought on by the weather and my own fatigue. Once the pizza was ready, he handed it to me with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I paid and left, the bell chiming again as I exited. The rain had picked up, so I hurried to my car, eager to get home and relax. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw the man standing at the window, watching me leave. Back home, I settled in front of the TV with my pizza, trying to unwind. As I bit into the first slice, a strange taste hit my tongue. It was metallic and wrong. I spit it out and inspected the slice, finding something that looked disturbingly like a fragment of bone. My stomach churned. I tossed the pizza aside and decided to call the police. Something wasn't right, and I needed answers. The officers arrived quickly and took the pizza as evidence, promising to investigate further. The next day, I received a call from the detective assigned to the case. His voice was grim.
Sir, we need you to come down to the station. There's something you need to see.
At the station, the detective led me to a room where a series of photographs were laid out on a table. They showed the inside of the Little Caesars kitchen, and what they revealed made my blood run cold. There were human remains, limbs, organs, and bones, hidden among the kitchen equipment. The man from the night before had been using human flesh as toppings for the pizzas. The detective explained that the man, whose name was Jerry, had been a drifter with a history of mental illness. He had managed to secure the job at Little Caesars a few months ago, and since then, several people had gone missing in the area. It was only by chance that I had stumbled upon his horrifying secret. The police found evidence of his gruesome activities in the basement of the building, where he had been storing and processing the bodies. The victims had been customers, lured in by the promise of a quick meal, only to become ingredients in Jerry's twisted culinary creations. I was horrified, unable to comprehend how close I had come to becoming one of his victims. The thought of having eaten even a single bite of that pizza made me sick to my core. Jerry was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, but the damage he had done would haunt me forever. Since that night, I've been unable to step foot in a pizza place. The simple pleasure of a hot slice has been tainted by the memory of that rainy Thursday and the man behind the counter. The world seemed a much darker place, where even the most mundane routines could hide unspeakable horrors.
For almost 3 years, I worked overnight at a fast food restaurant as the drive-thru attendant. My college class schedule was unusual and was only part-time, so working overnight actually made my life a lot easier to get schoolwork done during the day. For the most part, my shifts would go by slow and would be very uneventful. However, sometimes strange things would happen. My manager always did his best to make sure 2 people were scheduled overnight, but every once in a while we'd have to be alone for the night. Thankfully, most of the weird things would happen with my coworker there with me, but with this one incident I wasn't so lucky. My main coworker that worked overnights with me was taking his vacation week, so that left me alone 3 out of the 5 night shifts that I worked that week. My first 2 nights went as usual with no problems. It was slow and all the drive-thru customers' orders were small and simple. On the 3rd night, it started out slow as well, with only 5 to 10 customers coming every hour, ordering a small snack or a drink. Then around 2 a.m., there was a long break of nobody showing up for almost 45 minutes. I kept my headset on in case someone pulled into the drive-thru, but decided to start cleaning while I had extra time. There wasn't really anything else to do, so cleaning was my way of passing the time. I'm not really sure how long I was cleaning for, as I was never interrupted. But I passed by the front counter at one point and noticed bright headlights shining through the front window of the store. The car was parked right outside the doors. Our restaurant's dining room closed at 9 p.m. every night, and only kept the drive-thru open, so it was a little weird that someone was parked there. But of course, I didn't really think too much of it, as they could have just parked to pull up directions on their iPhone or something, so I continued with my cleaning. A few minutes later, though, my headset beeped, signaling that a customer was in the drive-thru lane. I quickly made my way to the window and asked how I could help them. A man spoke softly, asking for a large soda. I told him to pull forward, then began pouring his fountain drink as usual. The guy pulled up really quickly, though, so I was still pouring the drink, but I could see in the corner of my eye that he was looking in the window at the restaurant. Some people did this, but I never understood why because it makes it really awkward. But I finished up and handed him the drink. He gave me exact change, then I thanked him, telling him to have a good night as I stepped away and went back to cleaning. I wiped down a few counters and reorganized a small shelf, but as I passed by the window, I jumped back a little, as the man was still there, staring at me. "Did you need something else, sir?" He didn't respond for a moment, not even reacting to my question, before he finally said no and drove away. The guy must have been sitting there looking in the window for a whole 5 minutes while I was cleaning, which was really creepy and weird, but I knew the doors to the restaurant were locked, so I still felt somewhat safe. Again, I kept my headset on and went over to the front counters to wipe them down. A few more minutes go by before there's a beep in the headset again, but when I got to the computer and asked what they wanted, nobody answered. I asked again, and still got no response, so I turned around and looked at the cameras behind me that showed live footage of the drive-thru line. Strangely, the car passed the ordering station and was stopped several feet behind the window I was standing at. I looked closer and could recognize the car as the man from just a few minutes ago. At this point, I was starting to get pretty nervous, so I backed away from the window and stood around the corner. The way I was positioned, I was out of sight from the window, but I could still see the footage from the camera. I couldn't tell what the guy in the car was doing, but I could see movement in the grainy video. A minute later, he pulls the car up quickly and starts banging on the window aggressively. I was startled, but after a few moments, he speeds his car out of the drive-thru lane and parks right in front of the front door. The driver door swings open and the man gets out, holding something in his hand as he quickly approaches the front door. I immediately grabbed the store phone and called 911 as the man aggressively shook the handles, trying to force the locked doors open. Thankfully, he gave up after a few tries and ran back to his car, driving away. The police made sure I was okay when they arrived, and I told them what had happened. From what I heard, they came back in the morning to speak with my manager and collect the camera footage so that they could get a license plate. I was never updated on the situation after that, though, so I'm not really sure if he was caught. I've always assumed the man was attempting a robbery, but there's no way to know for sure. Being alone that night made me an easy target, though, and a lot of horrible things could have happened, and there would have been no one there to help me.
I'm a female, and used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts about 3 or 4 years ago. I only worked there for about 3 months, and the job wasn't really for me. When I worked there, I would do a little bit of everything. He was often helping people in the drive-thru. One day when I was working, a man came through the drive-thru and ordered a coffee. When he got to the window and I handed it to him, he asked me for my number, and he seemed sort of creepy. I told the man no, but tried to be nice to him. He seemed a lot older than me. He was a big guy with a slight beard and brownish hair that was messy. The guy said okay to me and then left. Things like this didn't happen often, but would occasionally, and normally it wasn't a big deal. But later in that day, the man came back. It was about 2 hours later, and he walked inside the restaurant this time. I had moved to working near the front counter, and didn't even remember him at first because of how busy we had been. It wasn't as busy now, though, as it was later, and the man came up to the counter and asked me if I remembered him. At that point is when I did, and he started talking to me, asking me if I wanted to go out with him. I told him that I was working and I didn't want to. I then told him I didn't have time to talk, and if he wasn't going to order anything, I had to help the next person in line. He then put his hands up and said, "All right," and then started to walk away. It was the afternoon now, and we closed at 8 p.m., so I only had a few hours left. I got back to work and didn't see the man again during my shift. The last hour was very quiet, and as the sun set and it got dark out, we would rarely get very many customers. My coworker Anna went to sweep the floors of the restaurant, which is something that we usually did shortly before closing. I started to do some cleaning behind the counters. Anna came back a few minutes later and said to me that there was a guy who seemed to be pacing and walking around the parking lot. There were no other cars there other than ours, and she mentioned how it seemed a little weird because he kept looking over. I came out from behind the counter and looked out the window. It was the same man who had talked to me 2 times earlier that day. I told Anna this, and we both figured that he knew we were closing and was waiting for me to leave. We both were very concerned, and I decided to call my dad. Luckily, we lived only a few miles away, and it wasn't too far of a drive. My dad said he would be there soon, and when he arrived, he was able to pick me up right outside the door so I didn't have to talk to the man. He drove Anna and I to our cars, which were at the other end of the parking lot, but we didn't have to deal with the guy who was being extremely creepy. When we all left, we saw the guy just standing in the middle of the parking lot watching us. I didn't work at Dunkin' much longer after that, and never worked another closing shift or saw the man again, luckily. But I do wonder what would have happened if I had walked to my car by myself that night.
This happened about 3 weeks ago. It was roughly about 3:30 in the morning, and I was watching some YouTube videos. I saw my dog's ears perk up, and he walked to the back door. I figured he needed to use the restroom, so I went to let him out. When I made it over to the door, I unlocked it, and I was about to open the door, when something then told me to click the light on first. When I did so, I then saw something quickly flash behind the side of my house. I felt uneasy, but I opened the door and let the dog out. He immediately bolted to the side that I saw the flash, and then disappeared into the dark. I then grabbed my dad's 12-gauge shotgun that we keep hidden by the back door for emergencies. I grabbed my spotlight and looked around, but I couldn't really see from the porch. I closed the door and I stepped off the porch, calling my dog's name. Eventually he came running back to me, and I took him back into the house. But when I reached the door, I saw that it was cracked open. This frightened me, mostly because I was alone for the weekend, and I know I closed the door. As I approached the back door, gun in hand, I saw a light moving around in my house. I put my dog on his chain and then slowly moved into the house. When I got into the room where the light was coming from, which was my sister's room, I slowly and quietly nudged the door open with my barrel. And when I turned on the light, I saw a large man wielding one of my knives from my bedroom. I told the man to drop the knife and get the fuck out of my house before I shoot him. He promptly dropped my knife, and he then proceeded to jump out of my sister's window like this was some kind of action movie or something. I fired 3 shots into the air as he ran away. I don't know who this man was or what he had planned, but whoever he was, if he happens to return, the next time, there will not be a warning.
This happened around 8 years ago.
My then husband and I had just found out we were expecting our son. Now, at the time, we were living with my parents. But since we were expecting, we decided that we should try and find our own place. Well, we ended up finding a single-wide trailer for rent. It was in a decent-looking trailer park, and it wasn't really that fancy at all. But it was our own place, and we were really excited about it. Well, turns out, our neighbor who was the trailer right beside ours was our landlord. And we found out when we went to pick up our keys and pay for our deposit. And he seemed very nice. About a week after moving in, I had a doctor's appointment. So my husband and I were walking out of the house to get into the car. And we then heard a door slam. And we noticed that our landlord was running towards us. We asked if anything was wrong, but he said no. But that he wanted to ask how we were doing and settling in. We told him everything was great, and that we're doing really fine. And he goes on to ask where we were going, and just how long we would be gone. Basically, being kinda nosy. That made me feel off. Anyways, on the way to the appointment, I started getting this dreadful feeling. Later on after the appointment, when we finally got home, we noticed that the door to our trailer was unlocked. Which is very strange. Now, I'm very OCD when it comes to locking my doors and windows and the like, and when I then told my husband I was absolutely positive that I locked the door, he just shrugged it off, saying it must be pregnancy brain, so I just let it go. My husband worked the night shift, so from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. pretty much I'm home alone. I was laying on my couch when I then heard someone beating on my back door. I got up and checked it out, and sure enough, it's my landlord. I also want to add that this was all around 3 a.m. I opened the door and I asked if everything was okay, to which he replied with, "Yeah, I just wanted to tell you if you need anything during the night while your husband's at work, just let me know." I just thanked him and said okay, and then went to shut the door. As I did so, however, he just kept standing there, smiling widely, and just kind of giving me the creeps. I shut and locked the door. After that encounter with the landlord, I decided to call my husband and tell him about the landlord, and how he's really giving me a lot of bizarre and creepy vibes. He just told me to keep the doors locked, and don't answer the door if he knocks again. I said okay, and finally fell asleep. Well, it's now about 2 nights later. I was home alone again around 2 a.m. when our dog started barking absolutely crazy and just going insane, which is not like him at all. I looked out the window to check what was going on that would cause my dog to react that way, and I see none other than the landlord standing in our backyard right behind our house. I totally started panicking. I make sure the house is locked up, and I stay awake all night long until my husband got home the next day. My husband confronted the landlord, which of course this made him very upset. But for about a month, we didn't have another problem out of him. Fast forward to around Christmas time. My husband had to go out of town for work, so I was going to be home alone for 2 nights. The second day I was home alone, I decided to go to my parents' house and spend the day there. So when I left the house, I made sure to check all of my doors and windows 3 times, just to make sure they were locked this time. Around 10 p.m., I got home, and to my surprise, my door was fully unlocked. I slowly walked in the house, and there was no sign of anything unusual. That is, until I went to the bedroom. Once I got in, I saw what looked like someone had went through our closet and my dresser. Not my husband's, but mine. I freaked out, but instead of calling the cops, I drove back to my parents and stayed there for the rest of the night. The next day, when my husband returned home from work, he confronted the landlord, asking if he went into our home. He totally denied anything of the sort, and he started acting really offended over the whole thing. We wanted to move, but we didn't really have the extra money to do that. But we did get an idea to try and figure out what the hell exactly was happening when we weren't home. And that idea, you ask? Hidden cameras. We secretly installed cameras in our trailer, and then we went and stayed at a friend's house for the night. Well, the next day when we returned home, we checked the cameras, and I still can't believe it to this day. But there was our landlord going into our home and trying on my clothes. Not just my clothes though, but also my underwear and bras as well. He then masturbated to my pictures. I was completely fucking horrified by this. We really should have taken legal action, but we didn't. We just got the hell out of there and officially moved out the next day. We didn't have a lease or anything. It was just a month-to-month kind of rental, so we got really lucky with that. We stayed with our friends until we could get another place. It's been about 8 years since this happened. Me and my husband split up.
This story has always been at the back of my mind. I'm 23 now. Let me explain the house that we lived in. It was an upstairs-downstairs. In the upstairs, there was one bedroom, long hallway to the bathroom, where I was. So I started a new job. I was 20 at the time. I was a trainee at a hairdresser's. I spent the whole day on my feet, making coffees, tea, and brushing up the hair on the floor. Doesn't seem like hard work, but the hairdressers were very busy because a bride was in with their bridesmaids trying out different hairstyles, so I had to stay a bit longer. I started at 9 and finished at 5, so after my shift, all I could think about was a nice warm bath. My legs were killing me. I lived with my boyfriend, who was out of town doing some jobs for his dad to help pay the rent. It was a fairly nice house. It belonged to his brother, who allowed us to move in. As soon as I got home, relaxed for a bit, then went upstairs. Ran my bath, locked the door, and got in it. So at this point, I was drifting away in a very relaxing hot bath, but then I heard a noise on the stairs, and it startled me. I convinced myself I was being paranoid because I don't like being home alone, but then I heard it again. It was like someone was slowly sneaking up the stairs. I still lay in the bath, making sure the water didn't splash. While I was doing this, I listened, and I wasn't being paranoid. Someone was sneaking up the stairs, very slowly, step by step. I'm laying in the bath, terrified with tears running down my face. The noise had moved from the stairs to the hallway, and it was getting closer. Closer until it stopped outside my bathroom door. I froze, no movement, and I even held my breath. I don't know how long this happened, but it felt like hours. I could hear breathing against the door, a light faint tap on the door. I stayed quiet and prayed that they didn't bust the door down. It must have lasted a few minutes, but it felt like forever. My fear was confirmed. Very loud feet were making their way back down the stairs, and my back door slammed open. I jumped out the bath, ran down the hall, and grabbed the phone, which we had in our bedroom, straight back to the bathroom and locked the door. I called the police. My skin was wrinkled from the water. I was shaking, crying on the phone to the operator. She told me to stay in the bathroom with the door locked until 2 police officers would come, and she would tell me when they were there. Dripping wet, with my back pressed against the bathroom door, shivering, I waited. We stayed on the phone until the police came, and they checked the back and front door, and the back door was wide open. I stayed in the bathroom until a police officer shouted up that it was safe to come out. He shouted up, and I ran down the stairs like my life depended on it. The woman officer calmed me down while I told her what had happened. She asked me, could it have been my boyfriend or anyone I knew? The answer was no. His brother moved away, my family didn't live near me anymore, and my boyfriend was out of town. He was at his dad's helping with the job. Nothing was stolen, and everything was in place except the back door was hanging wide open. They took my statement and asked me if there was anywhere that I could go, and honestly the answer was no. I was told to get a security system like an alarm. The police did a great job. I felt much better that they had checked the house, around the neighborhood, and even warned the neighbors. I couldn't get a hold of my boyfriend until he came home. I told him what happened, and he was shocked, and then the neighbor had someone try to break in her house later during the night. Now I'm 23, and I no longer live in that house, but still with my boyfriend. We have a huge dog, a German Shepherd who is a guard dog, but I still fear taking baths at home alone. I have a nightlight which goes off when someone enters our garden, and a security system. As for the person who did it, they were never caught.
I joined the gym for the first time 3 months ago. Now, a gym is really the last place you'd expect something scary to happen. But last week, I had the most horrific experience of my life. I wear one of those wireless headphones when I go to the gym because the wired ones always get in the way and they're just annoying. Sometimes I leave my phone on a workout machine when I walk to the water fountain. And when the phone gets too far away from the headphones start getting all staticky before disconnecting. I only knew because it happened a couple of times before when I walked away too far from my phone in the gym. Well, one late night last week, I was one of the last people still in the gym. I was on one of the seated machines. While I was pushing towards my final reps, the music in my headphones started to get staticky, until my headset said, disconnected from phone. I stopped my set and reached over to the phone compartment on top of the machine, and I was filled with worry when I couldn't feel my phone. It wasn't there. I looked around the gym desperately, thinking that someone might have taken it. I only saw 2 other people in the whole gym, excluding the guy sitting at the front desk. One guy was really fat and sweaty, and the other guy was sitting on one of the machines looking down on his phone. Which one of these could have taken my phone? Could have been either of them. I had to approach the guy sitting on his phone as much as I didn't want to. He had his earbuds on, so when I approached him, he looked at me with a confused look on his face, as if he didn't want to talk to me. He took the earbud out and looked at me, and I firmly asked him, "Did you take my phone?" He looked at me in silence for a couple of seconds and then said, "No." There was an obvious attitude. I asked him if he saw anyone else walking by recently, and he just shook his head. I said thanks and walked away, when deep down I wanted to tell him to quit being a dick. I went to the front desk and asked the worker to check the video cameras and see once and for all who actually took my phone. As the guy working in the front clicked around on his computer, the rude guy I spoke to walked past me and out the exit. The worker then turned the computer screen so that I could see it and clicked play on a video, which showed the guy who just left 15 seconds ago taking my phone. I thanked the employee and ran to catch the guy who just left. But by the time I got outside, the guy was nowhere to be found. The scary thing that sunk in right away was the fact that I recently disabled my passcode blocks on my phone, meaning he had access to all my apps, all my texts, pictures, emails, all of my data. Basically, I went back inside and asked the employee to track that man's membership info. But when he checked the cameras, that guy didn't even check in. He simply walked past the counter unnoticed. So there were no records of this guy even being a member of the gym. The footage showed that he suspiciously walked around between the machines, looking around, a lot like a nervous person. I asked the employee to report that to the police. He said he'd show it to his boss tomorrow. The next day, I called my best friend Tom so I could tell him why I wasn't answering his texts for a while, and to also see if he could tell all my other friends what had happened. He started to freak out on the phone, begging me to tell him I was kidding about losing my phone. He told me that someone had been sending him texts and came to his house. I didn't understand, so he said he'd be over to show me. 10 minutes later, Tom got to my house and showed me a long conversation between him and someone using my phone, pretending to be me. It started out with the person on my phone saying, "Can I stay at your place tonight?" I got into a huge fight with my parents. Tom said, "Yeah, let me know when you can come over." Then the guy who was using my phone said, "Can you just leave the back door open? I'm going to be super late and I don't want to wake you." The conversation went on a little while longer before Tom finally agreed to just leave the back door unlocked. Tom went back to sleep under the impression that it was actually me who would be coming through the back door. When we finished reading the conversation, Tom looked at me and said, "We need to check the cameras." We rushed to his house together and watched the footage captured on the cameras throughout his house. I was disturbed, but also not surprised to see that the man from the gym who took my phone walked in through the back door of Tom's house. He scavenged the place, grabbing expensive household objects and throwing them into his pockets. He moved from the den to the kitchen and eventually upstairs. I saw the fear in Tom's face when he watched the man on the camera on the upstairs hallway, opening his bedroom door, stepping in for about 20 seconds and then come back out, leaving the door open. The man was in the house for about 10 minutes before sneaking back out the back door. It looked like he took a lot of valuables. Tom and I sent their video footage to the police, and when I went back to the gym, the manager told me that she'd be sending in their footage as well. 3 months later, not a word from the police. So whoever stole my phone and snuck into Tom's house got away with it scot-free.
There was once a Chuck E. Cheese in my town. It was always fun to pass by and see the kids, the parents, and the parties. But one day it was closed, never to be reopened, all because of me. Me and my best friend Ralph loved Chuck E. Cheese with all of our hearts. Every Wednesday our parents would generously give us $10 of tokens so we could go play by ourselves after school. We were in 6th grade now. Schoolmates would make fun of us for our obsession, but we didn't care. We were grateful to get our tokens each week. Today was different though. We had hatched a genius plan. I had told my mom I was sleeping at Ralph's, and Ralph had told his mom he was sleeping over at my house. We were on a mission to stay overnight at Chuck E. Cheese. We chose the ball pit as our hiding spot, so when it was about 5 minutes to closing, we each made sure no one was looking, and then ducked our heads beneath the multicolored balls. The announcement that they were closing came, then the lights turned off one by one. We breathed as quietly as possible and tried to stifle our giggles about how we were actually getting away with this. The employees cleaned up for what seemed like an eternity, but after 20 minutes had gone by since we had heard any voices or the door close, we erupted out of the ball pit with such force and excitement that the balls flew over the net and across the room. "Luke, we did it!" Ralph screamed in absolute joy. All of the lights were off except for the stage, where we could clearly see Munch's make-believe band looking excited as ever. We walked around the room filled with dark screens, wondering what to do next. Everything seemed normal at first, until it wasn't. I had been staring at Helen up on the stage for just a moment when I turned around and Ralph was nowhere to be found. "Ralph!" I called out. No answer. He must have gone to the bathroom, I thought to myself. I waited 5 long minutes. The more I stared at Chucky, the more I saw his grin widen. I have to be imagining this, I thought. My heart began racing. "Ralph!" I called out as I walked backwards toward the bathroom. Suddenly, not wanting to take my eyes off Chucky, to my horror, there was no answer again. I finally let my eyes slip away from Chuck. As I ran into the boys' room hoping to see Ralph, I looked under each stall. Nothing. I began hyperventilating, and I ran back into the dimly lit room. My heart fell to the floor as I noticed something missing. All of the animatronics were up there, except Chucky. "Ralph!" I screamed out at the top of my lungs now, absolutely terrified. Suddenly, I heard a soft cry coming out of the ball pit. There was Ralph's hand, desperately reaching out of the pit as if he was drowning. But before I could reach him, he was pulled down underneath completely, where he shrieked like I've never heard anyone shriek before. "Ralph!" I yelled, ready to jump in, but it was too late. Slowly, a substance began leaking from the pit and overflowing all over the balls. It was blood. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw Chuck. He was smiling by the soda fountain, a huge knife in his hands. He raised his hand up and waved at me. "Are you having fun, Luke?" he said with a huge laugh. With my adrenaline taking hold of me, I sprinted for the door, knowing it was locked and I knew I needed something to break the glass. "Come on, I just want to play," I heard Chuck's voice say as he traveled closer. Thankfully, I saw a chair that had been placed near the door, left by a night shift employee. I grabbed it and I hit the glass as hard as possible. It cracked, but it didn't break, only causing an alarm to go off. Ah! I screamed out of frustration. I hit it 2 more times before it broke. Without hesitation, I leaped out the hole, cutting my arms and legs as I did. I was halfway through the parking lot before I looked back. Chuck stood there looking through the window and waved one last farewell with a hand, but not his hand. Ralph's.
Wow, guys, that was truly horrific. If you guys made it through that story, comment down below and let us know how many stories you can make it through. This next one is even worse than the last, so try not to have a panic attack. Chuck E. Cheese pizza. It holds a nostalgic place in many of our hearts. It used to do the same for me. But what if I told you I had an experience with the pizza that was so disgusting and traumatic, it would make you never want a slice again? I went on my cousin's birthday. She was turning 8, so she was bright-eyed and excited. Meanwhile, I wasn't looking forward to the screaming kids and the stinky feet smell, but at least I got free pizza out of it. I sat down with my mom as we waited for the server to bring the pie to us. It was a special new type of pizza I'd never heard of. It had been added to the menu just today, I guess. It was called the Lori Special. They told us that it was a limited time special and it had extra cheese, sauce, and delicious mystery toppings. At the time, the element of mystery was exciting and we had our mouths watering. I hope it's extra sausage, I said to my mom excitedly. Come on, bacon would be better, she said playfully. After about 20 minutes, the first strange thing happened. Instead of a regular employee coming to give us the pizza, Chucky came out. All the kids ran up to him excitedly, expecting to be greeted with a dance or a ticket splash. Instead, he ignored them and silently, without a word, plopped the pizza in front of us. My mother kindly said thank you to him to break the awkward silence, but he still remained silent, staring at us with his big eyes, until he abruptly ran back to the kitchen. We were puzzled, but hungry enough to ignore the weird encounter and the strange smell coming from the pizza, which was covered in pepperoni, sausage, bacon, and one last meat I couldn't identify. I picked up a piece and hesitantly took a bite. I instantly felt like vomiting. The sauce tasted like pennies and the cheese tasted like it was expired. But worst of all, I had bitten into a hard chunk of the mystery meat. I spat the meat chunks out onto my plate, only to be mortified by what I saw. A human fingertip. My mother screamed at the top of her lungs, "I'm calling the police!" The whole restaurant erupted in a confused panic. The manager came out confused and distraught and helped my mom dial the police. It was all a blur. All I could think about was the Chucky and how he stared at us as I sunk my teeth into the flesh. The cops said a girl named Lori had gone missing about a week ago. And it all came back to me. The Lori Special. None of this was supposed to be going on. Till this day, every time I hear the name Chuck E. Cheese, I vomit.
So here are the events that have transpired in the past 2 hours or so, and a little backstory as to why this is freaking me out so much. My partner and I have recently moved back into my childhood home with my parents, while our own house is being built to save some cash and not have to move instantly from our rental when it's complete. My parents own 3 Australian native birds, and earlier tonight I was updating my Snapchat story to show my friends, as many of them always ask what the birds' names are and what they look like. I took 3 Snapchat videos, one after the other, and just put them on my story without worrying about retakes or what I look like, so please forgive me for the uploads. Anyways, within about 15 minutes of uploading, I received an SMS message from one of my good, but not great friends that said, "You bearded beasts, those birds are mad. By the way, the fuck was that in your window behind you in the last one?" I had no idea what he was going on about, so I went and watched my own Snapchat stories a couple of times. On the 3rd or 4th watch, I saw what he was talking about, and my stomach sank. I almost started to have a panic attack, and I'm still pretty shaken up. I immediately saved my story videos and put them onto my computer to see them larger. In the last Snapchat video I sent, it kind of looks like someone is at the door, looking in, with their hands cupped against the door. It's hard to tell because Snapchat videos are very poor quality, and the door is only in frame for probably 1 second. Whatever is in the 3rd Snapchat video, however, is definitely not in the first video when the door is in full view. I was the only person home at the time, and that particular door leads to the backyard, which is only accessible via a single locked gate. Here are the 3 videos I saved from my story.
So the first one of my parents' little birds is this little guy. It is little Leo. He's a cockatiel. The second little bird of my parents is a rainbow lorikeet. His name is Oliver. And there he is. And here I am with my good little mate, Puffin.
To add some backstory as to why this has me freaking out so much. To do that, I have to quickly talk about my childhood teenage years up until I moved out with my partner at age 18. From about age 8 until age 10, I had episodes of sleep paralysis, 1 or 2 times a month, where it felt like a weight was sitting on my chest, and I couldn't breathe for about 40 seconds at a time. This led to insomnia and anxiety about bedtime, as I dreaded feeling helpless. I ended up seeing a child psychologist, and whether that was or was not the reason, the episodes largely went away, only once or twice a year until age 13. At age 12 or 13, for seemingly no reason at all, I started to get chronic episodes almost every night that lasted minutes to tens of minutes at a time. During these episodes, I could breathe, but couldn't move. The worst thing about these episodes, however, is that I felt like something was in the room with me and meant me no harm, common for people who experience sleep paralysis. At roughly age 14, things really took a turn, and I started to hear and see things during maybe 1 in 10 of my episodes, also pretty common for people who experience sleep paralysis. The things I heard were never too crazy and over the top, and were usually just thuds and creaks. However, when it came to seeing things, there was always one reoccurring thing: a faceless person looking into my bedroom window with their hands cupped to the glass. For the course of a 1 to 10 minute episode, this person would just stand there and look at me. Whenever the episode ended, the person would just be gone. Over the course of 4 years, this occurred quite regularly, but it always really made me feel totally helpless and terrified. I never got used to it. When I moved out at age 18, I never had another episode where I saw anything. I'm 26 years old now, and I very, very occasionally, once a year, have small, less than 30-second episodes, but only those in which I feel heavy-chested. To cut a very long story short, whatever is there in my Snapchat video looks almost 100% what I used to see as a teenager during my sleep paralysis episodes, and I have been a nervous wreck all night over it. To me, it kind of looks like a face to the glass and 2 hands on either side. It has scared the Christ out of me. What do you guys think? I'll try to answer as many questions as I can and respond to everyone that I can. Thanks a lot, guys.
I matched with this one guy named Steve on Tinder. I wasn't looking for anything serious or a hookup or anything of that nature. Maybe friends, I guess. I don't know, I was just bored. That was really it. I thought he seemed cool because we had similar interests in music, style, clothes, and etc. I started talking to him, and only after a few hours, he got my Snapchat and started messaging me there. He started asking if I wanted to hang out later that night. I didn't reply for maybe 30 minutes or so, and that's when he started sending me multiple messages at once, without a response from me first. He sent me a question mark, and then 15 minutes later, he sent another message that said hello with a question mark. I don't like when people do that, and it gives kind of a red flag to me, especially when it's someone you have never met before online. I then started ignoring him altogether because it made me a little uncomfortable. In my experience, when a guy does that and it's someone that you've never met, they are usually very needy and sometimes controlling. So I steered myself away and didn't think much of it. I was out on a walk with my dog at a nearby park that I usually take him to a few times a week. I live in an apartment, so I like to make sure he really gets the exercise he deserves. We took a short break by this bench where I sat down for a few minutes. Just enjoying the view, you know, and relaxing out in the nice spring weather for a moment, appreciating nature. Maybe after 10 minutes of sitting there, a random guy starts running my way. "Emily, hey, is that you?" It's me, Steve. I was just wondering what you were up to. Nice to meet you." "What a coincidence, we just ran into each other," he said. Yeah," I said with a concerned look on my face. I started panicking because I knew something was wrong. This didn't feel like a coincidence. It didn't take long before I realized that he wasn't even the guy in the pictures. He had been catfishing me. That immediately sent a shiver down my spine, and I knew I was in for trouble. Then I remembered I had my Snapchat location turned on to all my friends. I forgot that I turned it on months ago to test something, and I forgot to turn it back off, apparently. This man was literally stalking me. He slowly started to harass me more and more, as he knew I was getting more frustrated and disinterested in him and what he was asking me by the second. At first it was by asking if I still wanted to hang out. I ended up telling him to leave me alone and that he was scaring me. It didn't take long before he started yelling at me. I was honestly shook, and at this point I was in fight or flight mode. My dog started barking at him in order of an attempt to protect me. He backed up just a bit, but continued harassing me with his words. He began saying some very disgusting things that I don't care to even share right now. Just know they were really inappropriate and horrible things that you should never say to someone. Thankfully, some old man who was jogging by recognized I was being harassed and he scared him off. I'm so thankful for that man, because I don't know what else would have happened had someone not stepped in and intervened. The guy took off and I've never heard from him since, and I obviously blocked him on everything. I'm still on edge, and sometimes I worry I will run into him when I'm alone or something. Please just be careful who you talk to on the internet. This could happen anywhere, at any time.
So, this story happened to my mum's friend in Korea, about 10 years ago. Every time I hear this story, I still get chills. My mum's friend lived in an apartment complex in Seoul. She was a stay-at-home mother with a young daughter, and her husband was working during the days. One day, she was coming home from running errands with her daughter, and got onto the elevator in her building. When she got inside the elevator, she noticed there was a man wearing a cap and a yellow raincoat, and he kept his head low, so she couldn't really see his face. She immediately felt really uneasy, and she made her daughter stand by her side, the side farthest away from the man. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was, when she pressed the button for her floor, there was no other lit number. And on top of that, she noticed that he was carrying something wrapped inside newspaper close to his side. Things started to click in my mum's friend's head, and she started to panic and decided to take out her cell phone and pretend she was calling home to her husband, who was obviously really not at home, but at work. She started saying things like, "Oh, I'm on the elevator and about to get off. Can you get the door for me?" and making it seem like her husband was waiting at home. When the elevator did reach her floor, she quickly got off and grabbed her daughter and started to walk as fast as she could to her apartment. She noticed that the man also got on her floor and was slowly following her down the hallway. When my mum's friend got to her door, she started banging on it really loudly and shouting, "Hey, Yobo, I'm home. Please open the door." Yobo means husband or dear. She was kind of pretending like he was coming to open the door. Upon seeing this, the man in the yellow raincoat started to walk away, back towards the elevator. When he seemed to be far enough away, my mum's friend quickly picked up her daughter and slid open her door's passcode thingy. This is usually how people get into their homes in Korea. And she started to frantically punch in her key code. But the problem was that the buttons would make sounds, so that the man knew that no one was going to answer the door for her. And he turned around and started to run back towards her. My mum's friend at this point was practically screaming, and the first thing she did when she opened the door was throw her daughter inside. When she got inside herself, she saw that the man was practically inches away from the door, but she managed to shut it and lock it just before he could wedge his hand or a weapon in through the door. Afterwards, looking through the door's peephole, she saw that the man was walking away, back towards the elevator. Several months pass, and my mum's friend was watching the news, and there was a coverage on the capture of a serial killer named Yu Young-chul, who used to kill a lot of prostitutes. She told my mum that she could never forget the dread she felt when she saw the all-too-familiar yellow raincoat and the same hat that he was wearing when he was apprehended. The person who submitted this story has included a wiki page on Yu Young-chul, in case anyone was curious. It also details all of his killings. A link to this page can be found in the description below.
My mom's experience with the dead. From Daniela S. My mom was in the hospital when she was 23. She'd gotten in a really bad motorcycle accident and had broken both her legs. She'd also hurt her head really bad. It was late in the night, and she woke up from a very restless sleep. But she didn't open her eyes right away for some reason. Something in her told her to keep them shut. My mom is from Vietnam and grew up in a very spiritual family. This subject isn't something she takes lightly. When she finally did open her eyes, it was because of a murmur, like someone was trying to talk to her. Her hospital bed was surrounded by pale people. The whole room seemed to be filled with pale people, all trying to get a good look at her. But as soon as she looked at them, they all began to look down at their feet. She was in such shock that she kinda just calmed down and tried to make sense of it. The murmuring grew louder and louder until it sounded like the whole room was quietly mumbling, dozens of people mumbling to each other. But she couldn't see anyone's lips actually move. Then one of them lifted their hand and tried to reach out to her, still not looking at her. That's when my mom began to panic and scream. She says it felt like she blacked out until a nurse came running in, but my mom was found sitting up in bed. The nurse told her it was probably a hallucination from her concussion, and after a long time of soothing her, Mom finally went back to sleep. She didn't experience anything else until she got pregnant with me, and we moved to Korea. One day as she was taking the bus, she noticed that amongst a line of people getting on was a very familiar figure. A pale person who only looked at the ground. They boarded the bus. The bus driver didn't even seem to acknowledge them. My mother began to cry, and became hysterical when the person moved down the middle of the bus. It was then she saw that they seemed to be floating. Their feet were flat against nothing beneath them. An older woman came to comfort her, and when Mom looked back where the person had been, they were gone.
From that day until we moved to America, she had no further problems. Eventually, she would be pregnant with my brother, and she began seeing these people everywhere, in the stores, in the streets, and even outside our home. It was a difficult pregnancy. She ended up going to the hospital a number of times, with smaller complications. When she was there, she would scream and cry if she was ever left alone. In the hospitals, it's where she saw them most. She said they were everywhere. Every which way she looked, they were there. The only way she'd feel safe was if someone was with her, because then the strange pale people wouldn't come any closer. The night after she gave birth to my brother, we were all sleeping in one room because she'd been pretty wrecked by the delivery. The hard pregnancy was nothing compared to actually giving birth to him. Dad says she nearly died, but I don't know how much of that is true. She woke up, again in the middle of the night, with my brother next to her, and again her bed was surrounded by those people. One of them was holding her hand on the baby's forehead, and at first my mom freaked until she noticed how my brother was pale. But instead of calling out for help, she didn't move. The pale woman stroked the baby's hair over and over until he began to grow pink again, and finally he took a breath. Then she woke up in the morning as a nurse came in to look at the baby. The pale people were gone. Dad and I were still sleeping, and nothing seemed different. The nurse looked over my brother and said that he was fine. Mom says that at that moment, she realized that whoever they weren't trying to hurt or scare her. She thinks they're just lost souls or something of the sort, and that her son did almost die that night. But one of them helped him back to life. Then again,
this happened a few years ago on Halloween. I'm 28 years old, and most people in my friend group get together for a Halloween party the weekend of Halloween. On this year, Halloween was on a weeknight, so our party was later in the week. That meant I didn't have anything going on Halloween. I live in a smaller house and was just planning on hanging out and giving out candy to trick-or-treaters all night. By the time it got to be about 5 o'clock, the first trick-or-treaters arrived. I would say my neighborhood is pretty average. I don't get a crazy number of people, but a steady amount throughout the night. As time went on, the sun set a little after 6 o'clock or so. It was around this time when I was in my living room and heard a knock on the front door. It was a strong and powerful knock. Most people rang the doorbell, so I really noticed this. I was a little bit slow to get up and get to the door, and by the time I did, nobody was there. I felt bad because some kid must have missed out on getting candy from me, and I meant to answer the door a little bit sooner. I looked around to see if I could see anybody walking down the street, but I didn't. After that, I went back inside. I got a few more kids at the door over the next hour or so. Once again, there was another loud knock on the door after that. I was much quicker to answer the door, but again, nobody was there. Now I was beginning to think that I was being pranked or something. When it got later in the night, it happened yet again. It was the only time people knocked on the door, too. Everybody else would just ring the doorbell, so I knew when I heard the knock, whoever had done it would be gone by the time I answered. The last trick-or-treaters came by at about 8:45 or so, and by 9 o'clock, things were really quiet. At that point, I turned my lights off, signaling that I wouldn't want any more trick-or-treaters. It was about 9:30 when I heard the knocking yet again. I ran to the door and opened it as fast as I could. Still, nobody was there. I was pretty annoyed by this now. Who would have time to repeatedly knock on my door over the span of 3 or 4 hours just to run away before I could answer? I left my house and took a couple of steps out into my yard looking all around. I didn't see anybody. I called out asking who was there, but of course got no response. I shook my head and started walking back into my house. When I reached my front step, I suddenly heard a noise in the bushes directly in front of my house and to my right. When I looked, I was just in time to see somebody emerge from the bush and was headed straight for me. This person was a grown man, and I had never seen him before. I had maybe 10 feet between him and the front door. I ran as fast as I could, pretty much just as a reaction. When I reached the door, I swung it back open and got inside. I closed the door right behind me, and it closed right on the man's arm who was trying to get inside after me. This was just my screen door, so it didn't hurt him too bad, but it was enough to cause him to remove his arm from the door and back outside. This gave me enough time to slam the larger door and lock it, right before he opened the screen door and tried coming into my house. I screamed that I was calling the police, and then got my phone out of my pocket to do so. I looked out the window, and I watched the man running away through my yard and then down the street, but I called the police anyways. When they arrived, I told them all I could, and this was thankfully enough to keep the man away, because I never saw him again.
I am uncomfortable sharing certain details about my story, so I will be purposely vague. This story happened back when I was in middle school. Against my wishes, my mom enrolled me into an after-school program called ELP, which stands for Extended Learning Program. I already hated school, and being forced to stay there for an extra hour pissed me off. I would usually get out at 4, but with the program, I was there until 5. I did well in school and I didn't really need the extra time. My only guess is that my parents wanted me out of the house for another hour. My house was a short walk from the school, so I would usually be back by 5:20 at the latest. On the day in question, a huge storm passed through our town during the school day. When 5 o'clock rolled around, there was still an overcast in the sky, which made things darker than usual. As soon as I left the school grounds, I noticed this old station wagon moving slowly down the street toward me. Maybe it was just a confused grandmother of one of the students, unsure of where the drop-off was. I simply ignored it and continued on. It wasn't until I was a block down the road that I realized the vehicle was tailing me. I looked behind me to see something truly terrifying. Behind the wheel of the car was someone wearing a white mask with a creepy-ass smiley face on it. I should have taken off on foot, but instead I just stood there like an idiot as the car approached me. Soon, the wagon came to a stop next to me. I looked directly at the driver's creepy mask before a muffled voice spoke to me.
"Hi."
I didn't respond.
"Need a ride, kid?"
I looked to the ground and shook my head. When I looked back, I was horrified to see that the driver was now pointing a gun at me. I took a few steps back. The driver then squeezed the trigger, and I heard a click.
"Bang. You're dead."
The wagon then took off down the street. I stood there in total shock. Some jackass thought it was funny to point a gun at a 14-year-old kid. I ran home and immediately told my parents about what happened to me. The police were called. They ended up arresting the man a couple of hours later outside of a grocery store. Apparently he suffered from schizophrenia and was off of his meds. The gun he pointed at me was real, but was not loaded. Needless to say, he was locked up indefinitely.
We're going back almost 10 years ago now. But one morning I dropped my son off at school and then drove over to a nearby 7-Eleven with my infant daughter. It was pretty early in the morning, so there were only 1 or 2 other customers, and one of them was this older-looking guy with a walker who was slowly making his way around the store. I didn't pay him too much attention other than feeling kind of sorry for him. Then I picked up the few items I needed, then headed out to my car. Right as I'm putting my daughter in her car seat, I hear a voice behind me. I turn, and it's the old man with the walker, only there's something weirdly different about him than when I saw him in the 7-Eleven. He was walking upright, not leaning on the walker, and his voice sounded much younger than you would have expected from just looking at him. I remember all he said was, "Cute kid." Then as I turned around, I only got the slightest look at the guy and his brand new posture before he slammed the walker into the back of my legs. The force made my knees buckle, and I almost fell right on top of my young daughter. I'm not exactly the tallest woman in the world, so the height reduction from my knees buckling had me falling forward into my open car door, and I had really tried not to crush her as I fell. I honestly thought that he was trying to get me, which was bad enough. But when he grabbed me by the hair and started to drag me up and off of my daughter, I realized he was trying to get to her instead. I honestly didn't think that I could get any more terrified, but the realization that he was actually trying to take my infant daughter away from me was just too much to bear. I remember letting out the loudest, most ear-splitting scream I've ever let out in my life, begging him not to take my baby. He was so much stronger and faster than he looked, and I guess that was all part of his fiendish scheme to have everyone let their guards down around him. It honestly seems like divine intervention now that I look back at it. But someone was just pulling into the small parking lot just as he almost had a hand on my daughter, and seeing the struggle had them instinctively honking their horn over and over in a bid to break it up. I think they figured it was just an incident of spousal abuse or something, because they were just honking and didn't get out of their car until I screamed over and over again, "He's trying to take my baby." The moment they heard that, they came bursting out of their driver's side door. But then the guy sprinted past the passenger side and out towards the main highway. The second he did, another car comes speeding up and stops by him, which I first thought might have been another person coming to tackle him or something. But instead, the guy climbs into the second car and it speeds off with a screech of its tires. What horrified me in the aftermath was that it was quite clearly a well-planned and almost perfectly executed attempt to kidnap my daughter. And I wouldn't be surprised in the least bit if it had worked on a previous occasion. After the kind stranger calmed me down, they helped me call the cops as I tried my best to calm my daughter down in turn. She was still too young to really know what was going on, but she picked up on my distress enough to be wailing and crying until I managed to lull her off to sleep. The cops who arrived at the 7-Eleven a short while after said that they'd never heard of such a thing happening there before, but they were able to check the street cameras outside the 7-Eleven to try and get a clear image of the getaway car's number plate. I stuck around long enough to find out that the car's plates came back as stolen, and the cop I spoke to said that there was a good chance that they just ditched the vehicle somewhere after wiping it down for prints. If they had already planned such a detailed operation out, there was a good chance they planned for that too. The only saving grace was that the officer assured me that my report was a step towards catching them. A small step, but a step nonetheless. The horrifying experience I went through that morning wasn't for nothing, as not only did the cops now have a description of the guy who tried to do the kidnapping, but their failure to kidnap my daughter meant that they'd probably hesitate before trying the same plan again. I took a lot of comfort in that idea, and if it wasn't for the cop taking the time to reassure me of that, I don't think I'd have dealt with the trauma of it as half as well as I did in the months that followed. But I did a lot of praying too. Desperate prayers that whoever had planned such a horrifying kidnap would never, ever be successful, and that no one else would have to endure the pure horror that I had.
This story happened to my brother, and is told from his perspective. On Halloween of 2017, I went trick-or-treating with my friends who all called Harvey, Michael, and Daniel. We were all around 14 to 15 years old, and really just wanted to make the most of Halloween, as we had so much homework starting the 10th grade, and we probably would never be able to trick-or-treat again. Anyway, we were all walking down this random street at like 9:30, when we saw one house with insane over-the-top Halloween decorations that looked like it cost up to about $500. The four of us walked up to the house and rang the bell. Some 50-year-old looking man opened the door and said, "No need to yell. Just come on in and you'll get your sweets." Daniel told the guy, asked the guy, "Can you just bring the candy out here?" The guy didn't even answer. And so the four of us just walked away, not saying a single word. But of course, this story wouldn't be scary if it didn't end here. We were walking down my street when Harvey pointed out, "Guys, that man is following us." We all looked out behind us and saw the same 50-year-old looking man walking about 25 feet behind us. The four of us bolted all the way to the house. We ran to my house, we thrust open the front door, entered my house, and locked the door. The four of us were just hyperventilating as if we just ran an ultra marathon. I was starting to settle down when Jason said, "Look at the window." We all looked, and there he was, the old man looking through one of my windows. My parents were on a vacation, and my brother was at his friend's Halloween party, so we couldn't tell them. But what really made this horrifying was that I could see this guy holding a gun in his hand. I yelled at my friends, and we ran upstairs to call the police. The officers arrived in about 10 minutes. The man wasn't on my property anymore, but we remembered the house, so that's where we went. The cops went there, searched the whole place, and came out with the man in chains. It turned out the house was vacant, and the man was a serial killer who escaped from prison a month ago. If my friends and I are able to go trick-or-treating again, we're avoiding the street that this house was on. And who knows what that guy was really going to do if we went in. I'm glad this happened when we were teenagers and not when we were 9 years old. All I can say is if you're trick-or-treating, make sure that the house owner is completely normal.
It was the summer of 2014. I was 15 years old. I was staying at my friend George's house for the night. This was a common occurrence, and I used to stay over there sometimes more than 2 to 3 times a week during the summer. After all, he was my best friend, and we were kids, so it was completely normal. George and his parents had lots of property behind their house. Probably like 7 to 8 acres, maybe more honestly. They had a huge barn, a cornfield, and some really cool trails in the woods we used to ride our dirt bikes and four-wheelers in. I felt like a bad friend for this, but I didn't even know it was his birthday when I got there. After people started showing up, and like more of his friends and family, I realized that he did tell me that today was his birthday a few weeks back. Oh man, I thought I didn't get him a present. I immediately apologized to him, and he took it very well. As a matter of fact, he told me he didn't want any birthday presents from his friends this year, and that he wasn't expecting anything because of how good his parents spoiled him this year. That made me feel better, but I still felt guilty. We did everything that you would normally do for a 15-year-old's birthday party. We had cake, opened presents, and us kids spent some time playing outside with his new airsoft guns that he got for his birthday. He already had quite the collection of them, so we all had our own that we could play with. I won't go too deep into this part, but we decided we wanted to do teams. It was me, George, and Will. The other team had Evan, Scott, John, and Kyle. They had more people, but we had better guns. The whole gist of the game was to shoot them before we get shot. So we were all running around the trails frantically, trying to get the other team down before they got us. After quite a few games, and skip forward 2 hours or so, it was around 6:30, so the sun was starting to set. George and I agreed we should all go back inside and play some video games before everyone had to leave. But everyone else wanted to keep playing with the airsoft guns outside. Even though it was George's birthday, he was nice enough to let everyone vote on what we should do. It was apparent that we were going to be playing outside longer according to the votes, so that's what we did. We restarted the game, and we all had about 2 minutes to get set up and hide where we wanted to. George yelled, 3, 2, 1, go. This time George and I were alone. We were pretty deep into the trails at this point, and he had me following him deeper into the woods. We ran all the way to this treehouse that was built a long time ago. We climbed up there immediately. Are you sure they will even come back this far? I asked George. I mean, it's getting dark, and I doubt they would even think that we would go this far. Yeah, they probably won't, he said, but if they do, they won't be able to get us before we get them, and plus it will be funny if they can't find us. As time went on, it got darker. Hey George, we should probably go home. Just a few more minutes, he said. After all, it was his birthday, so I wanted to do what he wanted. Shh, do you hear that? George whispered. There was someone, or something walking quite close to us. We thought it was them, but we heard our friends yelling and talking further out into the distance, so we immediately ruled them out. Unless they were splitting up and trying to trick us, I whispered. No. No offense to them, but none of them are smart enough to think of that, George said. Geez, harsh, I said. He looked at me and kind of shrugged, and then he put his finger up to his mouth and said, shh. Whatever was approaching us was getting closer. After a few moments of being quiet, we could finally see the tall, slender-looking shadow that stood before us. I don't think they can see us, I whispered. Shh, George said. Yeah, it definitely wasn't any one of our friends, because whatever it was the size of a fully grown man, and not a teenager. We stayed put, as quiet as possible. Thankfully it was dark, because from where the person was standing, it was evident they couldn't see us. The person started walking in the opposite direction now. The last bit of light that shined into the woods ever so lightly shined directly at the unknown person. They were wearing some sort of ghillie suit, it looked like. George took no chances and jumped down as soon as the strange figure was out of sight. "What, are you crazy?" I asked. He insisted I follow, so I did. I was scared, but I would have been more scared by myself, so that's why I went with him. We immediately ran a different way than the way we used to get there. He said he knew a better way back to the house, and that there was a way through the cornfield that was parallel to the trails we were in. Almost immediately after jumping out of the treehouse, though, the thing in what looked like a ghillie suit, who we assumed to be a weird man, heard us and started running towards us. We had a bit of distance between us and him, and it was a good thing we were way faster, because I don't know what would have happened to us, or one of us, had us not have been faster. We ran screaming the whole way back. Our friends must have realized that we weren't joking, because they also started running towards us and made their way to us only a minute or two later. We all made it to my backyard, and my dad must have heard us because he ran out with no shoes on at all to our rescue. George and I told him everything. My dad immediately called the police, but there wasn't much they could do since they couldn't find the man, and since I couldn't give a description. The only thing I can really say is, I will never be going back out into those trails ever again, and I highly doubt George will either. This took place like 10 years ago. I was staying at Alex's house, who was my best friend at the time. It was just your average weekend of playing with Nerf guns, eating pizza, and drinking Mountain Dew while playing Call of Duty and Halo on Xbox Live all night. You know, pretty much what every kid did back in 2012. This is more of a mysterious kind of story, and I'm certain that most of the people I've told either think it's made up or that I'm crazy. But my friends and I know it's true. Ever since this night, I've 100% believed that there is such thing as the paranormal, or whatever you want to call it, but you know what I'm talking about, like ghosts, demons, maybe not that exactly, but something bad and extremely disturbing, something that we as humans can't comprehend yet. So we were upstairs in Alex's room, just me, him, and Sebastian. We were just having fun taking turns playing Halo and Call of Duty, since there were 3 of us and he only had 2 controllers. All of a sudden, Alex muted the TV and got us all to be quiet. Immediately, we all heard what sounded like someone screaming at the top of their lungs, like I have never heard before. It was a very demented, wailing sound that Alex said he hears sometimes. Keep in mind, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, on a dead-end street that only had 1 street light post on it. With a very small amount of light that we had to work with, we saw this silhouette of a super tall being, sprinting like a deer across the street. The wailing sound diminished slowly as it got further away from us. "What the heck was that, Alex?" "It's a ghost," he said. "What do you mean a ghost?" "Come on, you saw that too. Now if you can sit here and lie to yourself and say that was a human or some sort of animal species that isn't known to man yet, then go ahead. But clearly that thing was no animal, and it definitely was not a human being. I don't know what it is. My guess is as good as yours." By this time, the strange skinwalker looking thing has completely vanished out of sight, and we couldn't hear anymore. Alex kept staring out the window though. He looked like he was about to go insane. "Alex, hey bud, you okay? You should probably sit down and drink some water." He then started to cry. I guess the emotions of all this got to him, and he couldn't control it, so he started having a breakdown. Apparently this has been happening to him for years now, and he doesn't know what to do, and that no one else has seen it besides us 3 that he knows of, and that his parents won't believe him and that they think he's crazy. I think he was happy that after all these years, someone else actually saw what he was talking about. Of course he didn't want us to see it, because it traumatized us as well, but I think it gave him some sort of comfort knowing that it was real and he's not crazy. But maybe even more discomfort though, because knowing that it's real is downright terrifying. Apparently he still hears it from time to time, but he has chosen to completely ignore it.
Growing up, I had to get used to my dad pranking me, which is why, when he called me to tell me not to answer the front door as I was watching TV, I thought he was just messing with me. My phone rang, and that was the first thing he said, "Don't answer the door." I froze for a moment, but then began to laugh because I assumed he was just trying to freak me out. But when the doorbell rang, it got increasingly more serious. My dad must have heard the bell on the other side, because he very firmly said, "Don't go to the door." I asked him what was going on, because I could tell how serious he was being, and he told me that he wasn't sure, but the police were on their way. I was both shaking with fear, but very curious as to what was going on. The doorbell rang again, and I figured I could peek out the window and see who was there. I leaned over my couch and slowly moved the curtain out of the way, and my dad must have heard me gasp because all he said was, "Hey, you're gonna be okay. The police will be there soon. Just don't answer the door." And I wish that made me feel better. But outside my house, there were at least 3 men, all dressed up in clown clothing and carrying what looked like weapons. I could see 2 of them standing on my porch, while another was walking around my yard. I told my dad that I was scared, and that was when the ringing of the doorbell turned to slamming on the door. I couldn't tell if they were knocking really hard or trying to kick it down. I began to panic, and as I turned away from the window that was facing the front of my house, I screamed. Standing on the other side of my house, with his face pressed against the window, was the 3rd clown. He waved his hand slowly as we made eye contact. The slamming at the front door grew louder and louder, and my dad tried to calm me down, though he knew there was little to be done until the police arrived. Thankfully, I could hear the sound of sirens in the distance. Sadly, so did the men trying to break in. The 3 of them quickly ran off my property and down the road away from the sirens. Once the police arrived, I unlocked the door and let them in. We explained everything to them, and they let us know that we weren't the only call that they had gotten like this in the past few months. Apparently, these 3 had been terrorizing people in the surrounding area for a few months before I had a run-in with them.
A few years ago, during my sophomore year of college, I suddenly had to switch dorms due to housing and residence life at my university being completely awful to me and a few other student workers. Long story short, I lost my job and I actually had to move within a day. My parents came 5 states away and made a huge fuss in the housing office so that I was able to get more moving time. This is really important later in the story. I used to go on Instagram Live a lot because I'm a music minor, and practicing in front of an audience really helps me improve my piano skills. I guess Instagram had begun offering the feature of showing stories and lives on the Explore page, so I ended up getting a lot of views and comments from strangers. Nothing too bad. It was usually just song requests that I couldn't fulfill because I had a strict repertoire from my piano professor, or hard eyes from strangers. I used to really enjoy the lives until I got a comment from a man who knew exactly the location of my university. I never wore any kind of school attire during my lives or publicized my location on Instagram, so it made me a little nervous. I stopped doing lives after that for a while, getting caught up in regular work, and figured everything was fine. The guy sent me a few messages offering to take me on a date. A quick scan of his profile made it clear that he was at least 50 years old. He worked as a laborer for the city my university is located near. He asked me several times a day what buildings my classes were in, if I liked the cafeteria, etc., until I finally got scared and decided to block him. However, before I blocked him, I called him a pervert and a freaking weirdo for being so interested in me when I was so much younger than him, and for also trying to find me when I was trying to go to class. A few weeks later, after I had forgotten about his weird messages, I got a message from him saying something along the lines of, "I waited for you in front of your old dorm for hours, but you never showed. Did you go home for the weekend? You shouldn't be so rude to me next time, or else we won't have fun whenever we meet face to face." That message scared me more than I'd ever been scared in my life. One of my really close friends graduated from the university and began working as a campus police officer around the same time that this all happened. So I decided to go see her and see what I could do. Sadly, not much could really be done about it, but I definitely pulled back on my social media presence. The guy had followed me from 2 more Instagram accounts with different usernames, and I blocked all of them before he could even message me. Thankfully, since leaving after that spring semester, I haven't heard from him since. So to the creepy old guy from Instagram that wouldn't leave me alone, I really hope I don't hear from you ever again. When I was in the 8th to 10th grade, I was extremely involved in this small building server. The average age was probably about 15 to 17, and I joined a group of builders and Skyped with them every weekend for like hours. We all became close fast, and we trusted each other, enough that we actually followed each other on Instagram. I became particularly close with one of the builders in my friend group named Peter. Peter was in the same grade as me, and we ended up texting quite a lot. I had heard some rumors that Peter might have a crush on me, which he denied, which I kind of found laughable because, it was the internet, and I just brushed it off. Everything was fine for a while, until something began to feel really off whenever I talked to him. I was starting to constantly catch him telling these small lies. This really bothered me, so I figured it was time to distance myself from him and just stop talking to him altogether. Cut to a few months later of no contact, and Peter out of the blue sends me a text that he's going to be possibly transferring to my high school. He said he was doing this so he can get in-state tuition for college. Peter's plan was to somehow live completely alone and support himself while in high school. My stomach dropped when I read that text, and I just felt really off. I try to be calm, but also tell him that his plan is crazy. I tell him that it's oddly convenient that he chose my random suburb of all places. Peter just insists that his plan will work out, and it's really just a coincidence that he's going to my high school. I'm trying to call Peter's bluff, hoping he's just screwing with me because I cut him off. Peter then says that he's already bought the plane tickets, and he's going to stay in my town to go visit some high schools in the area. Fear washes over me. I begin to realize that Peter definitely has some really weird unhealthy attachment to me. Peter wasn't bluffing. To my horror, he posts a picture on Snapchat at the airport. Peter asked me to meet him up while he's there, but of course I decline. Later on, I see on his Snapchat story that he's actually taking a tour of my high school. He takes lots of videos and pictures, and probably hoping I can see it. Luckily for me, I'm actually stuck home with pneumonia. I spend the next few days totally on edge and totally afraid that he was going to ring my doorbell at any moment. Luckily, he wasn't smart enough to find where I live, and he flies home and doesn't even follow his plan. The most baffling part? None of my old group on the Minecraft server even thought he was doing anything creepy. I honestly felt like I was going crazy for even thinking this was weird. I thought that my rejection for this meetup would be the end of it. But about 2 years later, I had just committed to my dream college. I still stupidly followed Peter on social media because I wanted some kind of warning if he was coming to my area again. Once again, Peter did. I see him posing right in front of the library at my college with the caption saying, "Transferring here is definitely the move." Cut to a few months later, and Peter finds out that I had a boyfriend now, and he directly contacts me for the first time in like 2 years. He starts asking me strange questions like, "Is he gonna protect you?" I shouldn't have answered, but for some reason I did. I finally blocked him, and out of fear, I decided to stop following him on social media. He hasn't tried to contact me since.
After work, I like to go with co-workers to Waffle House sometimes. It's fun, relaxing, and relatively cheap. However, tonight I decided to go out with a couple of girls I work with. I don't have a vagina myself, but since we all closed up together, we thought we would go grab something to eat. So while we're eating, I'm facing the door, and in walk these two drugged-out looking people, which isn't uncommon for Waffle House. But something about these two people in hoodies in the middle of summer in Texas really put me on edge. The two girls I was with were both pretty attractive, and the two guys also took note as they walked past. I've been in a couple of sticky situations and can always tell when shit is about to go down, and these guys gave off that vibe like no other. They sat behind me where I couldn't see them in any reflection. It was nerve-wracking. A few minutes went by before I realized that it was just our two groups in the restaurant. I glanced over my shoulder and saw they weren't eating anything, just drinking and staring at us. Fuck. I told the 2 girls I was with that we should try to hurry up and go because I was tired, trying not to freak them out, because assholes like those guys feed on fear. We got up, and I look over at them. They were still watching us with empty drinks now. At this point, I should say 2 things. I have an injured knee right now from practice that causes me to limp a little, and I train in Muay Thai boxing and compete internationally in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I am not one to be fucked with, but the limp definitely gives off the impression that I would be easy to overpower. So as we were paying, I noticed one of the guys point at me and make a stabbing motion, and the other guy smiled, and they both stood up and walked towards us. One of the girls I was with was making sexual passes at me, which were very visual. I told her to stop as these guys got closer, and I saw one lick his lips as the other held one hand in his pocket. I told the hostess to keep the change and hurried the girls outside, while trying to hide my limp as best I could. We got to the parking lot, and I told one girl to go to her car and gave the other the keys to my car, and told them to hurry up and get in, since I couldn't run with my limp, and that I would explain later. The guys came out as I was getting in my car, and I saw one of them pulling something out of his pocket, and heard him yell something I couldn't make out over the sound of us noping the fuck out of there. I texted the girl who I wasn't taking home, and explained the situation, and why I was acting weird. I hate to think about what could have happened if I had not been paying attention to my surroundings. Bad shit almost went down because of, I'm assuming, crackheads at Waffle House.
Over the last 7 months, I've been working for someone I responded to on Craigslist. Well, I'll just explain everything. This seems like an appropriate place to post this. I was scouring the internet for some sort of paying gig, I didn't really care what. Then I came across a post on Craigslist. I had refreshed the page and there it was. Someone was looking for a person to come by and feed their pets. I assumed they were going out of town or something. So I contacted them and left my number through email. I got a response immediately in the form of a phone call. The caller was a man who explained to me that he was moving out of town and his parents had cats they wanted fed daily. I gave the man my name so he could run me through a cursory background check, and in about 20 minutes I was hired. I went there the next morning to get all the instructions and whatnot, and met the man I spoken to on the phone. His name was Ben. Ben explained to me that he could no longer be able to care for his parents' cats, and that his parents needed to focus on themselves, so I was being brought in to take care of that. The money would be left on the kitchen table at the end of every week, $200 a week, just to feed some cats, I know, right? In addition to that, money for more cat food would be left for me as needed. Then he told me the first thing that I thought was strange. I was to come at exactly 10 a.m. every day, and be gone by 10 a.m., and I was never, under any circumstances, to interact with his parents. He told me that when I'm in their home, they will be in their chairs in the living room watching television, and that I was not to disturb them, ever. He asked if any of that would be a problem, to which I assured him it wouldn't. He then showed me the area in which the cats eat. There were 4 cats, and where the food was kept. While not rude in the least, he was very adamant that I not explore further in the house, to which I assured him it wouldn't be a problem. He ushered me outside and showed me where the spare key was in case the door was ever locked, but he told me that was very unlikely to happen, and with that he expressed his hope that I could be trusted one last time, shook my hand, and told me to be there at 10 a.m. every day starting tomorrow. If I was ever unable to make it, call and leave a message on their home phone, to which he gave me the number. I shook my head and was on my way. The next day came and I went inside at exactly 10 a.m. I walked into the house and immediately to my right were Ben's parents, sitting in recliners, facing away from me, watching some kind of game show. I announced my presence, which they ignored, and made my way to the kitchen. I fed the cats bowls and left. The exact same scenario played out countless times over the next few months. 10 a.m., unreturned hello, feed the cats, leave. On Fridays, I would pick up the small stack of $20 bills from the kitchen table. It was the easiest job I ever had. Then came the inevitable. One day, I was running late. I got to the house at 10:08. I entered and apologized to Ben's parents for being late, to which I once again got no response. They just kept sitting in their chairs watching their game show. I went to the kitchen and fed the cats. I looked at my phone, which read 10:11, and walked down the hall towards the front door. When I reached the living room, I jumped and gasped out of shock. Ben's parents were now standing in the dark behind their chairs, completely still, staring directly at me. I apologized for running late and got out of there. Though unnerved, I went back the next day on time and everything was fine. A few more months went by of nothing strange, and then came the last day I was there. I got there at 10:03, but wasn't worried because I knew I could be out before 10:10. The problem came when I was in the kitchen and I heard someone whisper the words, "Help me." It startled me and I jumped, looking around for the source of the cry for help. I saw no one around, but I heard it again, and then a third time. I began looking around before realizing I was running behind. I looked at my phone and it was 10:10. My heart sank to my stomach when I looked down the hallway and saw Ben's parents for the first time in the light. They were grossly emaciated and pale, looking completely malnourished. They were essentially walking skeletons. I apologized for taking so long and said I'd be on my way, but they just stood there, blocking the way to the front door. I said I would take the back door, which was located in the kitchen, but when I went to open it, it required a key to open from the inside. Seriously. It was at this point that true panic set in. I looked behind me, and the parents were now about half a foot away from the entrance to the kitchen, and I had nowhere else to go except for what I presumed was a door to the pantry. They had blank stares across their faces, and their eyes looked as if the life had left them a long time ago. In a last-ditch effort, I went to the door that I thought was the pantry, and found it led to a staircase leading into a basement with, of course, no light. As soon as I opened the door, there was a horrid stench that washed over the otherwise clean air I was standing in. I carefully went down the stairs and looked for a window, but they were all nailed shut. I happened to look back up the stairs, and the parents were now standing next to each other at the top of the hallway. It was truly horrifying. I pulled out my phone and called 911, not knowing what else to do. And when I explained my situation, they said they would send a car out immediately, and to stay on the phone while they connected me to the unit en route. I ran into the dark basement using my phone as a light. It didn't provide too much illumination since I was in the middle of a call, but it was just enough. There were racks of junk that lined the basement, separating it into almost aisles. I went down to check if any of the windows were possibly loose, like I'd be that lucky. Then I turned the light around and shined the light in front of me, and I was inches away from the parents' lifeless looking faces. I let out a scream and ran in the other direction, and tripped over something, sending my phone flying from my head. Of course, it landed face down so I couldn't find it. I ran back up the stairs and into the kitchen, looking back and seeing the parents standing at the bottom of the stairs with slight grins on their faces. I ran down the hall to the front door and flung it open, screaming when I saw the cop standing right in front of me. He asked me if I was the one that called as I pushed past him to get outside, and I told him I was. I looked in the window and saw the parents sitting in their chairs, watching their game show. I explained that these crazy old people had trapped me in their house and were chasing me around. The cop went in to talk to the parents and look around while I sat in the cop car. He came back out about 5 minutes later and asked if I was sure someone was chasing me. I said yes, I was absolutely sure that it was the two old people that lived there. He informed me that the people that live there, the people in the chairs, have been dead for quite some time. I asked what the smell in the basement was, and he said there was another body down there. Backup showed up. I gave them my statement and explained how I'd been coming there every day for months and months to feed the cats. I told them to call Ben, the homeowner's son. I gave them the number and it was disconnected.
I used to work at a Starbucks here in Cardiff, and I've got to be honest, it's one of the better jobs I've ever had. The manager was brilliant, the other staff were nice and looked out for each other, so for a minimum-ish wage job, it was about as good as it gets. The only bad shifts to work were the first halves of Monday and Tuesday mornings, as the pre-work rush meant people were often at their absolute worst. I mean, don't get me wrong, people could be complete jerks at other times of the day or week, but the highest concentration of them was Monday and Tuesday mornings, without a shadow of a doubt. But rude customers aren't scary. Annoying and frustrating, yes. Chillingly cruel and calculating, not as much. Which is why this particular incident has stayed with me for so long, and I always seem to use it as my personal point of reference for how terrible human beings can be to each other. So, it's a Monday morning, and we're just coming to the end of the rush at around 9 a.m. 30 minutes more and the caffeine fiends will start to thin out, and we can get some coffee and make a smoke break of our own. I heard her before I saw her. Like, she was only just trying to get a handle on what had been pure harpy screeches just moments before. Some woman was on her phone, ranting away and not looking where she was going as she tries to find the back of the queue. In doing so, she cuts off this other bloke who politely informs her that she's queue jumping. I don't know if she actually didn't hear him or was just tactically ignoring him, but either way, this bloke has to tap her on the shoulder before saying, "Excuse me, believe I was ahead of you." The woman just shrugs this off at first, giving the guy a gesture like, "I'm too busy to listen to you." I remember the look of anger on the guy's face as she gently but firmly grabs the strap of her handbag and tugs her out of the queue before taking her place. I'm a bit torn about the whole thing. Like, yeah, it was righteous, but laying hands on someone, I feel like there could have been a better way to resolve the issue. But it wasn't like the guy had picked her up and thrown her, and due to the size difference, that was definitely a possibility. Anyway, she reacts like this had been the case, like him actually standing up to her was some horrific incident of assault, and starts demanding someone call the police, even though she herself was on the phone and simply refused to hang up. A couple of staff members and customers managed to calm the situation down, and we get the guy his coffee before one of my colleagues serves the angry woman. I didn't serve her, but when she got her order, she turns to be like, excuse me, this coffee isn't as hot as I asked for." No, I know better than to just argue with customers, and especially absolute whoppers like her. So I do as I'm asked and heat the coffee up a little bit more for her. I hand it back. She dips a finger in it and once again tells me, "This coffee isn't hot enough." Now, bearing in mind, she just watched me run some steam through it, but again, I do as I'm asked and give her back some literally steaming hot coffee that she proceeds to absolutely overload with sugar. No wonder she was in such a stinking mood. Her entire life was probably one big sugar crash, hence why she was such an unbearable person to be around. But little did I realize, that coffee wasn't for her, and on her way out of the store, she took the lid off of her scalding hot syrupy coffee and threw it in the guy's face as he sat reading his newspaper. God, the sound of that guy screaming was absolutely horrific. Like I didn't actually see the woman throw her coffee in the guy's face, so I thought someone had broken a leg or something. That's the only time I've heard someone scream in pain like that. When my old skating buddy absolutely shattered his leg on this visit to a Bristol skate park one year. But what followed in the coffee shop was pure chaos. People were pouring bottles of water onto this guy's face, ambulance staff and police turning up. I think the woman legged it as soon as she threw the coffee because, to my knowledge, no one was arrested, but the guy who had the coffee thrown on him suffered life-changing injuries. From what another colleague told me, the gross amount of sugar in the coffee meant that some of it actually stuck to his face like a kind of molten hot glue. He'd been left with terrible scarring for the rest of his life, and all because he stood up to some absolute monster in the queue that morning. That's what I find really scary, that some people out there are so unhinged that a seemingly normal interaction with them could end up with you suffering injuries you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Just one moment of misjudgment, one little enough is enough moment, and boom, you're going to look at a very different version of yourself in the mirror for the rest of your natural life.
I have a beach house in Florida that I tend to visit with my girlfriend on the colder months up north. In the warmer months, we'd still visit occasionally, but nowhere near as much, since there wasn't as much of a need to. It was early February, freezing up in Connecticut, so my girlfriend and I took a trip down to Florida to visit the beach house. By the time we actually got to the house, after a day and a half's drive, it was starting to get dark out. It was actually a long month and a half since I'd been there the last time. The electricity and water and everything was already on since it was the winter, and I kept everything on during the winter season due to our frequent visits. So all we had to do when we arrived to the house was unpack, take a couple of lounge chairs, and walk 20 seconds onto the beach to take a nap. We didn't even check out any of the other rooms because we were so drained. We lounged down on the beach until it got really dark. I felt my girlfriend's hand on my shoulder. I looked up at her and she asked if I left that light on. I turned to the house and saw one of the upstairs lights on. Not just that, but at one of the windows in that room, there was a shadow outline. I looked at my girlfriend and she looked at me, and I think it sunk into both of us that someone was in that room at that window. I told her to wait there, and I ran up to the house as fast as I could. When I got to the back doors, I started being really quiet. I slid it open and shut quietly. Being that I was barefoot, it made tiptoeing a bit easier. I made it to the stairway and then halfway up the stairs before I heard a door shut upstairs. I went up the remaining stairs a bit quicker now and saw that the door to the room that had the light on was open, but the lights were off now. I kept the lights off though. I just used the flashlight which I had in the shelf ledge upstairs. Then I noticed the closet door. It was shut. That must have been the door I heard closed. I figured I would shut off the flashlight and tiptoe to the door of the closet, and I slowly put my ear up to it to listen. There was nothing but silence in the room and on the other side of the closet door. I wasn't sure what was going to happen when I opened that door. If someone was in fact on the other side, I had to confront this. I grabbed the two little knobs and finally brought myself to yank the doors open, but it was empty in there, or at least from what I could tell, it was dark. I grabbed my flashlight and switched it on again, and yep, the closet was empty. But a creak in the floorboards outside of the room caught my attention. I ran into the hall expecting to see the intruder, but no, it was just my girlfriend. I got mad at her for coming into the house, even though I told her not to. But now that she was there, I told her to help search the upstairs. We looked around in all 3 bedrooms upstairs, all the closets, and the bathroom, but there was no one. Then we checked the downstairs. Every room, every closet, no one. We had to figure out who was in the house and how they managed to escape. So we locked all the doors and looked around the house for any signs of breaking and entering or stolen items, but there was neither of that. So we brushed up and went to bed since we were exhausted. However, that night, before we could fall asleep, there was a click under our bed. I asked my girlfriend if she could hear. She said yes. I got out from under the bed and got down onto my knees. When my face got to the ground level, giving me a view of the underside of the bed, I could see the intruder lying under our bed. I looked at him face to face before he crawled out and made a break for it. I couldn't catch him once he got outside because I was still barefoot. I also didn't get a very good look at his face because we only looked at each other for about a few seconds. We once again searched the whole house to see what he could have stolen, but surprisingly, nothing was stolen.
This story happened when I was a freshman in high school. Back then, I used to ride to school every day on the bus and then take it home. I would usually be home by myself for a few hours until my parents got home from work. One day I got dropped off the same as always and walked to my house. I got to the front door and put the key in, only to realize that it was already unlocked. I found this strange because it was usually always locked when I got home. We lived in a decently busy area, so we were always sure to lock our doors. As a high school kid, I got a little concerned from seeing this, but I figured one of my parents just forgot to lock it. I went inside. When I did, I got a slightly bad feeling. It was very quiet, and I slowly looked around the room. Everything looked normal and in place. I then thought I heard a noise of someone walking upstairs, but it was really hard to tell. It gave me a shiver down my spine, and I paused to listen more closely. When I did, I heard no more noises. The noises that I had heard were so brief and quiet that I figured I had to be just paranoid. I locked the doors and went into the kitchen. I made some pizza rolls, and then went up to my room, which was upstairs, and watched some YouTube videos in my bed. After a few minutes of doing that, I got really tired and fell asleep. I woke up about 30 minutes later. When I did, I went back to watching YouTube until I heard the sound of my parents getting home a short time later. I then went downstairs and helped them unpack groceries which they had gotten. I was talking to my mom when I heard my dad shout from upstairs. He came down and said that my parents' bedroom was all messed up as if someone had torn through it. We all went upstairs to find the room was a complete mess. It was then that I remembered everything and told my parents about the door being left unlocked. They told me when they got home that I had left the door unlocked as well, but I know I had locked it. The police were called and came over to search the house. Nobody was found, but my parents did have several valuables stolen. I realized that I most likely was home with the intruder in the house and had taken a nap with him, probably in the next room. It gave me the chills, and I'm very lucky that I didn't decide to look in my parents' room. When I was a kid, my parents used to go out of town for business all the time. I used to have to stay at my aunt's house when they were gone. But when I turned 13, my parents finally trusted me enough to stay home by myself. I was excited for this because I felt like I was being an adult living by myself for 3 days. My parents went over everything I needed and told me to lock all the doors and windows. When my parents left, I mainly watched TV and played video games. It was a Friday night, so I stayed up pretty late, and at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I finally got sleepy and decided to go to bed. I went around the house making sure every window and door was locked, and then all the windows with blinds and shades I covered. Then I got ready for bed and turned out all the lights. I got in bed, closed my eyes, and tried to fall asleep. I was laying there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes when I heard the sound of a car slowly driving down our street. We lived in a very quiet neighborhood, and we were at the end of a street, so we didn't get much traffic often. I kept my eyes closed until I heard the car seemingly stop directly in front of our house. I heard the engine idling, but didn't hear the sound of a door opening or anything. After about a minute of this, I got curious, so I carefully raised my blinds and looked out. I could see there was a pickup truck parked right in front of our mailbox, just sitting there with the engine running. I didn't recognize the truck, and I stayed watching it for a little while. Finally, I saw the door open and a man get out. He walked around the truck towards my yard. Our yard was pretty big. In fact, it was about 5 acres, and most of it was just woods that went from the side of our house all the way to the back and beyond our property. The man paced around a little bit, halfway in the street and halfway in our driveway. He seemed to be looking around. And then out of nowhere, he just walked into the side of my yard and into the woods. I started freaking out inside and wanted to call my parents, but with it being nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, I knew they would be sleeping. I considered the police, but I also thought maybe the man had a logical explanation. I feared the man was going to try to break into our house or something, though. I got up and once again checked every door and window to make sure that it was locked. I then turned on every light in the house to make it look like there were people home. After that, I went back up to my room and locked the door. I peeked out of the window again. When I did, after just about 30 seconds, I heard noises coming from the woods. I was very careful to not let myself be seen from the window. I saw the man come out of the woods. He jogged towards his truck and got inside. Then the truck sped off rather fast. So fast, in fact, that I heard skid marks as it drove away. I was left with many questions. It took me a long time to fall asleep, and the rest of the weekend I was on edge. I'm happy to say that the man never came back, but I still wonder to this day what he was doing. This happened about 10 years ago. I was, I think, about 12 or 13 at the time. One night on a Friday after I got home from school, my parents told me they were going to dinner with some friends. That meant I would be home alone for the night. I was the only child, and my parents would occasionally leave me alone. I always enjoyed it because I felt cool and grown up to have the whole house to myself. I asked my parents if I could have my friend Ryan over, and he came over a little bit later. We played some basketball, and then my parents left. Me and Ryan played some video games for a few hours after that, and then he left to go home. I stayed in my room playing Madden on my PlayStation. About 20 minutes later, I thought I heard a noise coming from downstairs. It was now around 9 p.m., so I assumed it was my parents and I thought nothing of it. However, not too long after that, I got a call from my mom on the phone and she told me that they wouldn't be home for about another hour. Still, I had forgotten about the noise at that point, and I kept playing video games. That is, until out of the corner of my eye, I was sure I saw somebody walk past my bedroom and down the hall. I had my bedroom door open only about a foot or two, but I was sure I had seen somebody walk by. I tried to convince myself that it was just our cat or something, but suddenly I got really creeped out, and I wasn't feeling safe in my bedroom anymore. I wanted to get out of the house, but I was afraid of what I had seen. I waited in silence to see if I could hear anything else, but there was no noise. Then I heard the floor creak at the end of the hall past my bedroom. My door didn't have a lock on it and was on the second floor, so I felt if I made a run for it, I would be able to safely get downstairs and outside. I just didn't know who or what was at the end of my hallway. I was too scared to make any noise or look down the hall. I just sat there in my chair, staring at the crack in my door to see if whoever was there would walk by again. After a couple of minutes, I finally got enough courage to walk over to the door. I did it as quietly as possible and then stood next to the door and listened. I didn't hear anything, so I decided that on the count of 3, I would quickly walk out of my room and down the stairs as quietly as possible and then go out of my house. I took a deep breath and quickly left my room, but as I did, I guess that my curiosity got the better of me and I looked to the end of the hallway. I saw a dirty woman with really messy hair crouched down against the wall with her hands over her face. As soon as she saw me, she started to scream. I was more than freaked out, and I ran as fast as I could down the stairs and out the front door. As I did, I heard her screaming getting louder and louder. When I got outside, I immediately took out my phone and called my parents. They told me to call the police, so I did, and then I ran to Ryan's house, which was about 5 minutes away. My parents picked me up from Ryan's, and then we all went back to my house where we saw multiple police cars with flashing lights as well as an ambulance. I had to talk to the police, and my parents did for a while too. I guess when Ryan left out the front door, he left it open, and a lady that was messed up on drugs walked right in. It was something I will never forget.
There are 2 types of people who work at McDonald's, or fast food places in general. There are ambitious, intelligent people who are trying to work hard to achieve a goal, in the hopes that one day they'll be able to quit for the sake of something better. And then there are the losers, those with no ambition who have given up and have no desire to achieve anything other than a weekly paycheck. I like to consider myself in the first category. As I was working hard to afford my apartment while taking classes at the local community college, I normally worked the later shifts at the drive-thru window, which is the one spot most employees hated working the most. You constantly have to deal with extremely impatient, oftentimes very rude people who are on their phones or have music blaring, and oftentimes don't realize that I wasn't the individual who took their order, so it's not my fault if it's wrong. In addition to that, you're pretty much constantly on your feet and exposed to the elements. No matter how cold, windy, or rainy it is, you have to keep leaning out into it, wishing that you were in a warm car about to drive away from this place. My point being is please try to be more kind and patient with the drive-thru people. Yeah, some are lazy, but most are trying their best, and even though you only see them for about half a minute, a kind remark or a warm smile might make their day. Anyways, now that I've gotten that off my chest, I work the late shift with 2 people who I believe qualify for the second category of employees. Connie was a high school dropout who was almost always late and was never invested in what she was doing, and Harold was a deadbeat who often smelled like weed and only kept the job because otherwise his parents would throw him out of the house. He was 32 years old. So one night I was there after 11 p.m. by the drive-thru window on an extremely cold January night, flipping through the pages of my class notes and trying to keep warm by the fry machine. Connie was mopping while looking at her phone, and Harold was in the back probably getting baked in the walk-in cooler. That late at night, we rarely got customers, and if we did, they were almost always zonked-out college kids who used the drive-thru but never physically walked into the restaurant. I stood up and stretched my legs, and told Connie that I was heading to the bathroom. It was around 11:30 at this point. I came back less than 5 minutes later, with Connie more or less in the same spot that she was before. I walked past her and turned the corner to return to the window, and froze dead in my tracks. There was a bald man in white face makeup and a black hoodie standing directly outside the window staring in. His eyes were wide, with a blank expression that read, "What kind of trouble can I create?" The figure made direct eye contact with me and smirked, and slammed his palm against the window. I had no idea what to do, and inside my head, the words clown, mime, psychopath, danger, and death all exploded like fireworks. The window was already shut and locked to protect myself from the cold, but the doors were all unlocked, and this person could easily walk right in and grab any one of us if he wanted to. In my head I kept referring to it as he, but honestly I had no idea what the gender was. The outfit and makeup made the stranger look androgynous. Maybe that was the point. The figure slapped on the glass window again with its hand. "Open," drawing out the word like a snake. Now even if the figure wasn't dressed like that, I was under no obligation to open the window. It's unlawful to serve walk-ups at the drive-thru window, certainly for their safety but also for ours. I shook my head and backed away. I called over my shoulder, "Lock the doors." The whole time this figure didn't break eye contact with me, and to the best of my memory, I don't even remember it blinking. It drew back its lips in a sinister smile, and I shit you not, its gums were black. I don't mean I was too far away that I couldn't see clearly, I mean its gums were as black as licorice. "Open," it hissed again, louder this time. Its other hand slammed against the window, and it licked its lips with its tongue. "Open." That's when a third hand slammed itself into the window. A left hand, and it was just as pale and as skeletal as the other two. I lost my shit. "Holy shit! Call the cops!" I screamed, and ran back into the office, which was the only room with a locking door and no windows. I heard Connie scream, "What the fuck?" And she dropped her mop and flew across the room and made for the back with me. All the yelling attracted Harold, and I shoved past him into the office and told him to look at the security camera. Sure enough, the white-faced creeper looked to have 3 hands on the window and was tilting its head back and forth, perhaps trying to discover where I ran off to. We locked the office door and called the cops, explaining to the operator that there was at least 2 prowlers outside acting in a threatening manner towards us. I kind of expected it to be over after I called the cops. If it was a prank, they would run once they realized they scared me enough to call 911. But it didn't end there. We watched as the figure left the drive-thru window, circled the building, and made for the restaurant door. "Is there a second one? Look for a second one," I panicked while still on the phone with the operator. Connie was freaking out, and Harold was muttering something about not getting the police involved, likely because he was carrying weed. That's when the power went out. Everything. Cameras, lights, phone, the whole building went down. And barely 10 seconds after we all quieted down after shouting at each other in the dark, we heard footsteps in the dining room area. "Connie, did you lock the doors?" I whispered. She didn't reply. I think she had her hand pressed over her mouth. "Open." We heard a voice call from outside the room in the dark. "Open." The shout came at least 3 more times, circling from the kitchen to right off the hallway where we were hiding. I was convinced I was about to die, and every decision I had made in my life that brought me there was flashing before my eyes. We heard footsteps pass the office. After another few minutes, we heard the wail of police sirens outside, and at any moment, we expected to hear gunfire and the police shouting at someone to get on the ground, but we never did. We waited until the police identified themselves, and opened the door and ran out into the parking lot. Since the power was down, we couldn't show the cops the security footage, so we just told them what we saw. They swept the whole building and said it was clear. The owner of that particular franchise store showed up about an hour later, after Harold and Connie had left. I waited for the power to be restored, so an officer could escort me back inside to collect my belongings. The next day my manager called me and asked me to work the night shift. I asked him if the creep from last night had been caught, when he said, "There was no creep." I told him I quit and hung up the phone. This story is completely true. I have no idea what caused the power outage, which apparently erased all the security footage from the day. Without proof on video, my manager and the cops concluded that it was an elaborate prank, but that third hand still bothers me to this day, even more so than its hungry, inhuman eyes. Sure, it could have been a prank, but I wish someone would just confirm that for me, so I can sleep again. Keep your windows locked at night, and if you hear someone tapping from behind the curtains, don't open them.
I'm 20 years old and I live in Canada. This story took place during the 2016 clown craze in October, about 10 to 20 minutes before my Subway store was going to close. To make things a little easier to understand, I've got to give a brief explanation of the layout of our store. So there's the front door that customers walk through, which is completely made of glass. Then there's the windows to the left, if you're standing behind the counter facing the front. The bathroom is beside the swinging door that employees use to get to the sandwich unit. This all began while I was finishing doing dishes in the back room. I was the only person there because they rarely had more than one employee for the closing shift, unless of course it was for training purposes. Really, only one employee is needed, even though it might not be a smart decision. There hadn't been any customers for a while, and I really had to go to the bathroom, so I started making my way to the swinging door by the sandwich unit, when all of a sudden I heard the bell ding at the front door, indicating that a customer had entered. I was honestly a bit annoyed because I'd been putting off going to the bathroom for a long time, and obviously I can't leave someone unattended in the front store. Before I even turned around to take the person's order, and I know it's going to sound odd, but I heard the generic sound of a clown's nose honking. It sent shivers and goosebumps through my entire body. As I hesitantly turned around to confirm what I had just heard, there was someone standing at the door with a bright orange afro and white face paint. Beyond that, they were dressed extremely casually, though in a plain green zip-up hoodie and black jeans, which almost made it creepier. They stared at me and smiled from ear to ear. Before I could even think of doing anything, they gave me a sinister little wave before quickly running out of the store and around the left side window. I was frozen in place. I was wondering, was this really happening? Or better yet, why was this happening? I didn't know the clown craze reached my small town. I just stared at the window for what felt like 10 minutes. Once I came to, I ran to the front door and just locked it. There was no way I was letting anyone in, even if we weren't closed yet. But before I did, I poked my head around the corner to make sure that lunatic was gone for sure. Well, I didn't see anything. He was gone, I thought. I couldn't see him anywhere. The parking lot was empty save for my car. So I went back in the store and locked the doors, counting the seconds until the actual closing time was here. But not 10 minutes until closing, a couple of cops were knocking at the door. I was nervous, yet relieved to see them. I immediately unlocked the doors and let them inside. Apparently, they were there to just ask me a few questions. They wanted to know if I had seen someone dressed with an orange afro and white makeup. Yeah, I was excited to tell them that some creep was out there so that they could catch this guy. Well, they explained that someone called not too long ago, saying that they drove by and saw someone matching that description in the subway parking lot, kneeling behind a green sedan. They were holding a carving knife. My heart seemed to stop. That was my car. This psycho was waiting for me behind my car. If the cops hadn't scared him away by showing up, he'd still be out there. What would have happened if I walked out there alone at closing time? I was scared more than I'd ever been, but the cops offered to walk me to my car and even check it if I needed them to. I happily obliged. Then I got out of there and stayed the night with a family member nearby, because after that horrific experience, I couldn't be alone. The clown craze was always hilarious in my eyes until something actually happened to me. There was just something horrifying about the contrast of the clown hair and makeup, along with normal everyday clothing. Better yet, what would have happened if I was already in the bathroom, defenseless and unaware? I'm so thankful I held it for as long as I did, and that some stranger drove by and saw this weirdo. I'm happy that I didn't find out what this lunatic was capable of. You can bet I don't work the closing shift at Subway anymore.
After my first semester of university, at the beginning of May, I decided to reward myself by getting tickets for a band I wanted to see. They weren't playing in my hometown, unfortunately, and the nearest venue that they were playing was in a small town 6 hours away by train. I had a friend who attended a university in the town who agreed to let me stay with her, so I figured that I would be fine to go up. I had never been to this town before, but having lived in larger cities my entire life, I often associate small town with safety. I declined my friend's offer to drive me to the concert, considering she was studying for finals, and I enjoy a good walk. The town was divided by a river, and to cross that river you had to go over one bridge, then walk through a park on an island, then cross a second bridge to get back into town. To get to the first bridge from my friend's university, you had to walk down a nature trail. All this was perfectly lovely, as I did it at sunset. I had just emerged from my first winter in a rather harsher environment than I had grown up in, and the whole nature trail park combo was filled with joggers and children playing, and squirrels and everything that I had missed. This is only noteworthy in that I felt completely at ease with my route, but I was pretty distracted and didn't pay a whole lot of attention to exactly which path I had taken. The concert didn't let out until probably slightly past midnight. I got to the first bridge, crossed, and proceeded across the island to the second bridge. It was a nice night out, and I was actually sort of enjoying myself in the warm spring air. That is, until I got to a hill I didn't remember walking over on the way there. I stopped at the base of it, feeling that something was off, but eventually attributing it to the fact that I had somehow forgotten an entire hill. How funny, I thought as I walked up the mystery hill. All my thoughts ceased as I got to the top and found myself looking down the path into an empty carnival, and beyond that, the second bridge. Walking over a hill, I didn't see an entire carnival, and I don't remember it, and this definitely left me on edge. But I didn't really see any way around it. Literally, there was forest on either side, plus the bridge was right there, and besides, the carnival looked abandoned. So I start off down the other side of the hill into the creepy carnival, maintaining a quick pace, definitely on high alert. I kept my focus mainly on the bridge I was aiming for. I was most of the way through when I saw the people. I saw them from far enough away that I didn't jump, but I did stop dead in my tracks. They seemed pretty normal looking by their clothes, and I was too far away to see their faces. They were sitting in whatever was available. Lemonade stands, immobile roller coasters, covered picnic tables. I didn't really know what to do about it, and I'm not sure that there was much a better option available. But in the moment, feeling I had to do something, I started to walk forwards again. And as I did, I made eye contact with the first one of them I saw, and held it as I walked through them. The man I had chosen to look at I remember very vividly, looking a lot like I imagined death would look like. A gaunt, drawn-out face with no expression of any type on it, sunken eyes that followed me as the rest of his body stayed still. From what I could tell, the rest did the same. I was terrified out of my wits, and for some reason, making eye contact with this zombie of a man was the only thing that I felt was keeping me safe. I never broke eye contact with him until I reached the second bridge, so far as to opt to walk backwards down the trail. I turned and crossed the bridge at a sprint, and someone shouted behind me, which only prompted me to run faster. Now, I mentioned that the route from the university to the bridge was a nature trail. This meant that it had no lights on it, and was as black as the void, trees covering up the moon and making it impossible to see anything. I didn't care. I ran down the trail, tripping over who knows what, anything to put distance between me and the creepy carnival people. Eventually, I reached a patch of light at the edge of the university and stopped. There wasn't any noise anymore except for crickets and my own frantic breathing. If any had followed me, they hadn't done so for long. I managed to gather myself together and remember that I did in fact have a cell phone, which at that point I used to call my friend to have her meet me at a well-lit spot on campus, populated by studying students. I told her what had happened, and her eyes got really wide. As it turned out, unbeknownst to me, there were two trails through the park on the island, a north and a south one. I had taken the north one on the way there and accidentally taken the south one on the way back. She told me that people never, ever passed through the carnival at night, as it was where the local meth addicts and gang members would hang out. They were unpredictable at best, and at their worst, well, muggings were the least of it. I'd gotten off extremely lucky. So everything ended up being explainable, but somehow that made it even worse. I didn't sleep well that night, and when my friend offered to drive me to the train station across the river the following evening, I accepted.
A few years ago, the summer after I graduated from high school, me and a few friends all met up at a carnival at a nearby city. It was a pretty popular event. It happened every year with all the normal games and rides you would expect. We got there and played some games and got food. We really did all the normal carnival stuff. We stayed there until night and then started to head back. We went back towards the entrance of the carnival and all said bye to each other. Then we went our separate ways. All the four of us had parked in different places, so after saying bye, I walked back into the carnival to the side where I had parked my car, which was a few blocks away. But as I was walking, I saw a man approach me. He was skinny and had a sort of scraggly beard. He appeared to be sort of young. He asked me if I was leaving and if I could give him a ride. This guy was looking pretty sketchy, and I really didn't want to give a ride to someone I didn't know. So I told the man that I didn't have a car. Of course, that wasn't true, but I just wanted him to leave me alone. The man looked disappointed and nodded his head and walked away. Then I walked to my car, which took me about 15 minutes to get there. I unlocked the doors as I got close to it, but at that same time, I heard rapid footsteps on the street coming out of nowhere. I looked and I saw the man. I had no idea he had been following me, and at this time on the street I was parked on, there was no one else around at all. The man said to me, "Oh, you don't have a car, huh?" in a pretty angry voice. I didn't say anything. I was pretty scared, and I couldn't believe what was happening. I then tried to get in my car quickly, but the man ran at me. He blocked the door to my car, and he demanded the keys. He claimed he could hurt me, so I just tossed the keys at him and ran away. He took the keys and drove off in my car. After he was gone, I called the police, and then called one of my friends who drove over and waited until the police arrived. I was pretty shaken up, and the police took down all the information I could give them before my friend Alex gave me a ride home. The car ended up being recovered a few days later, and the man was eventually caught as well.
One day when I was a junior in high school, the bell had just rung, and I was on my way to art class. It was on the furthest end of the school, so I was walking pretty quickly to get there in time. All of a sudden, an announcement came on the intercom. It was a secretary from the front desk of the school. Her voice was shaky as she announced that the school had just been placed on lockdown, and everyone needed to get inside the room closest to them and follow lockdown procedures. Before hanging up, she said that this was not a drill. There was silence for a moment before total chaos erupted in the hallways. Everyone was running around and there were papers and books being scattered about. I was nearly to the art room at this point, so I ended up just sprinting there. When I got there, the room was bustling with people running in all different directions. After letting a few more people into the room, the teacher decided to close the door and lock it. We turned off the lights and then all gathered in the back of the classroom where we wouldn't be visible from the window in the door. It was almost completely silent in the room despite there being at least 30 people in there. I was doing my best not to expect the worst. Maybe this was just a false alarm. The teacher got a notification on her phone and we watched as her eyes grew wide as she read it. In a hushed voice, she informed us that there had been a murder in a neighborhood down the road from the school, and the police had reason to think the suspect was hiding somewhere nearby, possibly in the school. I couldn't believe what was happening. This seemed like something from a horror movie. One of the younger girls in the class was so scared that she was crying and shaking, and a few other kids were trying to comfort her. Because I was sitting close to the supply closet, the teacher asked me to go in the closet and grab a blanket. The supply closet was a very spacious walk-in closet with rows of shelves on either side. I scanned the shelves looking for a blanket when all of a sudden I noticed something strange. In the back corner of the closet were long pieces of fabric hanging up that were used for sewing projects. Behind the fabric, I saw a pair of dirty shoes. Someone was hiding back there. I wondered why they weren't with the rest of the class when all of a sudden it hit me. Was that the murder suspect? My heart was beating like crazy. I knew the best thing I could do was pretend I didn't know the person was there. Trying to appear as calm as possible, I grabbed the blanket before turning off the lights in the closet and shutting the door. I handed the blanket to the girl before going up to the teacher and whispering to her what I had seen. I knew if the other students found out what I had seen, there would be a panic and that would not end well. I could see the fear in the teacher's eyes, but she said nothing, just picked up her phone and sent a message to the front desk. 10 minutes of silence went by before the teacher got another notification. She then stood up and told us that she had been told that we needed to walk calmly out of the classroom and go to the middle school across the street until the school was cleared. We did as we were told. Part of me was sure that the suspect was going to chase after us, but the closet door remained shut. Once we were out of the school, we began running at a full-on sprint until we reached the middle school. We stayed there for hours until our parents were eventually able to come pick us up. On the news that night, we found out that the SWAT team came to the school and was able to capture the suspect without anyone getting hurt. A shiver goes down my spine anytime I go into the closet, even now. One day I was walking to math class and one of my friends stopped me to ask if I was ready for the test we had that day. I told her I was confused because I thought the test wasn't until next week. She insisted that it was today, and she said she had been up all night studying for it. My heart sank. The test was a huge part of my grade and I wasn't prepared for it at all. I was so panicked that I told my friend to tell the teacher I was sick and I was going to hide in the bathroom. She told me she would. I quickly ducked into the nearest bathroom and went into the last stall, preparing to spend the next hour on my phone. I was hanging my backpack up on the hook on the stall door when all of a sudden an announcement came through on the intercom. It was the school principal. He said that the school was now under lockdown and that this was an emergency. Everyone was to get to the nearest classroom and follow lockdown procedures. At first, I assumed this was a drill until all the lights went out, leaving me in pitch darkness. This had never happened in any of our drills before. Was there actually a real emergency? I frantically texted my friend from math class and asked her if she knew what was going on. She texted me back right away and said that a male student had been seen threatening another male student over a knife. It was supposedly an argument over a girl, but the rumor was that the guy was completely deranged and there was no telling who he might hurt. I had little to no protection, so I was terrified. I climbed up on the toilet seat so no one would be able to see my feet, and I tried to stay as quiet as possible. Several minutes went by before I heard footsteps enter the bathroom. It was someone crying, but I couldn't figure out if it was a boy or a girl. They entered the stall next to me and closed the door. I heard something metal fall on the floor, and I looked down to see the point of a long silver knife. I don't know what went through my mind at that moment, but my sheer panic caused me to make a run for it. I unlocked the stall door and started sprinting through the hallways. I kept running until I got out of the school, my arms in the air as I came face to face with an army of police officers. After they patted me down, I explained exactly where the suspect was. Luckily, they were able to catch the guy without anyone getting hurt. It turned out that the guy didn't end up stabbing anyone, he just threatened him. He did, of course, still get into plenty of legal trouble, and he hasn't been back at school since. When I was a sophomore in high school, I was sitting next to my best friend Kayla in geometry. The teacher had finished the rest of the lesson and was giving us the rest of class time to get a head start on homework. Kayla was trying to explain to me a problem I didn't understand when all of a sudden we were interrupted by the intercom. There was an announcement that we were under an active lockdown and everyone needed to shelter in place immediately. We asked the teacher if she had been warned that we were going to have a drill, and she told us no. The teachers are always warned about lockdown drills, so this was when we realized this could actually be a serious thing. The teacher locked the door and turned off the lights. Then we began working together to push our heavy metal desks up against the door so that no one could get in. We then hid in a corner of the room. I was tucked underneath the teacher's desk along with a few other students. We were all quiet, checking our phones to see if we could figure out what was going on. I was looking through the news app when I saw that there was a crazy man believed to be on drugs that was involved in an assault right by our school. It was believed that he may have entered our school and was still on the loose. I shared this information with the class and we were all even more terrified. A few girls started to cry and some people were texting their parents to let them know what was going on. I had a sister who was a freshman who was also in the building and I texted her to see if she was okay and asked if she knew what was going on. 15 painful minutes went by before she texted me back. She said someone had been banging on her classroom door and screaming profanities for the last 10 minutes, but they had finally gone away. I decided to keep this information to myself, not wanting to freak my classmates out even more. But before long, I heard yelling in the distance and held my breath, hoping that whoever it was would just pass by the classroom. But before long, there was a sudden banging at the door, followed by a crazed laughter. The man began taunting us, telling us that he had a gun, and there was no point in hiding because he was going to get us. We were horrified, but did our best to stay quiet. Our teacher was on the phone with 911, giving them a whispered update of what was happening. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot from the hallway, causing several of us to cry out loudly. The man outside laughed even harder. There were shouts from further down the hallway, and I understood to be police officers. They demanded the man drop his weapon. After several requests, they tased him, and I heard him screaming like crazy. Around 30 more minutes went by before we were finally told that the school had been cleared, the man had been taken into custody, and we were free to go.
From the time I was a junior in high school until my freshman year of college, I used to work at Target. My job that I had was a cart attendant, which means I would walk around the parking lot and bring carts back into the store. I did some other stuff too, but that was basically it. It was a busy Target that I worked at with 2 entrances, so I would always be busy, especially on weekends. On one night, it was a weekday, and it had gotten pretty quiet. I was working a closing shift, which went until 10 p.m., and typically the last hour and a half or so would be really quiet. I was inside doing a restroom check, which was another one of my responsibilities, and then I refilled some of the shopping baskets inside the store. When I was done with those things, it was just about 10, so I went back out to the parking lot for one last time to collect all the remaining carts and bring them in. There really weren't many at all, maybe 10 total carts, but they were spread out across the entire parking lot that we had. I went out and got them all, and as I was in the far back corner of the parking lot, I noticed there was one last cart in the way back. It was literally the very far back corner, and it was pretty far away from the store. I started to walk over to it, and noticed that there was one car parked close by. The parking lot was almost completely empty, besides the 20 or so cars that belonged to employees that were all parked in the back middle. This one was farther away, and I didn't think anything of this particular car until I realized that there seemed to be somebody in the driver's seat. I saw this as I was getting closer. The car was a sort of dark SUV that was relatively big, but I'm not much of a car expert, so beyond that I'm not sure. I had to walk right in front of the car to get the cart, and as I passed by the front of the car, I saw the lights suddenly turn on. I was a little spooked at first by this, but then I just got the cart and started walking back. I glanced over to the car and noticed that the driver was staring at me with a really angry look on his face. I thought this was pretty awkward, and I walked pretty quickly back to the store and put the carts away. I don't know why the guy would be mad at me, but from there, I clocked out of work, then left the store and walked to my car. I always pretty much parked in the same spot in the back middle of the parking lot. When I was approaching my car though, I now noticed that the car that I had just seen a few minutes earlier was parked directly next to me. This was sort of strange, and I did my best to ignore it and got inside my car. I then started it up and left as quickly as I could, because I didn't want another awkward moment with the guy. but as soon as I did, the car left as well. It didn't take long for me to realize that I was being followed by this guy. Every turn that I made, the car behind me would make as well. As I got close to home and had to take the exit from the highway, the car did the same. I didn't want to go straight home, so instead of turning on my street, I kept going, and then I went into another residential neighborhood and I planned to just drive around. I wasn't really sure what to do and I was getting nervous. I started just driving down random streets and then turning onto the next one and going down that. I was basically just going down every street, and the car followed me through about 4 streets, I would say. As I kept going, it randomly pulled out and sped past me. I heard the engine of the car make a loud roar as it did. After that, they drove away, and when I was sure I couldn't see them anymore, I turned around and went back towards my house. I got home, and then everything was fine. I've always wondered after that, though, why the person followed me and who it was. I also wonder how they knew which car was mine, and why they parked next to my car.
The very first night of my job as a pizza delivery guy turned out to be something that you would only expect to happen in movies. The incident gave me sleepless nights, and I remember suffering from sleep paralysis thereafter. It was in February. We were nearing our closing time. The other delivery guy who would normally stay until closing time had left early that day for whatever reason. I remember him mentioning some personal, unavoidable problem. All of a sudden, the phone on the counter rang. It was past midnight, and we didn't think it was strange for someone to call at this hour for pizza, probably midnight cravings. But then it hit me. I was going to be the one to deliver it. The manager had received the call and gave me the address the caller had mentioned. I looked back at him with a frustrated look and he shrugged. I had no choice. The manager said I better be quick as he would have to wait till I came back. The chef handed the pizza to me with a frown, and I could clearly read the annoyance on his face. I didn't recognize the place and the address at first, but I was accustomed to delivering to addresses I had not heard of before. This particular address was difficult to find. After a lot of hassle, I found the house at the town outskirts. It was the last house in a row of houses opposite a long stretch of thicket. Forests have often freaked me out, so I decided to make it quick and get back as soon as possible. When I neared the house, I observed the front door to be ajar. Strange. I rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. Suddenly, a gust of wind threw open the front door even more, and I was able to make out the interiors of the drawing room. Brightly lit with all the lights on and completely empty. I entered anyway and called out for someone. No sound but a low, pleasant music playing from the cassette player on the cabinet beside me. It was so eerily silent with that music in the background that I started freaking out. I could hear my own breathing. Only then, from behind the door in the far corner, did I hear a sound. I headed towards that room. Shouldn't have. When I opened the door, I was expecting the caller, but I got the nightmare of my life. It was a person, all right, but dead. Almost. The corpse was lying on the bed in a pool of blood. Its abdomen was tore open, and the eyes directly looking at me. I wanted to throw up. In a split second, I was out of the house, not caring about who it was, or who did that, or the cold pizza in the box. I ran for my life, just before pausing in horror at a face staring from behind the door of the same room where I had just been. It was a man, showing only his head from behind the door, with a sickening smile on its face. I had been in the same room with that man for a minute or so. This was enough for me. I stepped on the gas and sped to my shop, throwing the pizza at my clueless manager. And from there to my home, where I laid for 4 days with a high fever. I quit my job thereafter. But what struck me afterwards was that no other houses except that cursed home had their lights on. It was like all of them were abandoned. I shrugged off that feeling at the time, but now as I come to think of that, I shudder. What was that place?
I'm a 13, soon-to-be 14-year-old female, and I go by Steph. I live in California in a small dead-end sort of neighborhood. It rises above the usual street, kind of like a hill. There's only 3 other houses besides mine, so it's pretty safe. Because our hill has a lot of trees, I have a habit of going out at dusk all alone to watch the sunset. The time I almost got kidnapped took place about a week ago. I had a plate of macaroni in my hands, so I had to be a little careful going down the slope. As I'm sitting down near the street eating my macaroni, I'm waiting for the sun to set, when a man in a car pulls up next to me. I assumed it was one of the neighbor's friends, since they had a lot of cars parked on their sidewalk, so I waved. The man didn't wave back though. Instead, he rolled down the passenger window. He was a black man that looked to be in his 40s. I could just feel something was off with him. I'm a very paranoid person, and 99% of the time my instincts are right. He then beckoned me to approach the car. Now, I've been in similar situations, so I know a thing or two. I took one step to be polite, and stopped. I smelled liquor or gasoline or something coming from his car. I guessed that maybe he was lost or something, and didn't know my neighbor's house, and I assumed that he must have brought an open six-pack or something. But being my paranoid self, I wasn't going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think I saw some movement coming from the back window of his car. The man completely ignored the back of his car, and just gave me a chilling wide smile, saying nothing. I slowly stepped back, while trying to make my smile look genuine. The man began to get out of his car, and my instincts told me that I was in danger. I walked slowly at first, so that he wouldn't notice me getting ready to run. I'm about 95% sure that he had bad intentions. Once the man stepped both feet out of his car, I dropped my macaroni plate and made a run for it. I could feel the adrenaline overpowering my body. Once the man got fully out of his car, he yelled something at me, and I just ran faster. When I got to my house, I quickly looked around and see if he had followed me, and thankfully, he didn't. I went inside and was shaking. I laughed it off in disbelief, since I was in a state of shock, and tried to calm my adrenaline rush down. My dad asked me what happened, and I told him the whole story. The lesson I've learned from this may sound stupid, but it could have almost cost me a lot, and very possibly my life. Trust your instincts. Don't wave or smile at any car or anyone that you don't know if they pull up next to you. Doing this may seem inviting for the aggressor. You don't know their intentions, and especially don't wave when you're alone. I like to think that I was smart enough to run, but this encounter made me realize just how unexpected and fast this was. Be careful and cautious everywhere, even if it's just down the street.
First, a little background information. I worked the night shift at a local gas station when I was 19. I was the only employee in the store, as usual. On Christmas Eve, I had to work the overnight, 10 p.m. into 6 a.m. into Christmas Day. It was a normal night, no customers, and my cleaning was almost finished. I had just got done eating and decided to go out for a smoke when I hear someone walking towards the store in the distance. Now, this was nothing out of the ordinary until the person gets to the pumps and I can actually see them. It was a male, about 5'9" and somewhat thin. He was wearing a dark hoodie, jeans, and was carrying a gift bag. As he got closer though, I noticed that he was bleeding from his forehead. As he approached me, I asked if he was okay and if he needed any help. I noticed that the bag was empty, which should have been my first red flag. The guy looked me in the eyes, looking dead inside, and said, "You want to help? Then don't call the fucking cops." I agreed and told him that there was a first aid kit inside and that I'd be happy to help him with his wound. Crazy, I know, but I was just trying to be nice to him since he was someone who could be a threat to me. We went inside the store and I got the first aid kit. As I pulled out the stuff for him to clean himself up with, he said he needed to use the restroom and once again told me not to call the cops. I told myself that if he wasn't out of the bathroom within a reasonable amount of time, I was going to call the police. He didn't come out, so I went outside and called. The dispatcher told me to stay out of the store and find somewhere safe to be until the officers arrived. I stood at the side of the store where he wouldn't be able to see me, but I could see if he came out of the bathroom.
He never came out. The police arrived and asked where he was. I pointed and they went in. Just as they got to the door, he opened it and tried to lunge at one of the officers. They tackled him, threw a knife that he was holding, and promptly arrested him. As they were walking him out of the store, he told me that I was lucky that the police got there when they did, and that he'd see me again soon. I was a little shook by that. One of the officers came to take my statement after the other took the guy away. I told the officer what had all happened, and then I asked something I really wish I didn't know the answer to. What was he doing in the bathroom? The officer told me that it was a good thing that I called when I did, because the guy had shot up some heroin in the bathroom, then was going to come out with a knife, stab me, and run with what money was in the register. That's what the bag was for. This guy had a lot of problems and a lot of anger inside of him. The reason he was so angry was also the reason his head was bleeding. He owed his dealer money and got beat because of it. His solution to the problem was robbing the store. The officer told me if I didn't call when I did, I'd either be critically wounded or dead because he wasn't going to allow me to stand between him and that money. I hope I never see that crazy drug addict who wanted to kill me to free himself of debt again.
A few years back, I was working the second shift at Colonial Williamsburg. I had started around 1 p.m., but sometimes wouldn't finish until later on at night. Colonial Williamsburg is what they call a living history museum, and it's basically that they kept a part of the city super old, so it's like stepping back in a time machine without any of the paradoxical dangers, so to speak. I used to work there on the weekends when I was in high school, so that was pretty low down the chain, and it was my job to turn off the lights of the governor's mansion and a few other places at the end of the night. This one night, I had just clocked out and was walking to my car when my boss called me and said that I had missed a light. I was still kind of new at the time, and the idea of burning down the Colonial Quarter was just about the most awful thing I could think of, so I apologized a bunch and headed back to correct my mistake. Sure enough, a light way up in the attic was visibly on from outside. I facepalmed super hard, head up there to the attic via the little ladder thing, but once I get up there, there's no lit candles at all. I start applying any and all logic, thinking the light we saw must have been a reflection from somewhere, and besides, it's no big deal. I'm just happy I didn't actually leave a candle on to potentially burn down one of my favorite places in the entire world. So, I shrug it off, head back down the ladder, and re-begin the walk to my car. But yet again, as I'm walking, I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket, and once again, it's my boss asking if I'm actually going to do my job properly. I immediately text back that I did, and get an incoming call in response. He actually seemed super angry, saying, like, "Why are you lying to me? Do you think I'm dumb?" And a small argument unfolded before I turned around and saw that, sure enough, there was a light back on in the window of the old attic. That's when I realized something wasn't quite right, and I calmly asked my boss to meet me outside so we could both make sure the candle was put out properly, together. I'd been a diligent worker for the few weeks I'd been there, but I could tell just from this that my boss thought I was crazy, dumb, or both. I mean, I'd be thinking the same thing. Who can't put out a simple candle? But as I wanted him to see, there was much more at play than that. So I meet him outside, and once we've established that A, no one is playing a prank, and that B, I obviously wouldn't just lie to him, we head over to the house with a lit candle in the loft. As we approach, each of us agrees that we can both see a lit candle up in the window, and by now my boss is past thinking I'm dumb and probably just curious to see what it was talking about. But lo and behold, when we head up into the attic, there's no lit candle. And I made sure to make sure that my boss goes up first so he couldn't accuse me of just snuffing it out like I'm gaslighting him or something. When I get up there, my boss has actually turned pale when he turns to me and says, "You smell that, right?" And sure enough, the distinct odor of a burnt candle could be smelled, and the wick of the candle was still warm and sooty. We're both right on the verge of freaking out entirely, and my boss turns to me like, "You swear you put that candle out the first time?" But just as I'm about to promise him that I did, and that something seriously freaking is going on, we hear this noise from the old wardrobe that made both of us freeze in place. It was this wheezy, raspy sound, exactly like my little cousin made during a horrible asthma attack during her 7th birthday party. I was so scared that I could practically hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I wanted to bolt out, but for some reason I just couldn't bring myself to. My boss turns towards the wardrobe like, Is anyone there? And then in response, we both just heard the sandpaper voice growl, "Get out." Me and my boss almost knocked each other over trying to get to the ladder, tearing through this old colonial house that we normally treated with kid gloves. Like, I think I'd have honestly smashed my way straight through a wall if I had the strength to. I was literally that terrified. Me and my boss ran to my car, him jumping into the passenger seat and me in the driver's, and we took out of there, not even caring where we were headed, just as long as it was away from Colonial Williamsburg. As I'm driving, I feel my phone start buzzing in my pocket again. I can't answer because I'm driving, but from the call ID, I can see it's from the overnight security guy. I realize that he'd probably just seen, either on camera or in person, me and the boss sprinting out of the house before speeding off in my car, and was wondering what the deal was. Only I realize we've also left him back there with whatever was in the wardrobe, so I'm panicking and telling the boss, "Call Terry. We have to warn Terry." So he does. And right as my boss is telling Terry to get out of there, I just hear like, "Terry, are you kidding me? You literally just scared us half to death." And that's when it hit me. Terry had been hiding up in that attic, lighting the candle, and then putting it out again when he heard someone walk into the house. And I guess scaring the life out of us was his idea of fun, as bored as he must have been. And let me tell you, that was not funny, Terry. Not funny at all. I work at a 7-Eleven part-time in between classes, and earlier this year, we got a little rush of customers in the early afternoon one time. I served 2 guys for coffee and smokes, and at the back of the line, there's this kid, no older than maybe 11 or 12, just waiting there patiently with a backpack in his hand. I actually thought that he looked kinda cute, like a little gentleman out doing some grocery shopping for his mom or something. He gets to the front of the line and I ask him, "What can I help you with, sir?" in a kinda jokey, playful way. Without a hint of emotion on his face, he just reaches into his backpack, pulls out a gun, and says, "Give me all the money." When he pointed it at me, I wasn't sure if it was real or not, because where the hell would a 12-year-old kid get their hands on a loaded gun like that? It's not like the 7-Eleven I work at is in some high-crime area or whatever. It's actually located in a pretty nice place, and although I've heard 1 or 2 stories from coworkers about the trouble at the store, nothing had ever happened to me personally. There was one other guy in the store at the time, and I looked over at him to see him kind of smiling at the kid. Smiling and frowning, like he was amused but disapproved of the kid playing some dumb childish prank. I don't know guns, but I figured this guy did, so I tried calling this kid's bluff and asked him something like, "You shouldn't point toys like that, sweetie. The cops might think it's real." The kid responds by cocking the gun, and it has this real metallic sound that sends this kind of shock of fear running through me. I didn't know of any toy guns that made such a realistic sound, and as if to illustrate that he wasn't joking around, the kid pointed the gun in the air, actually fired a shot that went right over my head. After my ears got done ringing, and I came to, I heard "Give me all the money" in the same monotone, emotionless way, and I didn't hesitate in doing what he asked. I put as much cash as I could onto the countertop, then watched him fill his backpack with it before he just walked out of the store. I think the thing that scared me so much about it was that the kid just didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. He definitely seemed like he had something missing about him, like he didn't understand that he could have actually killed someone over whatever dumb thing he wanted to buy with that money, be it video games or candy or whatever it was. At least a grown-up armed robber understands that a gun is just a means of getting what he wanted, and it's not a good idea to fire it or whatever, just in case they accidentally shoot someone in the face. I get the feeling that even if I'd even tried to resist or tell the kid no, he'd have just shot me, because it's what he assumed he should do. It's almost surreal to me how the closest I've ever come to death is at the hands of a child, someone who should have been so innocent and carefree and full of love, but instead just felt nothing.
This story takes place one late night as I was doing my grocery shopping. I would often go shopping late at night after work, and I liked it because my local grocery store was always still open, and it was never very busy at that hour, so I could get all the things I needed in a short time. One night after work, I was shopping for some groceries, and happened to be going down the soda aisle. As I reached the end of it, I noticed something on the bottom shelf. It appeared to be a Polaroid photograph. I just found it strange for one to be in a store on the shelf, and I curiously picked it up. It was a picture of a house, and it had no writing on it in the lower area where people typically wrote. I was about to put it back on the lower shelf when I noticed something. The house looked a lot like mine. I took a really good and long look at the photo for a while, and the house in it looked just about identical to my house. I found this really strange, and ended up putting the photo back, then finished my shopping and went home. A few days later, though, I was walking outside to leave for work when I noticed something on the ground. It was another Polaroid picture. I picked it up and saw that this was seemingly the same picture from the grocery store. It was the same one of my house. I knew I had left it in the grocery store the other night, and I was now really weirded out by this. I took the photo with me and left for work. When I was done for the day and on the way home, I had to stop at the grocery store once again. I bought some frozen pizzas and a few vegetables and was making my way over to the pasta. The store once again was rather quiet as it was almost 11 p.m. As I was walking, I suddenly saw something as I passed from one aisle to the next. There was a man about 40 feet away from me with a camera pointed directly at me. I couldn't see his face as it was covered by the camera, but I could see he was wearing a black jacket. Just when he saw me, he ducked back behind another aisle. No doubt this was the man who had taken the photo of my house, but what did he want from me? I walked over to the aisle where the man was, but he was now gone. I walked around for a while, all over the store, trying to find the man, but I never did. I finished my shopping and went back home. After that, I never found any more pictures or saw the man again. I still wonder about him to this day.
I was dating this one girl, a long-distance relationship. She lived in Washington State while I lived in California. Long-distance relationships usually involved the usual: FaceTiming, phone calls, Skype, etc. About 7 months into the relationship, I had a dream. The only member of her family I've seen on FaceTime was her cousin Zoe. In the dream, I was watching over her while she played in a bouncy house. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed. I looked into the direction she pointed. There was an old male, so old that gravity took a toll on his wrinkly skin. I locked eyes with him and I felt his piercing blue eyes freeze my body in place. He raised his hand from the resting place on his rocking chair. He pointed at me. His mouth opened wide as a sharp screeching noise came out of him. I woke up in a cold sweat, texting my girlfriend telling her the dream. She was shocked. She texted back, "You saw Grandpa?" She later explained that her late grandpa's appearance perfectly fit my dream. What shocked us both was that I've never seen a picture of her grandfather, let alone knew that he passed away. He would always stay in his rocking chair and look out the window during his final days, she said. Can ghosts communicate through dreams? Can I see ghosts? Are ghosts real? I don't know if any of these will ever be answered, but I hope one day I can.
I was 22 years old, attending a Halloween party at my former best friend Nick's house, who died of a heroin overdose in 2013. Before his death, he would throw big Halloween parties every year at his house, as his parents routinely flew to New York every year to attend their own friend's party. He was always a big Halloween freak, so the whole house was littered with truly horrifying props that we all knew Nick spent way too much money on. He even put up giant walls of cardboard and covered them with wallpapers to create a haunted maze of sorts. I want to keep this story PG-13 rated, so I'll skip the weed, beer, LSD, and sex and get right to the part where things got bad. I'll admit, we weren't in our right minds. None of us were. Anyone who came to Nick's parties knew what went down. Me, Nick, and a few other guys, Vinny G, Joey, and Q, were upstairs in Nick's room smoking a bong when we heard two steady, loud bangs come from downstairs. Nick clumsily but panickingly rushed to open the door and see what was going on. There were sounds of screaming of both guys and girls. I remember quite clearly it sounded as if there were a crowd of people screaming for their lives down there. We all called Nick to come back in and shut the door. Even under the influence of drugs, we all knew what was going on. Nick ran back inside and shut the door quickly but also quietly, locking it behind him. He turned to us and had on the facial expression of someone who had just witnessed murder. "What did you see? What's going on?" we all shouted at him. He told us to hide before anything else. We all knew why. From that point on, we didn't ask questions. Nick hid the lights and hid in the closet with Joey, while I hid under the bed with Q, and Vinny G hid in the storage box. We could hear the blasting music from downstairs turn off, followed by a grown man screaming at everyone to shut up. One unfortunate girl let out a scream of shock and fear, and after another bang, silence. The man started shouting at everyone again, but personally I couldn't hear it too well, and I certainly as hell wouldn't remember exactly what he was shouting. We heard two other men shouting. By now there were a confirmed 3 intruders in the house, but there could have been more for all we knew at that point. We heard the sound of boots stomping up the stairs and then coming halfway down the hall and stopping outside the bedroom door. The intruder on the other side of the door tried the doorknob, but when he realized it was locked, he started ramming into the door with most likely his shoulder. After a few failed attempts at that, the sound of a few shots to the doorknob were clearly enough to break the lock, allowing the door to swing open. We heard cries from downstairs after the shots to the doorknob, followed by silence and gunshot. I watched through the transparent cloth that hung from the bottom of Nick's bed as the black boots with overlapping ripping denim jeans moved instinctively to the closet. He opened the door. I could hear Nick begging for the intruder not to kill him, offering a generous amount of money if they would leave. Nick gave himself up as the house owner. That's when the intruder ordered him downstairs. The rest of us stayed put. Apparently Joey hadn't been caught with Nick. We stayed under the bed, shaking and afraid. There was near silence from downstairs, other than Nick talking with the intruders, but whatever they were saying was much too low for us to hear. It felt like a near 20 minutes before the front door slammed shut and Nick came running back upstairs to tell us that they were gone. I think the most horrifying moment of my life was when I stepped downstairs back into the living room and saw the 2 dead bodies laying lifelessly on the ground. Holes in their heads spewing out blood. Jen and Robbie, 2 good friends that I still miss. I'll spare you the details of what happened when the police arrived, but despite the fact that the house smelled like a marijuana greenhouse, the police were more interested in finding out who the masked men were that killed 2 innocent college students. Oh yeah, Nicky told the 4 of us who were hiding in his room that there were 4 intruders in total, all wearing fedoras, masks, coats, and gloves. They demanded $100,000 in cash, and when Nick could not provide it, they demanded he fill their empty sack with his most valued possessions. All of the partygoers held hostage in the room were also forced to throw their wallets into the sack or they would be shot. After the incident, Nick became depressed. He started drinking too much, becoming an alcoholic. He stopped showing up to school and ultimately ended up dropping out. He started the use of heavier drugs, such as meth and heroin. I had one good talk with him since the incident, and he was more real during this talk than he had ever been. He told me, with tears rolling down his cheeks, he lived in constant pain, knowing he caused the death of 2 of his best friends. Nick died of a heroin overdose in July of 2013, not even a year after the incident.
Mortis Media.
I was camping with my family and friends up in the mountains.
sharing a tent with my older brother Luke and another friend called Evan. We weren't tired, and everyone retreated to their tents for the night. But the fire was dimming, and we were bored, so we went inside our tent to watch Adventure Time on my laptop. We all passed out after a few episodes, and I woke up sometime during the night into an episode of sleep paralysis. I have weird sleep habits and experience sleep paralysis every few months or so. So for those of you who haven't had it, basically, you're awake but you can't move, and sometimes experience auditory and visual hallucinations. I was aware of this, so I didn't have a full-on heart attack when I started hearing shuffling noises outside my tent, which continued and got louder and closer until the fabric of the tent itself was being touched by something. My computer hadn't died yet, and I could see my surroundings in the dim light off the screen. I watched the fabric compress as something pushed against it sporadically about 4 feet off the ground, then moved around the tent towards me. I watched 3 distinct impressions follow this creature around the side of the tent. It looked like a claw. I was terrified and filled with adrenaline, but another part of me remained calm, assuring my body it was all a dream. I couldn't do anything, so my fear was pointless, but I continued to observe it and my sleep paralysis began to fade, and I realized I could move. No longer so was I convinced I was dreaming. I reached over and shoved Luke awake. I tried to get him to look, to see if there was really something out there. But I must have sounded like I was sleep-talking because he just rolled over and went back to sleep, waving me off. Eventually the rustling stopped, and I was tired and groggy enough that I fell back asleep. In the morning I'd completely forgotten about it. That's until my brother-in-law said to us, "It's a good thing we put the dog in the car last night. There was a bear here," whilst we were sleeping. Dean pointed out the tree where we'd strung up our trash and saw the fresh, gaping claw marks about 9 feet deep up the trunk. That hit me hard. I had seen the bear and calmly watched it test the fabric of my tent 12 inches from my face. I went camping with the summer program when I was 16. 12 other guys being managed by 4 adult men, and we were having a great time. S'mores, hot cocoa, campfire stories, the works. We all had to be in our tents and either sleeping or awake, but quiet, by 11. I was in a tent with 2 other guys, staying up later and just talking typical teenage guy stuff. As one guy is talking, I start to hear heavy breathing nearby, like someone has just been running and is out of breath. I ignore it and keep listening. I figure I'm just a weird kid hearing things, or that one of the guys in the next tent is making the noise whilst he sleeps. Then we hear, "Please, help me," from outside. It didn't sound like anyone in the group. It sounded like an old man out of breath. We all went dead quiet and listened to this guy's breath, then asked again with a whimper at the end. I don't know what possessed this guy near the front of our tent, but he turned on a flashlight and opened the inner flap, but kept the outer zipped and looked out. We just see a pair of bare, old and scabbed pale legs standing there. It looked like this guy had been walking nude through the woods for some time. He asked for help and kept standing there. We were all paralyzed with fear. But the guy at the front managed to say, "Keep walking down the trail. A ranger will be there soon." The guy stopped breathing and said, "No rangers. They keep me here." It was at this point someone else finally spoke up. A chaperone came out of his tent with a flashlight and cautiously asked him how long he'd been there and what happened to him. The old man didn't answer, just started sobbing and ran off into the woods. We saw by the flashlight that he was completely naked and emaciated. This was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, when I was 20, and in a really bad way. I had been screwing up my life via heroin for the past year. But after a lot of help, love and luck from friends and family, finally, I was getting my head cleared and was almost there, above the black tar hell I had gotten myself into. I decided to get out of the city and drove 2 hours out to a smaller town in Missouri, where Google Maps told me a small campsite by water was. I knew that there shouldn't be very many campers because it had just gotten cold and was around 40 or so that night. Nearly there, as I'm driving down a misty morning road, just a picturesque straight 2-line highway. There's this object laying in the road about half a mile up. I slow my approach and can see this shaggy mutt just hanging out. I stop and rolled down my window right next to it, and she came up, licked my hand and wagged her tail a bit. She seemed to expect something of me. She had no tag, no tattoo for Chip, and was just a dog with no name. Naturally, I popped open the passenger side door for her, and she was so glad and hopped in. So now I've got this dirty but friendly companion with me for my little excursion, the dog with no name. The entrance to the campsite was only a half-mile further. As I suspected, there was no one around. I just dropped a 5 in the honor box and picked the closest site to the stream. I set up my tent, the same one I did set up for years with my dad as a kid, collected some dry sticks, and started a fire. The dog with no name just circled the campsite, looking content enough to sniff some leaves and roll around in the mud. I went to check out the rivulet, about 30 feet wide. It had a man-made stone dam that you could walk across. To the west was the deeper part of the river, sort of pooling at the dam, then maybe an 8-foot drop to the east into calmer streams. Instantly, I wanted to go on, cleanse myself, symbolize, baptize, whatever. I grew up Catholic, so that kind of shit runs through my head to this day, though I'm far from religious. The dog sees me scoping out the whole time from the campsite. I can't bring myself to do it though. I'm hugely disappointed in myself. But it's cold, it's brackish, and I don't have a towel. So I go back up to smoke some cigarettes, eat hot dogs, and pet the dog with no name. Night falls quickly after all this meditation, and I roll inside the tent to sleep. My buddy sleeps inside the tent, next to the sleeping bag. This dog was awesome. And I wake up in the middle of the night for no reason. I can't put my finger on it. And my main source of warmth, the dog with no name, is missing. I slide out the tent, as I assume I left it unzipped, and there she is, just sitting there waiting for me in the pitch black, wagging her tail. I feel very strange, like something is happening here, and someone/something is telling me to get back down to the river and do the damn thing. We walk down the short trail together, surrounded by Missouri black. It's even colder than before, but I start to strip anyway, standing on the chilly stones of the dam. The dog with no name sits on the edge of the river again, just watching me, a slight wag. I'm now stark naked as can be, staring into this black pool that looks like supernatural ink. I should mention here that I hate swimming in the water. I can't see the bottom of it, and my fearful imagination takes over and I freak out. In other words, I stand naked on the dam for over 10 minutes, before I finally mustered up the balls and just dive into the blackness. It was cold as hell and scary as shit. When I came up for air, I was thrashing wildly back towards the dam, scrambling back onto the slick stones. I shook out my hair and was surprised how the adrenaline helped me keep warm. As I was picking up my shoes and clothes, I looked over for my body at the river's edge. The dog with no name was nowhere in sight. Back up the campsite, I look around, gently whistling and that kind of thing. I'm more than woken up by now, so I go ahead and start another fire as dawn is just starting to break. I have another hot dog for breakfast, and figure I might as well pack up and leave. This trip feels more than complete. I start my car up and check my phone. There is an hour time difference between the two. This happens to fall on daylight savings time. I'm not calling it a supernatural rip in time, but it's funny it was the night this went down. In fact, the exact time would have been around 3 or 4 a.m. that the dog disappeared. So the dog never showed up again, and I never shot heroin again. Whilst prospecting out here in the Caribou region, I came across a set of rock piles, known as Chinese piles, out in the middle of nowhere. These being here means someone did a lot of digging back in the old days. So I started working, and after an hour and a half had about 10 grams of gold, and was having a happy dance, when I noticed the small standing stones on each of the rock walls. Each stone had several Chinese characters on them, and in a moment of dread, I realized that they were graves. I put the gold in a glass bottle I found nearby and left it behind. I also took down drawings of the symbols to show to a local historian, who later confirmed my suspicions that yes, they were graves, and they likely hadn't been seen in over 150 years. Chinese miners believe that if a miner died on site, the ground became cursed by the fallen miner's spirit, so they wouldn't continue to mine the area, and they would tell anyone who they met in the area that it had been worked out. Sometimes they would do extra work to make it look like the site was finished off, so people wouldn't end up digging up their comrades. I've been back several times, but I won't dig there out of respect. The site's super creepy in the morning fog. You can almost see people's outlines sitting around the piles. One of the stories my boss out here told me involved some sketchy folk from Prince George back in the 70s, and went with them looking for some mining gear to steal, so they could claim jump a site a few kilometers down the road. My boss went down this forgotten path into a clearing with 2 ancient bulldozers and a small cabin. The rest went to the bulldozers to see if they ran whilst my boss went into the cabin and was greeted by a skeleton, laying in bed with a bullet hole in his head. They brought in the cops, and they figured the guy had been there since 1935, since that was the last date on the papers inside. I went to the same cabin with him a few weeks back, but the place had been burnt down by quad bikers. So, as a kid I lived about 100 miles away from the nearest town, at a house without electricity or running water, which is the works in the Colorado Rockies. This place was in the absolute middle of nowhere, and we frequently sought all kinds of wild animals, ranging from elk, deer, coyotes and cats. Our property and a bunch of other neighbors' properties bordered national forest roads, so to keep people off our road, we had to gate about 1.5 miles from our house that we drove through before we reached our house. This time of year, we are the only people up there, as all the other homes are hunting cabins, long empty by this time in late winter. Now, this was not the type of gate that you could drive around if you forgot your key. There were tons of trees all around it, with barbed wire, ditches and such, so anyone wanting for off-road around it would basically have to build a new road around this gate. Well, one night, my mother, brother and sister and I pull up to the gate and we cannot find the key. It's gone. So one of us, i.e. me, has to walk all the way back up to the house in the pitch black to fetch the spare key and make their way back down. Now, it's recently snowed in January and it is totally dark. You can't even see your hands in front of you dark. And with the new snow, you can't hear anything either. There are a few clouds in the sky, on and off to let some starlight through every once in a while. But it's dark, and of course there isn't a flashlight either. So off I go. First you walk through around 200 meters of trees, then it opens up to a huge meadow, which then narrows back down again to trees for another 200 meters, and then opens up again into another huge meadow, which on the other side of is our house. I set out and everything seems fine. I'm just irritated that I have to do this. I'm about 15 years old at the time and a little angsty teen that is peeved off at the slightest chore. I was not thinking about my surroundings in the slightest, but as I'm walking, I get that feeling that I'm being watched as I'm halfway through the first meadow. That deep, creepy dread that something is right behind you and you can't see what it is, made it 1,000 times worse by the lack of light and lack of being able to hear. My first instinct was to run, but I knew that if there was something, I was just going to provoke it, so I kept going, and then stopped to try and listen, as I heard a crunch echoing my footsteps. Holy shit. This time I walked a little faster, and I knew there was something behind me. It was probably a cat as well, so I just kept walking right into the second bunch of trees before it opened up into a meadow. I could see our house. I could feel the pressure. At this point we were predator and prey, and I could feel the breath on my shoes. So second clearing comes up and I know what the plan is, and I am about to book it. Thankfully, I'm familiar with what to do, and I scream as loud as I can. As I do so, my dogs hear me and they run to chase whatever it is from behind me. They continue running past me and I book it into the house. When I get in, I grab the 12 gauge first and the keys second, then pick up the tractor keys and jump in. There was no way I was going to walk that again. As I'm driving back towards the gate, I see the dogs running back. At least they weren't hurt. That could have been extremely dangerous. I also see the tracks. I knew it was a cat. It actually started approaching me from the first meadow and was tailing me for a long time. I tell my family the whole story, and I know that I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. From that day, I refused to be out alone at night in the countryside without a weapon. I was camping on land associated with the Anasazi, long-dead Pueblo Indians that very few people know anything about. This was when I was a Boy Scout. We hiked for a few days and we saw black bears every day. It's normally a somewhat unusual sight and freaked out the adult leaders and caused us to religiously use anti-bear tactics like bear bags. Not totally related to the story, but it slowed us down, which led us to the events here. Anyway, we camped in a wood cabin at the bottom of a plateau, and the local rangers told us a bunch of spooky camp stories about the plateau and its relation to the long-dead Anasazi people. Even their real names is lost to history, as Anasazi is what the Navajo called them, meaning ancient enemies, or those who are not us. Another part of what they told us that stands out is that the Anasazi were obsessed with ravens, and possibly crows as well, and a lot of their superstition revolved around massive raven people and people with raven heads, stuff like that. I completely forget all the other details at this point, as it was well over a decade ago. Anyway, my tent mate is a bit slow, and is also very allergic to peanuts. He ends up eating some of the pre-packaged food that contains a copious amount. That, combined with the ongoing poor planning, fear of bears, and sloppy leadership, causes the adults to decide to camp out on the plateau rather than keep going. On this scout ranch, you're only supposed to camp outside the designated areas and never on the particular plateau, just because of the geography and the environment. But forget the rules, because we do anyway. We set up camp, eat, lay the bear bag, and head off to sleep. That night, though, was the craziest thing. I could hear so much thunder, and so could my tent mate, but absolutely no rain, like insanely loud. My tent mate and I were terrified. It could have been heat lining, but it sounded impossibly close. We're terrified. He, the braver one of the two, actually goes out to check. As he opens the flap, I see the forest behind him. He comes back a few minutes later, and the thunder pretty much stops at the same time. He looks at me and goes to bed without saying anything at all. It's not unusual in itself. He could be pretty slow and non-social, and likely had mild autism in hindsight. But the next day, we wake up and a ton of things popped red flags. Firstly, our tent is facing an open field, which is very strange, because yesterday we both saw Forrest from when he left the tent to check. Second, no one else heard lightning that night, except for us, which was absolutely crazy as it was loud enough to wake everyone on Earth. Remember how my tent mate checked out the thunder as well? Well, he had no recollection of what he saw. He woke up confused, saying that the last thing that he remembered was just stepping outside. The good part though, the guy in the tent next door brought this up before we did. He also decided to get up and check it out, and he claims that when he stepped out of the tent, there were no trees anywhere. Just extremely long, tall pole objects, almost as if there were thousands of stilts. When he looked up, he also said that there was no lightning visible, but it was super bright, full moon on steroids bright. He also claimed that he had seen flying, winged, pitch black objects, bigger than cars, and they looked like they had wings on them, and that they were round. He dove back inside and doesn't remember going to sleep or the noise going away. Remember the giant raven myths? I did, and I was scared shitless. I wouldn't have believed him if I hadn't have seen the trees and heard the thunder for myself. About 10 years ago, I was working as a private investigator. It sounds cool, but it actually isn't. You spend about 3 to 5 hours each day driving to your cases. Stake them out in a blazing hot car with the engine off for 8 hours, and then spend 1 to 3 hours in a hotel room writing up your reports before finally getting some sleep and doing it all over again. I did this job for about a year after completing my training to be a medic in the Army Reserves. I was young at the time, so the idea of making $50,000 a year and travelling all over the country whilst living out of a suitcase seemed appealing to 19-year-old me. As I said before, you spend a lot of time driving around in areas you're not necessarily familiar with. On one of those late nights, I found myself driving onto a twisting mountain road just outside of Taos, New Mexico. The area was heavily wooded with narrow roads that curved sharply, without a lot of places to turn off, since you were driving up and around mountains and forests. In the middle of the night, as I maneuvered my rental vehicle through a curve, I saw a woman stumbling along the side of the road carrying a small child. The sight caught me off guard and sent a shiver down my spine. It was so unexpected and so out of place. There were no houses nor buildings around me, and it was around 2 a.m. and pitch black. This unnerved me, but what sent the shiver down my spine was the way she moved. She lurched along with what I can only describe as a shuffle, straight out of a George Romero zombie flick, and she didn't look up or acknowledge me as I drove by. She just stared aimlessly at the road in front of her. You have to remember that I was 19 years old, and fresh out of a year of extensive army training. I was in peak physical shape, and I thought I was Billy Badass at the time. I had spent a month working in trauma centers as part of my training, so I still don't often get freaked out or scared, but seeing this did scare me. I drove on for a minute or two thinking about what I'd just seen. Who was she? What was she doing here this time of night? How did she get here? The more rational part of my brain took over, and I came to a horrifying realization. I had been driving for about 1.5 miles past her, and I hadn't seen any homes nor businesses, nor had I come across any places to turn off since I had seen her. And it had been about 10 miles since I had come across a place to turn before I saw her. This wasn't normal. Something was wrong. I realized that she had to be hurt or in trouble. Perhaps she'd been in a car accident and was in shock. What if the child she was carrying was hurt? I was a medic. I had trained for a year to help people. Sure, I was scared and unnerved. But how would I feel if they later died of exposure out on the mountain, and I was too much of a coward to go back and help? Wouldn't I also be scared the first time I saw combat, when my friends were depending on me? I had to man up and turn around. And as soon as it was safe, I did so. I drove back to where I'd seen her, half relieved and half horrified when I could not find her. I traced the road 6 times. Where could she have gone? There was only a small area on the side of the road and guardrails for miles. I drove, turned around and drove, and turned around and drove, and turned around and drove again. I was obsessed with finding her. Part of it was out of concern for her child. Part of it was proving myself that I was doing the right thing, even though I was scared shitless. After a while, however, it became about me proving it to myself that I wasn't actually going insane. I spent hours looking for her. Eventually I stopped my car and started walking along the road, looking for any signs of her or any disturbance on the mountain to indicate that a vehicle had crashed off the road and down a mountain. I walked that entire 3-mile stretch of road in pitch black with a flashlight, at times yelling like a madman, listening to every twig and echo with bated breath. I didn't even care about my deadline or my next case. I was sure of what I saw. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't seeing things, and I wasn't overly tired. I saw her stumbling down that road, and there's no doubt in my mind. But there was nothing. Even when the sun came up and I drove to the stretch of road again 6 times, there was nothing, and there was no way for me to explain it, even after countless sleepless nights in the 10 years since devoted to it. I don't believe in ghosts. I saw this bullshit documentary and laugh away their evidence in stupid orbs like the rest of you do. But I also don't know where the hell the stumbling woman and her child came from, or where they went. So, on the off chance that you were stumbling down a windy road in Taos, New Mexico about 10 years ago with a toddler in your arms, please, tell me what happened, where you came from, where you went, and that you are both okay. I've been puzzled for a decade now. I used to regularly walk portions of the Appalachian Trail. and usually take a week or two by myself. Anyway, at one point I was coming over a pass and saw a figure on the trail ahead. Seems to be a lone young woman. It's twilight and the moon will be bright. I have solar rechargeable lamps, and I yell ahead, "Ahoy!" She doesn't break stride or pause. Being on the trail, people are friendly and cooperative. Looks like she's had a bad day, and no tent. Now sure, I like to sleep under the stars, and I usually hike with a hammock and a rainfly, but something seemed off. We were way out here. The last trail shelter was a few miles back, and we were on a very heavy bush cliff. Nowhere you want to camp for the night. I figure she might be wary of strangers at night, so I keep my own pace and don't really pay much more attention to her until she disappears over the next pass, and I realize she's walking this trail. Now dark, with some moonlight but heavy tree cover, without a torch, lamp or any personal light source. I'm getting worried about this girl. Remember, we are walking with a sheer cliff face a few yards away from us, and conditions aren't perfect. Roots, dirt, mud, moss, rocks, anything can trip you up. So I pick up pace and hurry over to the pass. She's nowhere, and there's a clear line of sight probably 200 yards ahead, and she's nowhere to be seen. But then I see a torch in the distance. Red lamp. Actually, there's two now that I'm getting closer. I flash my torch, and they flash theirs. I call ahoy, and a man and woman respond. We finally meet up and do the whole meet and greet, exchange trail names and chat for a bit about what's ahead in our paths, since we were walking opposite directions. I say to the girl, "You worried me back there. I saw you walking without a light and then you disappeared over the pass. I'm sorry I spooked you. Didn't think you were that far off though. Must have run like crazy to cover as much ground." She looked confused. "What are you talking about?" I explained everything, and she said that she hadn't seen anyone on the trail for at least 3 miles. There was no one reported missing, no abandoned campsites, nothing. I followed up with state police and rangers. Nothing. Who the hell was on the trail ahead of me? Walking at night with no light, minimal gear, and then to just suddenly disappear when there's only one way to go along the trail? I'm still clueless. I used to work security, and several years ago I was assigned to a remote construction site where a summer camp was being built. It was quite literally in the middle of the woods, roughly 4 or 5 miles into the forest, with only a single access road that they'd been using to haul equipment and supplies and such. My job was to provide overnight security, doing a foot patrol of the entire area. The patrol covered around 2 miles, roughly once every hour, and then going back to my post, which was a tiny wooden shack not much bigger than a payphone booth to fill out my logs. Other than the occasional black bear, coyote or bobcat, it was a very boring assignment, with one exception. I was doing a routine patrol one night near the end of my shift, around 3 AM or so. I just passed the gate, where the access road enters the site, when I heard an extremely loud, piercing scream that seemed to have come from a distance down the road. It sounded like a woman screaming in absolute terror, and at this point I need to clarify. I hear bobcats pretty often around my house, and encounter them occasionally whilst working in remote areas. They definitely have a distinctive and creepy scream, but there is absolutely no way that this scream was a bobcat. I immediately took off sprinting as fast as I could in that direction. I didn't hear anything else after the initial scream, but about a quarter of a mile down or so, I came upon a car parked just off the side of the road. There was no car in sight when I'd come through on my way to my shift, so it had to have been parked there fairly recently, not running and with no lights on, and no doors open nor anything. I called out to see if anyone was there, but got no reply. I looked around the general area and didn't see anything. Needless to say, I was pretty goddamn sketched out at this point. I ran back to my post and reported what I'd seen to the local police, since there wasn't really anything else I could do. Unfortunately, nothing ever came of it. I've never found out whose scream I heard or what caused it. The car was apparently owned by a guy who lived in the area, but I never heard why he was there. My supervisor suggested that maybe I'd heard a mountain lion or another animal screaming, but I've heard those animal sounds before, and although they're definitely freaky, there's no mistaking an honest-to-God human scream. A friend of mine and I were hiking through the woods. It was dark out, and we were beginning to head back towards home, when something came across the path by a fallen tree. It's hard to describe, but it looked like a man in a hooded cloak. It stood, and then slowly and silently moved to a tree and keeled. We couldn't see its face, but we got the feeling that we were being watched. We tried to shrug it off and keep moving. Further down the trail, we saw it again. Being in our early teens, we decided stupidly that we were going to get to the bottom of this. So we started after it, and it started charging. We screamed and it stopped, and then took off into the woods. Feeling brave again, I grabbed a big spear-shaped stick and took off after it. I ran for a bit through the woods until I could see the outline of it once more up ahead through the moonlight. I knelt and watched as another popped up beside it, then another, and then I heard moving to the side of me, realizing that whatever these things were, they had surrounded me. I quickly noped out of there in the direction I left my friend, so I know that sounds like the creepy part, but it gets weirder. My friend wasn't there when I'd left him. So I called out to him, and he responded a little away, followed by, "You've got to see this." So I followed his voice and came to a clearing. It was bright as hell, and floating around the clearing were legit balls of light, almost like the fairy fountains from The Legend of Zelda. These were pure white light, and we looked at each other, and then hightailed it back to the trail and went home. It was definitely the strangest and scariest thing I've ever witnessed. I grew up in a very rural area of the Deep South, and spent most of my time riding horses alone in national forests and expensive private properties that bordered our house. There was an old abandoned house 2 miles ride through the woods from me. I often rode by it on my journeys through the woods. Sometimes I tied my horse up, went inside and explored, but there was nothing really of interest. There was just trash, and things that looked like electricity bills from the 80s. I think an old woman used to live there based on some pictures that I found. Time went on, and I went away to college, taking my horse with me. I no longer rode past this abandoned house after graduating my college, and my horse and I moved back home for a little while, and I decided to go back to explore the area again. So I rode my horse the 2 miles through the deep woods to get to this house, which itself is probably 1,000 feet from a lonely gravel road that cuts through the forest. It is very secluded and almost creepy. The house is about 3 miles away from a paved road. I am less brave than I used to be, so when I entered the house I felt out of place and slightly scared. But I used my cell phone light to explore the rooms anyway. A lot was just as I remembered, but right as I was about to leave, I found half a skeletal calf in the corner of the entry room. I have no idea how the calf got shut inside a building. The doors were firmly shut when I approached it, and also the screen door opened one way. so it was impossible for both to be open at once for some creature to accidentally wander in. Furthermore, the nearest cow pastures were a good bit away from the house. I left the abandoned house with the image in my head of some deviant, cruelly trapping a calf in there for sick purposes. I hope I never have to meet the sickos who did that. It's felt like years. Allow me to explain. It was a vivid summer day, and I had taken a short notice trip to Arizona, trying to find some relief from the tiresome sunshine state on the other side of the nation. I only decided to leave when I was hit with a rather heavy day at work. My boss decided to chew me out for running late, despite the massive car crash on the motorway. A customer yelled at me because they didn't know what a Gmail was. Yeah, because I can definitely control traffic. And yeah, I definitely want to explain to you what Gmail is. I hate working customer service, so I called in sick and caught a last-minute flight to Phoenix. Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix. Nice and far away from the hell I called home. I wish I'd never decided to do that. Around 2 days into my trip, I decided to head up to Zion Canyon for some sightseeing. I had spent a lot of time around the Grand Canyon and figured I should set some time apart to check out other places in the area. Besides, I'd never been to Utah before. Maybe I would take a hike. That one trail I had already read upon. Angel's Landing looked dangerous, but it would be something incredible to experience, and certainly worth it if I made the summit. I turned on Google Maps, and my rather shitty Android fumbled around with it until finally it picked up the location. The voice of a robotic woman began to speak. It was the damn GPS lady. She guided me through several backwater roads with twists and turns and roundabouts, until she stopped with a final sentence. Head on Highway 89. Continue straight for 184 miles. Alright, seemed easy enough. As I finally approached the highway, I was absolutely in awe by the view. No more buildings remained, only the wild, barren landscape of the southwest. Mountains peaked in the distance, covered by desert shrubs. Old trailers and abandoned houses dotted the landscape. Everything was so beautiful compared to the constant headache that was Florida. My eyes soaked up the desert views, relieved that for once it wasn't just endless miles of swampland. I felt so isolated. I was free from civilization for miles. But something was wrong. The desert didn't feel real to me. The sun was too bright, the mountains too still, and the sky too blue. The whole landscape seemed too picturesque, as if it were straight out of a postcard. It felt as though it were all a facade to drag me into something, and it was not unlike something straight out of a fever dream. You know those mornings as a kid where you wake up with a pounding headache and sense of false reality? I'd been driving for hours, and the scenery just seemed to remain stagnant. I was so sure I'd spent the entire damn day on the road, but the sun hadn't moved an inch. Was I hallucinating? God, when was this road ever going to end? Speaking of it, I'm still here. I've been driving on this road every day. It only keeps on going and going. I've been seeing the same road signs over and over. There's no civilization around. I've tried knocking on those trailer doors, but no one's ever home. And you know what else? Despite my solitude, I feel like I'm constantly being chased. I hate that feeling. That same feeling from when you're a kid and you sprint up the stairs from the pinch of darkness down, not daring to look back at whatever was behind you. That feeling when any source of noise of your house was enough to make you jump and run for your life. The source of the noise for me was the booming. And that feeling is always here. Every once in a while I hear a booming, as if someone is going at it with a gigantic drum. I slow my car down, and the booming gets faster, closer and louder. And that feeling, every time I slow, the feeling grows stronger, as if whatever it was is getting closer. It's like whatever that something is hunting me down, almost testing me, and every time I stop the booming gets louder, as if it's targeting me. I don't know what that is, but I feel like it's dangerous. I don't know what chases behind me, but I know better than the kid who runs away from his basement door the first chance he gets. Running away from that something, but that something is behind me. I don't know what it is, but it's got me trapped right where it wants me to be, and I can't get out. I've driven off cliffs and into rivers, yet I wake up on the side of the road again, to the same sight, my truck waiting for me to drive off again. I can't even commit suicide. The place won't let me. I've tried communicating through whatever internet I could scrounge up on my phone, but I don't even know if anyone has seen my cries for help. The screen just shows up blank, save for my own words written in desperation. No one will ever answer my texts. No one will answer my calls. I will never see any other cars. Only me. I never get hungry, or tired, or thirsty. Only trapped. It's like time hasn't passed. Time hasn't passed. Everyone is gone. Something's chasing me, and I'm still writing this. I think I've been in the same spot for too long. The boom's only getting louder, and now something is right behind me. Time has not passed, and I need to get out. Now. Tonight, my sister, brother-in-law and 2 friends and I all piled into a truck and we headed out to the desert near the old Cal Portland concrete factory. About half hour into driving, kicking up dust and messing around, everyone gets the chills, and my anxiety starts to flare up. We brush it off as the temperature difference and just keep going. 10 minutes later, we come around a corner and my sister says, "Please tell me you guys just saw that woman." We responded with, "What woman?" She says, "We just passed a woman standing on the side of the road wearing pink. I think it was a pink shirt, and she had blonde hair that was covering her face. She looked dead." I honestly thought she was messing with me, so we turn around and go to the spot where she saw her. No woman. Brother-in-law and I get our flashlights out and look around. No woman. I tell my sister she's seeing things, and she insists that she saw a woman. So I decide to check my dashcam footage. Sure as shit, there was a woman. She was crossing the road, it looks like, and she just vanishes into thin air. My camera isn't of the best quality by any means, and it was quite dark, but it's clear what we saw. My brother-in-law and I canvassed a 2-mile square radius with flashlights calling out to the woman, because we legitimately thought that someone was lost out in the desert. The entire time we kept feeling and hearing things around us. Some info to note, this was right next to an extremely murky pond. There is a possibility that her body could be hidden in the pond. A couple of years ago, my girlfriend and I were camping in the Pacific Northwest between San Francisco and Portland. We had rented a car and were stopping at different campsites every night on our way from the former to the latter. The first night we arrive at a campsite, we find that it had been closed for the season, despite the fact that we looked on their website and they say that they were open. So we ended up driving around, looking for another campsite on Google Maps. But at this point, it's getting dark. We see a forest firefighter outpost and pull in to ask them if they know of any nearby. They tell us that most of them are closed for the season, but there are a couple on their old map that we haven't checked. We get back on the road and find our way to one of these campsites. The sign for this place is literally resting on the ground and is a little overgrown. But at this point it's dark as hell and we really don't have many other options. As we pull our car into what we think is a spot, we see a few other tents nearby, so we take it as a good sign. We get out and start to set up our things, when immediately, things begin to get strange. Two guys walk directly through our spot, and strike up a conversation with us. Both are looking a little rough. One of them has a zip-up hoodie, without a shirt underneath, and I notice that he is extremely skinny. They're also both really dirty and have messed up hair, but hey, we're camping. They're both speaking very fast and seem kind of nervous. They tell us that they're actually seasonal workers nearby and are staying at this campsite to save money whilst they're there. Whilst we're talking to these two guys, a decade-old white Mercedes pulls into the campsite with all four windows blasting rap music. The driver and passenger look like some real ICP enthusiasts. They look around quickly and leave immediately. At the time, I thought they were probably looking for a campsite too. The two rough dudes also leave, and we continue setting up camp. Not too long after, we get another visitor. This time it's an older woman, with a 3-pack-a-day voice. She's nice enough, but also asking us some pretty weird questions. "You guys here for the horror show?" she asks. I'm thinking, what's a horror show? "Do you mean the haunted house, lady?" She tells us that lots of people come out for the horror show, and starts warning us about all the ghouls and zombies. She eventually leaves, and my girlfriend and I agree they must be talking about some kind of haunted house nearby, as it was early October. And you know, maybe that's where the seasonal worker dudes who looked kind of scary happened to be working at. It all checked out in my mind. We start our fire, and I begin breaking out the wood, when my girlfriend admits that she's freaked out. She's worried about the people that we've encountered and how strange this campsite is. She points out that there aren't really any sounds coming from anyone else's tents, with the exception of the one woman, who wouldn't stop coughing. No music, no children, laughter, nothing. I'm starting to believe her. But at this point it's pretty late, and we don't really have any other options. I'm also thinking that if the campsite is weird, it's just some harmless weirdos. She seems pacified by my confidence, and we continue making dinner. It's at this point a bunch of really weird shit starts happening. The two dudes we met right when we got there emerge from the woods without any source of light and without saying a word, walking straight into their tent. They have a very short and heated discussion which I can't make out. One of them storms out of the tent and walks straight towards the older woman's campsite, making eye contact with me for an uncomfortably long amount of time. He then climbs into the cab of her pickup truck, and I realise there's already someone in there, and likely has been for some time. Probably the woman. You can tell that they start smoking something from when the lighter flickers. This strikes me as especially odd. You smoke cigarettes in the car? Probably not. Pot? We're at a campsite in Northern California, and I'm pretty sure there aren't any kids around. Why go into the car to do that? Then it hits me like a sack of bricks. It's meth. They were all smoking meth, and the woman was probably dealing. The level of comfort she had established in her campsite indicated that she'd been there for a while. Meth explained why everyone was looking like emancipated zombies. It explained the juggalos driving through, getting spooked, and leaving. It explained the strange erratic behavior and constant coughing from everyone. This was clearly some sort of live-in meth village at a closed-down campsite in the backwoods of Northern California. It's at this moment that I realize the second guy is skulking around the edge of our campsite, clearly trying not to be seen. I conceded to my girlfriend that I also wanted to leave. We packed up everything very slowly and normally, trying to make it look like we were just putting away food and putting our fire out for the night. With only the tent left, I tell my girlfriend to get into the car and get ready to back out of the spot. The second I pick up the tent, the woman's truck starts up and her lights turn on. They were blindingly bright circular lights on a rack. I throw the tent into the trunk as fast as I can and I tell my girlfriend to back up. I'm standing behind the car to guide her, but also making it very clear to whoever's watching us that I have a hatchet. I was so on edge that if Mr. Rogers caught me off guard, I would have buried that thing into his skull. She throws the car into reverse, hits the pedal, and the car doesn't move. I can hear the engine revving, and I see the car lurching, but it's not going anywhere. For a split second I think they've slashed our tires somehow. This is how horror movies start. Suddenly it hits me. The parking brake is likely on. It was. She backs up, gets on the main path, and I jump in the passenger seat. As we drive out there, we can hear them start screaming about something. Once we get onto the main road, we do a Chinese fire drill. And I drive down the road at warp speed to the first bed and breakfast that we see. It was lovely. It was June 1987, because it was the baseball season after the Bill Buckner disaster. My girlfriend's parents owned the place. It was in southeast Idaho. It was a pretty big place with lots of acreage. The guy who was the full-time caretaker for the place had just quit, and my girlfriend's dad went out there to find a new caretaker. But the new caretaker couldn't start for 1 month. Her dad offered to pay me $1,200 to go out there. Free food, satellite TV, and all I had to do was keep an eye on the place and feed the dogs and the horse. I had never been out west, so I took him up on it, and it sounded better than doing landscaping. I spent the time reading, exploring, playing the dogs and riding the horse. It was completely uneventful, until that night. After the knocking stopped and dogs stopped barking, I eventually went back to sleep. I didn't freak out that much because there were 2 German Shepherds inside with me, and I had a gun. I kept it on my nightstand. I had been drinking a little but was not drunk by any means. There were several neighbours that were a few miles away. I was kind of thinking that someone had just driven down the wrong driveway. Next morning at the crack of dawn, I opened the front door to let the dogs out and see a white Chevy Nova sitting in the driveway. It was near the small cabin for the caretaker. The cabin was around 100 yards from the main house. I called my girlfriend's dad and asked him if he knew anyone with that make or model of car. He said he didn't, and he called the police directly. Police show up, ask me a few questions, and walk around the property for an hour or so. The car was locked, and the police had it towed. I have no idea if it was broken down or not. There was only 1 set of tire tracks coming into the house. A few days later, my girlfriend's dad called me up to say the guy who owned the car was missing, and to call the police if anything weird happened again. I have no idea who the guy was at all. Don't know how long he was missing or when he was reported missing, or who reported him missing. He was just missing. My girlfriend's dad didn't know much about it either. After about a month, I go back home. The girlfriend and I break up shortly thereafter. I see her out of town a few months later and ask her if she ever found out what happened to the guy. All she knows is that the guy was found dead, apparently killed himself 30 miles away. The suicide happened several months after that incident at the house, and he was found a couple of days after that he'd killed himself. I asked her how he did it, where he was found and who found him, and I got nothing. And I never saw her again. I am an extremely outdoorsy female and love to spend a lot of time in nature. I spent the better part of my early 20s living in the remote northern locations and exploring a lot of Alaska, Yukon, and BC. I have many odd, frightening, and bizarre stories that came from my time in the north, and this is one of them. In the summer of 2012, when I was 22, I was living and working in a pretty remote town in northern British Columbia from May to September. The place I worked at was a campground in a provincial park on the Alaskan Highway, 4 hours north of Fort Nelson, and 2 hours south of the Yukon/British Columbia border. The best part about the park was the fact that it had a beautiful natural hot springs, which attracted tourists from all over North America every summer. I lived in an old trailer on a separate part of the campground, where the rest of the staff lived. I quickly got used to living in a place that had no running water, no electricity, no cell phone service, and no internet. And driving 4 hours to Fort Nelson every 2 weeks to get groceries and do my laundry, life was pretty sweet. I got to hike, go for late night dips in the springs, and make some traveling friends, and spend quality time in nature, getting to know the flora and fauna of the landscape. My job at the campground? Park facility operator, which was general maintenance and cleaning of campsites, as well as gatehouse attendant, wildlife interpreter, and sometimes I had a few security shifts here and there. The feeling of living in the woods was so completely different than the feeling of living in a city, as far as safety goes. In the city that I'm from, there are people around, and you are aware of the fact that your house or apartment could get broken into, but emergency services are pretty quick to respond, and neighbours are also a big plus. However, in the woods, I felt very vulnerable. The closest police were 4 hours away, and I lived in a trailer that was run down enough that it could easily be broken into. Not to mention it was pretty dark, which made it all the easier to sneak around at night. I was already on edge sleeping every night. The trailer next to mine was abandoned by the previous manager of the campground, after his son had shot himself in the head inside of it. The previous manager had promised numerous times he would hire a company to drive up from Fort Nelson and tow the trailer away, but that never happened. Not whilst I lived there, at least, and nobody seemed to care about it too much. I went into the trailer once, saw the blood and brains were still on the wall, and never went back again. Back in the 90s, there was also a fatal bear attack at the hot springs. We all had to read the incredibly gruesome and detailed police report for our bear aware training. So yeah, unsettling to say the least. One night, at probably around 2 in the morning, I'm asleep inside my trailer and am woken up by a very loud banging on the trailer door. Reasonably shaken, I look outside the window next to my bed, and I see a car with its lights on and 2 men standing at my door. I can feel the blood drain from my face. This is the moment I've been scared of the entire summer. Through the door I say, "How can I help you?" And one of the guys, clearly hammered out of his mind, starts rambling on about something. No matter how hard I try, I cannot understand what he is saying. I say, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me." And the other guy starts frantically trying to explain something in the same drunken state as the first guy. I decide at this point that they don't mean any harm, and I open the door to speak to them. They look visibly shaken, and I can tell that they are desperate for my help, but don't have the mental capacity of a sober person enough to coherently tell me what is wrong. One of the dudes starts telling me a very long story that I managed to piece together through all of his slurring and hiccuping. Basically, he says that him and his friend are on vacation, and they came up from Fort Nelson to party. They had a really long drive, but were at the hot springs and they were having beers. And they were sorry about having beers. They weren't drunk, clearly. And then he drops the bomb that someone is running around the camp, stabbing people. I look at the guy telling me the story, and I notice that he has blood all over his clothing. I say, "Someone is going around stabbing people?" And he replies, "Yes, someone's running around stabbing everyone." Then the other guy yells, "Come on, let's go." And they hop into the aforementioned car and sped off, before I got a chance to question them further. Now I'm standing at my trailer door, in the darkness, alone, thinking that there's a maniac running outside wielding a knife. I have no phone, and I know that the only person who has a phone is the ranger, and his cabin is about a 5-minute walk away from my trailer. I remember at that point that I do have a radio, so I run inside my trailer, lock the door, and try and get the ranger on the radio. Of course, his radio is switched off, and the only thing I think I can do at this point is to go to the ranger's cabin and notify him of the situation. I slip out of my trailer and run through the darkness across the maintenance ground, past the creepy suicide trailer, and through a thicket straight towards the ranger's cabin. Every single noise I hear from the surrounding forest is making my heart pound faster. I keep imagining this maniacal man sneaking through the bushes, entering people's tents, and slashing everybody like some bad horror film. I get to the ranger's cabin and pound on his door. He answers within a few minutes, visibly sleep deprived, and I tell him the whole story. Whilst I'm there, he calls the police, and he tells him that they are on their way and will be there in 4 hours. The ranger grabs his gun, walks me to the back of the trailer and says, "Don't let anybody in." I stay up the rest of the night, listening for any sort of disturbance around me. The intense kind of listening, where you're concentrating so hard on any external sounds that might be made, that you almost feel death from the silence. After about 2 hours of doing this, my trailer starts rocking back and forth. I freeze. My heart drops. I can hear the sound of someone breathing extremely heavily, and I'm thinking, this is it. The knife-wielding maniac is going to murder me, and this trailer is going to have to be another one which they will have to tow away. I'm just sitting there on my bed, in my trailer as it's rocking, waiting for the maniac to stop tormenting me and just break the window and stab me. I am listening intently to the heavy breathing, and that's when I hear a grunt, a very non-human sounding grunt. I get a feeling that it's not what I think it is, and I peer out of the window, and I see a bison is scratching its back on the side of my trailer, causing it to rock back and forth. The RCMP get there around 6:30 AM and proceed with their investigation for about 10 hours. They close off the springs and the entire campground turns into an episode of CSI. We don't hear anything about what took place during the night until the investigation is over. Apparently, there was a guy at the springs who made a lewd comment about one of the females in another group, which resulted in an argument. The guy disappeared and returned an hour later with a knife, stabbed 2 of the guys in the group, and booked it back to Fort Nelson. Not before stopping at my trailer with his buddy to tell me, of course, of the incident. Yeah, one of the guys at my trailer. He was the dude stabbing people. My guess is that him and his friends stopped by my trailer to try and make it look like they were innocent. Drunken logic. The 2 guys that were stabbed survived, which is good. For many days following this incident, I was cleaning up blood-soaked clothing and rags from all random places over the campground. So, knife-wielding maniac, let's not meet again. From 2012 to 2013, I did a lot of hiking in and around the coastal range of Oregon. I would frequently go out by myself for days, and coming to town to restock on food if necessary. It was commonplace for when I was in town to spend the whole day hiking back the 4 hours to where I was camping at dusk. The trail I took wasn't well traveled and looked more like a deer path than anything. I had chosen my campsite for its lack of foot traffic and its serenity avoiding conventional locations. I only had a cell phone on me during this period of hiking and camping, no bright clothing, and no GPS nor tracking device or emergency beacon, which probably wasn't the smartest idea looking back. There were times I heard and saw things whilst out in the forest that I didn't recognize by sight and or sound, but nothing came close to the incident that I had in May 2013. I had just done my usual restock in this small town some 6 miles from where I had decided to camp for the night, and I spent the day in town as usual. I started walking back to my camp location at about dusk. Half of the walk, I choose to use dirt roads, until veering off on the deer trails that I used earlier in the day. By this time, it was completely dark, but it was clear out and possible to see the trail just using the moonlight. I don't listen to headphones whilst hiking. I've always thought it's wise to be able to hear what's around you in the event of there being a predator, whether that be man or animal alike. I was mentally doing some calculations for the next day's hike when my mind is literally stopped mid-track. I hadn't heard anything, and I don't hardly make any sound when hiking. If I'd heard something, I would have known. For some reason, be it a sixth sense or survival instinct, I'm not sure, but I was jolted quite suddenly out of thought and made very aware of the fact that I wasn't alone on this trail. What was odd to me, especially, is that even though I had heard nothing whatsoever, no light wind, no birds, I knew acutely that something was behind me about 30 yards down the trail. I still to this day have so many unanswered questions about how I knew this. Standing really still, I turn around and look down, but I don't see anything in the trail. But I feel it. It's honestly really difficult to pin down exactly how to describe what I felt, because I hadn't felt that way before or since. I was standing straight up, fight or flight, and my logical mind was saying that there's nothing out of the ordinary, whilst my senses were saying to get the hell out of there. Again, looking back, and remembering I have no idea what to say. It's really hard to express. It was like I was being taunted, and I felt it. The presence of something or someone was down there in that trail, and for some reason, I knew that it knew that I knew it was there, even though I couldn't see it. That's what scares me. I knew, and it was bright enough out for me to see 30 yards down the trail with no problem. There was nothing there, and I felt as if I were being called or beckoned to come closer. This was maybe 30 seconds into looking down the trail. I was panicking, but I still wasn't sure what to think, because I wasn't seeing anything threatening, so I turned around and started walking at a quick pace. I don't know what else to do. I knew that if it was in fact a guy out to kill someone, he was probably going to end up killing me on this trail, or in my tent after following me back. So why run? I would say it was not even a minute into the quick trek back that I heard what can only be described as a sound like rushing or swooping air, and then what seemed like a rake sliding across the dirt trail. The former sound happened right after the latter. These sounds happened together at about half a second apart for 4 times. They were very close to me, maybe 20 yards back, and looking back, I don't know how I was able to stay composed and not soil myself, but somehow I mentally stayed focused enough on getting myself back to my tent. I ignored the panic and just kept walking quickly, not looking back. Whoever or whatever it was that followed me, the majority of the next hour, I kept heading forwards and didn't look back. A few minutes from my camp location, the fight or flight instinct gradually but succinctly left, and I crawled into my tent and didn't sleep a minute that entire night. Morning came, and I picked up and left. I grew up on the countryside, right next to a national park, frequently visited by nature lovers and bird enthusiasts. It was the kind of park where you're not really allowed to bike or ride horses, only walk or run. But 10-year-old me felt that this was a stupid rule, and so I did anyway, because the trails were perfect for it. I knew fully well that I wasn't supposed to do that, and was caught a few times, but nothing much came of it, apart from a half-hearted, "Don't do it again," and of course I did. Until one day, something frightening happened that made me stop. My family were horse breeders, and I would often take them on horse rides, usually into the Forbidden Park. This day, very early in the morning, the first day of summer holiday, it was beautiful outdoors, misty and foggy, yet a sky that promised a sunny day ahead. Since it was so early, before 6 a.m, I knew that there wouldn't be anyone on the trail to see me. So I set the horse off at full speed along the trail. I only slowed down on the part of the trail that got steep on one side, leading down to the river, because the thought of one step too close to the edge was too much even for a kid with next to no non-existent risk assessment skills. Suddenly the horse came to a halt and refused to take another step. I grew up with horses all my life and knew that this usually indicates that you need to investigate. Is there something with the hooves? Did the horse spot something that spooked it? So I checked and the hooves were fine, but the horse didn't move an inch. and that's when I saw it. Someone had set a trap. A thin, sharp metal wire across the trail, in perfect neck height for an adult. I stopped and looked around, but didn't see anyone. The wire was well attached to 2 trees and impossible for me to remove, so I led the horse around it. And, to do so, I had to walk up a bit into the wooded area on the side of the trail. That's when I heard this singing. The song is called Hey Tomte Gubar, and it was that particular melody, but the lyrics were different and sung in a muffled, sniggering voice. Imagine Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. Today I only remember parts of it, but translated it would have been something like, "Hey, all you runners come here passing, let the lifeblood pour out." I, as silently as I could and with my heart in my throat, backed away and got up on the horse and hurried back the way I came as fast as I could. I knew I had to tell someone about it, but at the same time wanted to avoid admitting to riding a huge and very forbidden horse on those protected trails. So now I had a problem. The old stories about a mad old man living in the shed in the woods, a shed that was once a cottage for a local hunter, came back as I hung on the horse for dear life. I got home and told my older brother what had happened, and he went back there with me in tow. We found the wire trap, and after a while of searching, we also found a spear-like pole in the ground, right on the spot that you'd land after you came running and jumped over the fallen tree on the trail. That's when we called the police. The area was searched and several similar traps were found, but no sight of the old man. The following summer though, there was big news in the local paper about spear-like poles being found right under the water's surface, directly under the little tower you're supposed to dive from at the lake. And black garbage bags filled with big rocks were found on the narrow bridge crossing the river, so that if a car had hit it, there's a chance that it would have gone off the road and straight into the water. When I was about 10, me and my friend were walking on a road near the river when we spotted a tipped-over canoe. Having been in the fairly shallow river many times before, I didn't think twice about stepping in to push the canoe up and out. But just as I leveraged, the ground seemed to disappear. I was sucked down into a pit and tumbled around like a rag doll, only to be spit back out maybe 20 feet downstream and sucked under again. This happened over and over, as my friend was running alongside trying to get a hold of me. Luckily, I was being shot to the surface often enough to get a little air before going under. He eventually reached me with a branch, and I was able to get out. We didn't make a second attempt on the canoe, and didn't tell anyone about the experience for fear of getting in trouble. But a couple of days later, we learned that an elderly couple had just drowned upstream. Their canoe tipped over, and the undertow took care of the rest. I was nearly killed trying to get the same canoe that had just killed 2 people. I was about 13 years old, walking through a small section of pines back to my grandmother's house. It was a really dark and cloudy day, and was walking under the trees as it was very dim. As I walked, I saw a kid sitting underneath a tree ahead. This was a relatively rural outskirts of a small town, and there were only a few kids that lived around. I walked up to him to see who it was, as I didn't think I recognized him, so I stepped closer. He was a young boy, head down, gaunt and skinny. He was wearing burlap or wool pants, a ragged dress shirt, both very dirty and dingy. He had what looked like 2 little tin can wagons or cars, and was pushing them around in the dirt. as I got closer, almost right in front of him, a feeling of absolute dread and sickness washed over me, and all of a sudden, I felt like I was going to throw up. "Hey," I kind of stuttered. He looked straight up at me, and I froze like a stone, ice cold. In one quick move, he grabbed up his wagons and jumped to his feet, and circled around the back of the tree. It was quiet. I felt fine all of a sudden. I walked up to the tree, and he was gone. When I hiked alone frequently, I used to see flashes of colour out of the corner of my eyes. It happened often enough that I learnt to pretty much ignore them. I dismissed most of them as birds, small animals, or my imagination. The ones that still caught my attention were the red or blue ones, and one time, pink. The bright colours were more hard to rationalise away. Carbon Glacier in Mount Rainier National Park, June 5th, 2001. I remember crossing the suspension bridge on my way to the Carbon Glacier, and it looked to be in very poor condition and was missing a couple of boards, forcing you to take a large step. The second missing board was right in the centre of the bridge, where you're furthest from the ground. My sister crossed first, and stopped about 3/4 of the way across. She turned around slowly, looked back at me, and yelled for me to step on 2 slats at a time, as one just broke under her foot. I froze at the second missing board, and it took me several seconds to take that long step across the hole. We decided to use the lower crossing to avoid the suspension bridge after. These days, it was the only way to go since the trail on the other side of the river washed out. We were having a good day talking and laughing and telling stories. My sister was in the middle of a story when a flash of white went past my peripheral vision on the left. I ignored it, but what I couldn't ignore was the fact that my sister had stopped talking. I turned to ask her what was wrong, and she was pale. She said someone was walking up the trail and just disappeared as they approached me. She was visibly shaken and upset. I chose not to tell her about the flash of white, as I had seen it at the same time. We were both teary and shaking, and hiked out pretty quickly and very quietly. It took me several years before I spoke about it again. When I told my sister about the white flash, she couldn't remember any of it, as she completely blocked out that day. 2 years later, in an effort to see the standing file account at Washington State, I was given permission from the Highline School District to hike on their property to the old Stampede Pass lookout, now at Camp Woskowitz in North Bend. The woman at the office told me that I should hike around the property after visiting the lookout. It was a beautiful sunny winter day. I hiked to the lookout and then started down a different trail. The trail was fairly open, with a lot of salal. I heard a little girl laughing off in the distance, and assumed that someone else was enjoying the trails like me. Not a moment later, there was a flash of pink. I'd never seen pink before, and it gave me quite a fright. I looked into the woods and saw nothing. My stomach turned and my eyes teared up. I decided I'd had enough of Camp Woskowitz, and quickly headed back to my car. I was babysitting in a very remote house in the middle of nowhere, up in the mountains on the coast. I remember it was around 9 p.m, and the kids' parents would be getting home in about an hour. I had put the kids to bed, so was downstairs by myself watching TV. However, every so often the TV would flicker to static, and to be honest, it was starting to scare the shit out of me. It wasn't until the point where I looked up from the TV and out the nearby window when I lost my shit. There wasn't anything actually outside, but it seemed as if I saw in the reflection what looked like a Tin Man standing not too far behind me from the couch. Needless to say, there wasn't actually anything there when I snapped my head back to see where it was in the reflection. I grabbed my shit and wanted to be out of that house as quickly as possible. I actually ran upstairs and sat down quietly where the kids were sleeping until the parents got home. I particularly remember that when the parents arrived, I said I had to leave, and I was pulling out of their driveway in my old shitty Ford Laser, and looked up into the kids' bedroom. The same reflection I saw earlier was looking back down at me, with a hand raised as if it was saying goodbye. I never babysat there again. At my grandparents' on vacation to Iowa. They live in the middle of nowhere. Couple elderly neighbors and cornfields for miles. It was around 2 a.m. and I was going to go have a smoke before bed. Their back porch has a big sliding door. Well, I walk into the room with the sliding door, and there's a guy in a creepy mask. He's quietly wiggling the door trying to open it. I got so scared, I felt my butthole clench up, and I dropped my cigarette. Right then, the guy freezes and looks right at me. He pauses, then starts frantically shaking the door trying to open it, like this dude was trying to rip the door off the house. I run over to my grandparents' gun cabinet and grab something. By the time I whipped around to point it at him, he was gone. I ran and woke up my grandparents. We all walked around the house with loaded guns for a minute, but the guy was gone. A couple of weeks later, some bald guy walked out of a cornfield wearing a dress. He stood by the highway for half an hour, then got picked up by some sketchy car. I won't even go into cornfields in broad daylight anymore. This happened when I was 10. There were 5 or 6 of us spending the night at Charlie's house. Her parents owned a ranch in hill country region of Texas, and their home was built on top of a hill. Other than the dirt driveway up to their house, the hill was wild land covered in cedar trees. It was a clear, slightly chilly night in maybe October or November. But after the sun went down, the moon was out, so we stayed out playing hide and seek, using the driveway as a base. Their ranch was far enough out of town and well fenced, so her parents didn't have a problem with it. Anyway, during one round of hide and seek, me and my friend Georgina were the last 2 hidden. We were very good at hiding and avoiding the seekers, and they managed to find everyone else. Or so we thought. We almost made it back to the road, when 3 of the girls unknowingly cut us off, and we ducked behind a ridge of dirt to remain concealed. Georgina threw a rock across the road behind them to divert their attention, and we were waiting for them to get far enough off the road to make a dramatic rush for the safety of base, when I heard what sounded like a rock getting dislodged and sliding down the hill behind us. I thought Georgina might have done it, so I didn't say anything, but she kind of looked at me and asked if I was okay. I was about to reply when we heard what sounded like one of our friends, Charlie, the ones whose house we were staying at, calling from away down the hill behind us. "Help me." We bolted upright and yelled for the others. They came running back to the road, and we told them what we had heard. No one had seen Charlie since we'd started that round of hide and seek. We took them to the spot where we were hidden, and from there we called Charlie's name. For a moment, all was quiet, Then, faintly, even further down the hill, we heard her say, "Help, I'm stuck." We panicked and ran up the driveway as fast as we could to get to Charlie's parents. When we burst through the kitchen door ready to yell for her mum and dad, she was there at the bar eating a popsicle. "I wondered how long it was going to take for you all to find me," she gloated. We all flipped out, in the only way 10-year-old girls can. Her parents heard us freaking out downstairs and came down to see what's going on. We told them what happened, and her father grabbed his shotgun, got into the truck, and went to drive around the ranch, making sure that there wasn't anyone on the property who wasn't supposed to be there. He didn't find anything. I've always wondered what we heard that night. We didn't talk about it much, but I know it remained in all our minds every time we stayed there past sundown. I live in a small town in rural Australia. I am a cyclist, and I coordinate sport events, marathons, and sell bike gear and whatnot. Around 6 AM, I drove my bike up the mountains, and on the way, I passed a woman sitting by the side of the road. At first I thought she may have been a hitchhiker, but there were no hotels around and she had no bags. I stopped my car around 400 meters away from her, grabbed a bottle out of the car boot, and walked down to see what was going on. At that moment, I realized she's one of the most gorgeous women that I had ever seen. She was probably in her 20s, pale as hell, long wavy blonde hair to her hips, and one of those really German hourglass kind of figures, with these deep blue eyes. She was wearing one of those long summer dresses that beach kids seem to love, which was friggin' weird for the middle of the Australian bush. So I walk up to her like, oh my god, but I'm also thinking, what the hell? I hand her the bottle of water and ask her if she's lost or needs a lift back to town. She just stares at me, doesn't take the water, and doesn't blink. I think, oh shit, is she some kind of crazy? So I ask her if she ran away from somewhere, and she just says, no, and hadn't blinked yet. So I ask her if she's waiting for someone to come pick her up, and she says, no, again. I ask her where her house is, and she says, here. Keep in mind I am halfway up a mountain, and there are no houses here at all. So I was kind of starting to get creeped out by this lady. I walked back to my Jeep, and I was going to start driving back down the mountain and call the cops and get them to come pick up this lady. And she follows me. I was like, look, are you sure you don't want me to run you back to town? And she just says no again. So I'm all like, look, I don't feel comfortable leaving you here in the middle of nowhere. Please let me take you to the police station. And she just turns around and walks off into the bush, miles from anywhere. And I'm sitting there like, what the actual hell? And then I started to get really scared when the bug and bird noises started to come back. It made me realize I hadn't heard a single other sound whilst I was speaking to her. No magpies, no crickets, no early morning sounds at all. I hightailed it out of there and called the local coppers when I reached the bottom of the mountain. Basically, I said there's a woman up in the mountain who refused to get into my car, and then realized how stupid that sounded and hung up. Whoever you are, I hope that you're okay. I have had the fortune of traveling all across this great and wonderful nation. But I've seen something whilst camping that makes me reconsider mountain folk in Georgia. Now, I love my home state. I love exploring the vast amounts of wilderness we have here. I just happen to carry a gun at all times whilst exploring now. I didn't then. I went to the Blue Ridge Mountains with a friend to hike. A week without cell phones, we called it. Except we had his satellite phone, just in case of an emergency. We hike as far as we please, and fish, and we find water. Of course, we also have a GPS and a compass to ensure that we don't get lost. So we're on our next to last day of hiking back. We come across a small clearing in a valley that has a nice sized pond. We stop to set up camp and fish. As night falls and our fire is fading, with our bellies full of fish, wild onion, potatoes and wine, we lay down to sleep. And then I hear it. My friend is fast asleep, and the sound doesn't wake him. There's something outside, close by, but not distant enough. A moment of stupidity and adrenaline hits me as I grab our machete and exit the tent brandishing my lackluster weapon. The sound of that of a drum is being played with skill and expertise that only a child with the basic idea of rhythm can possess. Upon exiting the tent, I see a fire and a woman across the pond. She's not creating the drum sound. Instead, she has a black kettle hoisted above her fire, and she's stirring it. She turns her face to me, and I see that she must be as old as the mountains themselves. Her clothes are nothing but rags, yet she has an aura about her, one that is dark and filled with terrible wisdom and knowledge. Her ancient eyes meet mine, and I become paralyzed by fear. The drumming grows louder, and then stops suddenly, and she's gone. So's the fire, and any evidence that she even existed. I started our fire again, and did not sleep. Upon hiking out of the woods and back into our car, we decided to stay at a hotel in a small town nearby, since I was exhausted from staying awake. Of course, I had told my tale to my friend when he woke, and we packed quickly and moved as fast as our legs would carry us. We got to the hotel, which, thankfully, had a restaurant and bar. I told my tale to some locals, and the consensus was that I had met the mountain witch, whose land I was trespassing on, and we were only alive because I had stayed awake. They may have been jesting, but they seemed very serious. I now carry a firearm whenever I hike, mostly because it makes me feel safer, and whether you believe my tale or not makes no difference to me, dear listener. But there are dark and ancient things in this world. Stay safe. In the early 1980s, I was about 8 years old, and my father decided to take me to deer camp for the first time. We were in far northern Wisconsin, where deer camp is sort of like a religion experience, especially our deer camp. Anyway, when we got there, my dad leaned in about 3 inches from my face and gave me a thinly veiled threat that he called a piece of advice. That what was done at camp stays at camp, and especially not to tell my mother what I was about to witness. It was mostly just a bunch of middle-aged drunks in long johns telling dirty jokes and playing cards. But to my eyes, it was the best place on earth. The first morning, my dad wakes me up early to go hunting with his best friend, who had cancer and wasn't expecting to make it back for next year. We were way back in the woods in a standoff when an unseasonal thunderstorm rolls in and chased us back to the truck. On our way back to camp, my father slams on the brakes because he sees something in the middle of the road. It was raining so hard that we couldn't tell what it was from inside. So my dad went to take a look. A couple of minutes later, he climbs back into the truck and simply says, "She's dead." We raced for miles to the nearest phone to call the police. It turns out that she was heavily pregnant, had put her car in the ditch about 5 miles away, and had died from exposure when she became lost looking for help. My main memory of this, though, is bursting out crying on the way home, because I just knew I couldn't keep this big of a secret from my mother. My dad simply told me that there were exceptions to every rule, and this was definitely one of them. I was running on the trails at the Nathan Hale homestead, an 18th century farmhouse and property of a Revolutionary War hero. This was in Connecticut, which is only about a 10-minute drive away from my grandmother's lake house. I could not find a map of the trails anywhere online, and there didn't seem to be any signage at this place, just a bunch of random mountain bike trails in the woods. I was only going to run 4 miles, so I estimated that I would run for about 30 minutes, using my watch to keep myself on track. So I ran around the trails for a while, and nothing seemed too out of the ordinary. It was around 9 on a Monday morning, and the only sounds were the distant hums of Route 31, birds chirping, and the occasional squirrel or deer that scampered off whenever I came near. The trail seemed to wind around a lot. If not for my better than average directional skills, I could have easily gotten lost. About 20 minutes in, I saw something strange about 50 meters off. A finely polished and light-colored wooden coffin. I was a little weirded out, to say the least, and waited until I got closer for a better look. I rounded a corner where several old tree stumps blocked my view, only to find that the coffin had disappeared. Where it should have been, there was just a clump of ferns. Odd. I turned around shortly thereafter and made my way back to my car. I was maybe half a mile out when I heard a very distinctive knocking on a nearby tree. I was a little spooked, but chalked it up to be a woodpecker or something. However, not 30 seconds later, there it was, on a completely different tree ahead of me. Exactly the same rhythm. Tock, tock, to tock, tock. I picked up the pace. The trail widened a little, and I could see way ahead to the entrance to the parking lot where my car was. There it was again, on a tree seemingly right next to me. I truly started freaking out, and started to book it back to the lot. I was nearing the opening, when time seemed to slow down. All of a sudden, it felt like the temperature dropped about 20 degrees. The birds stopped singing, and my simple Timex watch started to malfunction, making all sorts of beeping noises, and the numbers glitching on the screen. The beat sounded impossibly loud this time, like it were hacked into every surrounding tree with an axe. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, as I anticipated hearing the rhythm again. I burst into the parking lot, and everything went back to normal. The temperature was back in the mid-70s, and birds were chirping away. I looked at my watch, only to discover that it had gone completely blank. I stood there and stared at it until it flashed 12 o'clock, Monday, 1:01, January 1st. My watch had completely reset itself. It had never done this before. I got into the car and started the engine. The clock on the radio read 12. That couldn't be right. It should have been around 9:30 or 9:45 at the latest. So I threw her in reverse and backed up to where I could clearly make out was the main road. However, as I was about to throw the car into drive as it sat there, I heard a sharp, rapping sound on the back window, like someone hitting it with their knuckles. It was the same beat. There was no one else in the parking lot when I finished my run. No cars, nothing. I didn't dare look back and hightailed it back to my grandmother's house. I have no idea what could have caused this series of events, and I still could not explain it to this day. I was geocaching once, and as I was wandering through the woods, I came across a small patch of trees that had Mr. Potato Head faces nailed to them. I was a 15-kilometer drive from civilization, and nowhere near a trail. As the cache was deep in the woods, I contacted the cache owner, and he swore that they weren't there when he put the cache together, and it was his private land, so nobody should have put them there. The other instance of weird was up when I was hitchhiking, and decided to set up camp off in the woods not far from the highway. I had a fire, ate, and set up my little tent, and fell asleep without problem. I woke up in the middle of the night due to some heavy breathing outside my tent. I listened for a bit, scared shitless, and then some movement, and the sound was gone. I woke up the next morning, and there was a photo of my family stuck with a nail to a tree right beside my tent, and fresh footprints in the dirt. Being the idiot that I am, I followed the path of the footprints, a kilometer or so back into the woods, where it ended at a road. Across the street was an abandoned house, and while checking out the house for anything useful, I found several other photos of people from the photo, individuals' headshots, and notes apologizing for not protecting them or being there for them. I got a feeling like I wasn't alone, and decided to make an exit. And as I came out of the house, there was a pickup truck in the road watching me leave. He offered me a ride back to the highway, and some food and drink, and told me all about the family that lived there, and how they had all died. Apparently, the father had an accident whilst driving, and struck an oncoming vehicle, with the mother and 2 kids inside it. He lived, but everybody else died. My brother James was part of the orienteering team in high school. For those of you who don't know, orienteering is where they get you to go to the middle of nowhere in teams of 2. They give you a map, a compass, and you must find your way back to each check-in station in order, and it's a race. So my brother and his partner set out and make it through the first few checkpoints, and they're feeling pretty solid. But they don't make it to the next one when they're supposed to. They double check the map, do some math, and figure out that they miscalculated some angle or another, and are now almost off the edge of the map. They recalculate and set off in a new direction. Keep in mind, the line was never intended to be part of the orienteering run. This is unexplored territory, and they came across what my brother said could only be described as a crater. A deep bowl in the forest devoid of trees. And at the center was an ambulance. They are in the woods, miles upon miles from any road. and there is an ambulance that looks like it's decades old sitting in a crater. So, being teenage boys, they decide to investigate it. My brother said that the forest was well on its way to reclaiming the vehicle, that it was rusted and covered in plant life. It looked out of date, like it was coming from the 40s or some bygone era. In the back, the gurney was still there, but bent in the middle, like something had smashed it. There were brown smears on the walls that could have been rust, or dirt, or shit or blood. They both got a horrible feeling from the place and took off out of there. My brother thinks he could probably find it again, but flat out refuses to. I am a hunter and mountaineer. It was a chilly December morning, and I hiked in pre-dawn. I'm talking about an hour and a half to go 3 miles off the beaten trail. I got to my nest, and about half an hour before sunrise, and started to settle in. The wind kicked up a fog, and the fog rolled in that was thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Within a few minutes, my visibility was about 5 inches. I'm sitting tight, huddled up against the freezing wind, when I start to hear twigs snapping close to me. For no apparent reason, what is normally a rapturous sound, indicative of an imminently successful hunt, sent a frosty chill down my spine. I chambered around in my 30-30 as quietly as I could, and lay flat on my back, tucked against a fallen tree. The rustling was moving closer through the fog, but I couldn't see anything. The sun was starting to peek over the mountains to the east, and visibility was starting to increase. The rustling of twigs and leaves was sporadic, sometimes directly in front of me, sometimes behind or beside me. I remember laying the rifle across my chest, thinking to myself how silly it is to react like such a coward. I rationed with myself that bears and mountain lions are a rarity where I was, so I had likely stumbled into a herd of whitetails that had bedded down and decided to sit up. The rustling stopped immediately, as it was fully dawn by now. I was looking through the fog for the outline of my prey, which I had assured myself was literally around me. It wasn't. Seemingly nothing was. By now the fog had faded away, and it was apparent to me that I was alone in those woods. I hunted all that day, without seeing as much as a squirrel. Around 3 in the afternoon, after fighting the wind in an abnormally cold day, and not wanting to hike out by flashlight, I decided it was time to start back to the truck. Walking out of those woods was the most uneasy I had ever felt. Lawfully, once you make your way back to the trail, you're supposed to clear the chamber of your rifle, but not that day. What is normally a stroll through the woods, I undertook with the seriousness of an animal being stalked. I would walk, then stop and listen, and I never heard or saw anything during my retreat, but I could feel eyes on me. I was about 100 feet away from my truck when I rounded the last corner and saw, hanging at eye level from a tree by a noose, a stuffed bear in a blazed orange jacket. I am a giant, broad-shouldered outdoorsman, but that one shook me up something fierce. It was early 1984. My two friends and I went to the Wildwood campgrounds on Long Island with my family. It was a safer time back then, so we thought we'd explore the forest. We went up to the cliffs, looking down at the beach, and back into the woods soon becoming bored, so we headed deeper in. The woods were dark, tangled and overgrown with weeds and brambles. It was obvious the area was not used or even explored often, as it was so dense, so we started heading back. We noticed something upon our return, a house in the middle of the forest, most windows broken with a sagging roof, old and out of place, with no road leading to it, and no power lines either. It had a mailbox at the front, as well as a brick chimney. We entered the small home, of only a few rooms on the ground level, and a gaping hole in the floor showed an exposed basement below. A rotting wooden table, surrounded by peeling wallpaper of roses that sat next to the kitchen. There was a collection of old things, and what I identified as a very small, white gas stove speckled with corrosion. The stairs up and down looked unsafe and rickety. Small animal feces was everywhere, and I don't remember any electrical sockets, lights, or anything of that nature. It must have been from the early 20s or 30s, and the forest had begun to grow around it. The whole place was creepy, and smelt like egg or a struck match. But what made it really creepy was the hole in the floor. We could only see part of it, as the floor bowed, and we feared getting too close. We could see on the basement floor that there were hundreds of playing cards, but only red ones, hearts and diamonds. I'd guessed that they were all red. Everything else was really dark. They were poured up in a heaping pile. For why, or if anything was underneath them, we will never know, because it scared us for some reason. The dark hole lit only by that spot, making the white and red cards seem brighter. They were clean. They were new. And we got the hell out of there. I live by a small river, and my friend and I always spoke about putting a boat on it one night, and just letting the current take us downstream whilst we fished all night. Well, a few years ago, we finally did it. We loaded up the boat with our fishing poles and a case of beer, and headed out around 10 p.m. We put the boat in up the river, and my friend's girlfriend drove the truck home. The trip was only about 4 miles in a straight line, but throw in the curves of the river, and it was doubling back on itself. The actual trip was more like 15 miles. We'd been told it'd take about 6 hours, so we got to the river around midnight and expected to be home before 7 a.m. The river was really low that night, but we didn't expect it to be an issue, so we shoved off. The first few hours passed pretty normally, and we caught a few fish, but we passed a cutoff, and the river current just slowed to a halt. Around 2 a.m, we hear this faint groaning noise off in the distance. We didn't think much of it at first, because we are both campers, and we're used to the forest noises. As we keep moving slowly down the river, the groaning noises keep happening, and it's getting louder. I can't even really accurately describe the noise itself. It was a very throaty, groan/moaning sound, with a short duration. I say it was like a zombie noise, but it was very distinct, and at times it sounded like a man groaning in pain. For the next half hour, the noise got louder, until it felt like it was literally just out of sight on land, and it was loud. So I mentioned the river was really low. Well, at this point in our trip, the river walls were nearly vertical and 10 feet high. The sound is at its loudest right now, but as we go down the river, it doesn't get any quieter. We aren't moving past the groaning. It's following us in the darkness of the forest. We're both getting weirded out about it, and we're both assholes, and we're amplifying the situation by coming up with all kinds of scary things that it could be. It's a zombie, or a dying man trying to yell for help, a banshee, a ghost, or could it be a serial killer messing with us? Maybe it's a siren trying to lure us off course. As it nears 3 AM, we're way behind schedule. To say I'm on edge is an understatement. I was trying to play it cool because my friend was playing it cool, and I didn't want him thinking that I'm a pussy. We're shining our flashlights into the forest, and we're watching as things scurry off in the darkness as the light hits it. The groaning is still going on. The loud groaning happens about once a minute, and something there is a quieter, slightly different sound that happens in between. The sound is finally behind us, but it wasn't getting much quieter. With the sound behind us, we figured we were in the clear, but we weren't so lucky. About 5 minutes later, we hit a log jam, and our only choice was to go ashore and carry the boat around the debris. There was one problem. We couldn't actually get out of the river. As mentioned, the river walls were 10 foot high, and our only choice was to go back up the river a couple of 100 feet to a low spot and carry it all the way around. Now, I was really dreading about getting out of the river. It's dangerous enough walking down the riverbanks in the pitch blackness, and I didn't need a zombie banshee serial killer making it worse. So we turn the boat around and head back towards the sound. We pull the boat out of the river and the sound just stops. This is it. It is definitely a serial killer taunting us. And now that we're out of the water, he's moving in for the kill. There is no more acting manly and unafraid. My friend knows I'm freaked out, and I'm sure that he is too. The boat is usually kind of heavy, but tonight it feels lighter than ever. We're practically jogging that thing down the muddy banks. Everywhere we look, we see what is ducking behind a tree and staying out of the light from our flashlights. We finally get past the log jam. We're putting the boat back in the river, and whatever is following us is right behind us. I'm in the boat, and my friend is getting in. He pushes us off out the river and runs around and yells into the darkness, "What do you want?" At this point, the Loch Ness Monster steps into the light and says, "I need about 350. Okay, that part didn't happen. But we get back on the boat in the river, and the noise has suddenly stopped. But we're both ready to go home. We run the motor until we get to a bridge. My friend calls his girlfriend and gets her to come pick us up 2 hours earlier than expected. She asks why we cut the trip short, and he makes up some bullshit excuse about the river being too shallow and blocked up with debris, because neither of us wanted to admit that we were grown-ass men being scared of the dark. I never told anyone else I know about this, and I don't think he has, but we still mimic the sound every now and then, and any strange noise is instantly referred to as a zombie banshee. I live by a small river, and my friend and I always spoke about putting a boat on it one night, and just letting the current take us downstream whilst we fished all night. Well, a few years ago, we finally did it. We loaded up the boat with our fishing poles and a case of beer, and headed out around 10 PM. We put the boat in up the river, and my friend's girlfriend drove the truck home. The trip was only about 4 miles in a straight line, but throw in the curves of the river, and it was doubling back on itself The actual trip was more like 15 miles. We'd been told it'd take about 6 hours, so we got to the river around midnight and expected to be home before 7 AM. The river was really low that night, but we didn't expect it to be an issue, so we shoved off. The first few hours passed pretty normally, and we caught a few fish, but we passed a cutoff, and the river current just slowed to a halt. Around 2 AM, we hear this faint groaning noise off in the distance. We didn't think much of it at first, because we are both campers, and we're used to the forest noises. As we keep moving slowly down the river, the groaning noises keep happening, and it's getting louder. I can't even really accurately describe the noise itself. It was a very throaty, groan/moaning sound, with a short duration. I say it was like a zombie noise, but it was very distinct, and at times it sounded like a man groaning in pain. For the next half hour, the noise got louder, until it felt like it was literally just out of sight on land, and it was loud. So I mentioned the river was really low. Well, at this point in our trip, the river walls were nearly vertical and 10 feet high. The sound is at its loudest right now, but as we go down the river, it doesn't get any quieter. We aren't moving past the groaning. It's following us in the darkness of the forest. We're both getting weirded out about it, and we're both assholes, and we're amplifying the situation by coming up with all kinds of scary things that it could be. It's a zombie, or a dying man trying to yell for help, a banshee, a ghost, or could it be a serial killer messing with us? Maybe it's a siren trying to lure us off course. As it nears 3 AM, we're way behind schedule. To say I'm on edge is an understatement. I was trying to play it cool because my friend was playing it cool, and I didn't want him thinking that I'm a pussy. We're shining our flashlights into the forest, and we're watching as things scurry off in the darkness as the light hits it. The groaning is still going on. The loud groaning happens about once a minute, and something there is a quieter, slightly different sound that happens in between. The sound is finally behind us, but it wasn't getting much quieter. With the sound behind us, we figured we were in the clear, but we weren't so lucky. About 5 minutes later, we hit a log jam, and our only choice was to go ashore and carry the boat around the debris. There was one problem. We couldn't actually get out of the river. As mentioned, the river walls were 10 foot high, and our only choice was to go back up the river a couple of 100 feet to a low spot and carry it all the way around. Now, I was really dreading about getting out of the river. It's dangerous enough walking down the riverbanks in the pitch blackness, and I didn't need a zombie banshee serial killer making it worse. So we turned the boat around and head back towards the sound. We pull the boat out of the river, and the sound just stops. This is it. It is definitely a serial killer taunting us, and now that we're out of the water, he's moving in for the kill. There is no more acting manly and unafraid. My friend knows I'm freaked out, and I'm sure that he is too. The boat is usually kind of heavy, but tonight it feels lighter than ever. We're practically jogging that thing down the muddy banks. Everywhere we look, we see what is ducking behind a tree and staying out of the light from our flashlights. We finally get past the log jam. We're putting the boat back in the river, and whatever is following us is right behind us. I'm in the boat, and my friend is getting in. He pushes us off out the river and runs around and yells into the darkness, "What do you want?" At this point, the Loch Ness Monster steps into the light and says, "I need about 350. Okay, that part didn't happen. But we get back on the boat in the river, and the noise has suddenly stopped. But we're both ready to go home. We run the motor until we get to a bridge. My friend calls his girlfriend and gets her to come pick us up 2 hours earlier than expected. She asks why we cut the trip short, and he makes up some bullshit excuse about the river being too shallow and blocked up with debris, because neither of us wanted to admit that we were grown-ass men being scared of the dark. I never told anyone else I know about this, and I don't think he has, but we still mimic the sound every now and then, and any strange noise is instantly referred to as a zombie banshee. One night, I was solo camping in a remote lake above a small town. You're not allowed to camp near the lake, so I hiked up a little ways onto the hillside and set up underneath a camouflage tarp. It must have been around midnight. I was all snuggled in my hammock when I hear laughing and yelling in the distance. I peek up from behind my tarp to see what looks like a handful of college-aged dudes drinking and fishing and having a good time. Okay, whatever. I tried to sleep anyway. I drift in and out for about an hour, but I'm kept from sleeping by an extremely loud bird in the tree next to me that just keeps hooting and screeching. Eventually, I pick up a large branch and thunk, swinging it at the tree to shut it up. Suddenly, the dude bros go silent. I can tell that they've frozen and are looking intently in my direction, trying to find the source of the noise. I crawl back into my sleeping bag and try to sleep, but the bird starts again. I decide I need to find some pine cones or something to throw at it to scare it away. So I get out of my sleeping bag, move outside the tarp, and start looking on the ground. I decide to try the branch again and slam it as hard as I can into the tree trunk, and the sound rings out loudly. They all look over to see a pale, naked figure hunched over in the tree line, staring at them. I immediately scramble on all fours under my tarp. To them, it must have looked like some horrible pale creature disappeared into the underbrush after having been caught observing them. They go silent, have a muffled, terrified conversation, and pack up and leave. I slept soundly for the rest of the night, but those guys must have been pretty freaked out. This happened when I was in high school in the 90s. I grew up in a rural western town. That meant not a lot to do, but lots of places out in the heavily wooded canyons and hills right outside of town. One particularly popular spot for hanging out, hiking, rock climbing and doing various other activities was called Falling Rock. It's right along the rim of Dark Canyon and features pine woods going from highway straight out to a sharp, abrupt drop-off down a sandstone/limestone cliff. It's several hundred feet down to the creek at the bottom, and there are various hiking trails and ways to get around the cliffs and down the creek. I went there frequently with friends in high school, not to smoke weed or drink or whatever, but because the place was also held as sacred by the Lakota, and by proximity, by teenage wannabe Wiccans like me. We'd see their red prayer bundles up in the cedars all along the cliffs, and to me and my coven of fellow dumbasses, that made this an obvious place to try and visit and contact spirits. I hiked it enough to become very familiar with the area, especially with a deep overhang that was almost like a shallow cave. It wasn't visible from the top of the cliff, or from the main hiking trails. I only learnt about it after someone showed me how to get to it by scooting down a steep incline between two particular pine trees on my butt. Also, during this very confused part of my life, I had a best friend who was an extremely bad influence, and who kept getting me involved with older guys. At 15, I lost my virginity to a 22-year-old guy in the Air Force that she had introduced me to, and then left me alone with. I won't say he made me do anything, but I also won't say I was entirely on board when everything happened. She later gave me away for a night to a Turkish guy who spoke no English. Then, she started seeing a guy in his early 20s. She was 18, and more or less told his 40-year-old something uncle that I was all his if he wanted. I was a 16-year-old dumbass. I didn't know about this scheme. I just knew that my best friend had just invited me up to Falling Rock to hang out with her and her boyfriend. I was less happy when I showed up and found the uncle there. I'd met him before, and he wasn't a dick or unattractive. Actually, he was quite attractive, or even especially creepy. It was just knowing he was more than twice my age, and very clearly wanted much more than the Air Force guy had. He didn't just want sex. He was in love with me, and wanted me to love him too. I knew it. I just didn't know what to do about it. But I did tell my friend I didn't want to see him around when she and I got together. She apparently ignored that bit of what I said. He and my best friend's boyfriend were both cowboys, following the rodeo circuit. As such, they showed up at Falling Rocks in their boots and hats and all of that. And it made them slow. My friend was morbidly obese, and none of them knew anything about Falling Rock, whereas I know the area very well. I had driven my own vehicle there, but had parked in the lower lot, about a quarter of a mile closer to the highway than the place where they parked theirs. When I saw that their uncle was there, and he started getting overly friendly right away, I planned to get away as soon as possible. We started walking, and it wasn't before long that I got ahead of them, and ignored their calls to come back, and vanished into the woods, down one of the less used hiking paths. This was broad daylight, and I had a plan. I was going to just loop around the northwest, through the thick woods, and come back up the lower parking lot, get into my car and drive away, and let my friend explain why she'd brought the uncle later. I made good time, and got back up towards the road to the main parking area, where my friend and the uncle had parked. I was almost there, when I saw another guy close to the uncle's age, but slimmer, blonde with a beard and a camouflage coat on, coming up from the trail in the parking area. We were a few hundred yards away from each other, but he stopped, clearly seeing me. I don't know what it was, but I didn't like something about his stance. His expression, I don't know what. I started to slink back down the draw I had come up, and he started to follow. No mistaking it. He turned off a well-worn obvious path to the Falling Rock cliff face to follow me, little teen-aged girl, down into nothing but deer trails and scrub and cacti. He didn't say anything all the while. It seemed like he was trying to be as quiet as possible. I knew the area better than he did though, and was a lot less cautious about my footing. I got back to the top of the cliff as quickly as I could, and popped up just ahead of where the uncle was sauntering along the edge, right next to where the big overhang would be. The uncle and I saw each other. I pointed back down the trail where the strange guy with the beard could clearly be heard stomping up behind me, and then I dropped down on my ass and boots scooted right out of sight. I got to the overhang and heard the exchange between the uncle and bearded guy. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" asks the uncle, sounding absolutely pissed. "I'm looking for my girlfriend. She just came up here. She's got dark hair." "Oh yeah? What colour shirt's she wearing?" I was wearing a grey hoodie with my dad's college logo on it. "It's a grey hoodie," said the bearded guy. The uncle proceeded to go absolutely batshit, yelling and cursing, and based on the noise, throwing fallen tree limbs on the other guy, and the other guy just ran. I could hear him thumping and crashing down the steep hillside not far from me. My friend's boyfriend kept running when he heard all the noise, and I could hear him yelling at the guy too. All kinds of vile shit you wouldn't think a good Christian boy would say. The uncle called my name for a bit, and I finally came out of the cave. And then, my fat friend finally joined us too. It was a weird day to have your sort of stalker save you from someone who seemed to really have it out for you. But I'm pretty sure that's just what he did. I wish I could say something better by him, but all I really did was disappear. I didn't talk to my friend for over a year, long enough for her to dump her boyfriend and for the uncle to go away with him. I don't know what happened to either of them. I don't know if I could recognize them now, as I'm twice the age I was then. I do wish them well though, but still, would rather not meet again. When I was around 13, I went camping with my Girl Scout troop. This wasn't uncommon for us, as we camped often, at least twice a year. The only difference was that my troop had the privilege to camp out 2 nights in a cabin. The cabins were not big. I was 5 foot, and if I were to lay down widthwise, we only had about 3 feet of walking space between the bunks. Each side had 2 sets of bunk beds, so there were 8 beds in each cabin, and there were 4 cabins. We had a large troop, so we occupied 3 cabins including the mums, who stayed the night with us. During the day activities we went on as normal. Other troops came to spend the day, and we did arts and crafts and archery, and other sport-like events. This ended around 7, when all the other girls went home. Around this time, we cooked dinner, ate, spoke, and then started a fire. We sat around and had girl talk like normal, ate doughboys and marshmallows until 9, when we had to go to bed due to the camp's curfew. In my cabin, I had my 2 best friends, one in the bed below me, and the other in the bunk across from me. We had bunks that were the closest to the window. To imagine the cabin, just imagine a rectangle with walls, and a screen door. Now, go into the screen door, and on either side of you, there are, as I said, 4 bunks, and at each end of the corridor or window. My mum was sleeping in the cabin across the way with my troop leader and the other mum. Soon we're all asleep, but my friend Lisa, who was below me, isn't very good at sleeping outside, and was soon awake and sitting on the edge of my bunk, poking me. I cracked my eyes open and shone my flashlight at Lisa, then at Tara, who was sitting across the way. She was awake as well. Since we weren't technically allowed to be awake unless we were using the bathroom, we decided to go get my mum, who would take us through the trail to the bathroom, just to let Lisa catch a breather. By now, the fire was basically out, and we had my flashlight as our light source. So we bundled up, because New England is freezing at night, even if it's spring. As we were getting dressed, I put my flashlight in my mouth so that I could use both hands. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow. I thought it was my own, and camp was playing tricks on me, but I looked anyway. My scream may have broken all the rules in camp about curfew. My entire cabin was up. My friends were screaming, and my mum and my leader were trampling over each other to get into the cabin. When I turned to look at the shadow, I saw what was actually a man staring through the window. I don't know how long he was there for, and when I started screaming, he took off. My troop leader talked to the ranger the next day, and he said that he would talk to the night ranger, but we never got any other answers other than maybe it was an animal. Either way, we never went camping there again, and this incident still haunts me to this day. So, creepy pervy man, let's not meet again. The man who told me about his terrifying experience in the Colorado wilderness is one of those distant relatives that everyone has. They're your third cousin twice removed, or something to that effect. I'm not positive how exactly we're related, but he is an incredible guy. Greg is a decorated Green Beret with a silver star to his name that he earned by capturing the leader of an Afghan sniper cell without incurring any casualties. Despite his status as a huge badass and his not unconsiderable size of 6'3" and 200 pounds, Greg is a teddy bear. He is an extremely humble and kind person. I've had a lot of experiences in the outdoors, having lived in Colorado for most of my life. And Greg and I have had extended conversations about our adventures in the woods at my grandma's house for Thanksgiving. We were sitting on the couch, wearing tacky holiday sweaters, when the conversation turned to hunting. Greg mentioned offhandedly that he used to be an avid hunter, but had an experience that turned him off it. He said he doesn't even like guns anymore, something I found surprising coming from such an accomplished soldier. I pushed him to tell me what happened, and thought he seemed uncomfortable with the idea, but he finally relented and did tell me. I'm going to switch this to first person now, to tell it to you in the same way that Greg told this story to me. It was late October, which means elk season up in Indian Peaks Wilderness, and I went up there to bag a few elk and just relax for a few days by myself. I parked the truck near a trailhead about 8 miles from where I wound up setting up camp, and was looking forward to a nice weekend in the woods with some peace and quiet after packing all my gear in and getting ready. The first morning, I was in my deer blind, about 20 feet up a tree, with a cup of coffee and my rifle. The sun had just come up about an hour ago. About 50 yards from my tree, the tree line ended and opened into this big meadow where a lot of the elk tended to roll through, and I could sight my rifle pretty well through the trees and see most of this big grassy area. Perhaps a couple of hours had passed, which isn't really boring in the deep woods. I just drank coffee from my thermos and listened to all the life around me, feeling the woods getting ready for winter. I couldn't believe my luck when I glanced over at the meadow and saw a large group of elk had started grazing in the meadow. The silent animals plodded along, oblivious to me watching. Among the group was one of the most beautiful elk I had ever seen. It's what was called a monarch, which means it had antlers with 8 points each, something really rare. I quietly clicked the safety of my rifle and sighted it. When you're hunting an animal like this, you want to put a bullet right where the skull meets the spine, in order to sever the spinal column and kill it instantly and painlessly. The focus, when you get it in the zone, is incredible. I swear I could feel the firing pin punch forward, and the bullet would leave the barrel as I pulled the trigger. That beautiful elk went down silently, and all the others scattered for the tree line. I was ecstatic about the shot and the elk as I climbed down out of the blind and set off for the meadow. I had left my rifle in my blind, something I regretted soon, and had only my small knife on me to gut the animal and drag it back to camp. As I was making the short walk between my blind and the meadow, I noticed that the woods around me were completely silent. Some of this is normal after you fire a gun in the woods, but for it to drag on this long was unsettling. I thought nothing of it, and continued to walk the short walk through the dense pines. As I was about to clear the trees and step into the meadow, I noticed something odd. I could see the elk's body lying in the grass through the trees, but there was something else. There was what looked like another elk, antlers and all, on the opposite side of the dead elk from where I was coming to walk out of the tree line. almost looking as though it were gently nuzzling the elk's dead body. This was weird, to see an elk treat a dead elk like this. They usually scatter, but I continued walking towards it, trapezing in the duff and hollering in an attempt to startle this other elk off. It snapped its head and looked up at me. Over the body of its fallen friend, this strange new elk eyed me with an unafraid glare. I say glare because it didn't feel like an animal looking at me anymore. Its glassy black eyes gave me the same caught, red-handed feeling that you got when your parents would catch you doing something wrong. I felt suddenly uncomfortable and out of place in the woods that I loved so much, and somehow hated and guilty. I no longer wanted the elk, and I stopped dead in my tracks and watched this animal, and it eyed me angrily. What it did next gives me nightmares to this day. The thing that stood before me on the other side of the dead elk must have been lying on its stomach, and it put its arms down and pushed up, putting its legs underneath it. It reared back, glaring at me, along with its evil glass eyes. My breath caught in my throat. Most of its body was at least somewhat human, but terribly emaciated and elongated. It appeared to stand at least 10 feet tall, not including the antlers atop of the elk's head. It was bald everywhere but the neck up. It looked stickly pale and pink. Its legs at the knee bent backwards, like the back legs of an elk. This horrible, skinny, naked, unnatural thing just stood there, glowering at me, with a hatred that was palpable. The woods around us were silent. It might have been a second, minute, or hours. I felt the disapproving parent feeling shift. I felt more like an ant under a shoe. I took a step back. My boots felt 10 pounds. My body felt numb, and the noise of my footstep was ear-splitting. I took one more, and then ran. Running through thick woods is tough, but I ran faster than I have ran in my life. I passed under my blind with my $4,000 rifle sitting in it, without even slowing down. I ran all the way back to my camp, which must have been a mile, before I stopped and took my breath. It took me another minute to dare to look behind me. I was alone, but the woods around me were still silent and brooding. I wanted more than anything to pack up and go home, but I knew that I could not make it back to the car before nightfall, and I didn't want to be exposed at night. I cooked an MRE in my tent and stayed there for the rest of the night. When night fell, I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop myself from starting at every little noise. I kept thinking about possible rational explanations for what I saw. Maybe there's a crazy guy out there who found an elk head and is wearing it around scaring people. But no explanation I came up with quelled the maddening feeling of fear that I felt, the horrible sense of being hated and guilty and far from home. And nothing explained why that thing was 10 feet tall with inverted knees. As soon as the sun came up, I ran back to the blind and took it down. Then, I ran back to camp with my rifle and pack, packed everything up, and hiked out. I've never fired a gun in the woods since, and I don't intend to ever again. I'm not a spiritual person. But if that wasn't something in the forest telling me to leave it alone, I don't know what is. I can take a hint. I don't think I'll ever know exactly what that creature was, but I know what I saw. Next time you're up in the woods alone, be quiet, be respectful, and don't kill anything that you don't have to. I thought at first that Greg's story was too far-fetched to be true, but as he told it, I saw how truly scared he was. This confident, softly spoken military man was stuttering through his story, hands shaking and face pale. I still don't know what to make of it. But the area he said it occurred is one I'm quite familiar with, and it can be an eerie place. Sometimes, being alone in the woods can feel like anything but. It just might be that there's some force out there, some inhuman creature who guards the woods. Just in case, I take extra care to be respectful whenever I'm among nature. You never know who could be watching. I'm not convinced there is an afterlife, or such a thing as ghosts or demons, but I once saw something in the woods that felt so unnatural, it made me second guess how I see the world. I was hiking up a hillside, thick with trees, in the middle of the night during a long weekend. Some friends and I decided we would hike to the top of the hill and light off some fireworks. Approaching the hill and surrounding the base of the hill was a rolling grass valley. It was around midnight, full moon, and a light mist, something straight out of a horror movie. The strange part was, I wasn't nervous or scared or anything. I was having a great night with my buddies. I didn't have any of my defenses up. My buddies and I just hiked in a straight line through the rolling grass valley approaching the hill, when something caught my eye. On my right, I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing perfectly upright on the top of a small grassy hill. It was standing there right next to a large dead tree. I couldn't make out any details. Both the tree and the tall figure were silhouetted underneath the moonlight. The strange part was seeing this figure didn't scare me. I didn't immediately sense any threat. I almost assumed it might have just been another hiker or somebody having a smoke. I passively turned my flashlight on it, and that's when it happened. In an instant, as my light hit the spot where the figure was standing, it instantly moved just outside the range of my flashlight, like it teleported or something. But just as vividly, I saw it standing in its initial spot as my light hit that spot and the figure moved. I could see it standing just outside my range of light. My breath paused in an instant, and a wave of dread washed over me. Something felt 100% unnatural about what just happened. As a reflex, I moved my light to the new spot where the figure was, and as my light passed it, it disappeared. I've never passed out in my entire life. Not from heat, not from getting knocked out, never. But in that moment I felt my knees give way from underneath me and I fell to the ground. My friends turned and looked at me trying to pick myself up from my knees, and they were too wobbly to stand. They helped me, and I tried explaining to them what I experienced. Perhaps it was all just shadows and lights and my eyes messing with me. But I'll never be able to explain that sensation. The feeling like I had just seen something I shouldn't have seen, something so unnatural that my body's instinctual reaction was to just go limp. My father used to have a business in maintaining the woods. It's a thing in my country. It basically means cutting down dead trees and hauling them out of the area, as well as generally being a tree surgeon. This means that he was out in the woods all day, and he was allowed in places normal citizens couldn't go to because of the rules of the Forestry Commission. My dad was working in the early morning when he suddenly noticed a car in the middle of the woods. It drove through a small path normally only used by the foresters. It wasn't a car from the Forestry Commission, so he thought it was very weird. However, Dad was alone and it was the 80s, so there were no mobile phones to contact anyone. Since it was in the middle of nowhere, he decided to ignore it. He kept on hauling wood through the woods with his horse, and he suddenly heard the men speaking. Now my dad is a brave man and as strong as a bear, so he decided to just have a quick peek to see what the hell those folks were doing. My dad looked around some thick bushes to make sure he could see the men. They were digging a hole. My father decided that it was something he really didn't want to interrupt, and he kept working throughout the day like nothing ever happened. He made sure to keep some distance between him and the digging site. The men apparently never noticed my dad, possibly because his equipment wasn't located in the same direction that the men came from, and my father worked with horses, so they weren't any loud machines. It was the 80s after all. At the end of the day, my father went to the local commission office and reported it, and they called the police. After they went to investigate, they found a body of a young woman buried there. It still irks my dad to this day. He was out there alone. What if the man saw him? What if he decided to check the burial ground out himself? Scary shit. A few weeks ago, we were on a road trip from British Columbia to San Diego, and we came upon a campsite just outside of Crescent City, California. We drove through it. One side of the campground was relatively empty, and I noticed a few scattered tents, but nobody close to the location we ended up picking. We had tons of space. We wanted an early night, so I started a fire whilst my girlfriend began cooking. We ate it, had a few beers, and climbed into our rooftop tents, with our dog by 9 PM or so. I had a rough time sleeping, and woke up a few times, but finally fell into a decent sleep. In the pitch dark, with all of our tent windows and canvases closed, I was awoken at 1 AM by someone whistling outside our tent, the tune of When the Saints Come Marching In. After a few minutes of this repetitive whistling, I nudged my girlfriend, who awoke and was obviously freaked out as well. The whistling then turned to chanting things like, "When you sleep, you disrespect me. When you disrespect me, you disrespect the US Marines." The person would then start spelling out words like flee, and the verbiage and tone kept getting more aggressive, so we decided we had to make a move. I slowly unzipped the tent whilst our guard dog was snoring, and got my head out of the tent. I took a few seconds to let my eyes adjust and figure out where the person was. I felt more confident once I could somewhat see and hear, so I climbed down and my girlfriend passed me the dog, and she climbed down too. We flipped the tent up without securing it, and we jumped into the truck, while the person was still whistling. We went to a motel in Crescent City. The next morning we drove back to get a few belongings that weren't in the truck, and a family who had been camping a few sites over said it went over for 2 or 3 hours, and it was the scariest thing that their family had ever experienced. When I was young, my dad lived in an old log cabin about 15 miles west of Sheridan, Wyoming, in the foothills of Bighorn Mountain. Every summer when I was visiting, we would go up to the mountains backpacking and fishing for 2 days every weekend. We would park the truck, hike into a remote area, fishing for trout along the way, and make camp wherever we ended up. We encountered a number of strange and creepy things, and got into some scary situations with wildlife. But the situation that sticks out with me the most was an ancient abandoned camp we found. We were hiking down a very steep slope to get to an area of a creek that had been dammed up by beavers, hoping to catch some big trout. I had climbed out on a rock ledge and was looking for a way down when I saw the stock and action of an old rusty rifle sticking out of a tree, where the tree had grown around the barrel for years before. It was around 10 feet above the ground. Dad and I climbed down to check it out, and we found a small cave at the base of the rock, a formation only about 12 inches deep, which would make a nice natural shelter, but a really terrible place to set up a long-term camp. Inside we found a bunch of really old stuff. 3 heavy gauge unopened cans of food, an old cast iron pot that had holes rusted in all the way through, a crusty old saddle and bridle set, a very deteriorated heavy woolen blanket rolled up and tied with a leather belt. When we unwrapped the blanket, we found several personal items, including a rusty old cap, a ball black powder revolver, a leather satchel with a lead pistol shot, and a powder horn with no black powder in it, tarnished old cartridges, presumably for the rifle in the tree, a straight razor, and most unsettling of all, was a shirt with holes in it, and over half of it stained with dried blood. As we stood there thinking about what all of this meant, it occurred to me how remote this place was, even at the time of July 1985, and the fact that whoever owned that shirt had been very seriously injured. Stuck on a steep slope in the middle of absolutely nowhere, I got serious chills down my spine. The only thing that somewhat dated this fateful campsite was the pistol and the rifle, both of which were made sometime in the 1870s according to my father. There's no way to ever know what happened to the man who owned all this stuff, but the fact that he, or someone he knew, obviously shot twice with either a gun or arrow, and all of his belongings were sitting right there where he left them possibly 100 years later, it was highly unlikely that he left the area alive. Discovering what amounts to an 100-year-old crime scene in this very remote wilderness kinda gave me the creeps, but mostly, it just made me sad to know how hopeless and alone this guy must have felt when he died. I asked my dad if I could keep the pistol, and he simply said, "It's not mine to give, and we're not thieves." He chose instead to teach me a lesson about respecting the dead and preserving history. He had been very careful inspecting everything, and we put everything back exactly as we had found it. My dad then told me to take my hat off and observe a moment of silence and reflection as a sign of respect for the man who most likely lost his life on that mountain. Then we went fishing. I tried several times over the years to find that spot again, especially now that I have sons of my own, but sadly, I've never been able to find it. A few years back, we were doing a massive survey in the middle of nowhere in the interior of British Columbia. All the crews had gone home, and it was just my boss and myself left for a few days to follow up and confirm some coordinates and finish some mapping. We head out of the motel an hour or so into the bush, middle of nowhere along deactivated logging roads. The closest town is miles and miles away, and we hike out to one area that we had found a few weeks previously. For some reason, the whole area just felt off. So we get down to business, and about 15 minutes after being haunched over mapping, there is this weird, deafening whomp sound, like I could feel pressure in my ears. I immediately looked at my boss about 20 feet away, and he is white as a ghost staring back at me, standing, and then it happens again. My ear and chest pressure go crazy, and it feels like I am being squeezed. Chills all over my body, and every hair is standing on end. My boss just looks at me and says, "Let's go." We grab all of our stuff and speed hike back to the truck. We never discussed it. No clue what it was, but I've never been so freaked out in my life. Thinking about it 10 years later, I still get the chills. I was camping in the Florida Keys one winter. I managed to survive the large snakes and even larger alligators, as well as the scorpions which would get into my shoes at night. But one experience that I shall never forget. My campsite was next to an old rock quarry which had filled with water and made it a good place for swimming and getting water from. There was also an old dump site near the quarry with piles of stoves and fridges and other junk. It had been there for a while, but nothing new had been added to it for a long time. One day, a fellow shows up and tells me that they were going to clean up the dump and burn some of the junk, so I better move my tent. So I gather up all of my belongings and moved a few hundred yards back into the woods. That day, they started burning the garbage, and I thought nothing about it until I climbed into my tent at night. As soon as it got dark and I was falling asleep, my tent became covered with hundreds of rats. I guess they had moved out of the dump because of the fire and were just wandering around looking for food. They were everywhere, climbing up my ropes and over the top of the tent. I shook as many as I could off and started a fire and stayed up all night hoping they wouldn't return. They seemed to be gone, so the next night I stayed in the same place thinking they had moved to another dump or something. But no. As soon as it got dark, they all returned, bringing some of their friends, as it seemed that they were more than ever. I again shook them off my tent and got the fire going. When morning came, I packed up my tent and headed for a new place far away from those rats. As I was walking down the highway, wondering if I should return to another camping spot that I had previously been in, there, on the highway, near to the place, was a dead 11-foot alligator, which had crawled out from the mangroves only a few feet from where I had been camping a few weeks prior. I decided that my Florida camping adventure had gone on long enough and headed home. When I was 18, me and my friends took a road trip about 7 hours or so down to Apalachicola National Forest near Tallahassee, Florida. We were going to do a little car camping, drinking a few ice-cold Natty Lights, 18-year-old stuff. As we didn't want to be bothered by any park rangers, we drove way deep into the woods. We got there, set up camp, and had said Natty Lights. And me and a guy decided to do a little exploring. So we walked about 100 yards from our site back to the main road, saw another path directly across from us, and started walking. Immediately we started seeing signs that someone had been living there for a while. Big bags of trash, stuff like that. I should have seen a huge red flag and turned around, but I'm 18 and nothing can hurt me. So we get to this campsite of an older white guy living out of his van. Clothesline strung up, coolers placed around it, and a big gorgeous dog which I think was a golden retriever. We tried to back out, but he sees us and starts up a conversation. He's friendly enough and asks us where we're from, and he tells us some cool spots to check out. We ended up chatting to him for about 10 minutes, and then we went on our way. I kept thinking how odd it was that he gave directions in steps, not yards or miles. The guy seemed to be off balance, not stumbling drunk, but like he was walking on a balance beam, swaying side to side. Oh, and he was super excited to talk about national parks and forests and where we were from. So we went back to our tents. Fast forward 2 months, the same buddy calls me late at night and tells me to turn on the TV to the news. I oblige, and I see an old dude with a van. You see where this is heading, but I didn't. So I get pissed at my friend for waking me, and he insists that I should watch. And when I see the golden retriever, it all clicks. The man's name was Gary Michael Hilton, convicted of at least 4 murders. He kidnapped and murdered a girl on Blood Mountain, Georgia, an older couple in Pisgah, North Carolina, and a girl in Apalachicola at the campsite not long after we left. Yes, the very same places he had been talking to us about. Obviously, we called the cops, and they put us in touch with the FBI. We get flown down to take investigators to the campsite, point out every spot we saw, and tell them exactly what he told us, and show them the places he described to us. I didn't find out until after the trial, but apparently they found what appeared to be partially destroyed human finger bones in an area near the site, and I had to be flown down again to testify. 17 or 18 years ago, my fiancée, now wife of nearly 16 years, and myself, and one other couple were hiking the Pyramid Point hiking trail in the Sleeping Bear Dunes of northwestern Lower Peninsula of Michigan at dusk. We had my old film camera with a 200mm zoom lens on it. We got to the overlook, which looks northwest over the Manitou Passage to the Manitou Islands. We watched the sunset and entered that late dusk period that seems to last forever during a northern Michigan summer. It was probably 10 p.m. at this point. There were high winds and solid waves breaking on the shore below us. While standing and talking, we saw a light flash once out in the water between the islands and the mainland, in the vicinity of North Manitou Shoal Lighthouse. We stopped and looked, but weren't creeped out by it. After all, boaters are out in this stretch of water fairly regularly. I grabbed my camera and looked through the zoom lens, and I could make out what appeared to be a small boat, though it was difficult to tell with a 200mm lens, as it's a 7-mile wide stretch of water to the nearest island. So, we were probably 3 to 4 miles away from the actual light. We had flashlights, so we shined our lights in the direction of the light that we'd seen, waved it around, and immediately the light came back and started flashing SOS in Morse code, which was a huge surprise to us. We weren't even sure our lights were bright enough to be seen at that distance, and given the stretch of shore, it's almost all forested. We were just a little spot several miles away. We were suddenly full of adrenaline and concern. 2 of us ran back to the cars, which is half a mile through the woods in the dark down a hill with our flashlights, and got a cell phone and binoculars. While we were gone, the folks on the lookout had no light source. At the car, we called the Coast Guard from our cell phones. It was 1999, so these weren't smartphones by any stretch of imagination. We explained to the Coast Guard that someone was flashing SOS at us, out in the water, and that we were hikers, observing from Pyramid Point Overlook. They said that they would send a ship to look over the area, and we asked them to hurry. At this point, we ran back up to our overlook, with binoculars and phone and flashlight. Atop the overlook, there was no cell signal, so we had to pocket the phone, and had no further communications with the Coast Guard. With our binoculars, we were able to see a guy in an aluminium rowboat, rowing like crazy, with waves breaking over the bow of his boat. It was nearly pitch black outside, so we were only barely able to make this out. It was about 10:30 or 45 at this point. During Michigan summer, it's still light enough to see outside. But anyway, he would occasionally turn around and flash SOS at us, and go back to rowing. It was disturbing to be several miles away, completely helpless, whilst we watched this guy struggling in a rowboat in the dark. It got dark, and we could not see anything anymore, but every few minutes the man in the boat would flash SOS. He did not appear to be making any progress towards the mainland, but he was clearly drifting northwestwards through the Manitou Passage. Every time he flashed, we'd turn on our flashlight and shine it back at him for a few seconds and turn it off. We did not know Morse code and had no cell signal. We stood and watched for what seemed like forever, completely helpless. The man stopped flashing his light, and it was too dark to see his boat. And then a tugboat appeared that did not appear to be the Coast Guard ship, showed up and started doing a grid search pattern through the passage, with bright lights shining from around the water. The Manitou Passage is probably 6 to 7 miles wide and 6 to 7 miles long, so it was a slow search, and a smallish Coast Guard ship started doing searches at the northern end of the straits, also with bright lights. They met in the middle of the straits, having done a zigzag-type pattern for what felt like an eternity, then sailed off. They didn't find anyone. We drove into a bar in Glen Arbor to see if there was anything on the news, and there wasn't. We called the Coast Guard the next morning, wondering if we'd seen a man die or helped to rescue. But the person on duty had no idea what happened, or that we'd even called the night before. So to this day, it's unsettling to me, knowing how harsh the conditions on Lake Michigan can be, and knowing that we'd seen a man flashing SOS at us through our binoculars just before it got dark was really bothersome. There's no closure, no happy or sad ending, no ending at all, other than going back to our camp and hitting the sack. I have no idea what happened to him, and I really doubt I ever will. I was hiking and backpacking with 2 friends in Montana. We were probably 5 miles from the nearest paved road, and had hiked around 2 miles from the end of the dirt road. The spot isn't very well travelled, and is quite nondescript, but we all enjoyed getting away from any crowds, and being out relatively alone, so we always gravitated to areas like this, for backcountry camping. We built a fire and hung out, then piled into our tent. All is normal, and we hadn't seen a soul, or any recent sign of people, since we left the paved roads. I have some trouble sleeping, and was sort of just laying there for maybe 30 minutes, and both my buddies passed out. That's when it got weird. I hear from my side of the tent a murmuring, which I was certain was a person making sounds underneath their breath. It didn't feel like real words, but almost like someone drunk was mumbling gibberish. My first thought was one of my buddies was sleep-talking. I listened closer, and it was definitely coming from outside. I woke up my friend closest to me, and he woke me up with a "What?" a little irritated, and at the moment, the muttering stopped. I shooed him and whispered to him what I'd heard. We waited a second and it started again, but it seemed closer this time, and he heard it too, but we didn't hear any movement. I can still hear the voice, and it really messes with me 10 years later. He gave me a "what the hell" face, and proceeded to gesture that he was going to unzip the door and see what was outside. Right as he starts moving the zipper, we heard what sounded like someone taking a huge gasp of air before diving into a pool, seemingly from the opposite side of the tent of where we heard the original muttering from. We both froze for a second before he pushed his flashlight out and looked in that direction and screamed, "Who's out there?" We didn't see anything, and never heard a single twig or the sound of movement. But this time, my other friend had woken up, and we were all still freaking out. We told him what was up, and we all took our flashlights out to see what the hell it was, and we saw nothing at all. We were both up for a long time after that, while the sleeping friend was out again fairly shortly thereafter. We didn't hear another odd sound at all, and in the morning there were no signs that anyone had been there. We cut our trip to just that night, and moved back to a campground the following day. We still have no idea what or who was outside our tent. The only thing that we could even make a semblance of a sense of was an owl, bat, or another bird. But I've spent many nights outdoors in that habitat, and I am familiar with those noises. This was entirely different in my opinion, and didn't come from any animal I'm aware of anyway. Still gives me chills thinking about it. I have a couple of stories about camping. One year, I was working for the forestry for the summer, so I decided to camp out by where the work was. I would go into town only once or twice a month for supplies. On the forestry road on the way there was a fellow camping a few miles from my setup. He wasn't working with me, so I figured maybe he was a hunter or something. After a couple of times of passing his campsite, and seeing that his car was never moved, I decided that if the car was still there by the next time I drove by, I'd stop to see if he was okay. Thankfully, as it turned out, one of my fellow co-workers had the same thought, and he got there first. He could tell by the smell when he approached the guy's trailer that there was something seriously wrong, and when he went inside, he found the guy with maggots crawling out of where his eyes had been. It was a hot summer, and his body had been there for quite a while before my buddy found him. My buddy guessed it was a heart attack or something, and he reported it to the police and they dealt with it. But we never heard any more about it. Here are two stories. Both take place in the Rocky Mountain region. We don't like to camp in campgrounds because we're antisocial and none of us care to share a campground with the strangers screaming kids, waving around their flaming hot small pokers. When we go camping, we do mild off-road and camp in clearings away from the people. Just after high school, me and my friends decide to celebrate by going out on a camping trip. We ended up leaving way later than we had planned. It was dark by the time we got up into the mountains, and the camping spot was about an hour or so from home. We didn't want to turn around, so we just decided to make do and set up camp in the first decent clearing that we found, and would figure things out in the morning. We all set up our tents in the dark, moonless night, and just went straight to bed. When we woke up, we realized that we had unwittingly set up camp on top of someone's abandoned attempt of a marijuana farm. Not wanting to deal with that shit, we packed up pretty quickly and moved on. The second incident happened a few years later with the same group of friends. We set up camp in a little clearing surrounded by thick trees and settled around a campfire for the night. After it gets dark, we hear rustling in the trees and occasionally catch a flash of campfire reflecting off the ice in the distance. We aren't worried. This isn't bear country, and this particular area is covered in deer. We had to stop a few times on the drive to this spot to let deer cross the road, and we noticed tons of hoofprints and deer trails near our camping site whilst we were setting up. We go to bed, and all night long we hear the snapping of twigs and leaves. They sound like they're coming near the campsite a few times, but then back off when the dog starts barking. The next morning, we notice that there are fresh cougar prints skirting around the edge of our campsite. It's pretty obvious the cougar was circling us all night, sizing us up. We're dumb, young adults, and decided to test our luck, so we stayed a second night. That second night we decided to take shifts sleeping, with a few of us staying up to watch on guard, with our shotgun ready, and keep our fire tended during the night. Me and my ex had the first half of the night. Occasionally we would see a yellow flash of eyes for a brief moment, and they disappear again. The dogs would not shut up. Maybe it's just paranoia settling in, but my ex swears he saw the cougar off in the trees. At this point, we all decide enough of testing fate and slept in our cars and left next morning. Next morning rolls around, and our friend takes the dogs out for a small hike and one last potty break whilst we brewed some coffee. On our way back down the trail, they notice cougar tracks following theirs, and we're all convinced we're being stalked. We decide to forget about coffee, tear down camp as quickly as possible, and nope out of there. An old guiding buddy of mine told me this story, and whilst I wasn't there myself, this happy-go-lucky hyper fella got really pale and quiet telling it. He would only tell it to me during the daytime after weeks of badgering, and it was the only time I saw him scared in all the months we spent leading a group around Appalachia. So, my buddy Mark went camping in a state forest in Virginia with a group of his college friends. They were a small group of 4 from the outdoor rec department, experienced kids with all the necessary gear in familiar terrain. Being college kids, however, they rolled into the campsite fairly late and decided to just car camp, which is camping near the car, no hiking in separate locations. It was early evening, but still just before the sun had set. As they were unloading the car and setting up camp, 2 mangy fellas came out the woods and approached them. These guys looked like they'd been living out there for quite some time and acted very strangely. They wouldn't look you in the eyes and just really twitched, and just seemed really twitchy, just kind of hanging around like they wanted something, like coyotes. My buddy Mark got an uncomfortable feeling right away. The guys introduced themselves. Now, nobody I've spoken to can remember the man's first name. It was something like Bill or Rick. But the second guy said his name was Gizmo. Funny, right? Hard to forget. So Gizmo and his friend began asking questions. Questions like, are you all gonna stay the night? How much food do you have? When are you kids supposed to be heading home? You've all got phones, right? And are there any more of you planning on showing up? Well, Mark didn't like this one bit, so he started telling tales. Yeah, there's going to be 8 or 10 of us or more showing up tonight, and our parents expect us home first thing tomorrow morning. They're super paranoid, so we gotta get home on time or they'll call the cops. Parents, am I right? That sort of thing. Gizmo and company poked around camp a bit more, then wished the group good luck and disappeared back into the woods. Mark and his friends joked nervously about Gizmo and his friend, but weren't worried enough to actually leave. They built a fire and cooked dinner, then cleaned and hung up the bear bag. They spent the rest of the evening hanging out around the fire, chatting and drinking. One of them had a harmonica, I think. And by midnight they all turned in, and they had brought 2 tents, a girl's tent and a boy's tent. Well, Mark didn't feel right in the tent. He felt like somebody needed to keep watch, so he slept by the fire. Sometime later, Mark found himself awake. The fire was dying when he opened his eyes, and he couldn't see much beyond the campsite, except for one bright burning spot. There was a light out in the woods. It bobbed along at chest height, occasionally disappearing behind the trees, sometimes pausing. Whoever it was a good distance away, maybe 100 yards or so, and he followed it for a while until it went out. He stared into the darkness for a long time, until eventually he fell asleep once more. Suddenly Mark woke up again, this time in a panic. The fires were down to embers, barely glowing. He opened his eyes to see the strange light in the forest was back, and much closer now. He could see now it was from a lantern. He watched as the lantern carved a smooth perimeter around the campsite, occasionally going out, always reappearing a short distance away. Mark pretended to roll on his back in his sleep so that he could watch it. It circled the campsite twice, getting closer each time. The strange thing is, There were no sticks breaking, no leaves crunching. Somebody trapezing around the dark woods that close should have made a lot more noise. Whoever it was trying to be really quiet. Mark lay there, tense and unmoving. By the time it began its third rotation of the campsite, the lantern was so close that Mark could see a face illuminated on it. It looked like one of the fellas from earlier. He couldn't remember which one. His eyes were bugged out, scanning the campsite like a predator, and he was sweating. And then the lantern went out. At this point, Mark properly woke up. He got up and started making a lot of noise, stoking the fire, packing his gear. His watch read 4:30, and the sun wasn't up yet. He considered all of that happened, and made the tough call to wake his buddy and bug out. Nobody argued when they saw his face. Like I said, this guy is happy-go-lucky, and a human golden retriever, and an experienced woodman to boot. You'd believe him too. The sun was barely starting to come up, and by the time they got in the car, as they were driving out, they passed something that they hadn't noticed on their way in. There was an old RV parked out in the woods, camouflaged with a mixture of earth-colored tarps and actual greenery. It was surrounded by a chain-link fence that was also draped with camo tarps and leafy broads. The whole thing looked like a long-term hunting campsite. Mark and his friends were actually relieved. Gizmo and his friends must have been poachers, and that would explain their creepy stalking behavior. They had been trying to scare kids away from their campsite, Scooby-Doo style. Still cautious, they hightailed it out of there and counted their lucky stars that they weren't deer. That should have been the end of the story. The next part I don't understand. I don't know why Mark or his friends didn't tell anyone about Gizmo for a few weeks. I would have thought for sure he'd report the poachers ASAP. He's very type A, and not typical for him to procrastinate or let rule go unenforced. I don't know what his excuse was, but Gizmo and his pal were forgotten. Then one day, Mark mentions the incident to a law enforcement officer from the DNR that came to lecture at one of his classes. She asks casual questions, just to be polite, but then stiffens at the mention of the name Gizmo. By any chance do you remember the other guy's name, she asked. No, it was something normal, but I don't remember. God, they always say that, she replied. Turns out that part of this woman's job was investigating the murders that occurred in Virginia state forests. Most are body dumps for crimes that occurred elsewhere, but over the last decade a series of unsolved cases, stretching all the way into West Virginia, had targeted what appeared to be random unrelated campers. But when they interviewed other campings in the area around the time of the murders, they all mentioned the same uncanny details. They had all been approached by an individual named Gizmo, and another man who nobody's name they can seem to remember.
The steering wheel felt sticky under my palms as I navigated the last winding road to my new home. The house itself was modern, an appealing contrast against the dense woods that framed the small town of Redwood Grove. I had always had a penchant for forgotten tales and unsolved mysteries, making me perhaps the only history teacher who could feel at home on a site where an old asylum once stood. As I unpacked, I couldn't help but notice fragments of old bricks and bits of charred wood mixed in with the soil of my new garden. These were remnants of a past that the real estate agent had glossed over, remains that hinted at stories buried deep beneath the surface. My curiosity, as ever, got the better of me, urging me to piece together the hidden narrative of this place. A few days later, filled with questions and a growing fascination, I decided to venture into the local pub in hopes of gleaning more about the history of my new property. The pub was quaint, with antique lanterns and walls lined with photographs of Redwood Grove through the ages, a testament to its rich history. I settled at the bar, ordering a pint before casually mentioning my recent finds in the garden. The change in the atmosphere was palpable. The warm chatter cooled, and eyes that had been friendly turned sharp and assessing. The bartender, a burly man with deep-set eyes, leaned in close, his voice a low growl. "You best leave those stones where they lie, miss. Some histories are best left undisturbed." His stern advice was echoed by curt nods from others, their faces suddenly closed off and unreadable. The friendly small-town charm had evaporated, replaced by a chilly warning. Undeterred but a touch unnerved, I realized that my curiosity had perhaps dug up more than just the fragments in my garden. Ignoring the subtle and not-so-subtle warnings from the locals, I dove headfirst into the dusty archives of the Redwood Grove Library. The old building was a labyrinth of books and forgotten newspapers, with creaky wooden floors that echoed with each step. I spent days flipping through musty pages and scanning microfiche slides, searching for anything related to the old asylum. Finally, I stumbled upon a series of fragmented newspaper clippings and ambiguous police reports from decades ago, all subtly hinting at a tragic fire and possible cover-ups. Some articles mentioned experimental treatments, but details were scarce, cloaked in cautious phrasing typical of the time. The more I uncovered, the colder the town's reception grew. People I had started to know, faces that had smiled at me when I first arrived, now turned away as I approached. One morning, I found my car with a deep scratch across the door and a note tucked under the windshield wiper, stark against the red paint. "Stop digging." But the warnings and isolation only sharpened my resolve. There was a story here, something much bigger than just an old building burning down. And I was going to uncover it, no matter the cost. The tension followed me into the night. My dreams, once rare and forgettable, morphed into vivid nightmares. I was trapped in a raging inferno, the heat suffocating, as I ran down endless smoke-filled corridors. The screams of invisible people filled the air, their pain palpable. Shadowy figures darted through the flames, their faces twisted in agony, reaching out for help that never came. I would wake up drenched in sweat, the echo of their cries lingering in my ears. These nightmares, I realized, were not just stress-induced imaginations. They felt like echoes of real events. The collective trauma of the asylum's past reaching out through the veil of time. Each night, the dreams grew clearer, more intense, as if urging me to look deeper, to not turn away from the horrors that had been buried in this quaint town's beautiful facade. The story of the asylum was like a wound in the heart of Redwood Grove, festering beneath the surface. I was no longer just a history teacher in a new town. I was a seeker of truth, ready to confront whatever secrets lay buried in the shadows of the old asylum. I spent countless hours sifting through the historical archives at the local library. The documents were largely unhelpful, filled with bureaucratic paperwork and ambiguous reports. However, my persistence finally paid off when I discovered a hidden compartment in an old wooden filing cabinet. Inside was a sealed metal box, tarnished and heavy. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, I pried it open. The contents of the box were haunting. A collection of personal belongings. A small, cracked photograph of a young woman with a sad smile, a child's rusty tin soldier, and a stack of letters bound by a faded ribbon. But it was the diary at the bottom of the box that caught my breath. The leather was worn, the pages yellowed, and the handwriting inside was that of a staff member who had worked at the asylum during its final years. As I read, the chilling truth emerged. The fire that had ravaged part of the asylum was no accident. It was a desperate attempt to destroy evidence of horrific experiments conducted on the patients. I knew this discovery could not stay buried. With the diary and artifacts in hand, I arranged a town meeting, hoping to share the findings and rally support for further investigation. The town hall was packed, the air thick with tension and whispers. As I presented the evidence, murmurs turned into outright hostility. A man in the back, who I later learned was a descendant of the asylum's director, stood up and pointedly accused me of slander and mischief-making, vehemently denying the allegations. The meeting ended in chaos, with no resolution and a divided community. That night, my fears materialized further. I returned home to find my front door ajar, the lock tampered with. Inside, my papers were scattered, and on the kitchen counter lay a blunt message scrawled on a piece of paper: "Leave town or else." Shaken by the threat but fueled by a deeper resolve, I decided it was time to bring this story to a broader audience. The local sentiment was too entrenched, too biased to confront the horrors of its past. I needed external intervention. I spent the night drafting an email to a major newspaper, attaching photographs of the diary pages and the artifacts. As dawn broke, I hit send, feeling a mix of trepidation and relief. The truth was out there now, beyond the confines of Redwood Grove. It was no longer just my fight. It was a call for justice for those voiceless victims whose lives had been marred by unimaginable horrors. What came next would test the very fabric of this small town, but I was ready to face it, come what may. The publication of the story sparked an uproar that echoed far beyond the boundaries of Redwood Grove. Major newspapers and television networks picked up the tale, each adding layers of investigative journalism to the narrative. Soon, the once quiet town was swamped with reporters and investigators, their cameras and questions unavoidable. This surge of attention shamed some into silence, but spurred others into action. Locals, previously reticent, began to share their own snippets of the asylum's history, tales handed down from older generations, hidden documents, and even old photographs. Each new piece of evidence lent more weight to my findings, weaving a more detailed tapestry of the truth. The influx of external scrutiny acted as a catalyst, compelling the community to confront its grim past. The stories of abuse and cover-ups, once whispered behind closed doors, were now being broadcast for the world to see, validating the forgotten suffering of the asylum's victims. As the full extent of the asylum's dark past came to light, the atmosphere in Redwood Grove began to shift. A second community meeting was called, this time with a different tone. The air was charged with a somber, reflective energy as older residents, some tearful, stepped forward to share poignant family stories tied to the asylum, tales of lost relatives and hushed-up tragedies. These confessions brought the community closer, weaving a collective narrative of remembrance and regret. Moved by these revelations and the weight of national scrutiny, the town council took a decisive step forward. They voted unanimously to establish a memorial at the old asylum site. This memorial would serve not only as a symbol of acknowledgement for the victims, but also as a commitment to preserving and honoring the memory of the past, ensuring that such atrocities would never be forgotten or repeated. When Timmy and I first moved to Eden, it seemed like the perfect place to start anew. The lawns were manicured, the houses pristine, and every neighbor had a welcoming smile. At the community's grand welcoming party, I started noticing just how closely everyone adhered to the neighborhood rules, almost obsessively so. The watch members, friendly yet unnervingly attentive, mingled among us, their eyes always scanning, always noting. It was the first hint that Eden might not be as perfect as it appeared. In the following weeks, the sense of being constantly observed grew overwhelming. No matter the hour, I'd catch glimpses of someone lingering just a bit too long near our windows, or an unmarked van cruising slowly past our home. Timmy, ever so sensitive, clung to me more than usual, whispering about the scary men who watched him play in the yard. We felt trapped in an open-air prison, where our every move was monitored. It wasn't long before the charming facade of Eden began to crumble, revealing something far more sinister underneath. It was late one evening when Timmy and I decided to take a shortcut home through a less-traveled path behind our block. That's when we saw it. A group of neighborhood watch members, standing over what looked like a body. Panicked, I pulled out my phone and started recording, my hands trembling. I thought we were hidden by the shadows, but as we tiptoed away, one of the watchmen turned and looked straight at us. The next morning, I found a note tucked under our doormat. Forget what you saw, for your family's sake. But how could I? Knowing what lay beneath Eden's perfection, how could I possibly forget? The veiled threats escalated quickly. One morning, I found our front door smeared with a dark, sticky substance that reeked of intimidation. Another day, Timmy's beloved bike, left in the yard, was mangled beyond repair. Notes followed, each more ominous than the last, alluding to dangers that might befall us if we continued to be curious. They were watching, always watching, tightening the noose with each passing day. It was a message loud and clear: conform or suffer. My fear for Timmy's safety grew with each incident, pressing the urgency of our situation deep into my heart. In the midst of our growing despair, Mrs. Kessler, an elderly widow who had always kept to herself, approached me during one of my forced smiles at a community gathering. Her eyes, sharp and knowing, suggested a clandestine solidarity. Over cups of tea in her overly floral living room, she whispered the true history of Eden. It was founded by a group with utopian ideals that had twisted into something dark and controlling. She too had seen too much, suffered losses. With Mrs. Kessler's knowledge and my resolve, we plotted. To the outside, I played the role of a compliant and grateful resident, even volunteering for extra duties, allowing me deeper insights into the community's operations. Using the information gathered during my volunteer hours, I meticulously mapped out our escape. The community's annual festival, lauded for its extravagant fireworks and all-night revelry, provided the perfect cover. I stockpiled essentials, food, water, spare clothes, all hidden in false bottoms of storage bins. I taught Timmy secret codes and signals, turning them into a game so he wouldn't succumb to fear. We rehearsed our route, memorizing each turn and each landmark that would lead us to the old maintenance gate. Mrs. Kessler had told me it was no longer used but fortuitously forgotten in the community's security updates. Each night, after Timmy slept, I lay awake, planning each detail, each step of our flight from Eden. The weight of our future pressed heavily on me, but the thought of freedom, of safety for Timmy, fortified my resolve. The festival was approaching, and with it, our only chance to disappear into the night, to reclaim the lives that were rightfully ours. The night before the festival, I moved with silent urgency through the shadows of our home, deleting emails and clearing browser histories. Every message I had sent from my phone that could lead them back to us, I erased. I left nothing that could speak of our plans or our fears. In the dim light of early dawn, I meticulously arranged our beds to look as if we were still sleeping, pillows under the covers forming deceiving shapes. Then, with trembling hands, I sent the last email to a journalist I had once met, attaching all the evidence of Eden's dark secrets. It was done. There was no turning back. The festival was in full swing, the air thick with laughter and the sky ablaze with fireworks. Timmy and I, our faces partially obscured by festive masks, moved through the crowd. My heart pounded in my ears with each step, fearing every glance our way was one of suspicion. But the community was engrossed in celebration, oblivious to our silent descent. We reached the old maintenance gate at the edge of Eden. As I fumbled with the lock, a firm hand fell on my shoulder. It was the head of the neighborhood watch, his face grim, knowing. His grip tightened as he leaned in close, his words a hissed warning of the consequences of leaving. But as he spoke, a larger final burst of fireworks lit up the night, and in that brief, illuminating chaos, I pulled Timmy towards me and shoved the watch leader away with all my might. We ran, the gate swinging open just enough to slip through. Behind us, alarms began to sound, a cacophony rising against the festive noises. We didn't look back, not even as the distant sound of sirens grew, signaling the approach of the police. Hours later, hidden safely away in the shadows of a quiet diner's back booth, Timmy and I watched the early morning news on a muted television. Images of police cars outside Eden's gates flickered across the screen. A reporter spoke of an investigation, of a community shaken by revelations. We held hands, our grip a silent vow of never returning, of never forgetting. We had escaped Eden, but we had also set the truth free. A year has passed since Timmy and I fled the confining walls of Eden. We now find ourselves in a new town, a place marked by its unremarkable normalcy, which to us feels like a sanctuary. I've exchanged secretive glances and coded whispers for open smiles and community meetings. I'm actively involved with a local group that supports individuals escaping from controlling environments like Eden. It's work that heals both the helper and the helped. And every story shared is a reminder of the shadows we left behind. Timmy, with the resilience only children possess, has blossomed in this fresh soil. His earlier timidity, once a constant companion, has been replaced by a burgeoning confidence. He has friends who know nothing of high walls or watchful eyes, friends who have only ever known schoolyard games and birthday parties. He's thriving in school, his report card a mosaic of high marks and teachers' praises, a stark contrast to the fearful glances he once cast over his shoulder. I remember the day we moved into our dream house clearly. It was a sunny morning, the kind that promised new beginnings. My wife Laura and our 2 kids, Mia and Jack, were buzzing with excitement as we pulled into the driveway of our brand new home. It was everything we had hoped for, a spacious modern design nestled in a friendly suburb. We spent that first day unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and exploring every corner of our new abode, laughter and chatter filling the air. As night fell on our first evening, the house began to settle, and the initial euphoria of the day gave way to tired satisfaction. We tucked Mia and Jack into their new rooms, kissed them goodnight, and retreated to our bedroom, eager for a restful sleep. But as we lay in the darkness, a faint noise drifted through the silence. It was a soft, unsettling scratching, followed by occasional thumping, as if something, or someone, was moving within the walls. At first I thought it was just the house settling, as new houses often do. But as the sounds continued, night after night, it became clear that something was not right. This was no ordinary settling. These were noises with intent, a secret held within the walls of our perfect new home. A week into our new life, the strange noises became an unsettling routine. However, it was Mia, our curious 8-year-old, who unintentionally deepened the mystery. While chasing a runaway marble in her room, she stumbled upon a loose floorboard. With a mix of childlike excitement and naivety, she beckoned us over to reveal her discovery. Hidden beneath the board were a stack of old, faded photographs and a bundle of letters, yellowed with age. The photos showed a woman with a gentle smile, her eyes reflecting a somber story yet to be told. The letters were even more intriguing, penned with a desperate hand that detailed loneliness and subtle fear. They weren't dated, but the wear suggested they were old. Our initial excitement about uncovering a piece of forgotten history quickly turned into concern as we pieced together who these might belong to. The architect's wife, who had mysteriously vanished years before our house was built. The news had been a small-town legend, one that chilled newcomers and reminded locals of unresolved shadows. Driven by a mixture of concern and curiosity, we decided to look for more clues. Our search led to the discovery of additional hidden compartments throughout the house. Each contained more personal items: a worn-out scarf, a broken watch, a diary with several pages torn out. It seemed every room had its own secret stash, each revealing fragments of a life that whispered tales of distress and perhaps foul play. The implications of our findings were profound. With each new discovery, our initial joy turned into a solemn resolve to uncover the truth. What started as a family adventure was now a serious investigation into the fate of the missing woman, whose life had unknowingly intertwined with ours. We couldn't ignore the pressing questions. Who was she really? What had happened to her? And why were her belongings sealed away behind the walls of our home? As days turned into weeks, the atmosphere within our house shifted from curious to unsettling. It wasn't just the hidden compartments that fed our growing unease. Strange occurrences began to pile up, adding layers of fear to our daily lives. Tools from the garage began to vanish, only to reappear in bizarre locations, under beds, in closets, places we had already searched. Our dog, a typically jovial golden retriever, developed a sudden aversion to certain walls, whining and pacing nervously whenever he approached them. The most disturbing aspect, however, was the sensation of being watched. At night, the feeling intensified, a tangible presence that loomed just beyond the reach of our bedside lamps. Seeking explanations, I reached out to our neighbors and the local police. The community's reaction was a mix of sympathy and evasion. While some neighbors offered friendly advice and shared their own minor grievances with new homes, there was a palpable reluctance to discuss anything in depth about the house or its history. The local police were more forthright, albeit in a way that did little to ease our minds. They advised us to focus on settling into our new life and refrain from dredging up a past that could not be changed. Their stern warnings to leave things alone only fueled our suspicions that something more sinister was at play. This lack of support from the community only isolated us further. We were left to grapple with the mystery alone. Every unexplained noise and missing item a reminder that we had stumbled upon something no one wanted uncovered. The walls of our dream home, once symbols of a new beginning, now felt like barriers trapping us with secrets too dangerous to disturb. Our resolve hardened, not just to solve these mysteries for our own sake, but to bring to light whatever was meant to stay hidden. Determined to uncover the truth, we contacted a retired detective who had been marginally involved in the initial investigation of the architect's missing wife. Over coffee, he confessed that he had always harbored suspicions about the architect, but lacked the evidence to prove anything substantive. His belief was that the disappearance was not merely a missing person case, but something more nefarious, possibly even murder. Armed with this new ally and his insights, we returned to our home, more resolved than ever. It was during a thorough search behind the living room's fireplace, a place we had overlooked before, that we made a groundbreaking discovery, a hidden diary. This diary, meticulously kept and painfully honest, detailed the missing woman's fears about her husband's temper and her plans to leave him. It was the definitive proof we needed, a written testament to the fear she lived in and her husband's potential motive. With the diary in hand, we confronted the architect at the annual community fair. The public setting was deliberate, chosen to prevent him from evading the questions as he had done in the past. As we approached him, diary in hand, his face drained of color, before he could dismiss us, I began reading excerpts aloud. The crowd's murmurs grew louder with each revealed secret. The tension broke when the police, who had been discreetly informed and were waiting in the wings, stepped forward. Faced with the undeniable evidence and the eyes of the community upon him, the architect broke down and confessed to the crime. His arrest followed swiftly, bringing an abrupt end to the ordeal as the fairground buzzed with the shock of the revelation. The truth, long buried within the walls of our home, was finally out. We decided to stay in the house, confronting and overcoming our fears of its haunted past. Plans were made to renovate, not just to repair but to transform and reclaim. We tore down the old walls and built new ones, each stroke of the hammer, a cathartic release from the shadows that had lurked behind them. We were ecstatic, my family and I, when we finally moved into the old Victorian house on Maple Street. It was the kind of place that you'd swear had its own personality, with creaking floors that whispered secrets of the past and windows that framed the world in soft, dusty light. My husband, 2 kids, and I had long dreamed of renovating a historical home, and now it was ours. The real adventure began when we decided to expand the living room. Tearing down one of the old plaster walls, we expected dust and maybe some insect damage, but not the treasures we found. Hidden within the hollows of the wall were relics from another era, a collection of old toys, several antique cameras, and a small box containing tape recordings. These were not just forgotten items. They felt like echoes of long-lost stories, disturbing yet compelling. We stood there among the debris, holding these artifacts of unknown origins, feeling the first tingles of what would become our deep dive into the house's mysterious past. Later that evening, we gathered in the living room, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air, as I inserted the first tape into an old player we found with the recordings. The sounds that filled the room were chilling, disjointed voices, some whispering, some crying, all shrouded in a static haze. It was like listening to ghosts from another time, and the effect was unnerving. Curiosity turned to concern as we decided to research the origins of our new home. It didn't take long to unearth the truth. Our charming Victorian had once housed an orphanage, one marred by grim stories and whispers of children who vanished without a trace. The discovery cast a shadow over our excitement, transforming our renovation project into a quest to uncover what really happened to those lost souls. Our initial trepidation morphed into resolve as my husband Mark and I dove headfirst into a sea of dusty archives and brittle records at the local library. We scanned through old newspapers, land records, and even reached out to a historian who specialized in our town's less savory histories. The lists of children who once lived in the orphanage were long and sorrowful. Many of the names marked with the grim note, "Disappeared." As we pored over these records, a shocking pattern emerged, one that hit much closer to home than we had ever anticipated. Several children who had vanished bore the surname Johnson, an uncommon name in our small town. Digging deeper into my family's ancestry had always been a hobby of mine, but now it turned into a crucial investigative thread. Comparing dates and familial ties, I uncovered undeniable evidence. Some of those missing children were my ancestors. This revelation was staggering. Our family's connection to this house wasn't just through a real estate transaction. It was embedded in its very walls, woven into the tragic tapestry of its history. These children, my distant cousins many times removed, had walked these hallways, maybe played in the same garden where my children now played. Motivated by a newfound duty to my ancestors, we expanded our search. I contacted distant relatives, some of whom, remarkably, had old family letters and photographs. They depicted life in the orphanage. Not just the hardships, but also moments of joy and daily life, adding depth to the names in those dusty lists. As we pieced together the fragments of the past, each document and photograph felt like a tribute to those forgotten children. The more we discovered, the more personal our mission became. Not just to renovate a house, but to restore the memories and dignities of those who had been lost. The journey into our house's past took a decisive turn when the historian confirmed, through census records and old orphanage logs, that indeed several Johnsons listed were my direct ancestors. Each piece of evidence she provided cemented our family's deep, haunting ties to the orphanage, transforming our casual interest into a driven quest for truth. Amidst the piles of documents and photos, we unearthed a faded newspaper clipping that featured a grainy photograph of a shadowy figure reported to be lurking near the orphanage around the time the children disappeared. Witnesses described the figure as eerily silent and foreboding, casting an ominous presence. This article, tucked away with the old tapes, hinted at a darker element at play, suggesting that the disappearances were not merely unfortunate incidents, but perhaps orchestrated. This discovery not only deepened the mystery, but also intensified our resolve. We needed to understand who this figure was and why these children, my ancestors, had vanished. What we found next would challenge everything we thought we knew about our seemingly serene home. After these findings and the chilling accounts from the old newspaper clippings, we decided to reach out to the broader community. Organizing a small gathering at the local community center, we shared our discoveries, hoping to connect with others who might have similar stories or additional information. The response was more overwhelming than we had anticipated. Several elderly attendees, once children of the orphanage or relatives of those who were, came forward with their own accounts, painting a picture of an illegal adoption ring that preyed on the vulnerability of the orphanage's inhabitants. However, not everyone was keen on dredging up the past. We encountered significant obstacles as we pushed for more formal investigations. Local authorities were hesitant. The cases were old, the evidence was mostly anecdotal, and there was a palpable fear of the reputational damage such revelations could inflict on the community. Even more disheartening was the resistance from some older community members who preferred the past remain buried, fearful of the secrets that might surface. Despite these setbacks, the pieces of the puzzle continued to align, and the urgency to uncover the full story only grew. We knew we couldn't let these stories remain silenced, not when the truth about what happened to these children, my ancestors, could finally come to light. Our next step was clear. We had to find more tangible evidence within our own home, the very ground zero of this dark history, to bring undeniable proof to those who wish to keep the past in the past. Determined to cut through the swathes of denial and resistance, we organized a larger town hall meeting. The air was tense as the room filled with former orphanage residents and relatives of the missing children, all brought together by a shared need for closure. Amid the gathered crowd, an elderly woman rose to speak, her voice trembling but clear. She had been a young aide at the orphanage and confessed to witnessing firsthand how children were spirited away under cover of night, handed over to strangers in exchange for envelopes stuffed with cash. Her testimony, laden with guilt and regret, provided a chilling account of the orphanage's role in a widespread illegal adoption ring. We returned home to look deeper into the house's secrets. In the attic, behind a false wall, we discovered a hidden room. Inside, stacks of meticulously kept records, more tapes and photographs provided irrefutable evidence of the transactions. This trove of documents not only corroborated the elderly woman's account, but also detailed the network's operations, finally unveiling the dark truth behind the orphanage's facade. With the tangible evidence unearthed from our home, local authorities could no longer ignore the past's shadows. A formal investigation into the orphanage's activities was launched, with the newly found tapes and documents serving as key evidence. The community, once divided, began to find unity in the shared truth and justice for the wronged. The Johnson family spearheaded a memorial project, planting a garden with a plaque listing the names of the children who had once called the orphanage home. Yet, amidst our journey of discovery and remembrance, a last twist emerged. Underneath the floorboards of what was once the orphanage's common room, we found another tape. Its contents, a message from an orphan hinting at deeper, still hidden secrets. The voice, young and urgent, reminded us that our search for the truth was far from over. We finally did it. We moved into our own home. A charming old house that whispered tales of decades past with every creaking floorboard and drafty window. It was ours, a place to plant roots, quite literally, as our first family project was to overhaul the neglected backyard. My wife Anna, our 2 kids, Josh and Ellie, and I were all buzzing with ideas and the energy of new beginnings. We envisioned vegetable patches, a new swing set, and maybe a small pond. The excavation began on a crisp Saturday morning. Armed with shovels and boundless enthusiasm, we dug into the earth, which was surprisingly soft and yielding. I was in the midst of discussing flower choices with Ellie when my shovel clinked against something hard. Curious, we all gathered around, brushing away dirt to reveal several old, rusty suitcases, much to our astonishment. Heartbeats quickening with the thrill of the unknown, we dragged them out and pried them open right there in the garden. Inside, we found an assortment of personal belongings, faded photographs, clothes that smelled of mothballs, and beneath it all, a collection of yellow documents. As I flipped through them, a ledger filled with meticulous entries of names and numbers caught my eye, hinting at transactions that were anything but ordinary. Little did we know, our dream home was about to plunge us into a hidden world of long-buried secrets and looming threats. That evening, as the kids slept, Anna and I spread the contents of the suitcases across our dining room table under the dim overhead light. Our initial amusement at the vintage personal items quickly evaporated as we examined the ledger more closely. It was a detailed account of names, dates, and financial transactions, all meticulously recorded in fading ink. Some entries were marked with cryptic notations like settled or unfinished. The sheer volume of entries suggested these weren't just personal loans among friends, but something more sinister. The realization hit us hard. The weight of our discovery pressed heavily in the air between us. Anna looked up at me, her face pale. What have we gotten ourselves into? I had no answers, only a growing sense of unease as the history of our dream house began to reveal its dark secrets. The unsettling discovery of the ledger was only the beginning. Within days, the tranquility of our new life was shattered by a series of ominous phone calls. The first few I dismissed as pranks, until a voice, cold and menacing, made it clear they were anything but. Return what you found, or suffer the consequences. The caller warned before the line went dead. Letters began to appear in our mailbox, each more threatening than the last, all demanding the return of the ledger. The realization that some of the names in that old book were not just echoes from the past, but very real and very dangerous figures in the present criminal underworld sent chills down my spine. These people were desperate to keep their secrets buried, and we were caught in the middle with the key to their hidden skeletons. Late one night, Anna and I sat at our kitchen table, the ledger open between us. "We can't just give this back," Anna whispered, fear lacing her voice. "Not when it might be the only thing keeping us safe." Her words resonated with a hard truth. If we returned the ledger, we'd lose any leverage we had over the shadows encroaching on our lives. So, we made a decision. We would hold on to the ledger and use it as a shield. I contacted a lawyer friend for advice and drafted an anonymous message to send back to our harassers. We know what's in the ledger. We are prepared to go to the police if our family comes to any harm. It was a risky bluff, especially since we were uncertain of just how deep and dark the roots of this conspiracy ran. Our gamble sent a clear signal. We weren't going to be easy targets. But as I sent that message, part of me knew we were stepping deeper into a game that was far bigger and more dangerous than anything we could have imagined. Determined to protect our family, yet desperate to end the nightmare, we chose to contact one of the less menacing names listed in the ledger. Through a secure, anonymous email, we offered a trade, the ledger for our safety. The response was swift and terse, agreeing to meet at an abandoned warehouse at the edge of town. The stakes were high, but we felt this was our best chance to sever ties with this hidden world. The night before the meeting, Anna and I sat down with the kids at the dinner table. We didn't disclose the full danger of the situation, but we stressed the importance of staying with their grandparents for a few days. Just a little vacation while Mom and Dad take care of some grown-up stuff, I explained, masking my anxiety with a forced smile. After dropping the kids off, Anna and I prepared for every conceivable outcome. I contacted our lawyer friend again, giving him details of the meeting and instructing him to act if he didn't hear from us within a few hours. We packed a small bag with essentials, including a discreetly placed voice recorder to document the exchange. Our every move was calculated, yet as we drove to the warehouse, the weight of our decision pressed heavily on us. This was it, a pivotal moment on which our future hinged. The warehouse loomed before us, a silent behemoth in the twilight, its walls scarred with graffiti. Our hearts pounded in unison as we parked the car in the shadow of the structure and proceeded on foot, the ledger secure in my backpack. The air was thick with the acrid smell of old oil and rust as we entered the cavernous space. Inside, figures emerged from the darkness. Their faces were hard and unreadable, their eyes reflecting no emotion. The leader, a tall man with a scar tracing down his cheek, stepped forward. "The ledger," he demanded gruffly, his hand extended. As I reached into my backpack, every nerve in my body screamed in tension. I handed over the ledger, and for a moment, there was a heavy silence as he flipped through it. Just as he nodded to his companions, a sudden cacophony of sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder. The criminals tensed, eyes darting toward the sound. The police, led by our family friend from the force, stormed into the warehouse. Lights flashed, and officers shouted commands. Caught by surprise, the criminals were quickly subdued and handcuffed. Our family friend approached, his expression a mix of relief and sternness. "You shouldn't have had to do this," he said, clapping a reassuring hand on my shoulder as the police began securing the scene. Relief washed over us in an overwhelming wave. The intervention was timely and decisive, pulling us back from the brink of a potentially disastrous confrontation. Our gamble had paid off, but the real implications of our actions were just beginning to dawn on us. As the dust settled and the last of the suspects were led away, our family friend and officer, Sergeant Miller, joined us away from the chaos. His usual composed demeanor was replaced by a reflective, almost remorseful expression. "There's something you need to know about why I've been so involved," he began, his voice low. He revealed that the original owner of our house was his great-uncle, a man whose life had spiraled into the underworld, tainting their family name with criminal associations. "When you found the ledger and these threats began, I saw a chance to right some of the wrongs, to clear our family's name and protect yours," he explained. The revelation added layers to our tumultuous experience, intertwining our fate with his in ways we had never imagined. Sergeant Miller's personal stake in the matter had driven him to ensure our safety, bridging past and present in a bid for redemption and justice. In the quiet of our new home, far from the shadows of the past, Anna and I watched the kids play, their laughter a soothing balm. As we unpacked the last of the boxes, Ellie, our youngest, called out from the attic, "Look what I found." Her small hands held open a secret compartment hidden beneath the floorboards. Inside, an array of old, dusty letters lay waiting. As our eyes met over her discovery, The familiar thrill of curiosity was tempered with a cautious edge. Our new chapter had just begun, and already, the pages seemed filled with whispers of secrets yet to be revealed. The moment I stepped onto the sprawling grounds of my great-uncle's estate, a chill ran through me, not from the crisp autumn air, but from the sheer isolation of the place. Nestled deep within dense woods, the mansion stood as a lonely sentinel, its towering silhouette that seemed to whisper secrets of a forgotten past. My great-uncle, a reclusive and somewhat eccentric doll maker, had lived and died here, leaving the property to me by some twist of familial fate. As I pushed open the heavy front door, the air inside smelled of dust and disuse, the kind of stagnation that speaks to years without a living soul to stir its corners. The main hall was lined with portraits, their eyes seeming to follow my every step. It was in the deeper rooms of the house that I found them. Dozens of dolls, arranged with painstaking care on shelves and in display cases. Each was beautifully crafted, with faces so lifelike and expressions so detailed, they seemed on the verge of speaking. The dolls weren't just masterpieces of artistry. They were unnervingly real. A room further into the mansion held a wall covered in photographs. Pictures of children, each frozen in time. My stomach turned as I realized the dolls bore a disturbing resemblance to these children. The eyes that seemed to follow me around the room weren't just in the paintings anymore. They were in the glassy gazes of these dolls, each one silently telling a story I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. This was my initial encounter with my great-uncle's legacy, a legacy that felt as eerie as the shadows lengthening outside as the sun began to set. As the days lengthened into my first week at the estate, my curiosity drove me deeper into the heart of my great-uncle's world. Within the musty corners of his study, I uncovered stacks of old personal diaries and scattered police reports. The writings revealed more than just the ramblings of a solitary doll maker. They hinted at something darker. The police reports were inquiries into several children who had mysteriously disappeared over the years, cases that grew cold and were eventually forgotten by everyone but those who had lost. Venturing into town, I hoped to gather more than just supplies. The locals, however, were not as welcoming as I had hoped. Their eyes were cautious, their words measured. In the town's quaint diner, overheard conversations paused as I approached, resuming only when I'd passed. It was Mrs. Eldridge, the owner of the diner, who, after some hesitation, finally spoke to me. "Your great-uncle was a strange man," she said, pouring coffee with a trembling hand. "People here, they wondered about him, about those dolls and the children who vanished." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Some say he took those kids, made them into those dolls of his." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air as I walked back to the mansion, the echoes of the past whispering with each step. Determined to uncover the truth, I returned to the doll workshop, a room I had avoided since my first unsettling discovery. It was there, behind a false wall I accidentally discovered when a misplaced doll fell and tapped against it hollowly, that I found the hidden door. With a mix of dread and resolve, I pushed the door open, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into darkness. At the bottom, I found a secret chamber, meticulously organized and preserved. The air was cool and still, as if sealed away from the world above. Along the walls were shelves filled with personal items, small shoes, worn toys, hair ribbons frayed with age. Each item was tagged and cataloged with obsessive precision. Photographs of children, the same ones from the wall upstairs, were pinned next to detailed records, and beside each, a corresponding doll. My hands trembled as I realized the extent of what I was seeing. This secret room was a shrine, a morbid memorial to each missing child. The dolls weren't just figures of art. They were effigies, capturing the essence of children who had once laughed, played, and then vanished. The realization that my great-uncle might have been involved in something so heinous was overwhelming. I needed answers, and I knew they were hidden here, within these walls and the cryptic writings he left behind. My resolve hardened. I would uncover the truth, no matter how dark it might be. In the eerie silence of the secret chamber, I pored over the meticulous records my great-uncle had left behind. Each entry was a biography of a lost child, detailing not just their life and sudden disappearance, but also the precise manner in which their doll was crafted. The dolls, I realized with a chilling clarity, were more than mere memorials. They were vessels, capturing the essence of each child in haunting detail. My hands shook as I read, the dolls' glassy eyes watching me from their perches. As I dived deeper into my great-uncle's diaries, a narrative began to unfold, one that painted a picture of a man torn between genius and madness. He wrote of the world's cruelty, of children lost to neglect and abuse, and of his mission to save them. In their new form they are loved and cherished forever, he penned in a shaky scrawl. Here, they are safe, forever children in a sanctuary of their own. His words twisted a knife of doubt in my mind. Was he a protector warped by his own grief, or a predator cloaked in delusional benevolence? My days were consumed by the investigation, each discovery dragging me further away from the world outside. Nights were spent wandering the halls of the mansion, where whispers of the past seemed to echo through the air, a constant reminder of the legacy I now shouldered. The local community, already distant, grew openly hostile. Whispers turned to wary glances, then to outright avoidance. The old grocer, Mr. Hawkins, his voice trembling with suspicion, finally voiced the village's fears one morning. Your uncle was no saint, and now strange things happen since you've come back. Just what are you up to in that old house of yours? The tension in town escalated when a local child went missing. A young boy who had wandered too close to my estate, they said. The timing was disastrous. As search parties formed and police inquiries began, the pointed fingers turned my way. The situation forced me to a decision point. Could I continue this solitary investigation with the town against me? Or should I reveal all and seek help? Choosing transparency, I invited the sheriff and a small group of locals to view the secret chamber, to see the truth of my great-uncle's obsession. Their horror mirrored my own as they took in the rows of dolls, the wall of photographs, and the detailed logs of each child's life and transformation. He thought he was saving them, I explained, my voice hollow. He believed the world had abandoned these children, and this was his way of keeping them safe. Forever. The revelation did not bring the understanding I had hoped for. Instead, it sowed deeper seeds of fear and mistrust. As I stood before the community, their faces a mix of horror, sorrow, and suspicion, I realized that my quest for answers had only deepened the shadows cast by my family's legacy. Yet, amidst the chaos, an unexpected ally emerged. Ms. Eldridge, the diner owner, whose own sister had vanished years ago. "Let's find the truth once and for all," she whispered to me, her eyes resolute. Together we resolved to dig deeper, to unravel the full story behind each doll. Perhaps in doing so, we could restore the missing pieces of the town's heart, pieces that had been lost to fear and time. I knew that each step would take us closer to either redemption or damnation, and I prayed silently that we were ready for either. As the autumn leaves began their descent, signaling the end of one season and the start of another, I sat in the dim light of the workshop, the final diary of my great-uncle open before me. His words were etched with a frantic urgency, a stark contrast to the precise, meticulous entries of his earlier journals. This was his confession, a raw outpouring of a troubled mind. "My creations are not mere playthings," he wrote, his handwriting deteriorating into an almost illegible scrawl. "They are protection for souls too pure for this cruel world. I have seen the forgotten tears of children, heard the silent screams of despair. They come to me, lost and forsaken, and I do what I must to protect them." It was a chilling admission of his life's work, abducting children he viewed as neglected or endangered, then preserving their likenesses in his dolls. He saw himself not as a kidnapper, but as a guardian angel, rescuing them from a world that, in his eyes, had failed them. I sat back, the weight of his words pressing down on me. The line between madness and benevolence had blurred into obscurity in his mind. My resolve hardened in that moment, knowing what I had to do. His actions, though perhaps well-intentioned, had caused irreparable harm. Families were torn apart, lives shattered by his misguided crusade. The truth needed to come out. I picked up the phone, dialing the number for the local police. My voice was steady as I reported my findings, requesting an official investigation into the children linked to the dolls found in the chamber. I outlined everything: the secret room, the detailed records, and the diary entries that confessed the harrowing truth. The police were quiet on the other end, absorbing the gravity of the revelations, before promising to send detectives to the estate. The decision to go public was not taken lightly. I knew that revealing this would forever alter the legacy of my family. The name that I carried would be marred by scandal and horror. Yet, as I prepared to face the inevitable public scrutiny and backlash, a sense of duty fortified me. This was about justice for those children and their families, about bringing peace to souls that had been restless for far too long. As I waited for the police to arrive, I walked through the rows of glassy-eyed dolls, each a monument to a lost child. The workshop, once a place of eerie stillness, now felt like a chamber of echoes, the whispered goodbyes of children who could finally hope for closure. This was the end of one chapter, and the painful beginning of another, where truth, no matter how dark, would shine a light on the past. When the police arrived at the estate, they conducted a methodical and comprehensive investigation. The records I had uncovered in the secret chamber proved crucial, allowing them to confirm the identities of several missing children. As the scope of the tragedy unfolded, the local community's initial suspicion melted into a somber understanding. Neighbors and townsfolk, once wary and distant, began to offer their assistance, participating in the investigation and providing any information that could shed more light on the decades-long mystery. As I watched the police carry away the dolls, each a silent sentinel of a child's stolen innocence, a profound sadness enveloped me. The weight of my family's legacy pressed heavily upon my shoulders. Reflecting on the complex tapestry of my great-uncle's actions, his misguided attempt to protect and preserve the essence of these children, I resolved to transform this place of sorrow into one of remembrance. The mansion, with its dark secrets now exposed, would become a memorial museum dedicated to the lost children. My hope was that it would serve as both a sanctuary for their memories and a cautionary tale about the intricate and often perilous nature of human intentions. This place, marked by both pain and care, would stand as a testament to the enduring impact of our choices and the possibility of redemption through truth. We had just moved into what you might call the house of the future, a state-of-the-art smart home nestled on the outskirts of town, surrounded by whispering pines and a sense of new beginnings. Tom and I had always been tech enthusiasts, and this place, with its promise of an automated lifestyle, was a dream come true. Our two children, Mia, a typical 15-year-old with her nose often in her smartphone, and little Sam, who was just 8 and fascinated by anything with buttons, shared our excitement. It felt like we were stepping into a new, easier era of living. But our fascination began to wane as the house started to show a different kind of intelligence. One night, just a week after we moved in, the TV in our living room sprang to life at 3 a.m., flickering to static that filled the house with a low, crackling hum. Tom and I shuffled downstairs half asleep, bewildered at the sight. It was probably just a glitch, we reasoned. Or maybe we hadn't figured out the settings yet. Over the next few days, other odd things began to happen. Lights would flicker off and on in the hallway, casting eerie shadows against the walls as we walked by. Sometimes late at night I could hear faint, indistinct noises coming from the speakers in various rooms, like distant conversations being played at a volume just too low to comprehend. Each time, Tom would check the system, tweak a few settings, and reassure the kids that it was nothing more than our new home, adjusting to us, just as we were adjusting to it. We laughed these malfunctions off as part of the learning curve of living in a digital fortress. Little did we know, our home was learning us too. The oddities in our new home escalated quickly from minor nuisances to outright invasive disturbances. It began subtly. First, the smart cameras in the living room and hallways flickered to life at odd hours, even when no one was around to trigger them. Then, The thermostat settings started to change on their own. I would wake up in the middle of the night, shivering as the temperature inexplicably dropped, turning our warm refuge into a cold, unwelcoming space. Mia, always the inquisitive one and more adept with technology than even myself, began to suspect something more sinister than mere technical glitches. One Saturday morning, driven by a mix of curiosity and growing unease, she decided to dive into the home security system. What she found sent chills down my spine, far colder than the unexplained drops in temperature. There were hours upon hours of footage, videos of us sleeping, eating, talking, videos that none of us had initiated. It was as if an unseen observer had taken up residence with us, watching our every move. The most disturbing part was seeing the timestamp on some of the recordings showing us asleep in our beds while the camera zoomed in and out, as if trying to capture every detail. The invasion of our privacy was palpable, and fear began to seep into every corner of our once safe haven. After Mia showed us the recordings, we gathered as a family in the living room, the seriousness of our situation sinking in. Someone, somewhere, was puppeteering our smart home to spy on us. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I called an old college friend, Derek, who now worked in cybersecurity. Over the phone, I explained our bizarre and frightening situation. Sensing the urgency, he came over the next day with his equipment, ready to dissect our network for clues. Derek worked tirelessly, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he navigated through lines of code and system logs. After hours of digging, he unearthed the unsettling truth. We had been hacked. The hacker had not only breached our network, but had been actively controlling it, lurking in our digital shadows for weeks. The thought that someone had been observing us for that long, learning our routines and watching our intimate moments, was horrifying. The discovery of the breach was a turning point. Knowing we were victims of a calculated invasion rather than victims of haunted technology was both a relief and a call to arms. We needed to protect our family, regain our privacy, and ensure this could never happen again. As Derek began implementing stronger security measures, I realized our fight had just begun. The hacker was still out there, and now that we were aware of their presence, I feared what they might do next. Derek, our cybersecurity expert, was hunched over his laptop, his eyes scanning the screen with a focus that belied the late hour. His coffee cup sat forgotten, cold on the kitchen table where we had set up our makeshift command center. "I think I've got something," he finally muttered, breaking the tense silence. Using advanced network tracing tools, Derek had managed to isolate and trace the IP address that had been accessing our system. It was local, much closer than any of us had anticipated. My heart pounded as he handed me a slip of paper with an address scribbled on it. The reality that the person invading our lives was so nearby sent a shiver through me. Without hesitation, we contacted the local police. Given the severity of the situation and the evidence Derek provided, they acted quickly. A team was dispatched to the address, and I insisted on going with them. As we drove through the quiet streets of our town, every shadow seemed sinister. Every streetlight flickered like an ominous warning. The address led us to a nondescript house on the edge of town. The police entered first, calling out, but there was no response. I followed cautiously behind, my stomach in knots. Inside, the scene was chilling. A room filled with monitors, each displaying different live feeds from numerous homes. Our living room, Mia's bedroom, the kitchen. Our private spaces exposed on these screens. It was like walking into the belly of a voyeuristic beast. The police secured the house and began their search for evidence. Amidst the technological setup, they found photos and documents that led to a shocking revelation. The hacker was no random criminal. He was a disgraced former employee of the smart home company that had installed our system. Fired for misconduct, he had turned his intricate knowledge of the system's vulnerabilities into a tool for revenge and chaos. This personal connection to the company explained the ease with which he had manipulated our smart home. He wasn't just a hacker. He was a spurned insider, using his expertise to terrorize and control families, mine included. As the police gathered evidence and began piecing together the extent of his crimes, I stood amidst the monitors, watching as officers turned off each screen. One by one, the images blinked out, and with each click, a small part of our privacy was restored. The relief was palpable, but the violation we had suffered would take much longer to heal. After the hacker was arrested, the veil of safety that a home is supposed to provide felt irreparably torn. The intrusion into our private lives left a deep scar. Each of us processed the shock differently. Tom grew more protective, constantly checking the locks and security settings, while Mia retreated inward, her bright spirit dimmed by the knowledge that someone had watched her most private moments. Determined not to let this ordeal define us, we decided to channel our experience into something positive. We launched a campaign to raise awareness about digital security, sharing our story publicly to highlight the vulnerabilities, even in the most advanced systems. Our living room, once the site of silent surveillance, became our stage for webinars and interviews, guiding others on securing their homes against digital intruders. This initiative not only helped mend our sense of control, but also brought us closer as a family. United by our resolve, we turned our painful experience into a force for good, ensuring that no other family would have to endure what we went through. We decided to leave the smart home behind, choosing a less connected, simpler lifestyle in a new house where manual switches replaced voice commands and sensor activations. This move wasn't just about changing our address. It was about reclaiming our sense of security and autonomy. As we unpacked boxes in our new home, the familiar sounds of laughter and conversation slowly began to replace the eerie silence that technology had imposed on us. In the tranquil glow of our new living room, we gathered as a family, free from the relentless hum of technology. Embracing this fresh start, we were mindful of our past trials, but optimistic about a more guarded, secure future, cherishing the simple, unmonitored moments together. I've always cherished solitude. Amid the bustling chaos that defined urban living, I found my peace in the quiet moments. Early mornings when the city still slumbered, late nights when the streets emptied of their daily throngs. This love for tranquility guided my decision to move to a new city, a place where I could start over with a clean slate, where memories didn't cling to the corners of buildings, and faces in the crowd were all unfamiliar to me. Here, in this sprawling metropolis that buzzed with strangers, I sought my fresh start. I relished the anonymity, the freedom to rebuild myself away from the prying eyes of a past that had become too heavy to bear. My new apartment was a modest but cozy space, nestled on the quieter side of town. Work became a necessary intrusion into my carefully curated isolation, a demanding job that nonetheless offered the routine I had craved. It was predictable, manageable. Life, for a few precious months, felt pleasantly uneventful. However, I would soon learn that tranquility was a fragile state. It began with a niggling sensation, the kind that tugs at the edges of awareness. A car, nondescript and black, lingered a little too long in my rearview mirror as I drove home from work. Once, twice, perhaps it was nothing, a coincidence of timing, I told myself. But as days bled into weeks, the car's presence wove itself into the fabric of my daily commute, an unsettling shadow trailing my movements. Initially, I dismissed the feeling, chiding myself for succumbing to baseless paranoia. Yet the human mind is finely tuned to detect patterns, and what I pieced together refused to be ignored. The repetition of the car's appearances, always a few turns behind, transformed my dismissal into concern. This unease was new, an unfamiliar weight in my stomach. I had moved to escape ghosts, only to find myself haunted by a very real specter in the form of a vehicle that seemed as much a part of my journey home as the streets I navigated. In the weeks that followed, my home, once a bastion of safety, began to betray me. It started so small and inconsequential that I could almost convince myself I was imagining things. A book misplaced, not on the shelf where I was certain I'd left it, but on the coffee table. My keys, always hung by the door, found in the kitchen. These discrepancies niggled at me, sowing seeds of doubt in the routines I had so meticulously established. Then, there was the scent, an odd, indefinable aroma that didn't belong. It was neither unpleasant nor familiar, a melange of something metallic mixed with the earthiness of aftershave, lingering in the air like a ghostly presence. It clung to my living room some evenings, greeting me as I returned from work, a silent testament to an uninvited visitor. Most disturbing, however, was the shadow. On one particularly ordinary evening, as I moved about my kitchen, a movement at the periphery of my vision caught my attention. A fleeting glimpse of something or someone passing by my living room window. I froze, my heart hammering, and rushed to peer outside, only to find the street empty, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights. The curtains, I could have sworn, were drawn when I had gotten home. Confusion turned to fear, and fear bred isolation. I reached out, first to friends, then to the local police, in search of explanations, validation, or perhaps just to hear someone else say they believe me. But reassurance was scant. Friends offered well-meaning platitudes, suggesting perhaps I was overworked, stressed, or simply not yet accustomed to my new home. The police were polite but clear. Without evidence of forced entry or theft, there was little they could do. They left me with a pamphlet on home security and suggestions to change my locks, but no real solace. This lack of belief, this dismissal of my concerns, left me adrift in my own mind, questioning my sanity. The solidity of my reality, once unquestionable, now seemed permeable, subject to distortions that left me grappling for truth. Nightfall brought no relief, each creak and whisper of my apartment a potential herald of unseen intrusion. Sleep, when it came, was fitful, plagued by dreams of shadows and the sensation of being watched. I found myself caught in a space where the boundary between the real and imagined blurred. The solitude I once sought now felt like a sentence, a confinement with my burgeoning fears for company. The very walls that were meant to protect me seemed complicit in my torment, keeping silent vigil over my unraveling. In this state of heightened vigilance, I began to see my world through a lens tinted with suspicion and dread. Every unexplained sound, every slight anomaly in my home's order became evidence of my unseen adversary's presence. This escalation of events did more than just invade my personal space. It breached the fortress of my mind, planting seeds of terror that took root deep within my psyche. I was left to navigate a reality where the line between paranoia and legitimate fear became increasingly indistinguishable. Determined to confront my fears head-on, I steeled myself for the inevitable encounter. It came on an evening painted with the strokes of an ordinary sunset, the kind that previously would have passed without remark. The black car, its presence now a constant in the tapestry of my daily life, was there again. This time, however, it followed me all the way to my parking lot, unraveling the last thread of my patience. With a courage born of desperation, I approached the vehicle, my steps echoing in the silent street. The driver's door opened, and out stepped a figure, shrouded in the dimming light. A man, unfamiliar, his features cast into shadow by the failing light, stood before me. My heart raced, not with fear, but with a burning need for answers. "I'm not here to hurt you," the stranger began, his voice laced with an urgency that made me pause. "I'm trying to protect you." Before I could fully process his words, a sudden disturbance shattered the moment, a noise from my apartment. Together, we rushed towards my home, an uneasy truce between us forged in the face of a common threat. What we discovered inside turned my world on its head. Hidden cameras, expertly placed to capture every corner of my living space, blinked back at us. The invasion I had felt, the eyes I had sensed upon me, had not been the imaginings of a mind pushed to the brink. They were real. But the man before me, whom I had labeled as my stalker, was just as much a victim. He explained hurriedly how he had noticed the car first, how his attempts to warn me had been misinterpreted. He too had felt the weight of unseen eyes, noticing similar devices in his own home after he had taken an interest in my safety. The realization dawned on me like a cold wave. The true architect of our fear remained cloaked in the shadows of anonymity, manipulating us both in a sinister game of voyeurism. The presence of the cameras, their silent testimony to countless observed moments, suggested a plot far more disturbing than a simple case of stalking. Someone, for reasons unknown, was orchestrating our fears, feeding off our paranoia like a parasite. This twist of fate, the revelation that my presumed stalker was, in fact, an ally, forced me to reassess my situation. Together, we faced not just the invasion of my privacy, but a deeper, more pervasive threat. The identity of our watcher, the mastermind behind the lenses, remained a mystery, one that promised to unravel the very fabric of our reality. With the revelation that my stalker was, in fact, another pawn in this disturbing game, I found myself in an unlikely alliance. The man, whom I learned was named Lucas, shared my determination to unearth the identity of our observer. Together, we embarked on a mission fueled by the need for answers and justice, a mission that would require all our cunning and bravery. Our first step was to trace the origin of the surveillance equipment. It was a painstaking process, involving late-night research sessions, poring over manuals, and following the tangled web of technology that had invaded our lives. We discovered that the devices were not the off-the-shelf variety, but rather specialized equipment that required professional knowledge to install and operate. This clue narrowed our list of suspects significantly. As we delved deeper, we uncovered a network of signals that led us to a most unexpected source. Our neighbor, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson was a retiree, a seemingly benign presence in the building who often greeted us with a smile and small talk about the weather. His demeanor was the perfect cover for the malice that lurked beneath. Confronting Mr. Thompson required a plan. We could not simply accuse him without undeniable proof of his involvement. Thus, Lucas and I decided to turn the tables on our watcher. Using our newfound knowledge, we tampered with the surveillance equipment, sending false signals to lead Mr. Thompson into a trap. The trap was set in my apartment, the scene of so many violations of my privacy. We waited, tense and silent. As Mr. Thompson took the bait, he entered the apartment, confident in his control over the situation, only to find Lucas and me waiting for him, our faces grim with accusation. The confrontation that followed was tense. Mr. Thompson, realizing his scheme had unraveled, oscillated between denial and anger before finally breaking down and confessing. His motives were as chilling as they were unfathomable. He spoke of a twisted obsession with me, a desire to control and manipulate my environment to make me dependent on him. He saw himself as a guardian, albeit one who had crossed into the realm of criminality. Lucas and I listened, horror-struck by the depth of Mr. Thompson's delusion. We had expected to confront a predator, but what we found was a man lost in his own distorted reality. Yet, the danger he posed was no less real. With the confession secured, we called the police, who arrived to take Mr. Thompson into custody. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The immediate threat had been neutralized. Mr. Thompson was now in the hands of the authorities, his array of surveillance equipment confiscated, and his intentions laid bare. The ordeal had left scars, undoubtedly, but also a resilient bond between two strangers who had become allies in the face of adversity. But just as I began to envision a return to normalcy, a chilling reminder of my vulnerability arrived. A text message from an unknown number pierced the fragile bubble of my newfound security. "You think you've won, but you're still being watched." The message was cryptic, its source untraceable, reigniting the ember of fear that I had fought so hard to extinguish. In the ensuing days, my efforts to trace the message proved futile. It was as if the sender existed in the shadows, beyond the reach of light. This realization, that our victory over Mr. Thompson might have been but a battle in a larger war, cast a long shadow over my recovery. As the final words of my ordeal whispered into silence, I found myself drawn to the window, gazing out into the night. The city stretched out before me, a maze of lives unknowingly observed, each light a potential eye, each shadow a concealment for darker intents. My reflection in the glass, superimposed on this panorama, served as a poignant metaphor for the duality of my existence. The day I stepped into the house Elias built, I was awash with a sense of achievement and wonder. He wasn't just my mentor. In the world of architecture, he was akin to a deity. His final gift to me, this house, was a testament to his genius and innovation. I was ready to start a new chapter of my life within its walls, blissfully unaware of the intricate web I was about to entangle myself in. Before Elias became an enigma, He was a visionary whose passion for architecture knew no bounds. We met on a rain-soaked afternoon at a lecture hall, where his ideas about buildings as living entities first captured my imagination. "Architecture," he said, his eyes alight with fervor, "is the silent witness to our lives, shaping us as much as we shape it." Our ensuing mentorship was not merely an exchange of knowledge but of dreams and doubts. As his final project loomed, Elias grew distant, consumed by his creation. This house was his magnum opus, a secret even to me until his last breath revealed its existence. Understanding his isolation now, amidst his architectural legacy, I see the brilliance and madness that danced in tandem within his mind. The exterior of the house was a spectacle of modern design, a harmonious blend of glass and steel that seemed to dance with the surrounding wilderness. Inside, it was an embodiment of light, with walls that shifted and floors that seemed to breathe. It was a living entity, a marvel of technology and design that promised a utopia. But the marvel began to morph into a mystery. The first sign was subtle. A chair I remembered pushing in was found pulled out the next morning. I shrugged it off as forgetfulness. But then, the anomalies grew harder to ignore. Rooms I left set for breakfast greeted me rearranged for dinner. Doors I had left ajar were found firmly locked, and windows that once offered a view of the dawn now reflected only the night. Driven by a mix of curiosity and unease, I scoured the house for answers. It was in a concealed niche behind a seemingly ordinary bookshelf in the library that I found Elias's journals. They were filled with his thoughts on architecture's potential, not just to shelter, but to influence, to control. The house, his crowning achievement, was more than a home. It was an experiment in shaping human behavior through design. I was the subject of that experiment. The realization struck me with chilling clarity. My mentor's legacy, this architectural wonder, was a meticulously designed cage. Night after night, the house unveiled its challenges. Corridors twisted into mazes at the flick of a switch. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, taunting me, and puzzles embedded in the very fabric of the house tested my resolve. Ilias's game was one of endurance, of psychological warfare. The house seemed to mock me with its shifting shadows, a silent challenger to my resolve. One evening, as I traced my fingers along the cool, smooth surface of the marble countertop, a sudden chill enveloped the room. The hairs on my neck stood on end, not just from the cold, but from a realization that crept up on me like the shadows that now seemed to linger longer than before. It wasn't just the house that was changing. I was too. Fear, a constant companion, had begun to morph into something else, a gritty determination. I hadn't spoken a word, but the house, in its eerie silence, had heard my unspoken vow. I would not be broken. As days turned into nights within the confines of the house, I discovered a room I hadn't noticed before. It was starkly empty, except for a single antique chessboard set up as if a game was in progress. A note beside it, in Elias's handwriting, challenged me to finish the game. Each move I made triggered changes in the house. Some rooms expanded, offering brief respite or clues, while others contracted, their walls inching closer with a suffocating inevitability. The game became a metaphor for my struggle. Each piece moved a step closer to salvation or doom. One evening, as thunder rumbled ominously outside, the house's lighting system flickered erratically, casting shadows that twisted and stretched in the corners of my vision. In this chaos, I stumbled upon Elias's studio, untouched since his last day. The room was filled with architectural models and drawings, each more fantastical and abstract than the last. Amidst them, I found a model of the house, but with one striking difference: a hidden room marked Elias's sanctuary. My heart raced as I realized this could be the key to understanding the house's secrets. Determined to find this sanctuary, I embarked on a meticulous search, pressing against walls and scouring each room for hidden mechanisms. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. I had noticed a pattern in the shifting walls, and following a hunch, I traced the movements back to their source. A hidden panel in the basement slid away to reveal what I could only describe as the house's nerve center. A room filled with monitors, controls, and blueprints. the architectural heart of Elias's experiment. And there, amidst the tangle of blueprints, was the failsafe. A complex series of switches and buttons that promised liberation. It was Elias's final challenge, a puzzle that required not just architectural insight, but a deep understanding of the man himself. The house did not yield easily. With every step I took towards freedom, it countered with a new, more sinister obstacle. Floors that gave way to reveal depths unknown, walls that closed in, threatening to crush me, and illusions that played on my deepest fears. But I persevered. That architecture was as much about people as it was about buildings. Each puzzle solved brought me closer to the truth, not just about the house, but about the man who built it. Elias had sought to create a legacy that transcended time, but in his quest, he had lost sight of the ethical boundaries that should have guided him. When I finally activated the failsafe, the house shuddered as if in defeat. Doors unlocked, windows cleared, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I stepped outside. The world seemed different, as if I was seeing it for the first time again. I had survived Elias's final experiment, but the victory was bittersweet. The house stood silent behind me, a monument to a brilliant mind that had strayed too far into the abyss. I knew then that I couldn't simply walk away. The story of the house, of Elias's brilliance and his fall, needed to be told. I documented everything, publishing the journals, and sharing the tale of the house that sought to control its inhabitant. The house remains, sealed and under study, a cautionary tale of ambition unchecked by morality. And I, forever changed by the experience, dedicated myself to a new cause, promoting ethical architecture. Through a foundation established in Elias's name, I sought to ensure that his brilliance would inspire future generations, but that his mistakes would serve as a reminder of the lines we must not cross. In the aftermath, the house became a part of me, its lessons etched into my soul. It had been a prison, a puzzle, and ultimately, a teacher. Within its walls, I had faced my fears, discovered my strength, and learned the true price of legacy. As I move forward, I carry with me the memories of that time, a testament to the power of architecture to shape lives. The house taught me that while we may design the spaces we live in, it is our choices that define us. When we first moved into our dream home in a quiet suburb, the world seemed wrapped in perfection. The house was a quaint two-story building with a welcoming porch and a spacious backyard, ideal for summer barbecues and family gatherings. The streets were lined with towering trees, and the neighbors always seemed to have a smile ready. Everything around us whispered promises of peaceful days and happy memories. Yet, this idyllic setting soon revealed a shadow in the form of our next-door neighbor, Mr. Grayson. Initially, he seemed the epitome of neighborly charm, always ready with a friendly wave or eager to share local history. However, his behavior quickly became unsettling. Mr. Grayson watched us from his windows at strange hours and would appear suddenly in our yard, claiming to check on a stray plant from his garden. His attentiveness felt more intrusive than friendly. His eyes, sharp and probing, seemed to catch every detail, and his frequent presence at the edge of our property gradually transformed our initial comfort into a persistent unease. As the weeks slipped by, Mr. Grayson's behavior grew even more disconcerting. One afternoon, while we were tending to the garden, he leaned over the fence, his voice low and tinged with a dark seriousness. "You know, this land isn't just dirt and grass," he murmured, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. "There are stories here, secrets that can make your blood run cold." His cryptic words hung heavy in the air, and when I pressed him for more details, he simply shook his head and retreated to his house, leaving a chill down my spine. Driven by a mix of curiosity and unease, I ventured into our attic one rainy evening to see if the house held any clues about Mr. Grayson's vague insinuations. Amidst boxes of old decorations and forgotten furniture, I stumbled upon a tattered box filled with various papers and a newspaper clipping that caught my eye. The headline was grim, reporting a series of unexplained disappearances in our area dating back decades, around the time the neighborhood was first developed. The article was unsettlingly vague, with no conclusions or follow-up stories. The mystery deepened, and together, Mark and I began to dig deeper. We visited the local library, scrolling through microfilm for hours, unearthing more about our property and the surrounding neighborhood. When we casually mentioned our trips to the library, Mr. Grayson's face paled, and he excused himself quickly, muttering about a forgotten stove. He started avoiding our gazes, his usual greetings turning into mumbled words under his breath. Our research led us to old municipal records, which hinted at controversial land acquisitions and odd legal battles over the zoning and use of the land before our homes were built. We decided to confront Mr. Grayson with our findings, hoping to understand his cryptic warnings and uneasy behavior. As we approached his house, the sinking sun cast long shadows, and a sense of foreboding filled us. We knocked, the sound echoing slightly too loud in the quiet evening, unaware that we were about to uncover truths that might have been better left buried. Mark's patience had worn thin by the time we decided to confront Mr. Grayson about his increasingly bizarre behavior and the unsettling hints he had dropped. We found him in his garden, pruning his roses with meticulous care. As Mark stepped forward, his voice was firm. "Mr. Grayson, we need to know what you meant about the land-holding secrets. What's really going on here?" The shears paused mid-snip, and for a moment, Mr. Grayson seemed to weigh his options before he sighed, a resigned slump to his shoulders. "I suppose there's no avoiding it now," he said, leading us into his house. Inside, he pulled back a rug to reveal a trapdoor. "This might explain better than I ever could," he said, his voice heavy. Descending into the dim light, we found ourselves in an extensive network of underground tunnels that stretched out beneath our neighborhood. The air was cool and musty, the walls lined with old wooden support beams and dusty cobwebs. As we ventured deeper, we discovered disturbing signs of recent activity, fresh footprints in the dust, a discarded cigarette butt, and hastily abandoned tools. Mr. Grayson watched us take it all in, his face etched with worry. Decades ago, this land was used for things that were less than legal. I was part of the construction crew back then, sworn to secrecy. We thought it was all shut down, but some of us kept an eye out, just in case. Our shock turned to horror as we realized the implications. "So, these tunnels were used for what? Smuggling? Criminal activities?" I asked, my voice echoing slightly in the confined space. "Something like that," he admitted, refusing to meet my gaze. "And I think someone's trying to restart those activities. I was trying to scare you off before you stumbled into danger." Determined to bring this to light, we gathered evidence from the tunnels, photographs, the discarded items, and even some old documents we found in a sealed box. As we prepared to leave, Mr. Grayson blocked our path. "You can't go to the police with this," he pleaded. "There are people involved who wouldn't hesitate to silence anyone who tries to expose this. I'm trying to protect you." His fear was palpable, but it only strengthened our resolve. "We can't let this continue," Mark asserted, stepping past him. "It's bigger than just us or you now." With the evidence in hand, we climbed out of the darkness, ready to shed light on the shadows that lurked beneath our dream home. With a heavy heart, but unwavering determination, we approached the local police station, evidence in hand. We laid out the photographs, the documents, and recounted everything Mr. Grayson had revealed about the underground tunnels. The initial reaction from the officers was a mix of skepticism and shock, but as we persisted, the atmosphere shifted subtly. A few glances were exchanged, a certain unease settled in. It was clear that not all were surprised by the revelations. This hinted at a deeper complicity among some members of the force, suggesting that the roots of corruption might extend further than just the criminal elements directly involved in the tunnel activities. Despite these undercurrents of reluctance, the evidence was too concrete to ignore. Mr. Grayson was taken into custody, his resigned expression indicating he had anticipated this outcome. As he was led away, he turned to us, his eyes grave. "Be careful," he cautioned. "You've only scratched the surface. The real danger is still out there, buried deep." His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder that our actions might have unforeseen consequences. We left the police station with a complex mix of victory and trepidation, aware that while we had achieved a significant breakthrough, the path ahead might hold even greater challenges. The days following our visit to the police station brought a deceptive calm to our neighborhood. The streets were quiet, the rustle of leaves and the gentle breeze the only sound breaking the silence. Yet beneath this veneer of peace, Mark and I felt a persistent unease. Mr. Grayson's parting words echoed in our minds, a constant reminder that we had perhaps only unveiled the first layer of a much deeper conspiracy. Determined to protect our home and uncover the full extent of the corruption, we began planning our next steps. Late one evening, as we pored over the documents and photographs once more, we decided to not only focus on the tunnels but also on the possible involvement of the police. We knew that among those who had handled our case, there might be someone at a high level who was ensuring these secrets stayed buried. As we discussed our strategy in hushed tones, unaware of the watchful eyes observing us from a distance, an unnamed police officer stood in the shadows across the street. His presence was ominous, his intentions unclear, signaling that our troubles were far from over and that our pursuit of justice might lead us into even greater danger. This hidden observer, a direct link to the undisclosed threats Mr. Grayson had hinted at, set the stage for a story that was yet to unfold, promising more revelations and challenges ahead. Alex and I crossed the threshold of the old Victorian house, our hearts filled with a blend of awe and the thrill of new beginnings. Its towering presence in the quiet suburbs seemed to command respect, its ornate woodwork and sprawling ivy whispering stories of times long past. It was exactly the kind of home we had dreamed of, a place with character and history where we could plant roots and start our family. As I walked through each room, touching the cool, elaborate moldings and peering out the large bay windows, I could almost hear the echoes of laughter and life that once filled these spaces. Alex, ever the dreamer, was already planning renovations and imagining our future children playing in the lush garden. "It's perfect, Mia," he said with a smile that warmed the chilliest corners of the old home. On our second day, curiosity led us up the narrow attic stairs. The air was thick with dust and the scent of age, but it was the old leather-bound journals piled in the corner that caught my attention. Their covers were worn, the pages yellowed, a testament to their age and the hands that had turned them over the decades. I pulled one from the stack and opened it, the spine creaking like the house settling around us. The script was elegant, penned with an intensity that immediately drew me in. It was the diary of Charles, a former owner, who wrote with a fervent passion about his wife, Eleanor. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone darkened. Charles's adoration seemed to slip into obsession, his love tainted with a possessiveness that sent a shiver down my spine. Glancing over at Alex, who was exploring the other end of the attic, I tucked the journal under my arm. This discovery, I thought, might just tell us more about the home we had fallen in love with, revealing layers of its past that were not visible in the wood and stone. Little did I know, the words of Charles would soon begin to haunt me, threading a sense of foreboding through our hopeful dreams. As the days turned into weeks, my mornings began with coffee and Charles's journals. The more I read, the deeper I was drawn into the turbulent world of his love for Eleanor. His words were poetic, but fraught with an intensity that bordered on obsession. He spoke of Eleanor as if she were both a treasure to cherish and a possession to guard jealously against imagined threats. It was disturbing, yet I couldn't pull myself away. One chilly evening, as I sat reading by the fire, I came across an entry that chilled me to the bone. Charles had written, "I know they whisper to her about me. The walls have ears and eyes." I shivered, trying to dismiss it as the paranoia of a troubled man, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone might be watching me as well. That night, as I walked through the hallway, every shadow seemed to flicker unnaturally, and every creak of the old house sounded like footsteps following close behind me. My nerves frayed, and soon I began noticing things that I couldn't explain. Notes I didn't remember writing appeared on my desk. "Be careful," one said. "They're watching," said another. Whether they were pranks from my frazzled mind or something more sinister, I couldn't tell, but they mirrored Charles's accounts of receiving ominous messages. Alex saw the change in me, Initially, he was supportive, laughing off my fears as an overactive imagination fueled by too much time spent in Charles's headspace. But as my paranoia grew, so did his concern. I found myself jumping at the slightest sound, double-checking locked doors, peering into the shadows, expecting to see eyes staring back. "Mia, maybe you should take a break from those journals," Alex suggested one evening, his voice laced with worry. He missed our quiet evenings together, the simple joy of sharing our day's experiences. I knew he felt pushed aside, replaced by the ghost of a man who hadn't walked these halls in nearly a century, but I couldn't stop. There was something compelling about Charles's fear and love, something that resonated too closely with my own insecurities. Alex's presence became less comforting as my mind twisted normalcy into fear. Each day, his late returns from work made me anxious, and his unguarded phone seemed a beacon of secrets he might be keeping from me, just as Charles believed Eleanor had done. My relationship with Alex began to strain under the weight of my growing obsession and paranoia. The house, with its echoing halls and whispering walls, felt less like a home and more like a puzzle that I was desperate to solve, even if it meant losing everything else in the process. My obsession reached its peak late one stormy night when the wind howled like the wailing of a lost soul around the eaves of our Victorian home. The journal's last entries had become increasingly erratic, and Charles's desperation to uncover truths he believed Eleanor hid from him echoed my own frantic need for answers. I was convinced that the house held secrets related to Eleanor's fate, secrets buried in its very bones. I roamed the house, ignoring the storm's cacophony outside, my mind racing with thoughts of hidden compartments, false walls, anything that might hold the answers Charles had sought. My every waking moment was consumed with finding the heart of this mystery, convinced that if I could just unravel this one thread, everything would make sense again. Alex found me in the attic, papers strewn around me, eyes wild with lack of sleep. "Mia, this has to stop," he said, his voice firm but tinged with desperation. "You're losing yourself to a ghost, to a story that isn't ours." The confrontation that followed was heated and full of pent-up frustrations. I accused him of not understanding, of not seeing how important this was. He shot back, hurt and angry, decrying how I had let my fear in this obsession isolate me from him and from our life together. Our words, sharp and reckless, seemed to hang in the air, as heavy as the rain outside, driven by a mix of anger and a desperate need to prove myself. I stormed off to the one part of the house we hadn't fully explored, the cellar. There, behind old wine racks, I discovered a false wall. Trembling, I pried it open, revealing a hidden room. Inside, amidst the dust and cobwebs, were Eleanor's personal effects, her diary among them. It chronicled her life with Charles, her fear of his jealousy, and her plans to leave him. A plan that, I learned, led to her tragic end during a confrontation, much like the one I had just had with Alex. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. The parallels between Eleanor's fears and my own current reality sent a chill through me. I understood then how deeply I had been drawn into reliving Eleanor's nightmare. Sitting among the relics of her life, I realized how my obsession had almost driven me to the brink of losing everything I held dear. I returned to Alex, the journals and Eleanor's diary in my arms, tears streaming down my face. The truth about Charles and Eleanor was out, a grim reminder of how easily love could turn into something destructive. I had to make a choice, to let go of the past and hold on to the life and love I still had. As the storm subsided, Alex and I sat quietly together, the weight of our earlier words and my discovery pressing down on us. We both realized how dangerously close I had come to losing myself in Charles and Eleanor's story, letting their tragic past seep into our own lives. This ordeal was a stark reminder that the shadows of history can loom large, casting long, dark echoes across the years. It was a lesson in how obsessions, if left unchecked, can consume not only the obsessed, but also those they love. In the light of the revelations, our home felt different, as if acknowledging its past had somehow freed us both. We understood that to move forward, we needed to leave the haunting legacy of the house behind, embracing our future with open, vigilant hearts. As we packed our belongings, it was clear that the experience had left an indelible mark on me. It had taught me about the fragility of trust and the strength needed to confront and overcome our deepest fears. Moving forward, I carried with me a newfound resolve to cherish the present and to nurture the bonds that truly mattered. When Jack and I first saw the old house nestled on the edge of Willow Lane, it seemed like the perfect project for us. Charming, a bit run down, but affordable. We had always dreamed of renovating a house together, turning something forgotten into a place we could call home. So, with a mix of excitement and naivety, we signed the papers and moved in. Our adventure began in earnest a few days after settling in. Jack was peeling off layers of ancient wallpaper when he paused, his brow furrowed. Curious, I joined him and saw what had stopped him, a message scrawled on the plaster, barely legible under the dim light. "Leave now." Chilled, we exchanged a glance, but our curiosity pushed us further. Beneath the creaky floorboards in the living room, we found another message: "Don't dig deeper." These warnings ignited a debate between us. Should we heed these ominous cautions and halt our renovations, or should we dismiss them as pranks from a previous owner? Fear tugged at my heart, yet the mystery was too compelling to abandon. After a sleepless night, we agreed. It wasn't just our home we had bought, but a puzzle we needed to solve. Driven by a desire to uncover the secrets hidden within these walls, we decided to keep digging, unaware of just how deep these roots went. Our renovation work continued cautiously, each day unearthing more than just dust and debris. One afternoon, as we pried up the wooden slats of the dining room floor, we discovered a stack of yellowed newspapers. The headline is blaring about a locale missing person case. It was chilling to read the details, realizing they were connected to our new home. The next day, there was a knock at the door that would plunge us deeper into the heart of the mystery. Detective Harris stood on our doorstep, his presence stern yet weary. He introduced himself, his voice heavy with unspoken stories. "This house," he began slowly, "belonged to my brother. He vanished without a trace 5 years ago." The connection was immediate and unnerving. As we invited him in, Detective Harris shared more about his brother, Tom, a journalist who had been investigating corruption within the local real estate industry. His research, it seemed, led him to some dangerous discoveries about a crime syndicate using properties for illicit activities, discoveries that may have led to his disappearance. "The last time anyone saw him, he was heading home," Harris explained, his eyes scanning the room as if he could still see his brother walking through it. "I've always believed this house holds the key to what happened to him." His words hung in the air, dense with implication. The discovery of the newspapers suddenly felt like more than coincidence. They were a breadcrumb trail left behind, perhaps by Tom himself. Driven by a newfound resolve to help Harris find the truth, Jack and I agreed to aid in his investigation. As we delved deeper, the walls of our home seemed to whisper secrets, each room revealing more than just architectural features, but echoes of a buried truth that refused to stay hidden any longer. Our investigation took a startling turn one rainy evening. As we were replacing some floorboards in the hallway, Jack's hammer struck something solid beneath the wood. Curious, we pried it open to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside, wrapped in a weathered cloth, was a ledger. Its pages were filled with names, dates, and amounts, meticulously recorded. The names were of local officials and crime figures, tangled in a web of transactions that hinted at deep-seated corruption within the city's foundations. The gravity of our find hit us hard. This wasn't just any old paperwork. It was potentially explosive evidence that could topple powerful figures. Our initial thrill of discovery quickly soured as we realized we were holding a dangerous secret, one that others might go to great lengths to keep hidden. Almost as if on cue, strange occurrences began to disrupt our peace. Our tools went missing. The electricity was inexplicably cut off multiple times, and one night, a brick shattered our living room window with a note tied around it: "Stop digging." Each event was more menacing than the last, escalating our fears that we were being watched, and more importantly, warned. The situation reached a peak when we found our dog, Max, barking ferociously at the back door one night. As I approached, I could make out a figure retreating into the shadows of our backyard. The realness of our peril couldn't be clearer. Detective Harris, when informed, insisted we take greater precautions. He arranged for surveillance on our property and suggested we might even need to go into temporary hiding if things got worse. But Jack and I, fueled by a stubborn resolve, decided to stay. We had unearthed this secret, and now we felt an overwhelming duty to see it through, not just for our own sake, but for the memory of Harris's brother and the potential justice his silence demanded. We were no longer just renovating a house. We were trying to cleanse it of its corrupt legacy, one perilous clue at a time. Detective Harris, recognizing the escalating danger and the potential scope of the corruption we had uncovered, made the decision to involve federal authorities. He arranged a meeting in a nondescript government building downtown, where Jack and I nervously presented the ledger to a pair of serious-faced agents. The agents listened intently, flipping through the pages with increasing concern, and finally assured us they would take the matter seriously. They outlined a plan to use the information in our ledger as a starting point for a broader investigation into the syndicate's activities. Back at home, the atmosphere had shifted palpably. Jack and I began noticing unfamiliar cars parked along our street at odd hours, their drivers obscured and unidentifiable. People we didn't recognize walked dogs past our house repeatedly, their glances too long to be casual. The quaint neighborhood we had moved into now felt like a landscape filled with unseen threats. Every stranger, a potential spy. The sense of intrusion reached a chilling climax one evening when, troubleshooting a loose wire in the living room, I discovered a small, almost imperceptible camera hidden behind the light fixture. Horrified, we searched the rest of the house and found more, tiny eyes peering from corners we had never thought to inspect. It became devastatingly clear that the syndicate had been monitoring us inside our own home, watching our every move since we had discovered the ledger. This revelation forced us to confront the depth and reach of the criminal network we were up against. No longer could we pretend this was just about a few corrupted officials. This was an organized entity, watching and willing to intimidate to protect its secrets. The fear was palpable, but so was our resolve. Strengthened by the knowledge that federal agents were now involved in protecting us, we prepared for what might come next. Determined to end the cycle of corruption that had tainted our home and threatened our lives. With the syndicate's eyes on us and their tactics escalating, Detective Harris proposed a bold plan. We would use the ledger as bait, inviting key syndicate members to a meeting at our house under the guise of negotiating a sale of silence. Federal agents would be concealed throughout the property, ready to close in. On the day of the showdown, tension saturated the air. Hidden cameras were now in our favor, monitored by agents in a nearby van. As the syndicate members arrived, their cautious glances betrayed their suspicion, but greed led them inside. Once all were assembled and incriminating conversations began, Harris gave the signal. Agents stormed the house, catching the criminals off guard. Amid the chaos, Harris directed us to a loose floorboard under which we found his brother's journals, chronicling his covert investigations into the syndicate. It was the piece of the puzzle we needed, the key to understanding the depth of the network and the danger Tom had faced. The arrests made headlines, shattering the syndicate's influence in our town. The community, once unaware of the malignant forces operating beneath its surface, rallied around us. Jack and I were embraced not just as residents, but as catalysts of a newfound vigilance. Our home transformed into a beacon of resilience. As we restored each room, stripping away layers of deceit, we fortified it with our hope and renewed spirit. Inspired by the journey and the impact of our actions, we decided to document our story. Our book, aimed at inspiring others to stand against corruption, would tell of our transformation from ordinary homeowners into defenders of justice, illustrating that the heart of a community could be the strongest force against darkness. We arrived in the quaint coastal town on a sunny afternoon, the sea breeze promising a fresh start away from the chaotic city life we had known. I'm Mark, and alongside my wife Helen and our teenagers, Alex and Mia, we had just moved into an old house with a rich history. It was said to have once belonged to 19th century smugglers, a detail that added an air of mystery and excitement to our new home. It was Mia who stumbled upon the hidden entrance first. Hidden behind an old bookshelf in the basement, a wooden door cracked open to reveal a dusty, narrow passage stretching into darkness. Our initial excitement was palpable. We joked about treasure maps and secret meetings, caught up in the romance of our home's adventurous past. With flashlights in hand, we decided to explore just a little, telling ourselves we were just getting to know every part of our new home. But as we ventured deeper, the whimsy of our adventure began to fade. The tunnels weren't just relics, they were still in use. We found modern tools, a clear sign of recent work, along with packages that seemed far too new to be leftovers from centuries past. Most unsettling were the faint footprints in the dust, leading further into the shadowy labyrinth. A chill ran down my spine as the reality set in. These tunnels, these remnants of a bygone era, were part of something very much alive and ongoing. Fear mingled with intrigue as we faced the undeniable fact that our family had just moved into the heart of a smuggler's active hideout. It was just past dusk when Alex whispered to me, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and thrill. "Dad, let's see where it leads tonight." Against my better judgment, I agreed. We tiptoed down into the basement, followed the old smuggler's tunnels, and found ourselves at a hidden cove under the moonlit sky. What we saw chilled me to the bone. A group of men unloading boxes from boats, their contents hidden, but obviously illicit. We crouched behind the rocks, barely breathing, until the last of them had disappeared. With hearts pounding, we hurried back through the tunnels, the weight of what we had seen pressing down on us. The next morning brought no relief. A man, his face obscured by the shadow of his hat, approached me as I fetched the morning paper. His message was simple. Keep your family quiet about last night. Forget what you saw. The threat hung heavy in the air as he walked away. Later, Helen noticed a car that didn't belong in our small town cruising slowly past our house. By evening, another unfamiliar vehicle joined the first. The message was clear. We were being watched. Every creak of our old house that night sounded like a warning. By the third day of surveillance, Helen and I knew we couldn't go to the police. There was no telling how deep the smuggler's influence ran in our new town. Instead, we turned to an old friend, Peter, who had been a fisherman in these waters all his life. I trusted him with our lives as I explained our plan over a secure line. "We need to get out using the smuggler's routes. Can you meet us?" I asked. He didn't hesitate. "I'll be there. Just tell me when." We chose the night of the next big shipment, knowing the smugglers would be preoccupied. That night would be our chance to escape this nightmare. We started to prepare, gathering our most important documents and a few belongings, each of us aware that if our plan failed, returning to our quaint coastal dream would be impossible. The night was moonless, the darkness almost palpable as we quietly packed our most essential belongings. Helen clutched the family photo albums, while Alex and Mia grabbed backpacks filled with clothes and personal items. We couldn't take much. Speed was more critical than ever. We descended into the tunnels, the air thick with dampness and the echo of our cautious steps. I led the way, a flashlight our only guide through the snaking underground labyrinth that had terrified and fascinated us since our move. We dodged unfamiliar traps and evaded newly noticed surveillance cameras, evidence of a well-guarded secret route used by the smugglers. As we neared the exit, leading to the hidden cove, our path was suddenly blocked by two figures emerging from the shadows. "Going somewhere?" one sneered, his voice cold as the sea air. My heart raced, but my mind raced faster. I whispered a quick plan to Helen, who nodded, understanding immediately. She and the kids retreated a few steps, then loudly clattered a rock down a side passage as a decoy. As the smugglers turned towards the sound, we seized the moment. I lunged forward, pushing past them with a strength fueled by sheer desperation, leading my family towards the faint light of the exit. Our breaths were heavy as we emerged onto the rocky cove, the salt air hitting us with the harsh reminder of our peril. There, as promised, was Peter, his old fishing boat bobbing gently in the water. We wasted no time. The kids clambered aboard first, followed by Helen, and then myself. Just as the engine roared to life, shouts and the beam of flashlights sliced through the darkness behind us. The smugglers had realized our ruse. "Hold on!" Peter yelled over the noise as he skillfully navigated the boat away from the looming danger and out into the open sea. Safely away from the town, we contacted the federal authorities to report the smuggling operation. Thanks to the evidence we provided, the operation was dismantled. We relocated to a new state, under new identities provided by witness protection. Though safe, our harrowing adventure left us wary but bonded closer than ever. A year later, we had adapted to our new life in a different part of the country. The story of our narrow escape circulated as an anonymous tale of courage and cunning, inspiring others facing threats to take bold actions for their safety. When Alex and I first saw the listing for our new home, we couldn't believe our luck. A sprawling 1920s farmhouse, nestled on the outskirts of town, priced as if it were begging for buyers. The real estate agent had mentioned a motivated seller, but as we drove down the long gravel driveway lined with ancient oaks, it felt more like a hidden gem than a desperate sale. The house sat on a slight hill, its white paint faded to a ghostly gray, shutters hanging a touch askew. There was an undeniable charm to it, a story waiting to be told. "It's perfect," Alex had whispered, squeezing my hand with a grin as wide as the horizon beyond our new backyard. I returned his smile, my heart swelling with dreams of what could be. In the first few days of renovation, it became a game to peel back the layers of the house's past. Underneath wallpaper that bloomed with faded roses, we found hints of its century-old skeleton, horsehair plaster, lathe walls, and yes, even peeling lead paint. Each discovery was met with a mix of excitement and mild concern. "They sure don't make them like they used to," Alex joked as he pried up floorboards, revealing asbestos tiles beneath. We laughed it off, caught up in visions of restoring the home to its former glory. But as we tore down old paneling and sanded floors, an unsettling silence settled over the house. It was as if the walls were holding their breath, watching us with the weary eyes of the past. Evenings were the eeriest. The wind whispered through the cracks, carrying the cold and lonely sounds of the countryside. We should have felt isolated, maybe even scared, but we were too enamored with our project, too wrapped up in the potential of our new life to heed the silent warnings. Little did we know, the real story of our home was buried, not in its walls, but in the ground beneath it. As the renovations progressed, so did an inexplicable feeling of discomfort. At first, Alex and I chalked it up to the long hours and dust clouds billowing from our work. Coughs and headaches became our constant, uninvited companions, and nights were restless with a fatigue that seemed too heavy for our youthful bodies. "It's just the stress," I muttered one evening, rubbing my temples as Alex nodded, his eyes red from more than just the dust. Our concerns spilled over during a trip to the local hardware store, where we hoped to find solace in conversation and practical advice. As we listed our symptoms to the elderly store owner, Mr. Jenkins, his face grew increasingly darker. "You know, this land wasn't always just farmland," he began, his voice lowering. "Back in the day, it was all industrial. Plants and factories, some of them not too careful with what they left behind." His words hung in the air, heavier than the humid summer heat. With a grave look, he added, "Might want to check your soil before going any further, just to be safe." His advice felt like a cold splash of reality. On our drive home, the countryside didn't seem quite as charming. Each rusted farm tool and overgrown field appeared as a testament to a forgotten, possibly sinister past. Taking Mr. Jenkins's warning to heart, Alex and I arranged for environmental specialists to test the soil surrounding our home. The waiting was agony, filled with unease and whispered fears. When the results finally came, they confirmed our worst fears. High levels of lead were just the beginning. The reports also detailed a slew of other industrial toxins, including a mysterious compound that the specialists couldn't immediately identify. Could this be why the house was so cheap? Alex asked, voice tight with anxiety. The question loomed large in the dusty air of our unfinished living room, unanswered, but increasingly obvious. Our dream home was turning into a nightmare, and the ground beneath it held secrets that were literally surfacing in our lives. Filled with a growing sense of duty, Alex and I organized a community meeting at the local town hall. We felt it was critical to share what we'd uncovered, fearing the scope of the contamination might extend beyond the borders of our property. The turnout was more significant than we had anticipated, with faces old and young reflecting a mix of curiosity and concern. As we presented our findings, the room's atmosphere thickened with tension and disbelief. After our presentation, a longtime resident, Mrs. Harrow, stood up. Her voice trembled as she recounted how her husband had succumbed to a mysterious illness years ago, one that doctors couldn't quite explain. One by one, others shared similar stories of chronic illnesses, unexplained ailments, and even deaths. The pattern was chilling, and a wave of anger and fear swept through the room. The gravity of our situation had just begun to sink in when the real opposition made itself known. The following days turned darker. It started with an anonymous letter slipped under our door, stark against the morning light. "Stop digging where you don't belong." Dismissing it as a scare tactic, we tried to press on, but when our car was found with its tires slashed and a warning scratched into the paint, the message was clear. The worst came when our beloved dog Buster didn't come home one evening. We searched everywhere, our calls growing frantic as night fell. He was more than a pet. He was family, and his disappearance left a hollow fear in our hearts. The message was unmistakable. Someone powerful wanted us to back down, and they were willing to hurt us to make it happen. Despite the shadow of threats that loomed over us, Alex and I knew we couldn't retreat into silence. We reached out to the other affected neighbors, forging a coalition of the determined and the wronged. Among our newfound allies was Dr. Elise Moran, a local physician who had long suspected environmental causes behind the peculiar patterns of illness in our community. Together, we began documenting the health impacts systematically, compiling data and personal accounts into a compelling body of evidence. Dr. Moran organized health screenings, and her findings were stark. "There's a clear link between these symptoms and the toxins you found," she confirmed during one of our strategy meetings. Her professional affirmation galvanized the group, and our mission felt more justified than ever. We weren't just fighting for our property values or peace of mind anymore. This was about our very lives. Our efforts culminated in another community meeting, this time charged with the urgency of our findings. The hall was packed, the air crackling with tension and anticipation. Midway through the meeting, as another resident shared a particularly emotional testimony, a heated exchange broke out on the floor. Accusations flew, fingers pointed, and in that heated moment, a startling revelation surfaced. Mark, a member of the community board, was exposed for his clandestine communications with Biocore, the corporation suspected of the initial pollution. Emails leaked by an anonymous source revealed his attempts to downplay our concerns and mislead the investigation. The betrayal was a harsh blow, shattering the fragile trust within our ranks. The room erupted into chaos, voices raised not only in anger but also in betrayal and fear. Yet as the initial shock faded, a resolute determination settled among us. Mark's treachery, rather than deterring us, only bound us closer together. With the mole revealed, we knew the lengths to which our adversaries would go. It was a declaration of war against our community's health and future, and we were more determined than ever to fight back. Our opportunity came when a whistleblower from Biocorp, moved by our plight and disgusted by the company's disregard for human life, reached out to us. She provided damning documents and emails that detailed decades of illegal dumping and deliberate cover-up of the contamination. Armed with this irrefutable evidence, we approached a seasoned environmental lawyer who specialized in corporate malfeasance. He was appalled by the extent of the wrongdoing and took on our case with a fervent zeal. Simultaneously, we contacted Carla Mendez, a tenacious local journalist known for her investigative prowess. When she published the first article detailing our story, complete with leaked documents and personal accounts, it sent shockwaves throughout the state. The media exposure was immediate and overwhelming. Other news outlets picked up the story, amplifying our plight into a national scandal. Public outcry grew, forcing regulatory bodies to step in. As the legal proceedings began, Biocorp faced mounting pressure from all sides. The evidence was too compelling, the public and legal scrutiny too intense for them to escape accountability. After months of grueling legal battles, the case concluded with a substantial victory for our community. Biocorp was ordered to pay a significant settlement to the affected residents, acknowledging their decades of suffering. Furthermore, the court mandated a comprehensive cleanup of the area, funded by the corporation, but overseen by state environmental agencies to ensure compliance and transparency. As the news of the settlement broke, our community felt a collective relief. There was a sense of vindication, of justice finally being served after years of silent suffering. While the scars of our ordeal would remain, the resolution brought hope. We had not only secured a safer environment, but it also affirmed the power of community resilience and the impact of standing united against seemingly insurmountable odds. Tom and I had always been adventurers at heart, so when we found a house up for sale that had once hosted elaborate escape room games, it seemed like fate. It was our chance to merge our love for puzzles and mysteries with our new beginning. The house was perfect, sprawling, with an air of mystery, and nestled on the edge of town, where the whispers of its past could still be felt in the ornate, slightly dusty corners of each room. Our exploration led us to a peculiar room at the end of a long hallway. Unlike the rest of the house, this room was heavily themed, like stepping into another world. A captain's quarters on a pirate ship, complete with a sturdy wooden desk, nautical maps, and a large, ominous-looking chest. As we ventured in, marveling at the detail, the door clicked shut behind us with a definitive, automated sound. A quick test confirmed our suspicion. It locked automatically, and we were now unwitting participants in the last active game of the house. The thrill of discovery mixed with a hint of foreboding, as we realized that escaping this room might require more than just a love for adventure. Tom's curiosity often led him ahead of me, and that day was no different. He had wandered into the themed room alone while I was still admiring an old portrait in the hallway. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed down the corridor, the sound of a door locking. Alarmed, I hurried towards the sound, reaching the room just as Tom pushed against the door from the inside, his face confused and slightly pale. "Sarah, it just locked itself," he called out, his voice muffled through the thick wood. Without thinking, I pushed the door open and stepped inside to help him, but no sooner had I crossed the threshold than the door slammed shut behind me, the lock clicking with a finality that made my heart skip. We exchanged a look of disbelief. Now, both trapped, the game was not just a pastime. It was a necessity. We needed to solve whatever puzzle lay ahead to find our way out. As Tom and I began assessing our surroundings, the initial puzzles presented themselves almost playfully. They involved a series of riddles and physical tasks, like aligning the compasses and flags according to the nautical maps that adorned the walls. Working together, we found our rhythm, each puzzle pushing us to think logically and rely on each other's strengths. The solutions led to hidden compartments in the room, revealing keys and cryptic notes that directed us to the next challenge. However, as we delved deeper into the heart of the room's mysteries, the tone shifted dramatically. We discovered a hidden monitor behind a panel on the wall, and when activated, it played grainy black and white video recordings. These were the previous occupants, couples, friends, individuals, all looking increasingly desperate and scared, some never shown leaving the room. The realization that not all had escaped sent a chill down my spine. The puzzles escalated, not just in difficulty but in danger. One involved bypassing a system of wires that, if touched incorrectly, triggered a mild electric shock. This wasn't just about fun and games, it was a test of endurance and nerve. Scattered among the props, we found academic papers and notes from someone who called himself the Watcher, detailing observations on human behavior under extreme stress. It was clear that this room was an experiment in psychological research, designed by someone with a deep, if not disturbing, interest in pushing human limits. Drawing on my background in psychology, I tried to think like the creator of this twisted game. This Watcher was not just a puzzle master. He seemed to be a reclusive genius, using this setup to study fear, stress, and resilience. Each puzzle was crafted to heighten anxiety and force quick, stressful decision-making. "Tom," I said, pausing to gather my thoughts, "these aren't just puzzles. They're manipulations designed to break us down psychologically. We need to keep our wits and remember it's all just a test." Understanding this, we approached each new challenge with a renewed perspective, not just solving puzzles, but also unraveling the mindset of the disturbed mind that had laid them out. This insight gave us a slight edge. keeping us one step ahead of panic as we prepared to face whatever came next. The puzzles morphed from intellectually challenging to physically perilous. One harrowing task involved a large mechanical contraption in the center of the room, its gears silently menacing. It was set with a timer, ticking down ominously, and linked to a series of levers and switches. The wrong move could potentially trigger a mechanism designed to snap shut, possibly causing severe injury. Tom and I studied the contraption, our minds racing against time. The solution involved a complex sequence of actions that needed to be executed perfectly. We had to rely completely on our trust in each other, as one misstep could have disastrous consequences. Our hands trembled as we carefully aligned each component, the sound of the ticking timer echoing in our ears. With seconds to spare, we pulled the final lever, and the device deactivated with a shuddering clang. The immediate danger averted. Breathing a sigh of relief, I noticed something peculiar. A small, almost imperceptible red light blinking from the corner of the room. A hidden camera was embedded in the wall, its lens fixed directly on us. It dawned on us then that our every move, every expression of fear or relief, was likely being monitored. This was more than a simple game. It was an ongoing experiment observing how we coped with extreme stress. The thought that someone might still be orchestrating these events from the shadows, watching our every move, added a chilling new layer to our predicament. This was not just a fight for freedom. It was a battle under the watchful eye of an unseen observer, making the stakes all the more real and terrifying. As we progressed, the sense of urgency became palpable. Hidden beneath the layers of nautical charts, Tom uncovered a digital display embedded into the captain's desk, its red digits counting down with ruthless precision. We hadn't noticed it before, masked by the room's elaborate decor, but now it was impossible to ignore. The clock was ticking down to what we feared was a permanent sealing of the room. The reality that we could be trapped here indefinitely set our nerves on edge. With less than an hour left, we were forced to accelerate our pace. Each puzzle became a frantic race against time. I leaned into my understanding of psychological tactics, predicting the sequence of the puzzles based on the stress and decision-making models I'd studied. This room, this game, was designed to overwhelm and disorient its players, pushing them to their mental limits. Tom, with his knack for mechanics, became invaluable. His hands moved with precision over the intricate locking mechanisms and trap setups. At one point, a wrong calculation nearly triggered a ceiling panel to close down on us, but Tom's quick reflexes and technical acumen reversed the mechanism just in time. Our combined efforts were our greatest strength. We were striving not just to escape, but to outsmart the creator of this macabre experiment. As we solved each successive puzzle, the looming threat of the room's final lockdown motivated us to push through fear and fatigue, inching closer to what we hoped would be our escape. The final puzzle was the culmination of everything we had encountered so far. A complex cipher that sprawled across the room's far wall, composed of symbols and equations that seemed indecipherable at first glance. The digits on the countdown clock bled away as Tom and I threw ourselves into solving it, our minds weaving together threads of logic and intuition. As I decoded the symbols using patterns we'd noticed in earlier challenges, Tom tackled the mathematical side, his calculations a rapid whisper in the tense air. Finally, with mere minutes ticking down, we aligned the last symbol with its counterpart, triggering a soft click from the wall. Hidden behind a false panel, we found the manual override, a simple switch, unassuming yet powerful. I flipped it, holding my breath, and with a deep, grinding noise, the door unlocked, swinging open to our freedom. The relief was palpable, mixed with a triumph that surged through our exhausted spirits. As the door swung open, revealing the familiar hallway of our house, Tom and I stumbled out, our bodies and minds weary from the ordeal. The quiet of the home felt surreal after the relentless ticking and mechanical sounds of the escape room. We leaned against each other for support, grateful for our escape, but deeply shaken by the experience. Our immediate relief was quickly overshadowed by a resolve to understand the full extent of what had happened. Who had designed these puzzles with such malicious intent? Why were we chosen? We knew our journey wasn't over. It had merely shifted into a new phase of seeking answers, and ensuring no one else would endure such a terrifying ordeal. In the days that followed, Tom and I worked with the police, combing through property records and the previous owner's belongings left in the attic. It became clear that our backgrounds in psychology and engineering hadn't just influenced our decision to buy the house. They had made us targets for the twisted research designed by the previous owner. The house hadn't found us by accident. But as we pieced together the chilling puzzle, a new, anonymous message arrived. Congratulations on passing the final test. The real experiment begins now. The words sent a cold shiver down my spine. Our escape had been only a prelude, suggesting that our true challenges lay ahead, masterminded by someone who was still watching, still orchestrating from the shadows. The day we moved into the new apartment felt like a fresh start, a slice of the dream we'd been chasing for so long. Our new home was a spacious two-bedroom apartment bathed in sunlight, with a view overlooking a small, bustling park. Emily and I were overjoyed. We could already imagine our daughter Lily growing up here, making friends in the playground below. It was our little piece of paradise in the chaos of the city. As we started unpacking, a pile of unopened mail caught my attention, stacked neatly on the entryway table. It was all addressed to a Michael Harrow. We assumed forwarding his mail would be a simple act of courtesy, a final gesture to the apartment's previous tenant. But when I took the stack to the post office, the clerk's brow furrowed with confusion as she typed Michael's name into her system. "I'm sorry," she said, glancing up at me with a hint of concern. "But there's no forwarding address left for him. It's like he just vanished." Her words sent a chill down my spine, but I brushed it off as an overreaction. People move away without leaving a trace all the time, right? But as I walked back to our new home, the seed of unease had already been planted. Little did I know, that was just the beginning of a series of events that would turn our dream into a nightmare. A week had passed since we settled in, when the first threatening message arrived. It was a simple white envelope, unremarkable, but for the way my heart raced as I tore it open. Inside, a single piece of paper carried a hastily scrawled warning: "Return what you stole, or pay the price." The note was signed with a menacing flourish, but no name was attached. Initially, I thought it was a mistake or a cruel joke. After all, we were just a family trying to make a home. But seeing Michael Harrow's name at the top of the note, my stomach knotted with anxiety. Someone out there believed Michael, or someone in this apartment, had wronged them significantly. The threat was clear, and it was meant for him, not us. Yet with Michael gone and no way to contact him, the shadow of his past actions had fallen squarely on us. As days turned into weeks, the messages grew more frequent and violent. One morning we found a rock thrown through our living room window, with a note tied around it. "Last warning." Shards of glass littered the floor like icy fragments of our shattered security. Emily's hands trembled as she swept them up, her eyes wide with fear. We started keeping the curtains drawn and double-checked the locks at night, but the sense of safety we'd once felt in our new home had eroded completely. One evening, while returning from a late shift, I felt the distinct sensation of being watched as I approached our building. The street was unusually quiet. The usual hum of city life dimmed as if holding its breath. As I fumbled for my keys at the building entrance, two figures stepped out of the shadows. "Michael, you can't hide," one of them hissed, grabbing my arm with a startling strength. Panic surged through me as I struggled, but it was their next words that froze me in place. "We know it's you, Michael. It's time to pay up." They were mistaking me for Michael Harrow. My heart pounded in my ears as I managed to break free, staggering back. "I'm not Michael," I shouted, my voice echoing down the empty street. They paused, confusion briefly crossing their faces before they advanced again. It took all my courage and a sudden, desperate sprint to escape them, ducking into a nearby cafe and calling the police. The police took statements but offered little comfort. They suggested that these people might not believe, or care, that I wasn't Michael. The realization was a gut punch. Not only were we living in Michael's shadow, we were now targets in whatever dangerous game he had left behind. Frustrated with the minimal help from the police, I decided to take matters into my own hands. The constant threat hanging over our heads was unbearable, and if the authorities wouldn't dig deeper, I would. I started by visiting the local library to access public records and newspaper archives. Hours of searching led me to a startling discovery. Michael Harrow had been a key witness in a high-profile trial against a notorious local criminal syndicate. His testimony had led to several arrests, but some members were still at large, their activities merely disrupted, not dismantled. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Michael hadn't just left a forwarding address, he had disappeared to escape retribution. And now, these criminals were after him, thinking he might still have evidence that could incriminate them further. Or worse, that I was Michael. My research uncovered more than I bargained for, dragging my family deeper into a dangerous situation. It was clear that these were not people you could simply hide from. They had resources, and they had motivation. As I sat amidst piles of old newspapers and legal documents, the weight of our predicament settled in. We were caught in the crossfire of Michael's unfinished business, and it was up to me to find a way out. One night, the illusion of safety was shattered when we returned home to find our apartment door ajar. Heart pounding, I led Emily and Lily inside with trepidation. It quickly became apparent that though our belongings were tossed about, nothing was taken. This break-in was a demonstration of our vulnerability. Our home had become the front line of a war we never wanted to fight. The following day brought an unexpected visitor. An FBI agent named Agent Thompson showed up at our doorstep. He revealed that Michael Harrow had been placed in the Witness Protection Program after his testimony, which had led to a significant disruption of the syndicate's operations. The resemblance between Michael and me was an unfortunate coincidence that had escalated the threat against us. Agent Thompson explained that the syndicate likely believed Michael was still alive and hiding, possibly even that he had staged his disappearance to live freely under their noses. This mistaken identity placed us directly in their crosshairs. He offered FBI protection, but the thought of uprooting our lives was overwhelming. With the FBI now involved, our situation took a turn. It was no longer just about evading danger. It was about actively engaging with federal authorities to dismantle the lingering threat of a powerful enemy. Agent Thompson's presence offered a glimmer of hope, but the road ahead promised to be fraught with peril. The crisis peaked one evening as I was ambushed while taking out the trash. Swift and silent, masked figures grabbed me. A cloth doused in chemicals clamped over my face, plunging me into darkness. When I awoke, I was bound in a dimly lit, unfamiliar room, the stench of mildew in the air. My captors, rough and impatient, demanded information they believed Michael had hidden, documents that could further incriminate members of their syndicate. Desperation clawed at me, but a sliver of strategy took hold. I realized that maintaining the pretense of being Michael might buy the FBI time to locate us. "I'll talk, but you won't get anything if something happens to me," I rasped, trying to emulate what I imagined Michael's demeanor would be. My heart hammered as I played the part, each second stretching taut with danger, hoping my act would be convincing enough to keep me alive until rescue arrived. The gamble paid off. While I stalled, the FBI, using the bits of information I'd managed to provide before the kidnapping, traced my location to an abandoned warehouse on the city's outskirts. The hours I spent in captivity were agonizing, filled with a mix of fear and feigned confidence. Each minute felt like an eternity as I awaited either my end or my rescue. The rescue came with the intensity of a storm. Flashbangs erupted, disorienting my captors as FBI agents stormed the warehouse. In the chaos, I barely registered the shouts and the sounds of struggle until Agent Thompson cut through my restraints, pulling me to safety. In the aftermath, our family grappled with the echoes of terror that had invaded our lives. The apartment, once a symbol of new beginnings, now felt haunted by the events that transpired within its walls. We decided to move, seeking a fresh start away from the shadows of the past. The FBI's investigation eventually uncovered that Michael Harrow had indeed died shortly after entering witness protection. His death, obscured by secrecy to protect the investigation, had now been avenged with the dismantling of the syndicate that targeted him. As we packed to leave, I discovered a loose tile in the bathroom. Behind it was a note from Michael, his handwriting shaky. "I'm sorry to whoever finds this. I brought danger to this place. Leave before they mistake you for me. His words, a chilling reminder of our entanglement and his fate, urged us forward to our new life, away from the remnants of his. The operation led to the arrest of key syndicate leaders, significantly crippling their operations. As we drove away from the scene, the relief was palpable, but so was the realization of how close we had come to disaster. The threat was neutralized, and finally, we could breathe again, the weight of constant fear lifting slowly from our shoulders.
The day we moved into the old house on Maple Street was filled with a mixture of excitement and exhaustion. I remember looking up at the towering Victorian, its windows like eyes, and the porch welcoming us, despite a layer of dust and the passage of time. It was our new beginning, a place we could call home. As we unpacked, the house revealed its character. Creaky floorboards that sang under our feet, wallpaper that held the scent of decades, and a staircase that spiraled upwards like a question mark. It was during one of my explorations, a week after we'd settled in, that I stumbled upon the hidden room. I was in the basement, a place more for storage than living, illuminated by the dim light of a single bulb. That's when I noticed it, a peculiar outline in the wall, slightly ajar, begging for attention. Pushing against it, the false wall gave way to reveal a space that time had forgotten, a hidden room untouched, furnished with relics of a past life. A sturdy desk, a faded armchair, and shelves filled with trinkets and books. A layer of dust coated everything like a blanket preserving history. Initially, I felt like an intruder peeking into a world not meant for my eyes. Yet, there was an allure, an unspoken story lingering in the air. My family suggested we might clean it out, maybe turn it into something new, but something held me back. I couldn't shake off the feeling that the room wanted to be discovered, that it had secrets waiting to be unveiled. Though we decided to leave the room as it was for the moment, it drew me in. I found myself standing at the threshold often, peering into the darkness, listening. It felt as if the room was calling to me, whispering secrets I couldn't yet understand but was destined to uncover. A series of peculiar occurrences that I couldn't simply brush aside as quirks of an old house. It began subtly, with whispers that danced through the corridors at night, so faint I thought them figments of my imagination, stirred by the wind. But these whispers grew more distinct, as if someone was murmuring secrets just beyond the edge of understanding. Objects, too, started to move inexplicably. Books I had placed on a shelf in the living room would be found on the kitchen table the next morning, and a vase of flowers shifted positions on the mantelpiece, always when our backs were turned. More unsettling was the coldness that settled in certain parts of the house, an icy grip that no amount of heating could dispel, most notably around the hidden room's entrance. Driven by a mix of fear and intrigue, my fascination with the hidden room and its mysteries turned into an obsession. I felt compelled to learn more about the house and its previous inhabitants. The local library and online archives became my sanctuaries, where I pored over old property records, newspaper clippings, and any scrap of information that could shed light on the house's history. My research led me to the troubling story of the house's former owner, a wealthy man known as much for his reclusiveness as for the rumors that swirled around his wife's sudden and unexplained disappearance. The more I learned, the more I felt an inexplicable connection to her, a woman whose voice had been silenced, whose presence seemed to linger in the very walls of our home. Delving deeper, I uncovered old letters and diaries in the local History Society's archives, written by or about the people who had lived in the house. These documents hinted at a life filled with isolation and despair, particularly for the wife. It was in these moments of reading her words, feeling the echo of her loneliness, that I understood. She must have been the last occupant of the hidden room. The room, with its stale air and lingering sadness, seemed to hold the essence of her, a snapshot of her life and the desperation that must have filled her final days. This connection, formed across decades, compelled me to seek the truth not just about the hidden room, but about the woman who had become as much a part of the house as the foundations it was built upon. Her story, buried and nearly forgotten, was waiting to be told, and I felt an overwhelming responsibility to be the one to tell it. The breakthrough came unexpectedly one evening as I was drawn once more to the hidden room, a magnetism I could neither explain nor resist. As I stood in the threshold, the whispers seemed to surround me, urging me closer. Guided by an unseen force, my hand brushed against the cold, dusty wall where my fingers found the outline of a loose brick. Heart racing, I carefully removed it, revealing a hidden compartment that had been concealed within the wall for decades. Inside, wrapped in a thin layer of cloth to protect it from the ravages of time, was a small leather-bound diary. Its pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible, bearing the intimate thoughts and fears of the missing wife. Beside the diary lay a delicate piece of jewelry, a locket, tarnished by time but unmistakably precious. I opened it to find a portrait of a woman, her eyes hauntingly familiar, filled with an unspoken sorrow. It was her, the woman whose presence permeated the house. With trembling hands, I began to read the diary, each entry drawing me deeper into her world. She wrote of her love for the house and her dreams for the future, but as the pages turned, those dreams were overshadowed by fear. She had discovered her husband's dark secrets, which she alluded to in cryptic entries, too frightened to detail them fully. Her writing grew more desperate, the tone more frantic, as she realized the danger she was in. The final entries were filled with plans to escape, to find freedom from the suffocating walls of her opulent prison. It was in these pages that I found the connection I had been seeking, a bond formed through the shared experience of uncovering hidden truths. The diary was not just a recounting of her life. It was a plea for help, a message sent across time, hoping to find someone who would listen. In the weeks that followed my discovery, a detective friend, a seasoned man with a keen eye for the overlooked, became my unexpected ally in the quest for truth. Together, we delved into the diary's cryptic messages, deciphering the hidden fears and secrets it contained. It was clear the husband harbored a darker side, his wealth and status concealing a web of criminal activities. The wife's growing awareness of his dealings had sealed her fate. Our research took us beyond the confines of the diary and the hidden room, into the heart of the husband's clandestine world. We uncovered financial records, letters, and testimonies from those who had once moved in the same circles as the couple. Pieces of a puzzle that, when assembled, painted a damning picture of guilt. The evidence suggested that the wife had planned to expose her husband, a decision that led to her disappearance. Armed with our findings, we approached the authorities. The evidence was compelling, enough to convince them to reopen a case that had long been considered unsolvable. Skeptical but intrigued, they agreed to reopen the investigation, using the diary as new evidence. The diary, with its intimate recounting of fear and betrayal, became the cornerstone of the investigation. The locket, once a personal memento, served as a silent witness to the life that had been lost. The legal process was arduous, fraught with challenges as we sought justice for a crime that had occurred decades ago. As days turned into weeks, the investigation unearthed truths that had been buried for too long. The husband, though deceased, was posthumously implicated in the disappearance of his wife and presumed death, a symbolic gesture that nonetheless brought a sense of closure to a case that had haunted the community. As I stood outside the courtroom, the weight of the months-long journey pressing down on me, I realized the significance of what we had achieved. It was not just about solving a mystery or uncovering a hidden room's secrets. It was about giving voice to someone who had been silenced, about righting a wrong that had lingered in the shadows of history. I couldn't help but feel that this was a sign. The spirit of the wife, once trapped in a loop of sorrow and fear, had found peace at last. The house, once a symbol of fear and mystery, now represented something more. It was a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, of the power of truth to transcend time and bring peace to those who had been wronged. Life in the house now feels markedly different. The air in our home felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from the very foundations of the house. There's a tranquility that permeates every room, a sense of closure that has mended the fabric of our family's existence here. Our evenings are no longer disturbed by unexplained occurrences. Instead, they're filled with laughter and the comforting sounds of a home at peace with its past.
I am Sarah. Originally from a small town, I moved to the city with dreams of independence and a fresh start. I've always been a blend of introverted and adventurous, enjoying my own company but also eager to explore new experiences. After looking for a long time, I finally found the perfect apartment in the city. The apartment seemed almost too perfect. It was on the ground level. It had 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a small living room, and a kitchen. just what I wanted, and what I could afford to start living on my own. The place was empty at first, waiting for me to fill it with my things and make it alive. As I set up my stuff, the apartment began to feel really mine. I didn't have a problem with filling up the space with the furniture that I had, and I didn't even have that much stuff. Every box I emptied and every spot I cleaned helped me move on from the past. As the evening came, I started to relax in the way I love most. I played some of my favorite tunes, filling my new place with music. After a long day of getting things in order, I really looked forward to a hot shower. It felt amazing to wash away all the tiredness and stress. Then, I made myself a warm cup of matcha tea, my go-to drink. Holding the cup, I settled down in a cozy spot among the boxes still to be unpacked. I was all set to binge-watch my favorite series on Netflix. This was my way of celebrating my first day here, letting go of everything else. It felt like the ideal way to wrap up the day. Somebody was knocking on my front door, and glancing at the clock, I saw it was almost 10 p.m. Why would anybody be knocking on my door? I sat up and flicked on the bedroom light. It was odd for anyone to visit at this hour. I got up, walked into the living room, and turned on the light before asking, "Who's there?" A voice outside claimed to be the building's handyman. Opening the door, I was met by a man in his 40s. Although not particularly tall, his presence felt imposing, charged with an unsettling vibe. His unkempt beard and deep-set eyes, flickering with an indescribable intensity, made him all the more intimidating. Over his shoulder hung a heavy, worn-out bag, filled with tools that made a soft clanging with each of his movements. "Oh, hi there. I wasn't expecting anyone at this hour. Is everything okay?" I asked, trying to mask my unease. "Yes, all good. Just wanted to ensure your lights and Wi-Fi are working. It's important to stay connected, especially in a new place," he responded, his voice oddly comforting, yet out of place. There was something reassuring about not being entirely isolated, yet his thorough inspection of the apartment, under the guise of checking connections, reminded me starkly of my solitude. Yet, as his footsteps echoed a bit too closely, I was feeling like creeping unease. But then, something unusual happened. He said he needed to test the Wi-Fi a few more times and asked to use my computer to do it. At first I thought nothing of it, but then he kept finding reasons to stay longer and test it again and again. It started to feel a bit odd, him lingering around, diving into my computer under the guise of checking the connection. This twist turned my evening into a mix of appreciation and a niggling worry, making me wonder about the real reason he was insisting on using my computer so much. He finally left. As the night grew darker and quieter, I couldn't shake off a feeling of being watched. It was an eerie feeling, as if eyes were on me from somewhere unseen, watching every move I made. This wasn't the comforting familiarity of being at home. It was an invasive, prickling awareness that I wasn't truly alone. The building's natural creaks and the shifting shadows from my TV seemed charged with sinister intent, suggesting a presence always just beyond my sight. Despite this sensation, my body's need for rest overpowered my fears. The day had been long and filled with both the physical exertion of setting up my new home and the emotional strain of adapting to this unfamiliar space. I found myself drifting off to sleep. Small, almost imperceptible sound, a soft click, like a lock being turned, jolted me back to alertness. I lay there, heart pounding, straining to hear over the thud of my own heartbeat, wondering if it was just my imagination, or if something or someone was indeed inside my apartment. The next day when I woke up, everything seemed perfectly fine. Days went by. I was gone for most of the day at work and back at the end of the day. I saw the handyman around the building a few times, and each time he seemed to look at me in a weird way. Once he told me he really likes my paintings hanged in the apartment. I found that really odd since he'd never been in my apartment. After the strange situation, I didn't want to confront him for some reason. I didn't feel all that safe around him. I was super excited for the weekend because my sister and her boyfriend was going to visit me for the first time. Then, on Saturday, suddenly all my lights went out. I quickly called the building's service, and guess what? They sent over the same handyman again. He came into my apartment and immediately shut the door behind him. He took a quick look around, almost like he wanted to make sure we were alone. Something about him just didn't feel right. Despite this, I tried to keep my distance and retreated to the kitchen, hoping to avoid any unnecessary interaction. Suddenly, I sensed someone right behind me. I could even hear them breathing. Before I had a chance to turn around, the man grabbed me, covering my mouth with his large hand, silencing my attempts to scream. He whispered threateningly that he would hurt me if I didn't stop trying to scream. Frozen with fear, I couldn't move or make any noise. The shock of the situation left me paralyzed, unable to scream or even move. Then, with a swift motion, he sealed my mouth with tape, dragging me towards my bedroom. The suddenness and intensity of his actions left me in a state of shock, my mind reeling in disbelief at the nightmarish turn of events. As an ultimate survival instinct, hoping someone might hear and help, I tried to make noise by tapping my feet on the floor. I thought maybe a neighbor or someone walking by would hear the tapping and know something was wrong. My mind raced for solutions. Just as the handyman started to drag me toward the bedroom, the unexpected happened. The doorbell rang. It kept ringing, urgently, and then I heard my sister's voice, clear and unmistakable, from the other side of the door. "We're here," she called out. Startled, he paused, his grip momentarily loosening. He suddenly jumped through the open window and disappeared. It was clear the handyman knew his way around the place too well. The doorbell was my sister and her boyfriend's doing. They had arrived earlier than planned. Their timing couldn't have been more perfect. As soon as I opened the door, she could tell something was terribly wrong. Despite being disoriented and scared, I explained to them everything that had happened. We called the police immediately. While waiting for them to arrive, my sister hugged me tight, trying to calm my shaking body. I was overwhelmed with relief and gratitude for her unexpected arrival. The police looked for the handyman when they arrived, but couldn't find him. It turned out he had a history of criminal behavior that none of us in the building were aware of. The police arrived and started looking around my apartment. They found out something really scary. When the handyman was here the first time to check the Wi-Fi, he actually messed with my computer to get access to my webcam. This meant he could watch me without me knowing. All those times I felt like someone was watching me. I was right. He turned my own computer into a spy tool. This made me feel even more upset and betrayed. I've always cherished solitude. Amid the bustling chaos that defined urban living, I found my peace in the quiet moments. Early mornings when the city still slumbered, late nights when the streets emptied of their daily throngs. This love for tranquility guided my decision to move to a new city, a place where I could start over with a clean slate, where memories didn't cling to the corners of buildings, and faces in the crowd were all unfamiliar to me. Here, in this sprawling metropolis that buzzed with strangers, I sought my fresh start. I relished the anonymity, the freedom to rebuild myself away from the prying eyes of a past that had become too heavy to bear. My new apartment was a modest but cozy space, nestled on the quieter side of town. Work became a necessary intrusion into my carefully curated isolation, a demanding job that nonetheless offered the routine I had craved. It was predictable, manageable. Life, for a few precious months, felt pleasantly uneventful. However, I would soon learn that tranquility was a fragile state. It began with a niggling sensation, the kind that tugs at the edges of awareness. A car, nondescript and black, lingered a little too long in my rearview mirror as I drove home from work. Once, twice, perhaps it was nothing, a coincidence of timing, I told myself. But as days bled into weeks, the car's presence wove itself into the fabric of my daily commute, an unsettling shadow trailing my movements. Initially, I dismissed the feeling, chiding myself for succumbing to baseless paranoia. Yet the human mind is finely tuned to detect patterns, and what I pieced together refused to be ignored. The repetition of the car's appearances, always a few turns behind, transformed my dismissal into concern. This unease was new, an unfamiliar weight in my stomach. I had moved to escape ghosts, only to find myself haunted by a very real specter in the form of a vehicle that seemed as much a part of my journey home as the streets I navigated. In the weeks that followed, my home, once a bastion of safety, began to betray me. It started so small and inconsequential that I could almost convince myself I was imagining things. A book misplaced, not on the shelf where I was certain I'd left it, but on the coffee table. My keys, always hung by the door, found in the kitchen. These discrepancies niggled at me, sowing seeds of doubt in the routines I had so meticulously established. Then, there was the scent, an odd, indefinable aroma that didn't belong. It was neither unpleasant nor familiar, a melange of something metallic mixed with the earthiness of aftershave, lingering in the air like a ghostly presence. It clung to my living room some evenings, greeting me as I returned from work, a silent testament to an uninvited visitor. Most disturbing, however, was the shadow. On one particularly ordinary evening, as I moved about my kitchen, a movement at the periphery of my vision caught my attention. A fleeting glimpse of something or someone passing by my living room window. I froze, my heart hammering, and rushed to peer outside, only to find the street empty, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights. The curtains, I could have sworn, were drawn when I had gotten home. Confusion turned to fear, and fear bred isolation. I reached out, first to friends, then to the local police, in search of explanations, validation, or perhaps just to hear someone else say they believed me. But reassurance was scant. Friends offered well-meaning platitudes, suggesting perhaps I was overworked, stressed, or simply not yet accustomed to my new home. The police were polite but clear, without evidence of forced entry or theft. There was little they could do. They left me with a pamphlet on home security and suggestions to change my locks, but no real solace. This lack of belief, this dismissal of my concerns, left me adrift in my own mind, questioning my sanity. The solidity of my reality, once unquestionable, now seemed permeable, subject to distortions that left me grappling for truth. Nightfall brought no relief, each creak and whisper of my apartment a potential herald of unseen intrusion. Sleep, when it came, was fitful, plagued by dreams of shadows and the sensation of being watched. I found myself caught in a space where the boundary between the real and imagined blurred. The solitude I once sought now felt like a sentence, a confinement with my burgeoning fears for company. The very walls that were meant to protect me seemed complicit in my torment, keeping silent vigil over my unraveling. In this state of heightened vigilance, I began to see my world through a lens tinted with suspicion and dread. Every unexplained sound, every slight anomaly in my home's order became evidence of my unseen adversary's presence. This escalation of events did more than just invade my personal space. It breached the fortress of my mind, planting seeds of terror that took root deep within my psyche. I was left to navigate a reality where the line between paranoia and legitimate fear became increasingly indistinguishable. Determined to confront my fears head-on, I steeled myself for the inevitable encounter. It came on an evening painted with the strokes of an ordinary sunset, the kind that previously would have passed without remark. The black car, its presence now a constant in the tapestry of my daily life, was there again. This time, however, it followed me all the way to my parking lot, unraveling the last thread of my patience. With a courage born of desperation, I approached the vehicle, my steps echoing in the silent street. The driver's door opened, and out stepped a figure, shrouded in the dimming light. A man, unfamiliar, his features cast into shadow by the failing light, stood before me. My heart raced, not with fear, but with a burning need for answers. "I'm not here to hurt you," the stranger began, his voice laced with an urgency that made me pause. "I'm trying to protect you." Before I could fully process his words, a sudden disturbance shattered the moment. A noise from my apartment. Together, we rushed towards my home, an uneasy truce between us forged in the face of a common threat. What we discovered inside turned my world on its head. Hidden cameras, expertly placed to capture every corner of my living space, blinked back at us. The invasion I had felt, the eyes I had sensed upon me, had not been the imaginings of a mind pushed to the brink. They were real. But the man before me, whom I had labeled as my stalker, was just as much a victim. He explained hurriedly how he had noticed the car first, how his attempts to warn me had been misinterpreted. He too had felt the weight of unseen eyes, noticing similar devices in his own home after he had taken an interest in my safety. The realization dawned on me like a cold wave. The true architect of our fear remained cloaked in the shadows of anonymity, manipulating us both in a sinister game of voyeurism. The presence of the cameras, their silent testimony to countless observed moments, suggested a plot far more disturbing than a simple case of stalking. Someone, for reasons unknown, was orchestrating our fears, feeding off our paranoia like a parasite. This twist of fate, the revelation that my presumed stalker was, in fact, an ally, forced me to reassess my situation. Together, we faced not just the invasion of my privacy, but a deeper, more pervasive threat. The identity of our watcher, the mastermind behind the lenses, remained a mystery, one that promised to unravel the very fabric of our reality. With the revelation that my stalker was, in fact, another pawn in this disturbing game, I found myself in an unlikely alliance. The man, whom I learned was named Lucas, shared my determination to unearth the identity of our observer. Together, we embarked on a mission fueled by the need for answers and justice, a mission that would require all our cunning and bravery. Our first step was to trace the origin of the surveillance equipment. It was a painstaking process, involving late-night research sessions, poring over manuals, and following the tangled web of technology that had invaded our lives. We discovered that the devices were not the off-the-shelf variety, but rather specialized equipment that required professional knowledge to install and operate. This clue narrowed our list of suspects significantly. As we delved deeper, we uncovered a network of signals that led us to a most unexpected source. Our neighbor, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson was a retiree, a seemingly benign presence in the building who often greeted us with a smile and small talk about the weather. His demeanor was the perfect cover for the malice that lurked beneath. Confronting Mr. Thompson required a plan. We could not simply accuse him without undeniable proof of his involvement. Thus, Lucas and I decided to turn the tables on our watcher. Using our newfound knowledge, we tampered with the surveillance equipment, sending false signals to lead Mr. Thompson into a trap. The trap was set in my apartment, the scene of so many violations of my privacy. We waited, tense and silent. As Mr. Thompson took the bait, he entered the apartment, confident in his control over the situation, only to find Lucas and me waiting for him, our faces grim with accusation. The confrontation that followed was tense. Mr. Thompson, realizing his scheme had unraveled, oscillated between denial and anger before finally breaking down and confessing. His motives were as chilling as they were unfathomable. He spoke of a twisted obsession with me, a desire to control and manipulate my environment to make me dependent on him. He saw himself as a guardian, albeit one who had crossed into the realm of criminality. Lucas and I listened, horror-struck by the depth of Mr. Thompson's delusion. We had expected to confront a predator, but what we found was a man lost in his own distorted reality. Yet, the danger he posed was no less real. With the confession secured, we called the police, who arrived to take Mr. Thompson into custody. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The immediate threat had been neutralized. Mr. Thompson was now in the hands of the authorities, his array of surveillance equipment confiscated, and his intentions laid bare. The ordeal had left scars, undoubtedly, but also a resilient bond between two strangers who had become allies in the face of adversity. But just as I began to envision a return to normalcy, a chilling reminder of my vulnerability arrived. A text message from an unknown number pierced the fragile bubble of my newfound security. You think you've won, but you're still being watched. The message was cryptic, its source untraceable, reigniting the ember of fear that I had fought so hard to extinguish. In the ensuing days, my efforts to trace the message proved futile. It was as if the sender existed in the shadows, beyond the reach of light. This realization, that our victory over Mr. Thompson might have been but a battle in a larger war, cast a long shadow over my recovery. As the final words of my ordeal whispered into silence, I found myself drawn to the window, gazing out into the night. The city stretched out before me, a maze of lives unknowingly observed, each light a potential eye, each shadow a concealment for darker intents. My reflection in the glass, superimposed on this panorama, served as a poignant metaphor for the duality of my existence.
Greetings everyone, and welcome to Back to Ashes. My name is Phoenix. Today will be a bit of a mix-up. Yeah, it's just like the other one that's on the channel. Anyway, I hope you enjoy it. If you are new here and you begin to enjoy what you are hearing, please join us right here on Back to Ashes by hitting that subscribe button and setting your notification bell to all. That way you'll be reminded of every time I upload a video. If you're curious about becoming a member, that information can be found down below. Without further ado, it is time to go back to ashes. For once we arise from the ashes, we are bigger, brighter, stronger, and a happier person every day. Sit back, relax, kick back, grab a snack, or tuck in and get warm, and prepare for your dose of vocal melatonin entitled True Creepy Let's Not Encounter Backwoods Ghost Camping. Right after this intro, there will be an ad. I'll read the first story, there will be an ad, and after that, there will be no more ads within this video. Disclaimer, this video is for educational and entertainment purposes. Went camping one summer with my parents, younger sister, and my friend. My friend and I were around 15 to 16 years old at the time. At the campground, my parents and sister stayed in a camper we owned, while my friend and I took a tent. We were all on the same lot, still. One night, it must have been close to midnight, my friend and I were sitting in the tent with our flashlights on. The campground was completely silent, and it seemed as if everyone else around us must be asleep. Out of nowhere, my friend and I hear this kid yelling for help. It kept getting louder and louder until we could hear him running as well. We were trying to turn off our flashlights when we saw the shadow of the person's feet running past our tent. We turned off the lights and sat in complete silence, terrified, as it sounded like another set of feet were running behind him as well. We waited for a while. When I peeked my head out of the tent finally, we saw nothing. Heard nothing more either. We couldn't believe no one else was peeking outside or looking around with us. We were terrified, but ultimately made a run for it to the camper. We woke up my parents freaking out about what had happened, and they all insisted they heard nothing, which made no sense to us because the screaming for help was so loud and right next to us. To this day, my friend and I feel crazy because we know what we heard and saw, and yet it seems no one else heard or saw this despite my family and so many other strangers being in such close proximity. This happened in, I want to say 2007 or 2008, but it still freaks me out to this day. This all started when I was about 12. I'm 19 now. My sister, Zoe, father, stepmother at the time, and her two daughters, Jade, who's my age, and Maddie, my sister's age, were camping. We had only been there for a day and everything was fine. Then, me and my sisters decided we were going to go to the stream by ourselves. My father gave us the walkie-talkie so we could keep in contact while we were gone. Now, the place we are going to was surrounded by bush, and to get there, you had to go down a little path through it. We spent a while with our shoes off and splashing in the water when Jade said she could see someone standing in amongst the trees. We all looked and saw a face. It was black, but you could tell it was the shape of a man. You couldn't see the face. We stared for a few seconds and then he disappeared. We forgot about it and kept playing in the water, but I felt a little uneasy. A while later, we all looked back wanting to know if he was still there. And he was. Everything was silent. I could hardly hear the rapids in the little stream. We stopped looking. After about 20 minutes, we headed back to the campsite. My sisters lingered behind, and I was about 20 meters ahead of them. But we couldn't see each other. I heard a twig snap behind me, and I turned to look, assuming they had caught up to me. Nope. I turned to see the tall, dark black figure literally a foot behind me. So I started running. The whole time I could feel him close behind. I ran as fast as I could until I was in the open campground. He was gone. My sisters came out not long after, and I told them what had happened. I asked, but none of them had seen him behind me. They were too far behind, and the path was windy, so they were around a corner for most of the time. Throughout our camping trip, we didn't see him around as much, but occasionally would see him standing there. Fast forward a couple of years, and we go back there, with my father's new girlfriend and her daughter, Stella. I can't recall this trip as much, but I know for a fact that Stella saw him too. 3 years ago, I started seeing him at my fucking house. Just anywhere and everywhere, really. One day, I was out in the backyard, and I started to lean down to pat my cat, when in my peripheral vision, I saw him directly behind me. I ignored him, as he's never really done anything harmful, really. Looked solely at my cat as to block him out. As I do, I feel a hand grab my hair and tug. I suddenly spun around. Nothing there. I fucked off inside as I was a bit spooked at that point. I now live with my boyfriend and can't say 100% if I've seen it again. I sometimes see shadows move behind me in the reflection of the TV, but when I look behind me, there's nothing. So I just chalk it up to a trick of the light. I did hear something recently. This is the most recent event I've had. My boyfriend's alarm went off for work, waking me up too. He switched it off but lay in bed a bit longer. I was awake, then facing my boyfriend's back. One eye closed as it was smushed against the pillow. Suddenly, I shit you not, I hear someone whisper my name in my ear. It was so clear, and I could even feel cold breath on me. I sat up and said to my boyfriend, "Did you say my name?" He looked confused. He was just sitting there playing on his phone. "No," he said he didn't, which I believed, but it was a female's voice. This really doesn't relate to my other experience, but I thought I'd throw it in anyway. I have a rather big forest close to my home. Nothing special about it, neither creepy or mystical, and not pretty as well. Just a forest with trees, bushes, and so on. I used to go there a lot with my dog since it was so conveniently close, and he could run around on his own while I was minding my own business. Around 2 or 3 years ago, I went there rather late. I think it was probably 9 p.m. when it started to get dark soon, but I still wanted to go for a short walk. I always stay on track so I don't disturb any wildlife or damage the plants. As it's getting darker and darker, I'm somewhat in the middle of the woods, but I felt all good since I know every small track there, and I always would find my way back home. As I'm walking, I hear some weird noises rather close to my left. I couldn't make out what it was, but it sounded like a mixture of hissing and spoken words, but definitely nothing I've ever heard before. It didn't sound like anything earthly, as stupid as that might sound. Then my dog comes bursting out of the bushes, his tail clamped between his legs, totally focused on me and desperate to get going. He knew there was something weird going on. As I tried to calm him, I take a look into the woods, and there, maybe 20 meters away from me, I see a pair of deep red eyes staring directly at me. No movement, no blinking, or anything for that matter. They just stare right at me. I'm struck and somehow can't really move, but I keep staring into those eyes. They were seriously red. I don't know really how to describe it, but again, nothing I had ever seen before. I knew that something was there, but didn't belong there. But I don't know what it was. It was like I was dreaming, a very eerie feeling, and the air was dry and crisp as hell, and I felt really calm for some reason, and just told my dog to follow me, and went away slowly. I never went back, but I know for sure that if I had looked there, the eyes would still have stared at me. After a couple of meters, I suddenly wake up from my trance and I just hit it. I'm full speed running with my dog through the forest, scared out of my mind, and I'm crying big time while I'm running. I don't even know why and what really happened, but everything just felt so freaking wrong, and I just wanted to get away and as far away as possible from this place. To this day, I don't know what I saw there that night, and I don't think I really want to find out, to be honest. The only animals that are in that forest are deer and bears, but the eyes were at human face height, so somewhat between 1.5 meters and 2 meters height. Never stepped foot into the forest again, but I haven't heard from anything weird going on there as well. Just to make sure I didn't do any drugs or comparable things before going there. I'm still pretty sure weird shit would have happened to me if I had stayed. This entire scenario happened a few years ago when I used to take walks alone, occasionally at night, which is something I thought very little of since I lived in a heavily residential wealthy area. In other words, on the trail I'd frequent, houses were always within sight. On one such night, shortly into my walk, I see a figure walking a few hundred feet behind me. Something I knew immediately was odd, considering it was around 10 at night. At first, I discounted this though, since it was a public trail and they could have very well been open to do the exact same thing as me, just going for a walk. I continued on for roughly 5 to 10 minutes or so before looking behind me once more, only to find the same person still trailing me. Keep in mind at this point, I'd gone through a few turns by now on the trail, meaning it was becoming more and more unlikely that this person just so happened to be going to the same direction. I decided to take paths and directions, turning off into gravel and weirder, more roundabout side areas, and they still followed me. By the time I was reaching the apex of my journey, passing by the local park, they were maybe less than 60 feet behind me, a distance that could easily have covered in seconds. It's then that I decided to call my family. I had researched for this. I knew what to do, and believe it or not, the call did not go through. As it turns out, my phone was a recent gift, and its service had been set up improperly, meaning that no matter how many times I frantically called, in that moment, nothing would happen. In a decision I call back to as one of my best to this day. I acted as if the call had gone through and was on the phone with my mom, miming out and talking audibly about my location, and the person behind me beginning to briefly describe them. Even in the act, I wasn't able to really do so, as I could never get a proper view of their face, as if it was somehow shrouded in something. But I did my best with what I had. Sure enough, when I turned around again, they were nowhere to be seen. Not that they had turned off and walked another direction, but that they weren't there to begin with. Weeks later, my mom told me that a police officer had come into her work and warned me about abductions that had been happening in our area, especially for child trafficking and organ trade. I count myself as very lucky, and whenever I leave the house now, I am very aware, only doing so during the day while taking a large knife with me. There was a point later on in that neighborhood that a car clearly followed me, turning around into a cul-de-sac where there was no logical reason for them to be except for me. But this was the most obvious example of being kidnapped. Trigger warning. This story contains blood, sexual assault encounter, and stalking. This is also my first time telling people this story online, since everyone else in my family and close circle of friends know about this, so just be mindful that I'm doing my best explaining my story. I'm going to keep the intro short, but all you need to know is that I'm a 21-year-old female, but suffer from schizophrenia and dissociative identity disorder, or split personality disorder, as people call it, and have an alternate personality named Lucy, and that she is my defense mechanism and isn't afraid to throw the first punch. And for my safety, as well as Lucy's, we always carry a switchblade with us just in case. I have a friend whom I'm going to keep anonymous, though she is not really important to my story, but I'm glad she was with me to watch my back. This takes place roughly 2 to 3 years ago. I've surpassed the memory due to how traumatic it's been for me to reflect back on what could have happened to me before I got tube ligation. This takes place roughly during the early period of lockdown when masks were still required in public spaces before everything changed to online Zoom meetings. So I had just finished the school day at my high school. I was held back when I was young, which is why I'm a bit older than the normal high school age. And my friend and I walking back to my dad's apartment. Now it's my brother's apartment, which is in a slightly sketchy area of my city, and usually before we head back to my brother's place, and there's a McDonald's close to my high school. So my friend and I sometimes occasionally go over to get a milkshake or Oreo McFlurry. And while my friend and I were waiting for our orders, I noticed a person in one of the booths occasionally staring at me, but I didn't think much of it since people occasionally stare at other people since it's natural to do so. As my friend and I left McDonald's with our order, we walked back to my brother's apartment as I'm talking with my friend as she is checking up on my alter, since most of the school teachers and faculty know about my mental health issues and how to deal with them. Anyways, as my friend and I were walking down a road or dirt path, cars go back and forth on. I can't help but always instinctively look behind me when I walk down this path, and for good reasons, since there has been shady stuff occurring in this area, since it's near a dead end in the corner. As I look behind me, I see a person walking behind us, roughly 30 or 20 feet behind us, and I just passed it off as nothing since many people walk down this path to get to point A to point B instead of having to walk around this alleyway, which has houses on the other side. As I'm walking with my friend, I can't help but keep on looking behind us as the person is still following us with a Mustang trailing behind this person as I begin walking faster with my friend. But in a moment of paranoia, my friend and I turn the corner and accidentally stop in front of the dead end. But at this point, my friend and I are pinched between the dead end and the car that was following us and the person we saw earlier. My phone was in my backpack connected to my Chromebook charging, so I couldn't call for help. And my friend's phone was close to dying since she spends a lot of time on it and never bothers to charge it during school time, which is why she walks with me, knowing that my phone is pretty much plugged in, charging all day, every day. I can't stand the fat getting below 10%. So I'm currently stuck in the dead end with my friend as the person begins to approach us as he pushes my friend aside and takes out a gun and grabs me, as he then calls for his friends to hold me down as he tries to rip off my shirt and pants as I'm doing my best to escape. In the moment of panic and fear, as I'm semi-exposed, struggling for my life, I fear that I'm about to get raped. But before anything could happen, I remember shutting down for a moment, then waking up, as the next thing I see is that I've driven my switchblade into the stomach of my attacker, as the others swiftly let go of me, allowing me to get up as I swiftly run to my friend with what little clothes I have on, and we quickly run to my brother's apartment, both completely petrified as my brother is in shock at my current state and is asking questions left and right. Meanwhile, I'm still hyperventilating and on the verge of crying. For the next few days, I couldn't bear stepping outside of the apartment due to how scared I still felt. I've gone through extensive therapy and have suppressed this memory as much as I could, and as for people that tried to assault me, I haven't seen them since. While writing about this, I can't help but cry and remember each second of what could have happened to me. But if it hadn't been for Lucy, my alter, I would have suffered a terrible fate and wouldn't be here because of probable suicide. I've long moved past this terrible event in my life and have learned to live with it. This is something that happened to me when I was a kid, and I just wanted to share the story since it stuck with me for so long. I was about 7 or 8 years old. I really can't remember exactly, but it was around that age. One weekend, I was visiting my grandparents, who at the time lived on the countryside. I'm from Bosnia, Europe. They were only about an hour's drive away, and we went there early in the morning. Their house is in a wooded area with a long winding road leading up to each individual house, of which they weren't many. Perhaps maybe 3 or 4 more. I knew the area well since I went to visit almost every weekend. Besides, going up to the houses there is one section of the road that leads directly into the woods. Sort of a nature trail, if you will. Our car broke down exactly around that spot. Flat tire. Since we were very close to where my grandparents live and my folks knew I was familiar with the area, they let me go for a walk while my dad fixed the tire. This was about 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, so they weren't really afraid to let me run around a bit. Behind the curious kid that I was, and I still am, I went for the forest trail since the main dirt road wasn't very exciting. The trees were very tall and dense, so even during daytime it was kind of dark. I went up the forest trail for a few hundred meters until I came to a crossroads. Now, this was more than 20 years ago, but it left a lasting impression on me. So, here is what I recall. In the middle of the crossroads, at the very point that the road forks, there was a small cave and opening of some sort. I went a bit closer and I noticed what seemed like fireflies sparkling in the pitch black hole. Not sure if it's fireflies even light up during the day, but that's how I remember it. Besides that, I just felt this presence, as if I wasn't alone there, as if the cavern was beckoning me to enter it. And then I noticed what seemed like several pairs of similar red eyes peering from the darkness. At this point, I was quite spooked, thinking it was an animal of some sort, and I decided not to go any further and just slowly back away. This is in the Southeast Europe, so there aren't many dangerous animals around. Very rarely a wolf or a bear would be sighted, but usually not near human settlements. Nothing followed me, and I had no trouble getting back. I decided not to tell my parents about this since I figured they would be mad and wouldn't let me play unsupervised for the remainder of our trip. They decided to leave me with my grandparents and pick me up on Monday while they went back during the afternoon. I'm very close with my grandmother. She and I are very alike, especially now as a grown-up. So I told her about the encounter I had. She kind of laughed it off, saying, "Honey, there's nothing there. I walk there every day." But I was adamant about what I saw, and she agreed we'd go for a walk later and visit that spot. It wasn't far from her house, and we arrived there that same afternoon. We got to the crossroads and, like she said, there was nothing there. No burrow or cave, just a flat spot where the crossroads meet. No traces of it being dug up or buried. Grandma even asked me, "Are you sure it was here?" And I replied yes. She didn't think much of it, chalking it off to childish imagination. But she told me not to venture out here on my own again. We continued our walk, and I just stopped mentioning the event from then on. But to this day, even after all these years, I still remember this quite vividly. I even find it strange I'm able to recall the details. And of course, I know the memories can become distorted over time, and that what we think we remember may not always be the full picture, since our minds love to fill in the blanks, but I just don't feel as if this is the case. I often contemplate what would have happened had I stepped closer, or worse, tried to enter the cave. I've read about evil places in forests around the world, or places where time and space can become warped. People walking into what they described as different timelines or alternate dimensions. Perhaps this was one of those places in time. My grandparents don't live there anymore. Grandpa had passed away when I was 16 years of age, and my grandma moved to the city in the same building as me and my folks. We still own the house and there, but I haven't been there since. My dad goes out there a few times a year just to check up on things and clean up a bit. According to him, the house and land have almost been consumed by vegetation. They cut the electricity and water so they wouldn't pay the bills, so it's not very convenient staying over. But I do plan on going there sometime, perhaps during my next time off, sort of a vacation from work. I really want to go back to that road, assuming it still exists, and just see if I feel anything. Now that I am an adult with an interest in the paranormal, I'm just so drawn to this memory. Has anyone else experienced something similar? Would love to hear your same thoughts. A few years ago, my friend Tez and I set out on the Great American Road Trip. We were going to drive from New York to Los Angeles, zigzagging through the country for 6 weeks. We were both in our early 20s, nearly broke, and as my mom had been a long-haul trucker, I suggested that we save a ton of money. We should sleep in the back of our hatchback. It was a pretty cozy setup. We bought some blankets and sheets at Goodwill and cut one of them up to make curtains. By the end of the first week, we'd gotten so we could set up camp in about 10 minutes. Luggage moved to the front, curtains up, bedding laid down and out for the night. We slept in parking lots, free campsites, rest areas, basically anywhere it seemed safe and semi-legal. There was never a night, after the first night, where we felt scared. Until we reached the last week of the trip in Arizona. We were near Flagstaff and had gotten pretty used to our routine. We didn't go on a set schedule and would never drive more than 3 to 4 hours a day. No destination really in mind, only a few must-see landmarks. We'd drive to places we found the night before on Google and take suggestions from other campers, locals, and people we had met. We had also gotten very good at making friends. We went to Denny's with a group of rednecks we had met at a campsite in the back of their pickup because I got hungry and overheard them saying they were going to go. We met an 80-year-old cowboy who took us out drinking and taught us to line dance at a country bar. Hope you're still kicking, Grandpa Mac. Played the guitar with some musicians in the middle of a thunderstorm. Got fed breakfast and dinner by tons of campers who invited us to hang out with them. Spent the 4th of July with a family who basically adopted us into their campsite. Grandma gave us some weed candy. Basically, every encounter we had with a stranger was a positive one. This night didn't look to be any different. We found a free campsite on Google and drove up into the woods, following our GPS. We were pretty far out of town, and something seemed a little bit off when we pulled up to the campsite. There was one RV parked and 2 cars further up in the trees. We pulled up near the RV. A man opened the door. Tez waved hello, and he just stared at her. His expression was completely blank. Then, as if she hadn't said anything, he just slowly closed the door again, staring at us the entire time. Figuring he just wanted some privacy and thought we were being obnoxious, we pulled further down the road and found a flat spot to park the car. Instead of our usual routine of setting up camp immediately while it was light out, we goofed around for a while, smoking and laughing and taking dumb photos of ourselves. Tez pointed out a campfire further down the campsite, and we decided to be friendly. We'd met so many cool people in the previous 5 weeks by just going up and offering beer or just chatting. So we wandered over. Near the campfire, there were 2 men, the owners of the cars we'd seen earlier. They seemed friendly, and we sat down to chat with them. They were drinking and smoking, and we sat down and had a beer with them. One of the men seemed pretty off, and we came to find out that the 2 of them didn't actually know each other. The older man was definitely on some sort of drugs. He was spinning in circles and talking about UFOs. However, he seemed harmless. This left us chatting with the younger man who claimed to be a former park ranger. He was handsome and easygoing, and we spent several hours just chatting about our trip, families, and everything else. Then he started talking about the bear. He'd seen a bear earlier in the forest. Tez didn't believe him, and he pulled out his camera to show her photos of the bear. It was very close to the campsite, and we both were a little freaked out. It wasn't unheard of for one of us to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, so the idea of a bear hanging around in the night spooked us. The ranger just laughed, and then his expression completely changed. It's hard to describe, but his voice seemed somehow cold. He said, "If you get out of your car in the middle of the night, it's not a bear you should be worried about." I keep waiting for the laugh or for him to nudge Tez in his elbow. Jokes on the foreigner and the city girl, right? He never did. I laughed awkwardly and made a dumb joke about serial killers in the woods. My friend laughed as well and joked about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We moved on to another subject, but within 5 minutes, the ranger had come back to it and was talking about something grabbing us from our car in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to steer the conversation away from serial killers, he kept latching back on. The old man was high as a kite at this point and was staring at the stars, not talking. We just awkwardly laugh and sip our beer and try to get the conversation going somewhere else. Then the ranger stood up and walked closer to the cooler to get another beer. At this point, it's pitch black out, and I can't see anything outside the circle of light from the campfire. Beer cooler was outside of the circle. Suddenly, there is a red dot in the darkness, and it took a moment for me to realize that it's a camera. The ranger is holding a camera. He had taken a photo of us. I could see the screen on the digital camera light up. Now, it wasn't odd for the people we met to ask to take pictures with us. My friend Tez is gorgeous, dark hair, blue eyes, like a young Megan Fox. And we were friendly. People like having pictures of themselves. It was an entirely strange thing to have this person taking a picture of us without asking or even indicating that that's what he was doing. We were both staring at him like deer in the headlights at this point. But instead of realizing what he's doing is a bit weird, he checks his camera, adjusts some things, and takes another photo, this time with the flash. No asking us to smile, no proposing a group photo, and no explanation. After this photo, he comes back to the fire and sits down. Not a word said about the photo. At this point, me and Tez are actually freaked out. We make some bullshit excuse that we need to go to set up our campsite and nope the hell out. When we stand to leave, the UFO guy smiles and says to have a good night. Ranger, however, looks at us with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes and says, "Be careful out there, there's more than bears in the woods." Every hair on my body stood on end. I wasn't alone in my discomfort either, because Tez laughed a response out and pulled me away from the campfire towards our car. We rushed back to the car, which we only found in the dark by referencing the RV, and jump in the front seats. My friend Tez is all but hyperventilating. "Why did he take that picture of us?" I was shaking. I responded, "I read that serial killers sometimes warn their victims." She stared at me for a second and locked the car doors. "Do you think he just took victim photos of us?" We both freaked out. She's in a full-blown panic and turns the headlights on in the car. I immediately yell at her to turn them off because now he knows exactly where our car is. God only knows, but that is the only night we'd not set up camp. We didn't need to tear anything down, so we just put the car in drive and floored it out of that campsite. As we got onto the dirt road, Ranger was walking towards our car with the same cool expression. So, to the park ranger, let's not ever meet again. My 3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear infections last year, which led to him having high fevers. I slept with him on this particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 a.m. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the Tylenol. I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our deck door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind the apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot to the far back right of the apartment. I figured they were dropping something off. I saw the movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area supposedly faced her car in that direction so she could see while she was walking her dog. As it got closer, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and there was no dog. I don't know what it was that I saw, but I'll describe it in the best way that I can. At first, it looked like a dog, corgi size, but as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then it looked like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala. I live in North New Jersey, farmland and lots of woods, and there are no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart is pounding out of my chest and I am scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear I have never felt before. I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend and I shook him awake very roughly. And I said, "You gotta come see this." He was a bit annoyed at me, understandably. When we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now. White stripe down the center with this perky, fluffy tail. I said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed that I woke him up over a damn skunk, but at that moment, I also felt relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, it looked as if it was struggling to find a form. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also coming back together again at the same time. I know this doesn't make any sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, it looked like a person crawling on the ground with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the leg. Then it changed again and looked like a raccoon, groundhog, black bear, cat, koala, deer, and skunk. The part that stuck out to me the most was that whatever it was seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time it was growing. Whoever had their headlights on turned them off as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quick. I'd say it was only about a couple of minutes from start to finish. My boyfriend ended up going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again. But it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a very hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I was scared and creeped out. I know if I hadn't have woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely wouldn't believe me and would have chalked it up to me being groggy from just waking up or it just being an animal. Unfortunately, I know what I saw and I will never ever forget it. I rented a house in El Paso, Texas. Just a heads up, this is a very long post, but it's worth the wait. Anyway, back in 2011, I was living in a house in El Paso, Texas for a year with my two sons. It was a nice place with a huge backyard for your dogs and 3 bedrooms, 2 dens, and a 2-car garage. Great place for the price I was renting it. Also, the landlord lived almost across the street from me, so he was always close by if I needed anything. Shortly after moving in, a matter of weeks, I was in my bedroom watching TV and unwinding from a long day. I was unemployed at the time and had received a severance check from my ex-employer and was living off that while I was job searching. My bedroom was right across the hall from my youngest son's bathroom, and my oldest son had his bathroom next door to mine, as he was disabled, and there were times I would have to get up in the middle of the night if he needed to use the bathroom. Late that night, I heard singing coming through the AC vents, and assumed it was my son's girlfriend, whom had just moved in with us and had a great singing voice. I chalked it up to that and told myself that I would speak to my son about it in the morning. The following morning, I asked my son about it with his girlfriend there, and he told me that he thought the singing was coming from my room. They thought maybe I was watching something on TV and just turned up theirs to block out the song. So yeah, that was weird. This house was an older house, built in 1959. And built in an L shape on one side of the L, having bedrooms and bathrooms, and on the other side had the den, dining room, kitchen, another room that could be used as an office or spare bedroom, and ended with the garage. All doors and windows had wrought iron. It started that when we would leave the house, we would lock the wrought iron door going into the house from the garage, and many times upon our return, the door would be unlocked. The same happened when we were in the house. the door would remain unlocked while we were all inside the house. But many times, when I would have to go to the garage, the door would be locked. Also, this house had been renovated. It had new tile, carpet, cabinets in the kitchen and such. But certain rooms had these old-style push-button light switches. They would be lit if the lights in the room were off, and then you would push it and the switch would make a loud, audible double click. Sounded like a ka-chuck. And the lights would turn on. In the hallway, the guest bathroom's light started turning on at different times of the night, but only when we were awake. We would be watching TV in the den, and we would hear the click, and the light in the bathroom would be on. No one was around when it did this, and we could find no reason for it to be doing this either. I remember shortly after we had moved in, I had a brother over to help me connect all of my devices to connect a Wi-Fi modem. After he got done getting everything set up, it was dark outside, and he asked where the bathroom was. I told him, first door on the left, down the hallway. I heard him go in, press the light switch, ka-chuck. And as I heard him relieving himself, the house was not that big of a house, I heard a loud ka-chuck again, and then my brother screamed out, "What the fuck?" He flushed and came out. We told him we had all heard it and told him that this was happening on a kind of regular basis. As we were still settling in at this house, I bought a touch-sensitive lamp that I could place on the table next to my son's hospital bed, so that those times that he called me late at night, I could just go in and tap the light and have light in his room. From off, if you touched the light once, it would light dimly or low. The second touch would be brighter or medium, and a third touch would put the light at its brightest setting. And of course, the fourth touch would turn it off again. Well, after about a week that this light was there, it started to turn on in the middle of the night, but it always seemed to turn on between midnight and 2 a.m., and it was always on the second, or medium, setting, never the low or the high setting. There was no way that my disabled son would have been able to reach the light, as it was to the left of his bed and out of range of his hands and arms. He has had limited range of motion in his arms after his car accident. This light turned on every night without fail. There were several times that I tried to stay awake just so that I could catch the light turning on and run into the room to catch our invisible culprit. It never worked. I could be sitting up in bed with my door wide open, watching for the hallway to brighten from the light being turned on. I was never able to catch it. As soon as I would start to doze off and my eyes would close, I would snap awake and the light would already be on. At this time, I downloaded a Ghost Hunters app on my iPhone to test some things out. That night, I was walking around the house testing to get EMF readings. They were the highest in my son's room. My brother was over again that night and told me it was probably picking up the electrical current from the wiring in the walls. So he decided to kill all the power to the house at the main fuse box and to check the room again. Even with the power turned off, the EMF readings were high in the guest bedroom and highest again in my disabled son's room. One night, I had my girlfriend staying over, and that night, after we had had our fun, we opened the door to my room so if my son called, I could hear him. We went to sleep. I woke up to hear screaming, yelling that someone was at the door. I looked, and sure enough, there was a shadow figure at the door. I'm getting goosebumps just writing this right now. I jumped out of my bed as I saw it move to the left of the door and ran into the hallway. From there, I saw the shape go into the bathroom, the same one that had the light being turned on by itself. I turned on the light, my hands shaking, and the room was empty. I could not get my girlfriend to go back to sleep, and she packed up all of her stuff and left. The next day, I decided to go across the street to speak with my landlord and tell him the things that were happening. It was then that he told me that he had bought the house after the woman that had lived there had passed on. She died in the house. And he bought it and turned it into a rental property. And I was his first tenant at that house. After I told him all of the things that we were experiencing, he told me that he was willing to rent a video camera that we could set up in my son's room. I told him, maybe. That we would just see how things progressed, as no one had been harmed and whatever was in that house did not seem malevolent in any way. As weeks turned into months, and each night passing meant me waking up in the middle of the night to turn off the light in my son's room, as it would wake me up eventually. The doors around my house would lock and unlock themselves. The light in the bathroom would turn on and off, etc. We kind of got used to it. One night, I was asleep in my room. I had the AC on, and the ceiling fan on in my room, as El Paso summer nights can be hot as hell. Anyway, I was asleep and was awakened by the sound of the vertical blinds knocking against themselves. I wrote it off as the air being blown around by the fan and the AC. I closed my eyes and was just about to doze off again when I felt the hair on the back of my neck prick up. I closed my eyes tighter and told myself, "Don't look, don't look." As soon as I thought that, I felt breathing on my right ear, and as plain as day, something whispered, "Mother," into my ear. I yelled and jumped out of bed and turned on my light. And nothing. There was no one there. As time moved on, I started dating another woman with 3 kids, and when things started to get serious between her and I converted the room that could be used as an office into a spare room with a set of bunk beds and another small bed for this girlfriend's youngest daughter. As they would come over and started spending weekends with us, they shared experiencing things too. Mostly the shadow figure. The little girl was the one that would see this the most. Get scared and come into our room and jump into bed with us. All of us had experiences with the shadow, as we started to call it. There were times I would be watching TV in the den, and I would feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I would spin around only to catch a dark streak moving away, and in a second it was gone. Anyway, as our 1-year lease was coming close to an end, I contacted the El Paso Paranormal Society and asked if they could come out and check out the house. I called them, sent an email via their website, and never got an answer. My girlfriend and I got married. This did not last, but that's another story. And we ended up buying a house in the same neighborhood, only about 3 blocks from this one. As we were almost done with our move, I was finally contacted by the El Paso Paranormal Society. Needless to say, they were anxious to come check out the house and wanted to set up an appointment about 2 weeks from the day of our call. I told them we were already moving to a new place and that we would not be living there any longer by the time they were able to come out. So, the guy I spoke to told me, make sure that the last thing that I should do when I leave the house for the final time would be to announce to whatever was in the house that it needed to stay there and that it was not allowed to follow me. His telling me this gave me chills, but I said, sure, okay. That night, as me and my girlfriend are getting the last things out of the house, we did a final walkthrough, making sure all of the lights were off, the doors locked, etc. The landlord had already been over to inspect and just asked us to leave a light on in the house. We chose to leave the light on in the kitchen, as it had a window with vertical blinds that looked out into the driveway of the house. This way it would seem as if somebody was home. As my wife and I got into each of our own cars and had our windows down and were speaking with each other, I remembered what the ghost hunter guide had told me. I yelled over to my wife to hold on a sec. I got out of my car, unlocked and opened the front door, and stood in the doorway and said, "Whatever is in this house, this is now your house. You are not allowed to follow us. You must stay here." I backed out of the house, closed and locked the door, and got back into my car. I yelled over to my wife, "Let's go," when all of a sudden, right in front of both of us, we saw one of the vertical blinds in the kitchen window move sideways, as if somebody was looking out. Getting chills again just writing that part. We looked at each other and said, "Let's get the fuck out of here now." And we left. I almost left out one of the creepiest things. There was one morning that I woke very early, like 4:30ish, and that damn light was on in my son's room yet again. I always tried to catch the light and turn it off before it woke my son, as due to his brain injury, sleep was very important for him to have. As I walked in quietly to turn off the light, I was pissed that this had been going on so long and nightly. I tapped the light twice to turn it off and started to walk out of the room. I stopped at the foot of my son's hospital bed and said out loud, "If there is something here, turn on that fucking light." And almost immediately, the light turned on. I did not realize that my son, who I thought was asleep at the time, woke up. The look of terror on his face shook me to my core. To this day, I still have nightmares about that morning and the look on his face. After that morning, I unplugged that lamp and put it away in the garage. Still, like I said, there were no other things that occurred here, but this story would be easily 10 times what I wrote about earlier to even begin to touch on most of what we went through. Oh, by the way, for the non-believers, the house is real. It is located at 2921 First Street in El Paso, Texas. You can Google it and see it looks like a normal house. You can even see the kitchen window that is close to the driveway that had that single vertical blind pushed sideways that last night there. And that, dear listeners, brings a close to these true, creepy, let's not encounter backwoods ghost camping. Before I go any further, I would like to acknowledge the elite members of BackToAshes. Chrissy Elias, Anita V, Donna, Les Crispin, Samantha Place, Call Me Carter, Corpse Lover, Stephanie McLaren, Denise S, Tina Mead, Tammy Slayton, Dova Khaleesi, Edith Smith, Amy Klemko, and Haunted. Thank you all so much for remaining the pillars of which BTA stands. I can't say it enough. I appreciate every last one of you from the bottom of my heart. To the other subscribers and the new listeners, thank you so much for the support that you are showing BackToAshes. It makes my heart smile knowing that I can read you all stories and you're getting the relaxation and the vocal melatonin to fall asleep that you need. If you're asleep, I hope Slumberland is treating you comfortably. If you're awake, I hope you've enjoyed this collection. Until next time, please take care of yourselves and stay safe out there. I'll be reading to you soon. Have yourself a good morning, a good afternoon, or a good evening. Peace, love, and light to you all.
A few months ago, my neighborhood began having a rodent problem. Aside from the usual raccoons that would get into some of the trash cans left out on curbs or by garages, people began to notice an increase in rats. Thankfully, not many made it into the actual homes, but the damage to exteriors, pipes, and wiring was beginning to get out of hand. After various angry phone calls from residents on my street, myself included, we finally had someone come out and do some sort of inspection. Hannah Tillman was the one who met with him in person and later relayed the information to the rest of us. She'd taken the day off and admitted that she felt insulted at first because the man who showed up seemed uninterested in what she tried to tell him. Once he saw those garden pipes the Rutgers family has in their garden are all chewed up, well, he started realizing we weren't just making this up. He looked at the outside of almost every house up and down the street, but don't worry, he didn't go into any yards that have locks on their fences or anything. She told us that evening. A group of us congregated in her yard, curious to know what was going to be done about our sudden infestation. "So, what's going to happen now?" Damien Sutherland asked. "Well," Hannah began, but was cut off by a gruff voice from the porch next door. "Go home already. Nobody needs to be out gossiping this much," the old woman's voice interrupted. We all turned to look at the angry elderly woman standing at the edge of her porch. She had one hand firmly gripped on a cane, and her other palm placed flat against one of the pillars on either side of the steps. Her jaw was set, and she glared at the group. "Mrs. Harris, we're just discussing the rat problem. Did you have anything specific you wanted us to share with the people coming to take care of it? Is there any damage to your property that needs to be addressed?" A younger woman spoke up. She was my next-door neighbor, a woman in her mid-20s named Caroline Murphy. She'd moved in about a year ago when her father, who owned the home, got sick and needed to be taken care of. He didn't last long, unfortunately, but she inherited the home and decided to stay at least for a while. Although none of us knew her very well, she was always kind, and best of all, she was quiet and respectful. "The only rats around here that are a problem are the lot of you, interrupting an old woman's slumber. Go home," she exclaimed in a huff. As she began to slowly turn around, likely hindered by her old age, she added, "And keep your damn kids and animals out of my yard. They're tearing up my flowers." I pivoted my head a bit and shared a side-eye look with my partner, Lucy. We both knew that this would be a running joke between us later, possibly even shared with the other residents as well. When I was younger, I never bought into the idea that there actually were older people out there who yelled, "Get off my lawn," or were just crotchety for no apparent reason. That was until I met Mrs. Harris. She was the epitome of a bitter elderly cliché. She'd lived here since before anyone else could remember, being a fixture even when Damien was growing up one street over. Sometimes a few of us tried to guess her age, but we never landed on anything solid. She was timeless, and not in that well-made, classic-looking jewelry kind of way. She was also one of the meanest people I'd ever met, finding an issue with anyone and anything. If you walked too close to her gate, while even still on the sidewalk, her scratchy and shrill voice would ring out from the porch or one of her windows. If your kids were playing too loudly for her liking, she would yell at you if you were near enough, and if not, or if you tried to ignore her, she would call your home and yell at you. Neighborhood get-togethers had to always take place at least 3 houses away from hers and across the street, or she'd call the cops for her peace being disturbed. As grating and annoying as she could be, though, the residents as a whole tolerated her with a shrug and quietly shared jokes later. We would imitate her voice with whatever recent rant or angry phrase she'd been heard saying and make light of it. After all, she was just a bitter old woman and really didn't do any harm. It was easier to just live with it than try to confront her or get her to change her ways. Or hell, even just talk to her. After her front door slammed shut, Hannah took a deep breath and let it out in exasperation. "As I was saying, some sort of environmental control team or something is going to be sent out next week to deal with the situation. It's been requested that we compile a list of specific areas where the damage has been more severe, so they can try to track the rats to the nest." We talked for a few more minutes, making plans to leave gates unlocked and seeing who might be available to be at home when the team was there to help them out with directions or information if they needed it. Then we all returned to our own homes. That night, though, almost as if they knew what we'd been discussing and what was going to happen, the rats struck. I was awoken by Lucy shaking me and whispering in my ear, "Charlie, wake up." Her voice was urgent as it pulled me from my sleep. She raised her voice a bit, and it hit my ear like a loud drum beat. "Charlie!" "What?" I asked groggily. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. When I could open them enough to focus on anything, I saw her standing beside the bed, cell phone up to her ear. She pointed to the window, and I followed her direction. There was a faint, unusual glow from outside. As my still mostly asleep mind tried to process what was happening, I heard Lucy on the phone with someone. There was a single word that caught my attention: fire. When I heard this, I jumped up and quickly approached the window, looking out. From here, I could see the back of Caroline's house was ablaze. It wasn't a huge inferno or anything, but it was still a house on fire. I rushed to pull some clothes on and darted out the front door, almost running face first into it in my haste. I left Lucy trailing behind me at a slower pace, on the phone with who I now assumed were emergency services. My main focus, though, was making sure Caroline got out of the house. Once I saw her already standing on the sidewalk, staring forlornly at her home, and the glow that could be seen peeking over the roof, almost like a sunrise or sunset, I let out a breath of relief. "You okay?" I asked her, jogging over to stand beside her. She nodded without looking at me. Lucy joined us a few seconds later, and we stood there in shock until the firefighters arrived. We were ushered away from the scene as they went to work. Lucy offered to make us all some tea, and Caroline joined us on our porch, awaiting news as to how bad the damage was. A little later that night, when Lucy and I were going to bed, I heard a strange melody wafting in from the open window. "What is that?" I asked aloud, mostly to myself. Lucy made a noise from beside me. She was already almost entirely wrapped up in sleep. Instead of waking her up more, I quietly got out of bed and walked over to the window to take a look. Our bedroom window looks out over our backyard, and subsequently some of the neighbors' backyards on either side of us. I looked to the left and saw nothing, then looked to the right, to Caroline's yard. She was walking around slowly, holding something to her face. As I watched her meander through her grass, I realized she was playing the music with some sort of flute. The song was slow, and I found it familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It made me think of a meadow filled with swaying grass dotted with flowers, warm sunshine, and a gentle breeze. It was beautiful, and I was impressed. I let myself get lost in the tune until I noticed something moving along the ground near her. I focused my gaze as best I could against the darkness and made out an increasing number of small shapes creeping in the grass towards her. Right as I began to panic and thought about calling down to her, she twirled in a circle, not wavering in her flute playing, and began walking through her back gate and into the trees. The creatures scurried after her, falling into a sort of line as she led them away. I blinked several times, and once I could no longer hear the music, I shook my head and returned to the safety of blankets and pillows. I had to just be dreaming. It took a couple days, but we found out that the rats had chewed through an electrical cord and ultimately caused the fire. Thankfully, it was caught quickly, and the damage wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been. Most of her house was okay, but her kitchen would have to be completely torn up and redone. The next few days, we barely saw Caroline at all. She stayed in her home, opting to have the kitchen sealed off while it was worked on so she could remain there. Honestly, I didn't think much of her chosen solitude until Lucy pointed out that there were new additions to Caroline's front porch. "They're interesting, don't you think?" Lucy said, looking at the 3 fresh adornments as we walked past Caroline's house. "What are they?" I asked her. She shrugged. "They look kind of like wind chimes, maybe." Right then, the front door opened and Caroline emerged, holding another one of her decorations. She saw us and waved before reaching up to hang it. "What are those, Care?" Lucy called to her, turning to walk up the walkway instead of continuing to our home. "Oh, they're wind chimes," the young woman said. "That's what I thought. They aren't metal, though," Lucy replied. No, these are made from an..." She paused for a second, as she seemed to try to think of the right word. "Organic material." I followed Lucy to the porch and looked at the items with her. They definitely appeared to be wind chimes of some sort, but the pipes that usually were made from metal cylinders were small and colored. When I say small, I actually mean tiny. It was like they were made for fairies or something. I couldn't place what the material was, but I noticed on some of them that there were intricate designs carved into them. Loops and spirals, leaves and vines, and even some geometric-style patterns. They weren't brightly colored or painted, but looked to be softly stained with something. Each of the 4 sets had a different color scheme, subtle and not tacky. "Wow," was all I could say. Caroline beamed. "They're handcrafted, too," she said. "Really? Even all these little designs?" Lucy asked, admiring a set that was done in tones of blues and purples. "Yep, it takes a very steady hand and some time, but I wanted to give them something more unique," Caroline answered. "You made these?" I asked. Caroline nodded and smiled. "Oh my, that's incredible, Care," Lucy told her. "How do you make them?" At this, Caroline's smile faltered for just a split second, almost imperceptibly, then returned with a slyness to it. "I'm afraid it's an artist's secret. If you'll excuse me, though, I have dinner waiting inside. Talk again soon," she said in a cheery voice, and waved as she strode into her home. Lucy looked at me with a slightly confused or concerned expression. I held my hand out to her and shrugged. Maybe this is how she's coping with everything, I said, leading Lucy away from the porch and over to our own home. She made a noise and spared one last look at Caroline's chimes before giving her own shrug. When the environmental team showed up at the end of the week, Hannah was again the one who handled meeting them and letting them know what information she'd gathered from all of us. She told us later that day about the visit and that all of the damage to the property had been inspected. She informed us that they didn't find much in the way of rats themselves, but thought they'd found where the nest was located. They did whatever it is they do to handle such a situation and expected it to be resolved soon, as there were signs of the rat population seeming to dwindle already. They suggested that the rats could have started migrating to another area in search of more bountiful scurrying grounds. But as far as they could be sure, there just weren't that many rats expected to be remaining. We all took the good news to heart and looked forward to a rat-free street. We even began planning some sort of rat-begone potluck to take place one weekend soon. Within a couple of weeks, flyers began appearing on poles and slipped into mailboxes. Pets were going missing. Our street was affected, but it seemed to be more the surrounding streets that were undergoing this sudden and strange influx of runaway cats and dog disappearances. When Paul Garland's pet Chihuahua vanished from the end of the street, I noticed that Caroline gifted him one of her unique wind chimes. It was a little larger than her first ones, as her recent ones had begun to vary in size, and it was dyed to match the little white and brown friend he'd lost. It was sweet, I thought. She did the same for the Friedmans when their fluffy white cat never came home from his evening romp. It was when I was driving around the neighborhood myself the day before yesterday, looking for our Sheba that had darted off, I realized that Caroline's interesting chime creations adorned several homes in the immediate area. I didn't know all of these people, but I recognized a few of the houses to be families that had missing pets. Had she really been spending so much time customizing sets of wind chimes for each of these families? It was an extremely thoughtful thing to do, but she must have been working around the clock. I gave up my search after a couple of hours and returned home, feeling a bit defeated. I decided to give one more pass around the backyard to see if there were any holes I missed that our mischievous Gary could have dug and slipped through. As I walked the perimeter, I absent-mindedly squeezed one of his toys in my hand. It was his favorite, a soft but sturdy duck plush with a squeaker inside that honestly drove me nuts. At that moment, though, all I wanted was for him to jump up, grab the toy from me, and go hide in a corner and squeak it until I couldn't stand the sound anymore. A soft bark met my ears, and I perked up, looking around. I wasn't sure where it had come from, but it definitely sounded like my Gary buddy. I made the toy squeak again, and listened hard. The bark was muffled, but it was definitely there, coming from the direction of Caroline's backyard. I stood on my toes and tried to peer over the fence, wondering if he had somehow snuck back there. I couldn't see anything, but I heard a whimper and another bark, this one more frustrated than before. Without thinking, I rushed back through the gate that separated the front of the house and the backyard, and ran over to Caroline's backyard. Part of her fence had been damaged from the fire and still remained a charred heap. I hopped over the pile of wood and squeaked the toy again, hoping for another sound to tell me if I was on the right track. As expected, there were more dog noises, a couple of barks, followed by a few whimpers. Continuing this method, I followed the sounds to the large shed that Caroline had at the back of her yard. As I neared it, I heard scratching against the door from inside. I grabbed the handle and yanked it open to have Gary leap out. He whined at me as he looked at his toy, desperately wanting it. I picked him up and held it while he mouthed at it. "Thank goodness, buddy. How did you get in?" I stopped mid-question as I looked up to see Caroline walking toward me from the front of the house. "Charlie?" she asked, her tone sounding a bit nervous. "Sorry, Caroline. This little guy somehow got himself stuck in your shed. I've been looking for him all afternoon, and I was worried he was going to be like one of those other animals that haven't turned up," I explained quickly. "Oh, I wonder how he got stuck in there. Maybe he snuck in without me knowing somehow when I was working earlier and got shut in," she said. There was something about her voice. It sounded odd, and it made me a bit nervous. I looked back into the shed and saw jars full of some colored liquids, paintbrushes, carving tools, desk lamps, and some other items that I didn't take the time to mentally inventory. "Is this where you work?" I asked her, taking a step away from the shed. She nodded, her eyes fixed on Gary. He'd gone quiet and calm, holding onto his toy in his mouth with his head down, hanging over my arm. "He's such a beautiful dog," Caroline said, and closed the gap between us, reaching out to touch Gary. When I looked at her, her eyes were completely white, as if rolled into the back of her head. I froze, but Gary then sprang to wiggling life, and it was difficult to keep a hold of him. She pulled her hand back in surprise. When I looked at her again, her eyes were normal, and I couldn't be sure if I'd really seen anything, or if my mind was playing some sort of creepy trick on me. I think he's probably pretty hungry and thirsty by now. I better get him home," I told her, with a quick forced smile as I walked away, doing my best to not let the writhing dog loose. I hurried into the house and set him down, then locked the door behind me. "You found him!" Lucy exclaimed. "Yeah," I answered, breathing hard a couple times. "He was in Caroline's shed." "Huh. Wonder how he got in there," Lucy said. She knelt on the floor, and he bounded into her open arms. They stayed there, Lucy giving him a plethora of belly rubs and ear scratches, as I made sure he had a fresh bowl of water and food. As I stood at the sink, filling the water dish, I glanced out of the window and saw Caroline standing in the doorway to her shed. I couldn't see her face as she stared into it, but I watched as she turned around and looked at our house, anger on her face. "Hun, I know this is going to sound insane," I started, setting the water bowl down. Lucy followed Gary into the kitchen and sat on a stool at the island. "Tell me," she said. I leaned against the island opposite her and spoke. "What if Caroline has something to do with the pets going missing?" She seemed put off by me finding Gary, and it was in her shed, too. Thinking about it, she's been kind of strange lately, and I think everyone she's gifted those wind chimes to has a missing animal. And think about the rats. They started disappearing before those people even showed up. Are you just jumping to conclusions because you were worried about Gary, or are you actually concerned about this? She asked me. She never told me I was crazy, or that my ideas or thoughts were outrageous. Instead, she tried to help me logic my way through my more out there musings and anxiety, and I loved her for that. I guess I could be, but I'm not entirely sure right now. The timing just seems odd. Animals go missing, and suddenly she's making these organic wind chimes. It just strikes me as unusual, at least. I told her. She nodded, taking in my words. "All right, here's what we can do. We have no proof that she's linked. Gary could have easily gotten over there, I'm sure, so that isn't a good basis for accusing her of anything. The wind chimes could have been a hobby she's had for a long time that just recently was sparked anew, especially given the loss of her father and part of her house. She could be giving some out as a kind gesture, and each one she custom makes based on a lost pet gives her a specific reason to keep making them. So how about we keep an eye out for now and make sure that Gary is never alone outside? Even if he needs to go out at night, one of us will walk around the yard with him. If she had nothing to do with his adventure today, that means that there could still be a hole somewhere or a way he got out himself. Sound like a plan?" "Yes, thank you." I leaned over the island more, and she met me with a kiss. That night, as we got ready to go to bed, I offered to take Gary out once more. I walked around with him in the backyard, watching him sniff around for a spot. As we neared the side fence that separated our yard from Caroline's, my ears began picking up some sort of noise. I walked to the back corner of my fence, following the sound, and pressed my ear against the fence, aiming to try and get a better listen through the tiny space between wood planks. I heard things being moved around and a harsh, almost whispering noise. It took me a moment to realize it was Caroline's voice. She sounded angry and maybe even a little fearful. "They took it from me. They took it, and now I have no material tonight," she ranted. Gary trotted up to me and distracted me while I shushed him. He sat down by my feet and looked up at me curiously. I smiled at him and then put my ear to the fence again. She was still speaking, but I wasn't able to make out what she was saying, as whatever she was moving around was too noisy. A moment later, I heard the door to the shed slam shut, and something with what sounded like wheels being moved across the grass. "I'll have to find another," she grumbled to herself as she passed the fence where I stood. I held my breath until the sounds from her side faded and disappeared altogether. "What the hell was that?" I asked Gary. His response came in the form of him bounding across the yard back to the house. I sighed, feeling uneasy, but followed. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I decided if another animal went missing, I would start poking around her place to try and get some answers, if not confront her directly. The more I thought about it on the short walk to the house, the more I considered that those wind chimes could be made of bone. Specifically, bones from the missing animals. She had made tiny ones when it was just the rats, and as pets went missing, the sizes had changed and not been uniform anymore. I tried to push the thought from my mind, but it wouldn't let go of the hold it had on me. I felt my eyes well up at wondering if I hadn't found Gary, would we have been the next home to be gifted one of those chime sets? This time dyed in colors to match his fur, made possibly from his own bones. I shook my head as I opened the door and let Gary inside, then followed him. I needed proof before I jumped to any conclusions. I could just still be emotional from missing him during the day. I would worry about it the next day. Right now, I just needed to rest, recharge, and clear my mind so I didn't get too crazy. There could easily be some sort of explanation for everything. When I woke up yesterday morning, I did feel refreshed, calmer, and not like my anxiety was ruling my thoughts. In short, I felt I could handle the situation and simply talk to Caroline after work to get some answers and make sure she was doing okay. She'd been through some difficult moments in the past year and could just be depressed and trying to cope with everything, the only way she knew how. I was feeling compassionate and determined instead of nervous. That was until I was driving home from work and turned onto our street. There were police cars parked along the road and officers speaking to a few of the residents. In Miss Harris's driveway sat an ambulance with the paramedics standing outside, talking to some of the cops. I pulled up to my own home, and Lucy greeted me outside. "What happened?" I asked, and gestured to the scene on the street. She shrugged and shook her head. After changing into some more comfortable clothes, I sat with her on the front porch as we watched everything. After about half an hour, an officer approached our house and began to ask us questions about Mrs. Harris, the last time we might have seen her. Did she have any relatives that came over that we knew of, and so on. "She really keeps to herself and doesn't like people," Lucy said. "Did something happen to her?" I asked. The officer sighed and closed the notebook he'd been jotting things in, before looking at us directly and answering, "When the weekly nurse came to check in on her today, he found some signs of a possible injury or a fall. Mrs. Harris was nowhere in the house or on the property. There is a concern that she got hurt and confused and wandered off somewhere. So far, we aren't aware of any nearby relatives or friends that she might have gone to, so along with searching the area, we're trying to find any leads to a familiar place someone in her possible condition might go to." After a few more minutes of conversation about Mrs. Harris and anything we might be able to remember she might have mentioned at some point, he gave us a card and thanked us for our time. The search continued into the night, and with no sign of Mrs. Harris anywhere. Many people in the neighborhood pitched in and searched the surrounding woods for a few hours, despite her being mean to everyone. The following morning, this morning, some of us reconvened outside Mrs. Harris's house and began planning on where to look. I'd originally planned to help out for an hour before work and then come back and help more if it was needed after. I did help this morning, even after what I saw. I didn't want to alarm anyone else after all, but I don't think I'll be helping the search anymore. At this point, I honestly don't know what to do. I'm not sure if I should go to the police with my concerns and possibly insane thoughts, if I should alert the rest of the neighbors, or try to handle it myself. I'm scared, though. I'm scared that if I try to do anything, it won't end well for me with a potential escalation that I noticed. On Mrs. Harris's porch this morning was a set of bone-colored wind chimes, carved with rushed patterns and symbols, larger than any of the other sets Caroline had made so far. I did end up mentioning to the police about the strange appearance of the chimes on every porch that had a missing pet, and then Mrs. Harris's porch. They didn't seem to put much stock in how strange I found it. I was sure to not make myself sound too insane when conveying my concern. They didn't test the material, but an officer did speak with Caroline. I noticed the police cruiser parking outside of her house, so naturally, I positioned myself at a window where I could see her front door and porch. I watched as the officer knocked on her door, and Caroline answered. It was the first time I'd actually seen her in at least 2 days. I'd heard her working in her shed, but I'd never caught her going between the house and her workspace. She hovered in the threshold of her front door as the two of them talked briefly. I couldn't see her face directly, but I could tell from her profile that she was smiling. I saw her laugh heartily and then gesture for the officer to come inside. My heart pounded as they entered the house, and the door shut behind them. There was no way she'd turn him into another wind chime, was there? It was too risky, I thought, trying to comfort myself. After about 2 minutes, I moved around the interior of my own home, searching each window for a glimpse of some sort of sign of Caroline and the cop. Not having any luck downstairs, I rushed up the stairs, almost slipping and face-planting as I went. I knew the small balcony off of the bedroom would be the best option, so I quickly, and as quietly as possible, opened the door and stepped outside. I searched her house with my eyes, and finally saw movement in her backyard around the shed. The officer was stepping out of her makeshift workshop and handing some papers back to her. She took them with a shrug and smile as she shut the door behind her. It was difficult to hear exactly what they were saying, but I heard her tell him that she wished she could be of more help, and that if he wanted, he could go around the house instead of through it. He looked like he thanked her and wished her a good day. As he turned to walk through the gate separating her backyard from the front of the house, she paused and looked directly at me, as if she somehow already knew that I was there. The kind smile she'd had for the police officer turned venomous in an instant, and when we locked eyes, I saw the same eerie all-white looking back at me. My stomach dropped, and I stepped backward into my bedroom, nearly slamming the door as I went. That night, I heard the flute again. Because of my nerves, I was already having trouble sleeping. I tossed and turned, plagued by flashes of terrifying images involving Caroline covered in blood, giggling as she slaughtered Mrs. Harris. I didn't notice the music itself at first. Lucy was asleep beside me, but sudden movement from her side of the bed caused me to roll over. She had sat up and began to hum a tune of some sort. I softly asked her what was wrong, and when I received no answer, I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. Shining it on her carefully so as not to shine it directly in her face, I saw that her eyes were still closed. Her body started swaying from left to right in time with the song she was humming. It was a song I'd never heard before. I was about to touch her, the only surefire way to wake her, when I realized she was humming along with an outside source. I got out of bed and listened. The melody was coming from outside, so I went over to the open window and looked around. In the dark, it was difficult to see clearly, but I could make out Caroline's form in her backyard, playing the flute again. It wasn't the same as before. This time the music she was making was a bit slower and more melancholy. It didn't conjure up thoughts of a peaceful meadow or sunshine. It actually didn't make me think of anything, except that it sounded extremely creepy when combined with my wife's humming coming from the bed behind me. That was only intensified when I heard Gary adding in his own howls to match the song. The three of them were creating this unsettling chorus that stirred up some sort of inherent terror from deep within me. It just felt wrong. The song was just wrong. Without any explanation, I felt like this was a melody that wasn't meant to be played. Honestly, I had no idea how to react to this. Without a word and kind of feeling dazed, I slid the window shut and went downstairs to try and quiet Gary. When I reached the living room, I found him curled up on his bed, his head lifted to the ceiling as a howl tapered off. "Hey, buddy, can we, not do that?" I asked him as I leaned down to scratch his head. He looked at me and grunted the way he normally does when he's been woken up. He stretched his entire body and rolled onto his back, turning his head away from me. I muttered an "okay then" as I turned on my heel and headed back up the stairs to the bedroom. Lucy had stopped swaying now that the music was almost inaudible. I did my best to gently lay her back down on the bed, and she obliged, but the humming continued. I sighed and returned to the window just in time to see Caroline walking through her back gate. There were no creatures following her this time, but I did notice something else. The light in her work shed was on. At first, I was ready to dismiss this as her forgetting to turn it off or leaving it on for some specific reason, but as I was about to turn and get back into bed, movement caught my attention. The door to the shed was pushed open, and I saw a figure moving around. They stayed in the confines of the structure, so I wasn't able to make out any details, but there was definitely someone moving around in there. After a while of being glued to the spot, I felt my legs starting to ache from being still for so long. I bent my knees and moved my feet around one at a time to loosen them. Then, I leaned down to rub my left calf and knee. When I stood back up, I saw the figure emerging from the shed. Finally, I whispered to myself and narrowed my eyes to try and see who it was. An arm emerged first, outstretched, and holding a wind chime. It was hard to keep my eyes trained on the person. My eyes kept feeling like they were losing focus, and the edges of everything in my field of view blurred. I blinked a couple of times and squinted. Slowly, the person stepped out of the shed, but their figure was obscured by whatever was happening to my sight. I shook my head and blinked some more, holding my eyes closed for a few seconds, thinking that maybe they were just dry. I opened my eyes and looked down again, willing my body and mind to make out the form. "What are you doing?" Lucy's voice woke me. Before my eyes even opened, I groaned at the pounding in my head. I was on my back and tried to roll over and reach for my pillow, but felt nothing of the sort. My body was sore and stiff. I opened my eyes to discover that I was on the floor next to the bed. Lucy leaned over my side of the bed, looking down at me. "Huh?" I managed to mutter. "Did you fall out of bed or something?" she asked. I began but trailed off, trying to remember the night before. I sat up quickly at the memory of everything I'd seen. The sudden movement only served to make my head swim, and my brain feel like it was sloshing around in my skull. "Are you okay?" Lucy's voice was groggy, but concerned. I shrugged, and then shook my head briefly as I gripped the edge of the bed for support to lift myself off the floor. I sat down on the edge of the bed and bent over, my elbows on my knees, and rested my head in my hands. "I don't feel good," was all I could say. She rubbed my back and told me to sit tight while she got me some water. I couldn't even bring myself to nod. It felt almost like a hangover, except I'd never experienced the feeling of my brains being mush. The headache and nausea, sure, but never the jelly-adjacent sensation I was feeling now. When she returned and sat next to me, I took the glass in both hands and sipped the cold liquid carefully. "I think you should stay home and take it easy today," she suggested. Her suggestion was more of a firm recommendation than a gentle offer. I nodded and laid back down. She took the glass from my hand and placed it on the table before kissing my forehead and bidding me get some rest. The rest of the day passed in a blur of sleeping, pain, and some TV watching in the evening. By the time Lucy was ready to turn in for the night, I'd spent a few hours awake, had dinner, and was feeling a little better. The brain jelly feeling had subsided after the first few hours of added sleep. I still had a headache, but some ibuprofen helped relieve the pressure and pounding quite a bit. Because of the extra rest I'd gotten that day, I wasn't ready to go back to sleep just yet, so I kissed Lucy goodnight and stayed up to watch some more mindless sitcoms. I ended up falling asleep for a short time while I was stretched out on the couch, Gary snuggled up to my stomach. It was a muffled howl that woke me up. I jumped to my feet, startling him completely awake, if he hadn't been before, and eliciting a glare from his sleepy dog face. His ears perked up after a second, and he lifted his head to sniff the air. The sliding door to our back patio was open, leaving just the screen door locked, and I could hear the music from the flute again. Gary huffed and snorted once before hopping off of the couch and padding over to the door. He sat down and stared in the direction of Caroline's yard, a low growl coming from his throat. I followed him and closed the door, cutting off the sound. His attention immediately turned to something behind us, and he darted back towards the stairs. He was up the entire flight of stairs before I could even put a foot on the first one. As I made my way up, I could hear him whining softly. Once I could see him, I understood why he was so upset. The flute music wafted in lightly from an open window somewhere, and Lucy stood in the hall, a couple of feet from the top of the stairs. She was swaying and humming again. I approached her, trying to talk to her calmly, and ask her what was wrong. She didn't respond. Gary nudged her leg with his head, but still, there was nothing from her. "Lucy, let's get back to bed, yeah?" I said, as I gently tried to touch her in order to turn her away and guide her back to our room. She paused her humming and made an unintelligible noise. "Honey, you need to get back to sleep." I continued my attempt to guide her. "No," she said firmly, in an uncharacteristically raspy voice. I was taken aback for a moment at this, and froze. Her previously closed eyes shot open, revealing the same rolled-back white appearance I'd seen on Caroline twice before. She shoved me forcefully away from her. As I tried to find my footing, I ended up tripping backwards over Gary, who yelped slightly and then ran. I caught myself just before I tumbled down the stairs. It took a moment for me to regain my bearings, and once I righted myself, I saw that Lucy was no longer standing there. I heard the door to her office slam shut, and I rushed after her. She'd locked me out. "Lucy, honey, open the door. Please open the door," I pleaded. Instead of waiting for too long after I heard things being knocked around inside, I bolted downstairs and grabbed the set of interior keys we kept in a drawer. I returned and unlocked the door as quickly as I could to find the room disheveled. Things were knocked off of her desk, books were on the floor, pens were everywhere, but Lucy wasn't there. The window was wide open, with a screen pushed out of it. I looked outside, but I saw no sign of her anywhere. All I could hear was that flute being played. I left the office and went to the bedroom to try and see where Caroline was. By the time I stepped out of the balcony, though, the melody was distant, and I saw no movement in the darkness. The light in the shed was on, and the door was open, but it didn't seem as if there was any movement inside. I ran down the stairs, slipped some shoes on, and grabbed Gary's leash. He was sitting by the back door again, still growling. I tried to hook the leash to his collar, but he whimpered and stepped away from me. I didn't have time to deal with convincing him, so I dropped the leash on the floor as I ran out of the front door. I called Lucy's name as I searched around the house, and then made my way to Caroline's backyard. There was no sign of Caroline or Lucy or anyone. I briskly walked to the shed and found it empty of life as well. I stepped inside for just a moment, but when I turned around to leave, I felt shoved from behind. I fell to the ground, narrowly missing a nose-first collision with the grass. I felt a weight on top of me, and hands roughly grabbed the sides of my head. I'm not ashamed to admit, I flailed like a fish out of water. On my stomach, I didn't have much leverage, and there were knees pinning down my arms. Not only was it physically difficult to get myself out of this position, but mentally as well. My head was turned to the side, and one of the hands holding my head inched its way to my mouth. Fingers prodded and pulled apart my lips. I struggled to keep my mouth closed, but failed. The fingers felt slimy and tasted how wet dirt and worms smell as they entered, hooking into my cheek. The other hand still held my head in place against the ground. After holding me there for a moment, the fingers inside my mouth began exploring my teeth, slowly feeling around each one. My vision began to blur and darken, and I knew I could pass out soon. I'd already been out of sorts that day, and this was just adding to that. I went limp for a few seconds, mustering up all of my strength. With one last effort, I attempted to shove the person off of me. Again, I was defeated effortlessly. My head was pressed harder into the ground, and I felt that I couldn't hold on any longer. My world went black. I woke up once again hours later. It might sound stupid, but I was getting annoyed at waking up. I'd slept more than normal, and it felt like every few hours I was re-emerging from the land of nightmares. This time, I found myself still on the ground in Caroline's backyard. The sun was up, but not very high in the sky yet. I got to my feet and stumbled out of the yard into my own front door. I had to call the police. As I left Caroline's property, I saw several police cruisers already lining my street. There wasn't one at my house, but there were at least 4 of them at other ones. I looked at the scene, a bit dazed. I felt faint still, and I had to sit down for a moment before I could find out what was going on and let them know that my wife was missing and that I'd been attacked. I neared my own porch steps, planning on sitting on them to rest, when I noticed it. My porch now sported its very own handcrafted, organic wind chime. I'm not entirely sure how long I sat there on my porch steps, feeling numb and broken physically and mentally. There was an officer, accompanied by one of my neighbors, Romero Tillman, Hannah's husband. The officer asked me a few questions, and I ended up relaying the previous night's events to the uncomfortable-looking cop. I was sure to downplay the strange parts, so I didn't sound crazy. Romero sat down beside me, and when the officer was satisfied with the information I'd given, he explained to me what was going on. His wife, along with Lucy and 4 others on the street, had gone missing overnight. Romero had woken up to find the front door wide open and a wind chime, similar to the one on my own porch, hanging just above his porch steps. 2 of the others had woken up to find their partners leaving the house in the middle of the night in a sort of daze or trance-like state. When they tried to prevent this from happening, they were shoved aside as I'd been. By the time they were able to rush outside to follow their partners, there was no sign of them. So, Hannah, Coral, Morgan, Peter, Michelle, and Lucy all vanished in the middle of the night to who knows where. No one seems to have any idea where or why, he concluded, shaking his head. I wouldn't quite say that, I said in a low voice. Romero looked at me with an eyebrow raised. Do you know something? He asked. I nodded slightly, looking around the street. I might, but I don't want to talk about it out in the open. And if you want to know, you're going to have to open your mind quite a bit. It's going to sound insane. We agreed to meet back at my house once the police had finished their questioning. I went inside and took a shower before making a full pot of coffee. When Romero returned an hour later, he had Samantha, Isaac, Carter, and Luke in tow. These were the partners of those that had gone missing. I explained what I knew, what had happened to me, and confirmed that each of them had a wind chime appear somewhere on their porch. I expected disbelief and to be called crazy, but surprisingly, nothing of the sort happened. Each of them took turns explaining the strange behavior their partner had been exhibiting for a day or 2 prior to last night. Carter even explained the wide-eyed look that Peter had when he tried to stop him from leaving. We talked over multiple pots of coffee and several hours, comparing notes, considering theories, and attempting to make plans. In the end, we agreed on one place to start: Caroline. It wasn't like in the movies. where the group of ragtag heroes stomps into battle with determination. We more or less walked at a slow pace, making our way to Caroline's front door. We were unsure of what would happen, and even wanting our partners back wasn't enough to make the fear of what could happen go away. "What do you want?" Caroline asked angrily when she opened the door. "I want my wife back," I said. My own bravery surprised me, and I could feel rage starting to boil inside. I hoped it would continue, so that I had the backbone to handle whatever happened. The rest of our little group voiced their own version of this sentence, and Caroline stood there, staring at us for a moment. When her eyes landed on the bump on my forehead and scratches around my mouth, her demeanor completely changed. Where she'd seemed hard and tough before, she crumpled. And I mean she physically crumpled. She fell to her knees, her head buried in her hands, and she began to sob. I didn't know what to do. I looked at Romero and the others with a shrug. They returned my look with confusion. I crouched down and hesitantly touched her shoulder. Her head lifted and she shifted to a seated position. I didn't know this was going to happen. I don't know how to stop her. I don't even know what she is. I just wanted the rats to go away. We all stayed where we were while Caroline continued to sob for a few minutes. I didn't know what I should do. Here was this dark force that we thought stole our loved ones, openly bawling instead of fighting back. "Can you tell us what happened?" Romero asked as her cries began to lessen. She nodded and glanced over her shoulder, a look of fear evident on her face. "Why don't we go to my place?" I offered. She looked me in the eye and nodded again, fervently. Samantha stepped forward and helped her to her feet. Back in my living room again, we sat around and listened to Caroline's explanation. "After the fire, I was upset and angry that the rat issue was out of control. I didn't want to wait any longer or have anyone else get hurt because of them. I was taking a walk, trying to calm down, when I heard someone call to me from the front of a house I was walking past. At first, I thought Mrs. Harris was going to yell at me for being too close to her home, and I was getting ready to yell back at her and tell her what just a horrible old woman she is. Instead, she was nice and asked me if I wanted to get rid of the pest. When I told her yes, she led me into her house and made me tea. We talked for a bit, and at first, I didn't believe her. She told me that she had a special flute that would entice any and all pests to follow it. I would just have to play it and lead them into the woods. It was a humane and quick way to get rid of the problem. She kept using that word, though, pests, not rats or rodents or animals. She told me that she was too old to do it herself, and she offered for me to take the flute and lead them away. I thought she was full of it, but I was also so raw and ready to try anything. If it didn't work, no harm done. If it did, then good. I agreed, and she told me that she'd allow me to take the flute on one condition. I learned how to make wind chimes out of bones. I thought it was strange, but she insisted that she used to make wind chimes out of bones from dead animals she'd found, and that they looked better than I thought. I agreed again and told her that if the flute worked, I'd let her teach me whatever. Well, it worked. For some reason, it didn't even dawn on me that I not only didn't know how to play a flute, but I didn't know what to play to make the rats follow me. When I held the flute to my lips, though, it was like something else took over my body and began playing through me. After that, the night was a complete blackout for me. I was standing in my backyard, barely starting to play the flute. The next, I was lying on Mrs. Harris's couch the next day. She showed me how to make the wind chimes, and at first, I thought it was kind of neat. She gave me instructions on how to dye the bones and carve them with strange symbols and designs. Whenever I asked her about the symbols, she'd just say they were there for luck and prosperity, or something like that. I began having regular blackouts, especially at night, and when I woke up with fur and blood on my clothes, I suspected that I had something to do with the missing animals. I noticed the wind chimes that would appear wherever there was an animal missing, and I thought I was the one making them and putting them up, but I couldn't remember doing it. The only decorations I personally remember making are the ones that are at my own house. When Mrs. Harris went missing, I panicked and tried to take the flute into the woods to leave it somewhere. It felt wrong to just throw something like that away, but I didn't want it near me anymore. I walked and finally just left it nestled in the branches of a tree I came upon. The tree itself was surrounded by tiny bones, and I thought it was only right to leave it there. When I got home, though, Mrs. Harris was there in my living room, except she looked younger. I realized she'd been starting to look young already, just by small increments, so it wasn't very noticeable. At that point, though, she looked about 20 years younger. She was angry with me for getting rid of the flute, and when she started yelling at me, these things came out of the shadows behind her. I don't know what they were, but they brought a smell of something burning with them. There were 2 or 3 of them. It was hard to tell. They kept shifting shapes like they were liquid moving through the air. Some sort of dark, murky liquid. Kind of like oil, maybe. I was pinned down on my back, and she got on top of me and started poking at my arms and face. Her fingers pressed hard into my skin, and she seemed to be looking for something. When she stopped, she said that my bones were strong, but my spirit wasn't good enough. I needed to help her get strong bones and spirits before I'd be released. But the way she said released made me feel like she wanted to kill me. She forced me up, and I had to lead her into the woods to find the flute. It took a while to find where I'd left it, but once I did, she demanded that I play it. As soon as I started to, I blacked out again. It was just barely night when that happened, and I didn't come to until almost noon the next day. My feet were bare and bruised and bloody, my hands were dirty, and my entire body felt sore. I slept for a while longer, trying to rest. Hours later, when I woke up, Mrs. Harris was back again. She didn't say anything, but sat on the edge of my bed and held the flute out to me. I took it and began to play, afraid of what she might do or what she might bring if I didn't. I remember crying as I took it, and she led me to my backyard. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the woods, surrounded by the missing people. They were sitting on the ground, each of them, with their feet in holes. There was 1 hole for each foot, and they were in the process of covering the holes, with their feet inside up to the calves. I watched for a little while as they finished, and then pushed themselves to stand. They looked like they were imitating trees or something, with their feet rooted in the ground. I heard movement in the distance and realized that Mrs. Harris hadn't been there. Thinking it was her making the noise, I ran. I just took off. I ran as hard and fast as I could. I tripped several times, but I kept making myself get up and run. When I got home, my entire body looked wrecked, and I sat in the shower for a while, trying to wash off the dirt and blood. And then you showed up. She completed her tale with a shrug. After a few long, silent moments, Isaac spoke up. "Can you take us back there?" Less than 2 hours later, equipped with bags full of water, protein bars, and whatever makeshift weapons we could gather, the 6 of us followed Caroline into the woods. The way she moved gave away how much pain she was in, and Samantha asked at one point if she was okay to do this. Caroline insisted she was, and I wondered if her own rage was fueling her. In the time we took to get prepared, she'd become hardened again, but this time in a determined way. She wanted to end this, and it was easy to see that.
If I were her, I would have been fuming and frightened, but ready to do whatever it took to be done. We hiked through the trees for a long time. Hours passed as Caroline tried to remember the way. The sun began to lower in the sky, and I began to worry that we would either be too late or not be able to find them at all. As we stopped to rest for a moment, Caroline pulled something out of her backpack. It was the flute that I'd seen her play. "You still have it?" I asked her. She stared at it in her hand and nodded. "I have an idea," she said quietly. We gathered around her as she raised the flute to her mouth, closed her eyes, and began to play. It was slow, a soft melody, similar to the very first one I'd heard. The air around us felt like it stopped moving entirely. As the tune picked up in pace, I felt again the sense of being in a peaceful meadow. I think all 6 of us were enraptured in the music. We didn't move, and it barely felt like I was breathing. Everything felt surreal, and I didn't realize I'd closed my eyes until I opened them. What greeted me was new and wondrous. The trees seemed to sparkle, the browns of the trunks a deeper shade tinged with softly pulsing veins. The leaves were brighter and richer shades of green than I had ever seen. The ground beneath my feet felt softer but still sturdy. The blades of grass swayed in time with a song, shimmering as if they were speckled with the tiniest bits of water. As I looked around in awe, I saw that Romero, Isaac, Samantha, Carter, and Luke were doing the same. I knew that we were seeing the world in a new light somehow. When I looked back at Caroline, the musician, her skin was glowing gently with golden light. I wanted to reach out and touch her, to see if she was as warm as the glow looked, but I resisted, feeling deep within myself that an action such as that would disrupt the entire scene, and I couldn't let that happen. "Do you hear that?" Luke asked. He was looking to our left, and I strained my eyes and ears in that direction. "Is that singing?" Isaac asked. "I think it is," Romero said. We all listened as the distant sound of voices joined the melody Caroline continued to play. There was a chorus growing from somewhere to our left, harmonizing with the flute. "Let's go," Luke said, and began to walk in the direction of the sound. I looked at Caroline, and she opened her eyes. She nodded without stopping the music. We left her to slowly trail behind us, playing on, and we rushed through the woods in search of the voices. It didn't take long for us to find the source. In a small area, not even big enough to be called a clearing, there were our missing partners. They all looked tired, dirty, and dazed. Their eyes were closed, and they swayed with the music. In a circle amongst the trees, they were planted just how Caroline had described. Each leg buried in a hole in the dirt, up to their mid-calves. In the center was an angry Mrs. Harris. She glared at us as we approached, each of us rushing to our respective loved ones. "How dare you interrupt me?" she bellowed. Her voice was deeper than normal, almost echoing with multiple tones. As she ran to Coral, Samantha purposefully barreled into the woman. I think she meant to knock her down, but Mrs. Harris, who now looked to be in her 40s, only staggered back a few steps. We each reached our significant others, but didn't know what to do next. Isaac started trying to dig around Morgan's feet. Romero was shaking Hannah and begging her to snap out of it. Samantha was hugging Coral and talking to her frantically. Luke was attempting to pull Michelle's legs out of the ground. Carter was grabbing Peter's hands and pleading with him to come along. And I was standing there in front of Lucy, facing Mrs. Harris. The woman's entire form seemed to darken, and she whistled. The creatures or demons or whatever they were that Caroline had told us about began to materialize, their shifting, oily forms melting up from the ground around Mrs. Harris. They struck before I was able to yell out a warning. Samantha was the first to go down, thrown against a tree. Her body fell to a heap at the base of the trunk. My eyes darted around, trying to figure out what I could do. Luke was the next to be attacked. A slithering appendage wrapped itself tightly around his neck. He tried to beat at it with his fists, but it gripped him tighter. His face turned red, and I could see he was struggling to breathe before it let go, and he was on his hands and knees, coughing and choking as he tried to catch his breath. I saw the mass of dark forms turn to go for Romero, and I yelled his name. He spun around and saw the shapes hurtling towards him. He was still no match for them. I didn't watch as he was incapacitated. Instead, I dropped to my knees and opened my backpack, searching for something that I could use as a weapon against these creatures. Isaac must have done the same thing, because when I looked back up, I saw him slashing at the darkness near him with an axe. It didn't do any good, though. The axe slowed when it hit the murky forms, but it didn't stop completely. They didn't even seem fazed by it. Carter gripped a sledgehammer in both hands. One of the creatures broke off and charged at him. I jumped in, leaving my backpack on the ground next to Lucy. First, I threw a handful of salt at the being headed for Carter, then pulled a lighter out of my pocket and aimed a can of hairspray. The air ignited as the large shifting form shrank and screeched from being hit with the salt. It seemed to turn its attention to me and my homemade flamethrower. I saw Carter lunge forward and swing at it with the sledgehammer, but it had the same effect as Isaac's axe. A tentacle-like limb shot out from the back of the creature and struck Carter, knocking him to the dirt. It continued heading towards me, seemingly unfazed by the fire. I let go of the can, and it dropped to the ground. I turned and grabbed the container of salt, opening the spout and swinging it around haphazardly, trying to make contact with a dark cloud thing. There was a slight sizzle, and it recoiled. It didn't stop, though. The salt seemed to hurt, sure, but it wasn't enough to halt anything. Another form joined the one now slowly approaching me. It almost seemed as if these things were calculating or thinking about what they wanted to do with me. Soft thuds sounded, and I let my eyes dart around to see that all of our loved ones had fallen to the ground. Their feet were still planted, but each of them seemed to be knocked out or asleep now in odd positions. The shapes stopped, possibly also surprised at this sudden change. "What are you doing? Get him!" Mrs. Harris shouted. Her eyes were wild and enraged. If this were a cartoon or anime, I was sure I would have seen steam bellowing from her ears. My own eyes widened as I saw what was coming, though. In my periphery, I saw her shadowy minions begin to move again, but I was too invested in watching Caroline, who appeared from the trees. The instant I saw the flute plunge into Mrs. Harris's neck, I realized the music had stopped. All around me, I not only heard, but felt a deep rumbling. It was like the trees themselves were growling. Clutching my head, I fell to my knees, unable to keep standing at the pressure I felt in my skull. Once more, to no one's surprise, I passed out. When I awoke, there was no sign of Mrs. Harris or her demonic friends. Caroline was in the